In the realm of Linghuan, a perpetual darkness reigns, with the name eternal night weighing heavily upon the soul like a curse. The ordinary youth Lin Yu awakens a mysterious spiritual root due to a family relic, marking a pivotal moment in his destiny. Joined by the swordplay prodigy Feng Yichen, the altruistic Yun Mengli, and the enigmatic Shadow, he traverses treacherous lands to uncover the secrets of spiritual energy, combat, the encroaching darkness, and unravel the conspiracy surrounding the origins and end of the world, igniting a passionate legend. Chapter 1. Eternal Night. On that fateful day, the sun set and never rose again. Eternal night enveloped the heavens and the earth in an impenetrable darkness, as if an unfathomable abyss sought to consume all. Daylight had long since become a relic of the past, a mere legend. The vast expanse of frozen earth was beset by biting winds and relentless snowstorms, with drifts accumulating to a height of half a man. The village of Shuangshu lay half buried beneath the snow, a forgotten hamlet with but 40 or 50 households, its structures mere silhouettes against the night. Amidst the howling winds, many rooftops swayed gently, as if on the verge of being lifted away. Qin Ming felt weak, awakened by hunger, his stomach growling incessantly as he envisioned every conceivable morsel of food, unable to restrain the salivation that accompanied each thought. Not to mention steaming meat or succulent fruits, even the mere thought of a cold, hard bun made sweetness surge in his mouth, his tongue tingling with anticipation. In the biting cold, darkness pervaded both inside and outside the dwelling, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Qin Ming wrapped himself tightly in his tattered quilt, the warmth of the heated Kong doing little to stave off the frigid air. Each breath felt like shards of ice slicing through his lungs, leaving a lingering sting. He restrained himself from dwelling on thoughts of food, lest the bile in his stomach and mouth threatened to overflow. As his emotions began to settle, he suddenly realized that his mind was remarkably clear, no longer shrouded in the fog of the past. Could it be that the mysterious illness was beginning to wane? Though he faced hunger and cold, the prospect of recovery after prolonged suffering ignited a spark in his gaze as he awaited the arrival of shallow night. As time meandered on, the howling wind subsided, and the once tumultuous flurry of snowflakes transformed into mere scattered flurries. From the neighboring courtyard, sounds of conversation emerged, revealing a young couple, Lu Zhe and Liang Wanqing. "Where are you going? Are you planning to deliver food to Qin Ming again?" Liang Wanqing's voice rose with increasing intensity. He's been gravely ill, just 16 or 17 years old. Living alone, he's rather pitiable, Lu Zhe replied softly. "Do you not realize that our own food supplies are dwindling? If this continues, both of our children will go hungry," Liang Wanqing exclaimed, her emotions aflame. "The blizzard will pass, and we will find a way to resolve this," Lu Zhe remarked, gazing into the pitch-black expanse of the night. Qin Ming, overhearing the couple's dispute, felt a pang of guilt and found himself reluctant to accept Lu Zhe's kindness. In these dire times, every household was struggling. Having risen from a heated brick bed, he donned a cotton coat but still felt the chill. He rummaged through the cupboard for an old fur coat, wrapping it around himself as he paced and rubbed his hands in the darkened room. After enduring a severe illness, his once tall and slender frame now appeared somewhat gaunt. The dark hair cascading over his shoulders had lost some of its luster, and his delicate features bore a slight pallor. Yet his pair of clear, bright eyes sparkled with vitality, exuding a resolute spirit despite his ill countenance. A month ago, he had struggled to escape from the mountains, his hands and feet tinged with a dark hue, having succumbed to a grave ailment. Qin Ming was besieged by this mysterious illness, and many believed he would not survive. Yet, he had persevered and was evidently on the mend. The perilous unknowns of the mountains still haunted his thoughts. Outside, the darkness began to transform, resembling ink droplets dispersing in a small pool of clear water, heralding the arrival of shallow night, which signified the dawn of day. IME. Clearly, this was only marginally better than the deep night, as the world remained shrouded in a veil of night, obscuring distant landscapes. The courtyard door creaked open, and Lu Zhe entered, robust and vigorous, wielding a shovel to swiftly clear a path through the snow towards the door. Qin Ming opened the door, which had been sealed shut by the heavy snowfall, and called out to Lu Ge. Lu Ze carried a glowing cloth bag, pouring its contents into a stone basin nestled in the snow. A cascade of radiant stones tumbled forth, producing a crisp sound that sliced through the night. These are the sunstones, aptly named to embody a collective hope of the people in this era, illuminating the courtyard at that moment. Lu Ze expressed his astonishment. "Xiao Qin, you seem to be in much better spirits." Qin Ming invited him inside, candidly sharing his condition, stating that he no longer felt muddled and was indeed on the path to recovery. Lu Ze remarked on his resilience, claiming that even the strange ailment he contracted in the mountains could not bring him down, which was indeed a remarkable feat. He poured the remaining luminous stones from his cloth bag into the copper basin within the room, instantly illuminating the entire space. Here, Lu Ze handed over a food box. Qin Ming had been ill for a month, and his supplies had long since been exhausted, relying entirely on Lu Ze's generosity. A short while ago, overhearing a quarrel between the couple, he realized their circumstances were not particularly favorable, filling him with a sense of guilt. Gazing at the steaming black bread, a powerful pang of hunger compelled Qin Ming to swallow hard. "Why are you just standing there? Your health hasn't fully recovered, and starving yourself won't aid in your recovery." "Don't be so distant," Lu Ze insisted, placing the food box firmly in Qin Ming's hands. Lu Ge. Ultimately, Qin Ming refrained from being overly sentimental and tore off a piece of the bread. Its coarse texture did not deter him as he devoured it hungrily, savoring the delightful taste that filled his mouth. "Call me if you need anything," Lu Ze said before turning to leave. As the sensation of hunger subsided, Qin Ming felt invigorated. The various discomforts in his body began to fade, and he was assured that his illness would soon dissipate. He contemplated stepping outside for some fresh air and a brief walk. He pushed open the courtyard gate and emerged onto the street, where the air was particularly frigid, his breath forming white mist as it escaped his lips. In the shallow night, which served as the daytime of this era, every household was illuminated by the flowing light of solar stones, casting a gentle glow upon the streets. "Qin Ming, are you feeling better?" Someone called out to him. "Xiao Qin, let me have a look," urged Granny Zhou from North Street as she pulled him closer, inspecting him from both sides and noting that his complexion had improved significantly since their last encounter. Qin Ming smiled in greeting, assuring them that he was indeed on the path to recovery. The intersection was sparsely populated, with expressions of disbelief etched on the faces of the few onlookers. Could a strange illness truly be cured? "Xiao Qin, even if your health improves, do not rush to venture outside. The world beyond is fraught with danger," cautioned Grandma Zhou, her gaze fixed on the dark expanse beyond H. A village, akin to ink, spilled across the horizon. Other neighbors also wore worried expressions. The harvest had been poor, and the lack of food posed a significant threat. If this continued, starvation would inevitably ensue. Qin Ming observed that the once kind and gentle Grandma Zhou now appeared pallid and frail, her emaciated form seemingly at the mercy of the slightest breeze. After the others departed, Grandma Zhou cautiously retrieved a few pieces of dried sweet potato from her pocket and pressed them into Qin Ming's hands. Each household had cleared the roads in their vicinity, yet the task was far from complete. Patches of snow remained, crunching beneath his feet as he exhaled visible breaths and continued onward. Upon nearing the village's edge, he came to a halt. In front of a larger courtyard stood a small threshing area, where a black goat, nearly as tall as an adult's shoulder, was harnessed to a stone millstone, grinding the silver speck mutant wheat into flour. Not everyone was devoid of sustenance, evidently. This household at the village's entrance was faring quite well. Qin Ming fixated on the black goat, his eyes shimmering with yearning. Given that even basic nourishment had become a challenge, it had been an eternity since he last savored meat, and the desire was overwhelming. The goat was notably robust, its thick horns suggesting a fierce demeanor. Sensing Qin Ming's gaze, it appeared startled, its previously erect tail drooping suddenly. "Xiao Qin, have you recovered your health? Surviving great calamities surely brings subsequent blessings." A robust, middle-aged man with a bushy beard stood at the entrance of the courtyard, mistakenly believing that Qin Ming was observing the mutated grain, the silver wheat, beneath the grinding stone. That he continued, "Our household is large, and our consumption is rapid. This is indeed the last of our provisions. Uncle Yang, your prowess in managing such a large family during these trying times is commendable, Qin Ming replied with a smile, fully aware that he could not take the man's claim of only having a single bag of silver wheat at face value. After exchanging pleasantries with Yang Yongqing, he made his way to the village's edge. The fire spring lay ahead, casting a luminous glow over the vicinity. Constructed from stones, it formed a square pool measuring approximately 10 feet on each side. The stone barrier barely reached knee height, and within it, a brilliant crimson light radiated. Within the pool stood 2 trees, which lent their name to Shuangshu village. One tree bore dark leaves, while the other's foliage was as white as snow, remaining evergreen even in the harshest winter. Chapter 2. The Fire Spring. Surrounded by stones, the fire spring emitted a swirling mist, its brilliance standing out starkly against the enveloping night. Kneeling by the pool, Qin Ming retrieved a glowing stone, more lustrous than red coral, casting radiant light in all directions. The vivid red glow of the pool resembled that of molten lava, yet was far less intense than human body temperature. The surface of the pool shimmered as flames danced. It was neither true fire nor mere spring water, but rather a uniquely special substance. In this age, daylight had faded and night prevailed, delineated only by the shallow and deep of the nocturnal hours. The fire spring's significance was paramount. Whether it be the mutated grain of silver wheat or the ordinary crops like sweet potatoes, all vegetation required the nourishing waters of the fire spring for their growth. Moreover, if a person is deprived of the warmth of a fire spring for an extended period, they will inevitably suffer. It can be said that this element is fundamental to human existence. In this realm devoid of daylight, one can still delineate the seasons. The spring and summer months signify a period of vibrancy for the fire spring, which surges forth abundantly, fulfilling the needs of agriculture. Conversely, winter marks its depletion. Take, for instance, Shuangshu village, where although the pool remains illuminated, it serves merely to nurture the solar stones for illumina. Tie-in purposes. Overall, in an age without daylight, humanity survives by seeking fire. The fire spring stands out in the darkness, inevitably drawing the attention of various creatures lurking in the shadows. Fortunately, each has its territory, allowing for a semblance of balance most of the time. However, the emergence of ant disasters and certain human factors have led to dire food shortages during winter. Currently, it is the early hours of the night, with the darkness relatively mild and the distant earth light occasionally rising, casting a faint outline of the obscure forest. As night deepens, however, visibility wanes entirely, plunging all into a profound silence, the darkness becoming unervingly thick. Qin Ming ponders when he might venture out to alleviate the dire scarcity of food. He gazes into the wilderness, which is shrouded in darkness, obscuring distant landscapes. The snow has long surpassed chest height, creating a particularly harsh living environment. At the village's edge, the fire spring illuminates a bright expanse. The cold wind sweeps through, causing ripples in the square fire pit. The black and white twin trees shed their burden of accumulated snowflakes, which dance splendidly in the fire's glow. The leaves of the 2 trees possess a jade-like quality, resilient against the biting cold. However, apart from their efficacy in repelling mosquitoes during summer, they hold little utility. Qin Ming stood in the courtyard, practicing various specific movements with remarkable skill and fluidity, as if these actions had become instinctive through years of dedication. After a considerable time, beads of sweat adorned his forehead, and a warm sensation enveloped his body, prompting him to cease his exertions. He entered the room and retrieved a petite crystal vial, no longer than his thumb, intricately adorned, transparent, and exquisite, containing a mesmerizing blue liquid infused with ice crystals. With utmost care, he observed it under the radiant sunlight, which cast fiery hues. The delicate surface of the vial was inscribed with the characters, mineral essence. The liquid within was an intoxicating shade of blue, and when gently agitated, a mist swirled enchantingly within the confines of the vial, evoking a dreamlike quality. Qin Ming suppressed the urge to uncork the vial, aware that, having recently recovered from a severe illness, the blue liquid would be more harmful than beneficial. This treasure had been acquired in a perilous region of the mountains, and prior to this encounter, he had merely heard whispers of mineral essence, never having had access to such precious substances. When employed after the body has reached its optimal state, it could enhance one's constitution and invigorate the spirit. Since his escape from the mountains, he had fallen gravely ill and had yet to find the opportunity to experiment with it. In a few days, perhaps I shall be able to utilize it, Qin Ming mused as he carefully stowed away the meticulously crafted crystal vial. A chilly breeze swept through, scattering a few delicate snowflakes. Living alone, Qin Ming found the tranquil courtyard to be stark and somewhat desolate, a solitude to which he had grown accustomed. As time progressed, the night deepened, heralding the end of the twilight hours. Lu Zhe arrived, accompanied by a boy of about 5 years, who, though bundled up snugly, had a face flushed with cold. Wen Rui has grown a bit taller, Qin Ming remarked, gesturing towards the boy's height. Uncle, are you feeling better? Wen Rui inquired with genuine concern, his large, clear eyes reflecting the innocence and charm of his tender age. Is it true that the Yue can converse with people? That's wonderful. The news thrilled little Wen Rui, his eyes sparkling with joy. Things have been unusual outside lately, Lu Zhe remarked, handing the food box to Qin Ming, cautioning him not to rush outside. Though the rock millet was somewhat coarse and had a harder texture, it still whetted Qin Ming's appetite. Having only 2 meals a day, he was indeed famished. To his surprise, he discovered a few red dates nestled within the rock millet, delightfully soft and tender, exuding a sweet aroma. Qin Ming noticed little Wen Rui gazing intently, swallowing with anticipation. Feeling a pang of guilt, he crouched down and asked, Wen Rui, tell uncle, have you not had enough to eat? Lu Zhe shook his head, saying, that's not the case, he must simply be tempted by the red dates. Without hesitation, Qin Ming selected a few red dates and offered them to the lovely yet unpretentious little boy. Lu Zhe intervened, saying, these are specially set aside by your aunt to replenish your vitality. Do not give them to him. At that moment, Liang Wangqing arrived, glancing at Wen Rui. Your uncle Qin is weak. He currently has no meat or tonics, so do not let your appetite get the better of you. Her heart was not unkind initially. She had believed Qin Ming would not survive like the other 3 villagers, and aiding him seemed futile, leading to disputes with her husband. Now, witnessing his gradual recovery and the lifting of his lethargy, even with scant supplies remaining at home, Liang Wangqing felt compelled to extend her assistance. With endearing compliance, young Wen Rui nodded, her large eyes blinking, and said, Uncle, please eat, get well soon. Am not hungry. Qin Ming found it impossible to eat, insisting on feeding the dates to little Wen Rui, all the while feeling a pang of remorse. He resolved to venture into the dense forest at the earliest opportunity. He felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the couple, but refrained from uttering superfluous pleasantries, instead inquiring about the current state of affairs outside. Recently, colossal entities have been emerging from the dense forest, resulting in casualties. Lu Zhe informed him, emphasizing that solitary expeditions were now perilous due to the heightened dangers lurking outside. Qin Ming nodded, listening attentively. Whether due to the ravages of the blizzard, the scarcity of food for the mountain beasts, or other factors, the wilderness was rife with activity. Particularly in the area where Qin Ming had contracted a strange ailment, pupils brighter than sunstones had been seen cleaving through the darkness of the mountains, causing the dense forest to fall into an immediate hush. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming inevitably reflected upon the perilous ordeal he had undergone a month prior. On that fateful day, in the pitch-black mountain forest, he and his 3 companions had abruptly lost their footing, plummeting into a fissure in the earth. The subterranean realm was remarkably anomalous. After an intense darkness came a blinding light that caused their eyes to ache and tears to flow freely. Most unsettling of all, his heart had begun to beat with excessive force, as if pounding like a drum, the powerful, resonant sound audible even from outside his chest. At that moment, he was paralyzed, his blood coursing through his veins at an accelerated pace, and he vaguely heard the sound of a waterfall. Qin Ming believed he was on the verge of death, convinced that his heart would explode. Soon, the brilliance of the fissure faded into obscurity. He beheld shimmering strands, reminiscent of silk, akin to spider webs, intertwining in a manner that disoriented the mind and distorted one's sense of space. That moment, Qin Ming felt dizzy, while his companions succumbed to unconsciousness. It was only when the silver light abruptly vanished, plunging everything into utter darkness, that his heartbeat gradually returned to normal, and he regained mobility. One by one, he extricated his three companions from the fissure, waiting a considerable time for them to awaken. During this ordeal, Qin Ming also stumbled upon several corpses nearby, clad in fine attire, indicating their demise had occurred not long ago. Adhering to a principle of frugality, he swiftly examined the bodies and discovered a small crystal vial containing a blue liquid, which he collected at that moment. Qin Ming refrained from mentioning the vial to Lu Zhe, for the deceased bore an air of significance, and he feared it might provoke complications. The mountains were rife with ferocious beasts, and he surmised that nothing would remain there, all traces would be obliterated. After partaking in a meal of brown rice, Qin Ming conversed with Lu Zhe for an extended period. Wen Rui, displaying great understanding, listened quietly from the side. "It will come." Qin Ming affectionately ruffled his hair. As night deepened, Lu Zhe rose to depart with Wen Rui. Within the room, the radiance emanating from the sunstone in the copper basin began to wane. Qin Ming closed his eyes in meditation, envisioning his own form, rehearsing various specific movements to cultivate his consciousness until he ultimately achieved a state of mental emptiness. As he opened his eyes, he faintly perceived a flicker of silver light, only to have it vanish in an instant. Was that an illusion? Qin Ming pondered, momentarily taken aback. Although it was merely a fleeting glance, he believed he had not erred indeed. A faint silver ripple dissipated his surface, vanishing in an instant. This unique form of exercise had been his steadfast practice for many years, yet he had never witnessed any remarkable changes until today, when an anomaly occurred. Qin Ming discovered a fine sheen of perspiration had formed upon his skin, reminiscent of having undergone an intense workout, yet he felt invigorated and alive. He stepped into the courtyard, his gaze radiant, and began to perform a series of specific movements with his body. Fully immersed in his practice, warmth coursed through him, a vibrant vitality expanding within, akin to the gentle rain that falls upon a parched desert. After some time, Qin Ming was drenched in sweat, a mist rising from his forehead, and he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as though the last remnants of illness had been expelled. Led through the abundant perspiration, it was only when fatigue set in and he ceased this extraordinary exercise that he distinctly observed a faint silver light emerging from his skin, only to dissipate swiftly thereafter. It truly is different now, he noted with clarity. A sense of elation enveloped him, as a genuine warmth flowed within, gradually nourishing his entire being, and his spirit grew ever more robust. After a brief respite, he yearned to continue practicing those specific movements. However, a grumbling stomach interrupted him, a pang of hunger emerging despite having dined early. Without hesitation, Qin Ming halted, unwilling to expend any further energy, for he could not bear the thought of approaching Lu Zhe for sustenance once more. Drenched and clad in sweat-soaked garments, he promptly set about boiling water to cleanse himself. Qin Ming gazed at the reflection of his delicate visage in the basin of water, no longer pallid, but imbued with a hint of color. He murmured to himself, "I have nearly recovered, I shall set forth at dawn." Reluctant to burden others, he longed to resolve his food predicament swiftly upon regaining his strength, thus liberating himself from his current plight. The flickering flames of the various households gradually dimmed, and the entire village succumbed to darkness. On this frigid winter night, a fierce wind arose, sweeping the snow from the fields into a blinding white expanse, much of which cascaded into the village, inundating several courtyards. "I am so hungry." Before the hour of slumber, Qin Ming found himself unable to endure the gnawing hunger. It felt as though a fire raged within his stomach. The thought of any sustenance, even a mere gopher, was enough to stir his ravenous desire. Alas, in these lean times, the village's burrows lay desolate. He attempted to lull himself into sleep, yet the pangs of hunger rendered him restless, making slumber elusive. He forced his mind to wander towards pleasant thoughts, conjuring images of cherished faces blurred in his memory. Then, he recalled his unique regimen of training, which had indeed transformed, manifesting in a peculiar stirring that caused faint silvery ripples to dance upon his skin, igniting a sense of anticipation within him for the changes that lay ahead. His thoughts meandered further, envisioning the sweet berries hidden beneath the snow in the dense forest and the golden, glistening legs of lamb roasting over the crackling fire. Such thoughts are forbidden. How can I indulge in these fantasies? He chided himself sharply. Resolute, he decided to embark as twilight descended, all in fervent pursuit of fulfilling Xiao Wenrui's wishes, and he could not help but swallow hard at the thought. With a yearning for sustenance and a sense of longing, Qin Ming gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 3. The wilderness beckons as twilight descends, tranquility shatters, and families rush to the fire springs for sunstones. Qin Ming, fully armed with hunting spear, short knife, and bow, prepares to depart. He has consumed the flatbread provided by Lu Zhe, but refrained from mentioning his excursion, fearing dissuasion. Qin Ming has no desire to recklessly endanger himself. His intention is to venture into a relatively safe area and try his luck. He has pondered for a long time, recalling a fleeting glimpse in the mountain forest during autumn. Based on the creature's habits, it should reside nearby. He hopes it remains and will bring him a surprise. The village gradually quiets, and no one ventures out for sunstones. Qin Ming sets off, encountering 2 villagers along the way. He greets them with a smile, swiftly moving on before they can react. He passes the fire spring and enters the inky world. The wilderness is unforgiving. Qin Ming trudges through the snow, only his chest visible above the surface. The weather is bitterly cold, his breath frosting his eyebrows and hair. Even in the dim twilight, visibility is poor. Clutching his hunting spear, Qin Ming perseveres, the journey arduous. Finally, after roughly 4 miles, he nears his destination, the edge of the mountain forest. Wading through the snow, he enters the dense woods. Save for a few species, most trees stand bare, their branches laden with snow. He once discovered tree hollows in this area, which might be one of its lairs. Its physique surpassed that of its brethren, suggesting a significant mutation. Discovering the primary nest could yield substantial rewards. After a brief pause, Qin Ming pressed onward. The forest was swathed in darkness, punctuated by the occasional, startling cries of strange birds, rendering the desolate expanse exceedingly eerie. Abruptly, Qin Ming's body tensed. A faint, putrid odor reached his nostrils, an anomaly in these surroundings. Gripping his hunting spear, he surveyed the area, poised for action. Suddenly, he thrust the sharpened steel fork upwards with considerable force. He discerned an unusual sound of rushing wind and pinpointed the source of the scent, simultaneously beholding the entity above. A dark figure hung inverted from a tree branch several meters above, possessing a pallid, aged visage, swooping down to assault Qin Ming's head with savage intent. In this somber woodland, such a spectacle was undeniably terrifying. Fortunately, Qin Ming's acute reflexes allowed him to anticipate the impending danger, and he swiftly parried the aerial assailant with his steel fork. A piercing shriek reverberated through the forest, sending chills down the spine. The creature refrained from a direct collision. Veering aside several meters away, a gust of frigid wind arose as it unfurled its powerful wings, ascending through the gaps in the forest canopy into the night sky, circling briefly before vanishing into the distance. Though the details were somewhat obscured, Qin Ming confidently identified its nature: a lammergeier, a carrion-eating raptor, with a gray-black avian body and a face, save for its beak, strikingly similar to a wrinkled, ghastly old man, typically weighing no more than 20 kilograms. Qin Ming maintained a vigilant guard, awaiting its return for an extended period, but it did not reappear. The destination was within reach. He couldn't possibly capitulate now. After a brief respite, he resumed his journey. This had to be the place. Dominated by Scots pines, broad-leaved trees, and birches, Qin Ming was certain he hadn't erred. He recognized the tree hollow he had seen before. Despite the dimness of the forest, he could distinctly discern the pristine edge of the hollow from several meters away, which was far from a propitious sign. If the creature were hibernating within, its exhaled breath would undoubtedly have caused frost to form around the opening in such frigid conditions. Disappointment was inevitable. Qin Ming furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be that the creature didn't even inhabit this area? He inhaled deeply, preparing to thoroughly search the vicinity. His right hand firmly gripped the hunting fork, while his left clutched the short knife, maintaining a constant state of vigilance, as the perils of the wild were unpredictable. Qin Ming cautiously explored, seeking without causing any disturbance. After a quarter of an hour, he spotted traces of an animal on the snow, and a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Suddenly, a vast expanse of rosy light erupted from the mountains ahead, instantly illuminating the dense forest. Startled, Qin Ming became exceptionally alert, seizing the opportunity to carefully observe the surroundings, watching for any large predators lurking nearby. Simultaneously, he rapidly scanned the vicinity for any suspicious tree hollows. Soon, the brilliant light dissipated, and darkness once again enveloped the world. It was the earthlight emanating from the subterranean thermal springs, a phenomenon that occurred sporadically, more commonly during warmer weather, especially in summer. Occasionally, the emanation could persist for a day or two, influencing atmospheric conditions and potentially bringing extensive rain clouds. At that moment, dense raindrops mingled with the misty haze, creating an exceptionally vibrant and captivating scene. For those accustomed to a perpetual twilight, it was the most exquisite spectacle imaginable. He ambled slowly through the snow, his footsteps muffled by the intensifying wind. Stealthily, he approached a stout tree, its trunk as wide as a water bucket. Noticing a cavity some distance above the ground, he raised his hunting spear, barely able to reach it. Lowering the spear, Qin Ming suddenly leaped forward, bursting from the snow. He embraced the tree trunk, ascending with remarkable agility and speed until he reached the opening. With a swift motion, he struck the area around the hole with his short knife, producing a dull thud. To his surprise, he had indeed trapped the creature within the hollow, an unexpected boon. His initial hope had been to locate its main nest and retrieve its stored provisions, a feat that would constitute a significant triumph. A flurry of activity and frantic cries emanated from within the tree hollow, quickly producing an animal hide sack. He slipped it over his hand and began to capture the creature. The dark recess echoed with panicked squeals as Qin Ming plunged his arm deep inside. He felt a chaotic scramble, but thankfully, the thick hide protected him from being bitten. He seized the prey and swiftly extracted it, retrieving a sunstone from his tunic. He illuminated the depths of the hollow, his face lighting up with delight. Within lay a trove of wild walnuts, chestnuts, red dates, and other dried goods. These were his primary objective. The pangs of hunger were a torment he knew well, and these dried fruits were a lifeline, igniting a fervent gleam in Qin Ming's clear eyes. He inclined his head, casting a glance at the small creature ensnared within his grasp. Its fiery crimson fur, bathed in the resplendent glow of the sunstone, possessed a silken smoothness that surpassed even the most exquisite of fabrics. It was a red squirrel, yet its corpulence defied the norm, exceeding 2 pounds, a clear indication of its mutated state. It gnawed incessantly at the animal hide pouch clasped in Qin Ming's hand, its futile attempts to escape thwarted. Its radiant, ruby-hued pelt shimmered with an ethereal luminescence, undoubtedly augmenting its inherent value. With practiced dexterity, Qin Ming produced a length of wire, swiftly binding and constricting the creature before suspending it from a nearby tree. Thereafter, an elation of accomplishment washed over him as he diligently extracted the variegated assortment of dried fruits from the arboreal cavity, gradually distending the once deflated animal hide pouch. Upon assessing its weight, he ascertained that it surpassed 8 pounds. Beside him, the inverted, mutated red squirrel, its obsidian orbs widened in apparent indignation, emitted a series of shrill squeaks, seemingly laced with imprecations. At your weight, how could a mere 8 pounds of winter provisions suffice? Qin Ming mused aloud. He impaled the creature upon his hunting fork and, with the sunstone in hand, commenced a meticulous search of the vicinity. Given the substantial snowfall that typically blankets the region during winter, such mutated beings rarely concealed their sustenance beneath the earth, lest they themselves be unable to locate it. As anticipated, Qin Ming soon unearthed a second arboreal hollow, followed by a third. In conjunction with the initial, frost-free tree hollow, each harbored a cache of provisions. He peeled open a cluster of wild walnuts, savoring their nutty essence, and then consumed a handful of chestnuts, relishing their delectable flavor. Subsequently, he cleansed a selection of jujubes with snow, devouring 5 in succession, their sweetness permeating his palate. Satiated, Qin Ming wore a radiant smile upon his delicate countenance. These dried fruits were not merely palatable, but also instrumental in alleviating his present predicament. The wily hare has 3 burrows, yet this red squirrel, with its lustrous fur, boasts 4 nests, hoarding over 30 pounds of provisions. Truly a remarkable mutated creature. Qin Ming filled the better part of a hide sack. Initially, The mutated red squirrel writhed violently, its cries incessant, but upon witnessing its four nests discovered and emptied, it stiffened, becoming motionless. Qin Ming, taken aback, shook it gently. Had it feigned death? He had heard that these mutated mountain beasts possessed constitutions far surpassing their kin and were remarkably intelligent, yet their temperaments were also volatile. He had not anticipated it would expire from sheer vexation. Excellent. Xiao Wenrui mentioned a craving for meat. We can prepare a hearty broth, he mused, marveling at how swiftly he could fulfill the child's desire. In Shuangshu village, a segment of the populace was engaged in discussion. Some mentioned that Qin Ming had ventured into the wilderness fully armed, his demeanor suggesting an intent to hunt formidable predators. Lu Zhe, having received the news, furrowed his brow, concerned that the lad would recklessly venture out alone, perhaps even to hunt a bear. Qin Ming, positioned on the high ground, realized he was nearing the mountain's summit, the outermost region of the dense forest, characterized by low-lying hills. Regrettably, despite an extensive search, he discovered no more squirrel dens. Reaching the summit, he gazed ahead, beholding a dense expanse of trees, while the towering mountains stood shrouded, revealing only indistinct silhouettes. Deep within the mountains lay regions of resplendent brilliance, obscured by the pervasive nocturnal mist, allowing only faint, ethereal light to emanate. Qin Ming recognized that those areas signified the unknown, the enigmatic, and the perilous, territories beyond his reach. Chapter 4. Interception content with the day's substantial yield. He felt a profound sense of gratification, knowing that the sizable sack of provisions would stave off hunger for a considerable duration. Despite the arduous terrain, marked by snow-covered depressions and rocky outcrops, Qin Ming's spirits remained buoyant. With an ample supply of sustenance, he felt liberated from immediate concerns. He surmised that prolonged engagement in specific exercises might precipitate novel advancements. Despite the current desolate panorama of ice and snow, where flora appeared withered and all existence lay dormant, he knew that once the period of deprivation elapsed and the thermal springs in the perilous zones of the mountains gushed forth, coupled with the frequent sublimation of terrestrial radiance, vegetation would burgeon anew, and all creation would undergo a renaissance, presenting an entirely different vista. In the obscurity, a pair of lurid crimson eyes materialized, exuding an unsettling aura as they rapidly approached. His hackles rose instinctively. Despite the considerable distance, he could discern that the creature stalking him was of substantial size and possessed a ferocity that was palpable. A wave of fetid odor wafted towards him on the frigid wind. He thrust his hunting spear into the snow-laden ground and swiftly retrieved his bow. Possessing prodigious strength, he effortlessly drew the taut bowstring, forming a perfect arc, launching a potent iron arrow that cleaved through the air with a resounding twang. In the distance, the creature, which had been hurtling forward with a menacing aura, abruptly halted, seemingly struck by the projectile. Qin Ming's focus intensified, and he continued to unleash a barrage of arrows with remarkable precision, each deadly iron shaft vanishing into the night. Muffled growls reverberated through the dense thicket as the crimson eyes receded, accompanied by the snapping of brittle branches, indicating that the creature had sought refuge behind the trees. Qin Ming remained vigilant, aware that the wounded, unidentified predator, though injured, was far from incapacitated, and its lurking presence in the woods posed an even greater threat. Without hesitation, he seized his animal hide sack and hunting spear and swiftly bolted from the forest, seeking the relative safety of the open, snow-covered expanse. He was loath to linger in the tenebrous environment, apprehensive of an ambush, suspecting a formidable mutated creature lurked nearby. A considerable commotion echoed from the woods, the sound of accumulated snow being violently impacted, indicating the creature was pursuing with relentless ferocity. Without hesitation, Qin Ming drew his bow, some iron arrows thudding into the stout tree trunks, causing a cascade of snowflakes to plummet like a snowy cataract. The creature was once more repelled, its presence fading into the forest. An ordinary beast would either have been startled into retreat or, incited by its wounds, would have charged forth with savage aggression. This mutated entity, however, remained in the shadows, biding its time and seeking an opportune moment. Qin Ming, bow and arrow in hand, confronted the dense woods, locked in a standoff with the perilous creature. The snow-covered ground churned, and a sizable dark silhouette flickered intermittently among the trees, its scarlet eyes chillingly cold, exuding an extraordinary sense of oppression in the night. Nevertheless, it was ultimately thwarted by Qin Ming's astonishingly powerful bow, emitting a disgruntled, guttural roar before vanishing into the dense forest. Qin Ming's expression was grave. Despite the dimness of the woods, he discerned a figure capable of bipedal locomotion, its species unknown. He retreated slowly, the surroundings silent, yet he remained vigilant. Even when less than half a kilometer from the village's thermal spring, he maintained his guard. History bore witness to the grim lesson that villagers, upon nearing the village entrance, had been ambushed and silently dragged away by lurking creatures in the darkness during moments of laxity. Outside Shuangshu village, 3 youths, shivering from the cold, stamped their feet and rubbed their hands, exhaling plumes of white vapor, their eyebrows covered in ice crystals. They lingered on the snowy path forged by Qin Ming upon his venture into the inky abyss, conversing in hushed tones. Why the haste? Should fortune favor him as it did old man Li, he might discover a mountain beast, succumb to the frost, within the outer reaches of the forest. The trio, habitually idle and given to indolence, dared not tread into the perilous depths of the mountains, yet they postured with considerable bravado in the village, indulging in the practice of mooching. Upon learning of Qin Ming's departure for a hunting expedition, they conceived a nefarious scheme, intending to intercept him here. That lad Qin Ming is nimble and of considerable strength. We must tread carefully, lest we find ourselves overturned and at the receiving end of his retribution. Fear not. He is but recently recovered from illness. His constitution must surely be frail. We shall ensnare him with the hide sack, taking care in our blows, lest we inadvertently deliver a fatal strike. He promptly crouched down, the accumulated snow on the ground already reaching near his shoulders, and he vanished entirely. He advanced soundlessly along the snow-trodden path, eventually discerning the silhouettes of the 3 village loafers ahead. Qin Ming halted at a propitious vantage point, able to overhear their discourse. After a moment, his countenance darkened, realizing that the 3 intended to ambush him here, pilfering his quarry. Although he had not embarked on a bear hunt, merely plundering a squirrel's nest, an act of questionable valor to disseminate, he had, in truth, weathered 2 life-and-death crises. Having been assailed by a lammergeier and an unknown mutated creature, to dare seize the sustenance he had procured at the risk of his life was an act of usurpation he could not countenance. Hu Yong, Ma Yong, and Wang Yuping shivered as they jointly excavated a snow hollow to shield themselves from the biting wind, serving as a makeshift ambush site wherein they ensconced themselves, awaiting their mark. Exercise caution and maintain silence momentarily, cautioned Ma Yong. Hu Yong nodded, affirming, when striking from behind, ensure swiftness, precision, and efficiency in our actions. Abruptly, the snow cavern concealing them collapsed thunderously, instantaneously burying the trio within. Caught unawares, their mouths and nostrils were inundated with snow. Hu Yong, reacting with alacrity, was the first to emerge. However, before he could regain his composure, a foot materialized before his eyes, landing a forceful blow upon his face. The excruciating pain contorted his features, followed by the violent impact of a hunting spear against his shoulder, threatening to shatter his bones. The agony caused him to stagger and collapse onto the ground. Ma Yang's situation mirrored his comrades'. No sooner had he surfaced from the snow than Qin Ming delivered a kick to his nose. The intense pain, mingled with a sharp, acidic sensation, proved unbearable, eliciting a miserable cry as he tumbled in the snow, writhing in agony. Wang Yuping, sensing the ominous turn of events, burrowed into the deep snow, hesitant to emerge. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his back as the keen steel spear pierced his clothing, drawing blood. "Spare me. Please don't kill me," he pleaded, his voice trembling, his lips quivering. Adding to his shame and humiliation, he wet himself, fearing a fatal, penetrating blow. Qin Ming, with no intention of taking his life, merely pierced his skin, drawing blood. He hauled Wang Yuping out, and then kicked him 3 meters away, sending him crashing back into the snowdrift. "Qin Ming. Brother Ming, we're from the same village. We encounter each other frequently. Show mercy, we were wrong this time." Upon discerning the assailant's identity and witnessing the glinting steel pitchfork brandished menacingly in his grasp, the trio's resolve immediately crumbled. Despite being armed with knives and clubs, the sight of the formidable and intensely menacing Qin Ming instilled a profound sense of dread within them. Compounded by their existing injuries, they cowardly refrained from resistance. Accustomed to preying on the vulnerable, they lacked the courage to instigate conflict with a truly formidable adversary. While their actions were reprehensible, Qin Ming deemed homicide an unwarranted response. A vehement reprimand was unavoidable, however, and he employed the pitchfork to confine them to a kneeling position. Subsequently, he unleashed a torrent of blows, affording himself a thorough physical exercise. Ultimately, the three were left battered and bloodied, their anguished cries filling the air, before being released with a stern warning. Qin Ming surmised that such individuals were inherently blustering cowards, lacking both the audacity and capability to become truly malevolent. A severe thrashing, he believed, would serve as a sufficient lesson. Concurrently, outside the dense forest where Qin Ming confronted the mutated creature, a donkey ambled leisurely across the vast expanse, its familiarity with the terrain suggesting an intended entry into the mountains. Perched atop the donkey's back was a weasel of immaculate, snow-white fur, a rarity in this era devoid of sunlight. Unlike typical, restless small animals, it exuded an unusual tranquility, even an air of maturity. Seated cross-legged on the donkey's back, it faced the direction from which they had come. This was no ordinary wild animal. Its demeanor resembled that of a composed human, its eyes deep and thoughtful, as it leisurely rode the donkey onward. The mutated creature, once repelled by Qin Ming, lunged ferociously as the donkey approached. However, upon noticing the snow-white weasel on the donkey's back, it abruptly halted, then turned and vanished into the dense forest, burying itself under the thick snow, its body trembling slightly. The donkey remained unfazed, merely casting a nonchalant glance at the creature. With the familiarity of an old horse, it carried the silent weasel towards the mountains. The fiery spring was now in sight, and the black and white trees swayed gently. Qin Ming quickened his pace, arriving at the village entrance moments later, where he finally relaxed. Soon, several courtyard gates facing the street swung open. He had ventured out fully armed at the onset of the early night. The village of Twin Trees was small, and the villagers who heard the commotion emerged from their homes. Each family possessed sunstones, casting a fiery glow that illuminated the streets with a faint light. The sight of Qin Ming carrying a red squirrel on his hunting spear left them speechless. This was far from what they had imagined. Lu Zhe hurried over, visibly relieved to see Qin Ming unharmed. A man of his word, he broke the silence, saying, "They all said you went into the mountains to hunt a bear, but it seems you've only caught a squirrel? I raided its home as well." Qin Ming replied with a smile. The villagers noticed the animal skin bag on his back and immediately understood its contents, their eyes filled with envy. They then observed that the squirrel's fiery red fur shimmered faintly, indicating that it was a mutated creature of considerable value. "Your trip was not only safe, but also quite rewarding," the old man Lu, who lived at the village entrance, remarked. Some villagers seized the opportunity to inquire whether it was now safe outside. Qin Ming recounted his experiences during the journey with utmost candor, as he dared not mislead his neighbors, knowing it could lead to fatalities. Upon learning of the perilous mutated creatures lurking in the outer reaches of the mountains, everyone's countenance shifted, realizing they could not venture out alone for the time being. Subsequently, Qin Ming made no secret of the actions of Ma Yang, Hu Yong, and Wang Yuping, which immediately aroused the indignation of the villagers, young and old alike. How utterly shameless. They themselves lacked the courage to enter the mountains, yet they schemed to harm their fellow villagers. This was not merely an attempt to intercept their gains, but an outright act of endangering lives. Ma Yang, Hu Yong, and Wang Yuping, supporting each other, had barely emerged at the village entrance when Lu Zhe, leading a group, subjected them to another thorough beating. "Brother Lu, Uncle Yang, Grandpa Lu, spare us. Help!" The three men wailed in agony, their bloody nasal mucus freezing on their faces. Their predicament stemmed from having incurred the wrath of the community, as many had long held them in disfavor. Qin Ming distributed a generous handful of nuts to each of the children on the street, eliciting a chorus of cheers. He then noticed Granny Zhou, her face pallid, leaning against the courtyard gate. He hastened towards her and, without allowing her to protest, left her with a selection of dried goods. "Uncle, you are so amazing. The wild walnuts are absolutely delicious, and the pine nuts are so fragrant." In Qin Ming's home, when Rue showered him with praise, overjoyed, sampling each type of dried fruit, his little mouth unable to stop. Date paste, yummy, sweet. The toddler Wenhui, just over 2 years old, his speech still indistinct, was consuming the steamed, pitted, and mashed red date paste, and even planted a kiss on Qin Ming's face with a smack. Nearby, the red squirrel, which had been suspended from a hunting fork, roused from its stupor, Upon opening its eyes and witnessing the group rummaging through its provisions, it was overcome with despair. Truly a testament to the diligence and industry of these mutated creatures, Liang Wanqing remarked, to have amassed such a hoard of sustenance, exceeding 30 pounds. The red squirrel's eyes widened, almost ablaze with fury. At that moment, Lu Zhe solemnly declared, Shao Qin, now that your convalescence is nearing completion, it is imperative that you earnestly contemplate the matter of rebirth. Chapter 5. Rebirth. Qin Ming nodded gravely, acknowledging the necessity of deliberating upon the path to rebirth. This was a momentous decision, with lifelong implications, shaping one's destiny. Yet, it was a formidable undertaking. The most accomplished individuals in Shuangshu village typically attained rebirth after the age of 20, with some even surpassing 30 before achieving success. Even so, among the village's 40-odd households, comprising over 200 inhabitants, the number of those who had undergone rebirth was fewer than 10. Lu Zhe began. The individual known as Tu Sik from the neighboring village has achieved rebirth, and is currently in his prime. Qin Ming recalled Tu Sik, a frail figure with a sallow complexion and a sickly pallor, his hair thin and the color of withered grass. When did this occur? Nearly a month ago, Lu Zhe informed him, adding that upon attaining rebirth, Tu Sik had purportedly lifted a 400-pound black-haired donkey in the courtyard. A stark contrast to his former feeble state. A remarkable feat, indeed. Qin Ming was genuinely surprised that so many robust youths had repeatedly encountered setbacks, while Tu Sik had succeeded in a single attempt. Lu Zhe, too, was moved by this occurrence. Despite his own robust physique and reputation as a formidable figure among the able-bodied, he was now 23 and had yet to experience rebirth. Rumor has it that he is related to one of his relatives. Lu Zhe was privy to some inside information. That person said that Bingzi had previously experienced some minor health issues and had not been able to retain his vitality, so he was sickly, but his potential was actually very substantial. Qin Ming was lost in thought, marveling at how unpredictable people's fortunes could be. Afterward, that person remarked that Bingzi's innate foundation was far more solid than he had initially surmised, and he might go far. Lu Zhe had never anticipated that someone who was chronically ill could be so formidable. Although we don't possess advanced intent energy techniques, we do have viable alternatives. Qin, I think you should reconsider your unique training regimen, Lu Zhe advised. In his estimation, Qin Ming's physical attributes were exceptional, even surpassing his own, and far exceeded those of ordinary people. However, despite these favorable conditions, Qin Ming had yet to experience a breakthrough, and the problem likely stemmed from his method of self-cultivation, which was unable to generate nascent power to propel him forward. He was now in his early teens, and if he continued down this path, he would miss his prime. Liang Wanqing also chimed in. Qin, why not try practicing your brother Lu's dark night meditation technique? With eternal night enveloping the world and the wilderness fraught with peril, various public power manuals have emerged in different regions, allowing individuals to improve their physical fitness for self-preservation. Of course, these manuals are not considered high-end and are far removed from rare and precious secret texts. Qin Ming was not obstinate and, recognizing their good intentions, nodded in agreement. I will try it seriously next. Lu Zhe sighed softly, lamenting that Qin Ming's self-taught techniques had hindered him, rendering him far inferior to even the elementary Black Night meditation art primer that he practiced. However, switching to a new method now would be too rushed. He mused that only an advanced qi cultivation technique could rapidly transform Qin Ming's current state. Lu Zhe exhaled a breath of stale air, lamenting, alas, if only there were an intermediate manual. It would be a grave pity for someone with your potential to miss the most precious golden period. However, the only widely available texts in this region capable of facilitating such a rebirth are a scant few, such as the Floating Life Skill Introductory Chapter and the Black Night Meditation Art Primer, all of similar caliber. Qin Ming remained unperturbed, primarily because his years of practicing those movements had borne fruit. The faint, silvery ripples of light flowing across his skin, though subtle, had undeniably manifested, setting him apart from his former self. Within the mundane world, where physical conditions typically ossify, the prospect of undergoing a second developmental phase is akin to a postnatal transformation within the womb. Who wouldn't be moved by such a prospect? Consider the case of the erratic individual who, formerly frail, could now lift and hoist hundreds of pounds above his head with newfound strength after his rebirth. Such a metamorphosis is truly astonishing, akin to altering one's destiny. Imagine Lu Zhe, already capable of shattering bricks and splintering wooden training dummies after practicing the Black Knight meditation art. What terrifying power his fists and feet would wield after experiencing a rebirth and a substantial increase in strength. With all my ailments purged, I feel different. My physical state is better than ever before, Qin Ming declared, brimming with confidence. Lu Zhe and Liang Wanqing had yet to respond. But 5-year-old Wen Rui was already nodding earnestly, his rosy cheeks flushed with anticipation, exclaiming, "Uncle is the best. Once Uncle succeeds, he'll capture mountain beasts to stew meat for us. I am craving it." 2-year-old Wen Hui, still unsteady on his feet, toddled closer to echo. His words somewhat slurred, "Uncle, great, eat meat." Qin Ming chuckled, replying, "No need to wait. We can satisfy your cravings today." With that, he retrieved the red squirrel hanging from his hunting fork. The mutated squirrel's black, gem-like eyes widened in disbelief, followed by a look of terror. "Ah, it's still alive. Even better. The meat will be far more tender than if it were frozen." Qin Ming examined it appreciatively. "This squirrel is quite beautiful, even rather endearing." Wen Rui, his large eyes fluttering, expressed his genuine affection for the furry creature. "Once it's stewed, it will be even more delightful, ensuring you relish every bite," Qin Ming jested. Wen Rui was torn. He was indeed craving meat, having not tasted it in quite some time. However, upon seeing the radiant, red-furred creature, he found himself captivated, yearning to befriend it and perhaps even raise it. Little Wen Hui, trailing behind his brother, mimicked his actions, his bright eyes reflecting the image of the red squirrel as he babbled incoherently, "Squir, cute." Lu Zhe and Liang Wanqing exchanged smiles as they watched their children. Qin Ming concurred, stating, "Indeed, it is both adorable and capable. Look at the abundance of food it has stored for the winter. Pine nuts, walnuts, hazelnuts, red dates, and more, encompassing no less than a dozen varieties, even including mushrooms. Now that's a treat. Squirrel stewed with mushrooms, both delicious and highly nourishing. Is that truly the case? However, I don't wish for it to perish." Wen Rui clutched at his clothes, his small face filled with reluctance, though he didn't forget to swallow a mouthful of saliva. "Of course, observe that among these mushrooms, there are tiger paw mushrooms and Yangke mushrooms, all renowned delicacies of the mountains. You are in for a treat." "Indeed. The selection of mutated creatures is invariably top-notch," Qin Ming exclaimed. The red squirrel was exceedingly irritable, its fur standing on end. Qin Ming drew his short knife, intending to skin it in the courtyard, as such a bloody scene was not suitable for the two children to witness. Squeak, squeak. The mutated little mountain creature was instantly terrified, calling out frantically and struggling violently, the wire wrapped around it nearly cutting into its flesh. "Uncle, perhaps. Let's spare it." Wen Rui stopped him, striving to forget the taste of stewed meat, as if having made up his mind, pleading for its life. "What excellent fare. The flesh of mutated creatures is most delectable," Qin Ming enticed with a smile. "Let's forego it this time. Once Uncle is reborn, he will undoubtedly be able to hunt down formidable, large mutated creatures." "I shall await Uncle's success," Wen Rui said, his sympathy aroused, resisting the temptation of food. The mutated squirrel was exceedingly anxious, glancing alternately at the knife in Qin Ming's hand and chirping at Wen Rui, as if seeking assistance. Liang Wanqing marveled. "This little mountain creature is remarkably intelligent. It seems to comprehend what you are saying. Observe how its small face is wrinkled with anxiety." Qin Ming sheathed his short knife. "Such a small creature yields little meat. Originally, it was intended to satisfy the children's cravings, but since they prefer a living creature, then we shall keep it." Lu Zhe furrowed his brow slightly, stating, "This winter is unlike any before. There is scant surplus sustenance to spare for it." The mutated squirrel gazed longingly at the bulging animal hide sack, which contained its entire cache. Qin Ming also observed that this small mountain creature possessed an extraordinary degree of sentience. He selected a portion of acorns from the pile of dried fruits, remarking, "These nuts require processing before consumption, as they possess a slight toxicity and a bitter taste. They are ideal for nourishing the squirrel." The red squirrel remained silent, merely widening its eyes and staring at him, its breathing slightly labored. "You should be content to have survived," Qin Ming admonished, confining it to an iron cage intended for avians. "Furthermore, should you dare to bite, I assure you, I shall stew you." Lu Zhe contemplated that it would be more expedient to sell the mutated squirrel, given that its fiery, lustrous fur would fetch a considerable sum, whereas keeping it would be both wasteful of provisions and taxing on their energy. However, upon witnessing the unbridled joy of the two children, their laughter and leaps of delight, he desisted from voicing his opposition. Upon departure, Lu Zhe took the iron cage and a heap of acorns, declining other dried goods. Qin Ming, without further ado, thrust a cloth bag filled with walnuts and pine nuts into Liang Wanqing's hands, for the children to enjoy as snacks. Having temporarily surmounted the predicament of food scarcity, Qin Ming commenced earnest contemplation of the matter of his cultivation. Lu Zhe's assertion that his unconventional approach was hindering his progress had indeed stirred a ripple of disquiet within him. He suddenly sprang from the ground. Swift as an iron bolt shot forth, yet descending with the lightness of a swallow, landing without a sound. He transitioned between stillness and motion, sitting with the imposing posture of a tiger, walking as if treading through mud, his movements fluid, seamless, and natural. Subsequently, he whirled, his leg lashing out with lightning speed, like a dragon or python whipping its tail through the air, producing a muffled thud. After a brief warm-up, Qin Ming commenced a series of demanding maneuvers. Exhaling deeply, he practiced respiratory techniques, emulating the movements of bears and owls. He extended his form with vigorous strength, generating a fierce wind that stirred and whirled the snow around him. Soon, a familiar sensation arose as minute silver threads interwove within Qin Ming's pores, rippling into a faint, shimmering layer upon his skin. Gradually, a white mist billowed around him. A surge of warmth coursed through his flesh, akin to a long-awaited rain quenching parched earth. Despite the strenuous exertion, Qin Ming felt invigorated rather than fatigued. His body seemed to rejoice, ravenously imbibing the silver ripples as if starved. An itching sensation spread through his flesh as his entire being gained strength, prompting the question of whether he was on the verge of rebirth. Qin Ming's body grew feverish, instilling an urge to run and unleash his burgeoning energy, which he promptly acted upon. He dashed across the wilderness like a shooting star streaking through the night sky, venturing far until he neared the forest region. In the distance, a tall, slender woman stood motionless in the snowy expanse, her black fur cloak shimmering with a faint obsidian light, concealing her fair neck and revealing only her delicate chin. Exuding an air of enigmatic aloofness, a raven perched on a nearby thicket of thorns, uttering in a human-like voice, indeed, spontaneous bodily regeneration. Exhibiting extraordinary phenomena even in its early stages, akin to moonlight cascading upon the skin, generating layers of fragmented golden ripples. I surmise this is a promising prospect, a rare find to emerge in such a remote locale. Clad in sable plumage, reminiscent of dark jade, it fixed its gaze ahead with amethyst eyes, remarking, "Is your mentor not in search of a cherished disciple? This youth may well be worthy." The woman stood upon a sizable flagstone, the biting wind causing her ample cloak to cling to her form, accentuating her exquisite figure. Her tone, however, remained detached. There exist those more suited to the task. Sensing a presence, Qin Ming turned his head to peer into the distance, his bow already in hand. Remarkably perceptive, the raven commented from within the dense thicket, addressing the woman beside it. "The path your mentor treads is exceptionally singular. Take care not to overlook a seed with the potential for vigorous growth. If he remains unchosen, it is a regret unknown to him. What could I possibly be missing? The most suitable candidate has already been identified." The mountain wind howled, causing the woman's lustrous black hair to dance, partially obscuring her fair cheek. Her dark attire billowed, lending an air of aloof beauty to her already striking appearance. She strode forward, stating, "Our immediate concern lies in venturing into the mountains to investigate." Chapter 6. The Golden Age. A surge of emotion coursed through Qin Ming's being. Could the path he was once told was unattainable now be complete, fully realized? He leapt into the air, experiencing a pronounced sense of suspension, and seized a handful of snow from the roof's edge. As he exhaled, a jet of white vapor shot forth, akin to a lance wreathed in a dense mist, unleashing a resounding crack. Qin Ming engaged in vigorous abdominal breathing, his form flickering as he stirred the snow on the ground into the air, causing a fresh flurry of snowflakes to descend upon the courtyard. With each movement, his entire being responded in unison. A sweeping blow of his arm caused the snowflakes before him to burst apart. His sanguinary vitality experienced a substantial augmentation, inducing a pervasive warmth throughout his being. Silvery striations intricately intertwined within the pores of his epidermis, eliciting a profuse perspiration akin to a purification of the corporeal form. A sensation of profound ease enveloped Qin Ming, his entire personage enshrouded in a delicate, argent luminescence. Such a spectacle during the nascent phase was indeed a rarity. Having engaged in protracted physical exertion, resulting in considerable depletion, he ceased his endeavors upon perceiving genuine weariness. Rebirth, being a gradual metamorphosis, Qin Ming surmised that he was undergoing transformation, anticipating the fulfillment of his aspirations in the near future. This transformation diverged starkly from his past experiences during the convalescence from his ailment. Even when enveloped in thick quilts upon the heated calm, he was afflicted by a persistent chill. Qin Ming closed his eyes, introspecting his own being, replicating the intricate movements of the recent past, thereby cultivating his mental fortitude. The receding argent undulations resurfaced, his respiration modulated by his mental focus, evolving into an intricate and elusive pattern. Emanating from the spirit, propelled by intention, the effulgence upon his integument intensified marginally. Tranquility pervaded the courtyard, as Qin Ming became veiled in snowflakes. After an extended interval, relinquishing thought and desire, he completely emptied his mind. Only upon the complete dissipation of the argent radiance did he gradually open his eyes, discerning the alterations within himself, affirming the gestation of a robust, nascent vigor within his corporeal form. With composure, Qin Ming lifted the millstone, weighing in excess of 200 pounds, from the courtyard, subsequently gently setting it down. The culmination of his rebirth was highly probable within the ensuing 2 days, a conviction firmly rooted in his mind. At this juncture, he experienced an undeniable and intense hunger. Qin Ming concocted a broth of mushrooms, consuming walnuts, almonds, and chestnuts as his principal sustenance, while regarding jujubes and hawthorns as mere accoutrements, partaking with thorough satisfaction. Following ample recuperation, a fresh regimen of exercises commenced, his ambition set on expediting the nascent transformation. Qin Ming moved with the alacrity of an uncoiling bow and the resounding report of thunder, stirring a flurry of snowflakes throughout the courtyard, his vitality burgeoning with each exertion. Thus, he alternated between periods of repose and nourishment, indulging in copious dried fruits, before resuming his training with renewed vigor. His existence pulsating with life from dusk till late into the night. Before retiring, he performed his ablutions with frigid, ice-laden water, impervious to the cold. His lithe, slender physique, devoid of superfluous flesh, exhibited taut muscles and graceful contours. His damp, ebony hair, adorned with droplets of water, gleamed radiantly under the solar stone's fiery glow, accentuating his inherent strength. During the nocturnal hours, he slumbered peacefully, immersed in profound repose. As his body underwent accelerated regeneration, it remained suffused with invigorating vitality. The subsequent day, Qin Ming's appetite escalated considerably, necessitating an increase to 7 meals. This surge in consumption stemmed primarily from the immense energy expenditure required for postnatal transformation. Despite their palatability, the repeated consumption of the same provisions began to pall, particularly as they consisted of dried goods, necessitating their consumption with hot water. Regrettably, the scarcity of mushrooms precluded the preparation of a savory broth, much to Qin Ming's chagrin. His brow furrowed as he realized the dwindling state of his provisions. Sufficient for only 1 more day at the current rate. Am I a glutton? Qin Ming mused, consuming the contents of a sizable animal hide sack in a mere 3 days. Recognizing the imperative to sustain the transformative process, he remained steadfast in his endeavors. When still, he resembled an unyielding mountain. When in motion, a falcon soaring through the firmament, his pores emitting an increasingly intense silvery luminescence. He keenly perceived the gradual enhancement of his physical attributes, a gradual metamorphosis rather than an instantaneous surge. Approaching one side of the courtyard, Qin Ming attempted to lift the 2 millstones in unison. With a sudden burst of strength, he succeeded in dislodging them from their position. Lu Zhe, having just pushed open the courtyard gate, was immediately dumbfounded. Separated by a mere wall, Liang Wanqing, hearing the commotion, also arrived, her composure faltering upon understanding the situation. Similar to the village idiot from the neighboring settlement, he could lift over 400 caddies of weight right after his transformation. Lu Zhe was genuinely delighted for Qin Ming. "Uncle, you're incredible," exclaimed Wenrui, running over, his bright eyes gleaming with adoration as he gazed up at him, his small face filled with admiration. "I sense the metamorphosis is still underway," Qin Ming remarked. He had come to realize that the duration would exceed his initial estimations, still far from its conclusion. Rumor has it that in the distant, resplendent city, there exists a youth capable of hoisting 600 caddies, Liu Zhe mentioned. Eager to know the heights Qin Ming's transformation would reach upon its completion. Suddenly, a burst of clamor erupted from the street. What's the cause? Liu Zhe inquired. Liang Wanqing sighed. They say she hasn't been eating enough lately, and coupled with her already frail constitution, it has led to complications. Qin Ming and Liu Zhe proceeded to the street, where they learned the details. Amidst the widespread food scarcity this winter, the family's pillar had collapsed. Granny Zhou, burdened with worry, had been secretly setting aside her own meager rations, consuming only a pittance to satiate her hunger. A crowd had already gathered in the Zhou family's courtyard. Upon entering the house, Qin Ming and Liu Zhe discovered the motionless Granny Zhou, her complexion sallow, departed without a sound. The two children, kneeling nearby, were shedding tears, their loud cries lamenting the loss of their grandmother. Before her passing, Granny Zhou had revealed to them the location of their sustenance, some sweet potatoes and hardened buns concealed within a bamboo basket beneath the ice and snow. The nuts Qin Ming had gifted her remained untouched, not a single one having been consumed. Overwhelmed by the revelation, Zhou Changyu was heartbroken. The man, nearing 30, was in floods of tears, repeatedly slapping his own face, lamenting his inadequacy and filial negligence for not having discerned the truth sooner. His wife, prostrate beside him, wept inconsolably. A chorus of sighs resonated from the courtyard, a lament for the arduous times befalling the region, where widespread calamity had engendered a scarcity of sustenance and attire. Qin Ming's heart was heavy. Just 2 days prior, when he had encountered the pallid-faced Granny Zhou, she had, with trembling hands, produced several pieces of dried sweet potato. Attempting to press them into his hands, it now dawned on him that these were the provisions she had been surreptitiously saving each day. Such a benevolent soul, now departed. Qin Ming stood in silence for a long while. Brother Qin, Zhou Changyu, with eyes inflamed, attempted to decline, acutely aware of the difficulty in procuring sustenance in the wilderness. Qin Ming placed the offering in his hands, urging him to accept it, and then turned to depart. The night was advanced. Yet the sound of lamentations from the Zhou household still echoed in the air. Qin Ming sat in the pitch-black courtyard. While others had kin to mourn, he was haunted by the increasingly indistinct faces in his memory, fearing their eventual obliteration and the complete loss of recollection. In the frigid winter night, he gazed up at the impenetrable night sky, lost in reverie, a profound sense of solitude washing over him. Within his heart, there flickered a dim constellation of lights, casting faint shadows. He yearned to draw closer, to discern them clearly, but remained unable to grasp those faded memories of childhood. Suddenly, a chilling aura descended, intensely oppressive, causing Qin Ming's body to tense instantaneously. In the inky blackness, 2 golden orbs materialized, enigmatic and formidable. Subsequently, the placid winter night was disrupted by a tempestuous gale, causing the snowflakes on the ground to surge violently upward, and the roof appeared on the verge of being torn asunder, quivering intensely. In the abyss-like night sky, a pair of golden lanterns traversed the heavens, accompanied by a fierce wind, exuding an unparalleled and terrifying sense of oppression, almost suffocating. Qin Ming's pupils contracted as he surmised that it must be a superior being, unimaginably colossal, flapping its wings, akin to dark clouds obscuring the sky. Passing over the village of Shuangshu, the golden lanterns were its eyes, and as it receded into the distance, the suddenly appearing storm rapidly abated, eventually dissipating altogether. A commotion arose in the village, with many people emerging from their homes, engaging in animated discussions. Elderly villagers, having experienced similar occurrences, although appearing grave, instructed their descendants not to panic, explaining that it was likely a high-level creature merely passing through on its journey. The darkness of the night enveloped the heavens and the earth, obstructing the path to the distant horizon, rendering the world even more enigmatic. A surge of emotion welled up within him, and he yearned to venture out and explore the vast expanse of the land. Finally, he resolutely rose to his feet and practiced the specific set of movements that he remembered most vividly from his childhood. Even with aspirations, one must possess the necessary strength to realize them. Gradually, his body began to emanate a vigorous, nascent energy, with a faint, luminous mist enveloping his form. After a long while, he experienced an unprecedented sensation of hunger. The transformative changes had yet to cease, and seemed to be intensifying. Qin Ming consumed a substantial amount of dried provisions with hot water, but he remained unsatiated. When images of the mutated squirrel and Yang Yongqing's black goat at the village entrance surfaced in his mind, he could not help but salivate. He yearned for meat with an intensity that conjured its rich aroma in his mind, an unmistakable signal of his body's need for sustenance. Only after consuming a substantial amount of nuts did the acute craving gradually subside. It seems, he mused, that I must venture into the mountains again with the advent of twilight. He resolved to heed his body's demands, ensuring the nascent transformation proceeded unimpeded. Furthermore, his provisions had dwindled since gifting 5 pounds of dried goods to the Zhou family. Awakening before dawn, Qin Ming felt a potent surge of energy despite his hunger. He sensed that the ongoing metamorphosis had fortified him to the point where he could bear weights exceeding 500 pounds. More significantly, the transformation was still in progress, fueling his anticipation for its ultimate culmination. He commenced his physical exercises, initiating the flow of yang energy from his coccyx, ascending along the spinal column to his head. A wave of tingling sensations washed over him, akin to an electric current, causing his pores to dilate and his body to be enveloped in a comforting warmth. Simultaneously, a more distinct silvery radiance emanated from his skin, undoubtedly accelerating the transformative process. Before twilight fully descended, Qin Ming found himself on the outskirts of the village, driven by an insatiable appetite that nuts could no longer appease. The mere thought of rock sheep, night deer, and black-feathered pheasants roasting over a bonfire, their fat dripping onto the embers, sent his mouth watering. With newfound vigor, he hastened towards the dense wilderness. Chapter 7. Encounter, Uncle Yang? Barely beyond the village limits, Qin Ming noticed a stocky figure. Yang Yongqing expressed surprise. Little Qin, it is quite early for your outing, as the twilight has yet to descend. Yang Yongqing chuckled. It seems we are of one mind. I have just completed a circuit around the mountain's periphery, regrettably without any fruitful findings. How could Uncle Yang be engaged in the same pursuit as I? Could it be that he is in pursuit of some sentient and rare quarry? He was aware of Yang Yongqing's prowess, one of the few neophytes within Twin Tree Village. As they exchanged a few words, they discerned a dark silhouette shifting in the distance. A ranger, Yang Yongqing murmured. In this era devoid of sunlight, the wilderness is fraught with peril, necessitating the vigilance of skilled individuals to patrol the mountains and provide early warning. A man clad in leather armor emerged, his stature quite imposing, bearing a bow and arrows. Clutching an iron spear, his long hair disheveled, exuding an untamed vigor. Brother Xiao, Yang Yongqing initiated a greeting. Xiao Qingfeng, appearing to be around 40 years of age, with piercing eyes, halted nearby and remarked, to venture out with you at such a tender age. Could this possibly be that simpleton? The simpleton is from the neighboring village. Yang Yongqing elucidated. Yang Yongqing found it to be quite ordinary. Within this region, few could attain the neophyte stage at the age of 15 or 16. As talent is not subject to coercion, he articulated, in earlier times, it was truly imperceptible that the simpleton possessed such capabilities. It is said that since replenishing the deficiencies in his physique, his physical attributes have elevated by yet another degree. Xiao Chengfeng nodded in affirmation, stating, indeed, he is far from simple. The question remains whether he can rival the paragons within that resplendent city in the distance. A difficult prospect, indeed. Each locale nurtures its inhabitants differently. Yang Yongqing expressed with some sentiment, having witnessed the opulence of the city and comprehending the brilliance imparted by advanced power grimoires. Indeed, it is a land of exquisite beauty. Yang Yongqing could only feel admiration, devoid of envy, for those distant realms bear no comparison to their own. Qin Ming listened intently throughout, refraining from interjecting. After a brief pause, Xiao Chengfeng vanished into the night. No one knows what creatures of varying ranks dwell deep within the obsidian mountains, nor how many perilous tribes require the vigilance of patrollers in the outer territories. Qin Ming inquired, are the patrollers all formidable individuals, venturing into the mountains daily? As he absorbed this information, he made his way into the wilderness with remarkable speed, traversing the chest-high snow as though cleaving through waves, with snowflakes cascading to either side of the path. The night was not as dense now, with the onset of twilight revealing the forest in a hazy outline. Standing at the mountain's edge, Qin Ming heightened his vigilance, for the obscured areas concealed unknown dangers. A rumble echoed from his stomach, announcing its hunger, a sensation he had previously suppressed during his encounter with acquaintances along the way. but now it was wholly uncontainable. His stomach churned, and gazing into the murky thicket, he gripped his hunting fork tightly and darted into the shadows. He passed by the habitat of the mutated squirrels and scaled a low hill, venturing farther than his last journey. Once he delved deeper into the forest, he discovered numerous signs, scattered animal bones, and large hoof prints. He need not worry about the deep snow impeding his progress, for many creatures had already forged small paths. A mournful wail resonated, reminiscent of a woman weeping, an unusual sound in such desolate woods. Qin Ming abruptly quickened his pace, seeking the source of the sound, and soon he neared his destination. In the shadowy expanse of the forest, pairs of emerald eyes glimmered, revealing the presence of a dozen creatures lurking in the dimness. Those unfamiliar with the truth might have been startled by the sounds of weeping, yet for those seasoned in the wild, it presented an opportunity. Qin Ming advanced with his hunting spear, and immediately, a flurry of wings erupted as the creatures ascended into the night sky, startled into flight. These were carnivorous nocturnal birds, measuring 2 feet in length, known for their gregarious nature and haunting cries, preying upon various small animals and occasionally attacking humans. Qin Ming rushed forward, lamenting the sight before him, merely a heap of bloodied bones and a few tattered, blood-stained hides, remnants of a roe deer that had been entirely consumed. Having failed to snatch a meal, the birds retreated, and he turned away, wary of a potential ambush from these predators. In an open area where the trees grew sparse, the ground was marred with crimson stains, and there were paw prints larger than a sea bull, indicating a site where a formidable beast had dined. The remains, it seemed, had been carted away by other carnivorous beings. As Lu Zhe had noted, even the outer regions of the mountains had become perilous. One could only imagine the dangers lurking deeper within. Cautiously, Qin Ming departed from the sanguine scene. Moments later, he spotted numerous hoofprints in the snow, instantly invigorated. He followed the trail. In the darkness, a cluster of shadows, over 20 in number, stood ahead, their substantial forms creating an imposing presence. Elk. A smile of delight spread across Qin Ming's face. In days gone by, deer herds were a rare sight in this region. He unslung his bow and aimed at a magnificent stag. This is no docile species of deer. The adult males possess 6 antlers, distributed across the sides and front of their heads, all flat and sharp, resembling 6 steel blades. Should one of these beasts collide with a person, it would undoubtedly result in a fatal wound. Even some formidable predators dare not confront them head-on, opting instead for stealthy ambushes from behind. Any human unfortunate enough to find themselves amidst such a herd would meet a grim fate. Qin Ming drew his sturdy bow into a perfect arc and, with a swift whoosh, released an iron arrow that struck with the speed of lightning, piercing the lung of the majestic stag. The sharp-horned deer are known for their ferocity, unafraid to challenge various predators. Instead of fleeing after being struck, this great stag charged directly toward Qin Ming. The startled herd followed suit, galloping through the snow, their hooves pounding the ground, causing the entire forest to tremble. Remaining calm, Qin Ming expertly nocked another arrow, hitting his target with unwavering precision. The force of the iron arrow drove deep into the stag, causing its massive body to sway momentarily. He stowed his bow and arrow and gracefully ascended a robust tree, taking refuge several meters above the ground. In the dense woodland, aiming at prey becomes a challenge once in the trees, as numerous branches obstruct the view. The great stag staggered after its frantic dash, ultimately collapsing with a resounding thud in the snow. The herd, startled, halted in their tracks and soon retreated with a thunderous sound. After a brief wait, with no dangerous mountain beasts in sight, Qin Ming descended from the tree, wielding his hunting spear as he approached the fallen creature. This dark brown sharp-horned deer was exceptionally robust, weighing nearly 700 pounds, and had not lost any mass despite the winter chill. His satisfaction with such a successful hunt was palpable. He reveled in the benefits of newfound strength, effortlessly hauling the substantial prize through the snow, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. The wilderness is teeming with a plethora of tree species, such as larch and spruce, soaring to heights of several dozen meters, piercing the nocturnal sky. The mountain wind intensifies, whipping up numerous snowflakes that sting against the skin. Amidst the mournful howling of the cold wind, Qin Ming feels a shiver run down his spine as a pair of furry, formidable claws suddenly rests upon his shoulders from behind. Simultaneously, he perceives a wave of warmth emanating from behind, brushing against the fine hairs on his neck. and he realizes that a gaping maw is drawing near, intent on severing his nape. Instinctively, he shrinks his shoulders, crouches down, and rolls into the snowy ground beside him. Even so, he feels the bite of blood. The claws pressing against his shoulder possess a formidable strength, akin to sharp iron hooks, tearing through his padded clothing and injuring his shoulders. The snow collapses with a thunderous crash, revealing a terrifying shadow concealed within the snowdrift, tall, robust, and upon rising, it lunges forward after him. Qin Ming reacts with remarkable swiftness, moving across the ground like a serpent, narrowly escaping the perilous grasp. The ferocious shadow strikes once more, its razor-sharp claws capable of rending a man's face, coupled with a gaping mouth displaying glistening, menacing teeth. With no time to rise, Qin Ming remains composed, extending his hands to seize the forelimbs with surprising strength, asserting firm control. Those chilling claws hover perilously close to his face, almost touching, yet they cannot descend. As they confront each other directly, Qin Ming finally discerns the creature's visage. It boasts a massive donkey-like head, a wide mouth, and a long, black mane cascading down its neck, resembling a mountain wolf's body, fierce and poised to bite at Qin Ming's throat. The scene is fraught with danger, as the warm breath emanating from that blood-red maw envelopes Qin Ming's face, laden with a pungent scent of blood. He remained composed in the face of peril, gripping firmly the beast's forelimbs, utilizing its own claws to shield itself against the myriad of sharp teeth. Simultaneously, he coiled his body, drawing his legs inward to gather strength. And then, with an explosive motion, he kicked out forcefully, striking the creature's abdomen. Qin Ming was undergoing a remarkable transformation, his strength astonishingly potent. With a single kick, he sent the several hundred-pound mountain beast tumbling, rolling across the ground. The creature, known as the donkey-headed wolf, also referred to as the mountain hybrid, possessed the body of a wolf, yet was significantly more formidable. A typical specimen weighed no less than 180 pounds, but this particular aberration weighed an imposing 400 pounds. An ordinary person encountering it would undoubtedly meet their demise. Its limbs were elongated, enabling it to walk upright, and local elders had recounted bizarre sightings of this mountain hybrid carrying prey as it traversed the terrain. The mutated creature before him was both fierce and cunning. As it rose, it deftly pressed the nearby hunting spear into the snow. Qin Ming was taken aback. It displayed a semblance of intelligence. Recognizing the necessity of distancing him from his weapon, the donkey-headed wolf's gaze was menacing, its thick mane bristling, as it suddenly reared up, towering above him and roaring with an imposing presence. Unfazed, Qin Ming drew a short knife from his back and advanced, believing that even unarmed, he could vanquish it during this transformative phase. The donkey-headed wolf lunged, propelled by a foul wind, sending snow flying across the ground, its deep growl causing snowflakes to cascade from the branches above. The clash between his knife and the creature's massive paw resonated with a sharp, vibrating sound. Standing upright, the donkey-headed wolf, its eyes a blood-red hue, sought to grapple and tear at him. Yet, Qin Ming moved with lightning speed. The glint of his blade flashed, and blood oozed from the creature's mouth as its fangs were severed. He swiftly followed up, his right leg striking like an iron whip against the creature, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, eliciting a piercing scream of agony. Qin Ming lunged forward, pressing the 400-pound mutant donkey-headed wolf into the snow, relentlessly raining down punches upon it. With a resounding crack, he broke its neck, leaving it twisted and motionless. This aberrant creature, cloaked in a slick, dark pelt of considerable value, was remarkably well preserved. Had there been any witnesses, they would surely have been astonished to see the formidable mutant donkey-headed wolf succumb to Qin Ming's fists. Soon, Qin Ming discovered a remaining iron arrowhead lodged within its body. He could ascertain that this was indeed the very creature that had attacked him on his way to the red squirrel's nest. Although the distance had been somewhat great at the time, he had managed to strike the beast. Qin Ming gingerly touched his shoulder. The wound was shallow, and the bleeding had ceased swiftly. The encounter had been perilous. Had his reflexes been a beat slower, not only would his shoulders have been torn apart, but his neck would have been bitten through as well. Feeling the pangs of hunger reverberating in his stomach, he yearned to roast a leg of deer right there and indulge in a feast. However, lighting a fire in the darkness was akin to a beacon in the fog, exposing him to all creatures in the forest, rendering it exceedingly perilous. Qin Ming gazed down at the donkey-headed wolf, then at the nearby knife-horned deer, and finally at the low hills ahead. Carrying the two hefty carcasses over the mountains would prove to be quite a hassle. Thus, he resolved to lighten his load. With the knife-horned deer and the donkey-headed wolf freshly deceased, their bodies still warm, he unsheathed a short knife and deftly skinned them, crimson blood gushing forth and staining the snow. Although he was a handsome youth, his survival skills in the wilderness were remarkably proficient, having always relied on his own abilities to endure. With swift precision, he drew his knife, efficiently, and simply eviscerating the two prey, promptly burying the entrails in the snow to mask the scent of blood. He hoped that no dangerous creatures lurked nearby. Qin Ming was confident that the situation was manageable, for he had ventured into the outer regions of the forest. However, as he reached the halfway point up the mountain, he was startled by a tremendous commotion in the distance. This was no ordinary noise. It sent numerous birds soaring into the night sky and caused many mountain beasts to flee in haste. Had the scent of blood attracted a colossal beast? Qin Ming furrowed his brow, gazing towards the dense forest ahead. The sounds grew closer, accompanied by roars. As the snow-covered ground churned and the occasional snap of breaking branches echoed around him. Soon, he beheld a massive creature, towering like an armored vehicle, robust and ferocious. As it overturned various obstacles in its path, it bore wounds, stained with blood, suggesting it was a defeated giant that had fled to this area, not in pursuit of Qin Ming, but rather in a desperate retreat. He inhaled sharply. It was a wild boar of astonishing size, weighing no less than 1,500 pounds. It is known that a 600-pound wild boar can reign supreme among its kin, and this one far exceeded that, its body covered in bristly fur as thick as steel needles, with ivory tusks longer than an adult's forearm, exuding an aura of fierce intimidation. Qin Ming pondered anxiously. If such a formidable boar had been vanquished, what creature could possibly have hunted it down? He had initially assumed this behemoth would pass beneath the mountain and continue on its way, yet to his astonishment, the beast's nostrils flared, and it charged towards the lower slopes of the mountain. After sustaining an injury, it became exceedingly sensitive. The scent of blood in the forest provoked it. Qin Ming realized the gravity of the situation, not merely due to the immense danger posed by this colossal beast, but also because the enigmatic creature pursuing it might soon follow suit. Faintly, he began to hear disturbances emanating from the distant thicket. The wind's whisper diminished, gradually fading away. The king of wild boars, as massive as a hill, charged forward with ferocity and vigor, trampling the snow with reckless abandon. Branches that obstructed its path splintered and scattered everywhere, while some withered trees were snapped from their trunks. Qin Ming's expression shifted slightly as he ascended a colossal tree, one that required several individuals to embrace. Perched high above, he prepared to shoot its vital spots, eyes, heart, and other critical areas, with his bow and arrows as it drew nearer. The formidable wild boar king approached, its coarse black bristles standing erect. As it raised its head, its face became clearly visible, revealing a layer of black scales that shimmered with a cold, metallic luster, rendering it all the more menacing and fierce. Qin Ming furrowed his brow, fully aware that he had become the target of this intimidating giant. He knocked an iron arrow onto the bowstring, aiming downwards. Suddenly, an unsettling realization struck him. The forest had inexplicably fallen silent. The myriad birds and raptors that had soared into the night sky had vanished, and the fleeing mountain creatures seemed to have disappeared as well. The vast woodland was abruptly enveloped in an eerie stillness, an extraordinary phenomenon. Simultaneously, he observed a luminescent orb rising atop a distant peak, initially gentle in its glow, soon transforming into a brilliant radiance that ascended steadily. At this moment, the irascible wild boar king dared not emit a single sound. It retreated silently, fearful of snapping twigs beneath its weight. Cautiously, akin to a timid kitten, it sought refuge in the dense shadows of the forest, ultimately concealing itself in a hollow, buried beneath a layer of snow. In this eternal night era, the sky should have been devoid of all light, perpetually shrouded in darkness. Yet, at this very moment, a luminous orb illuminated the night sky, akin to a resplendent moon suspended above. Qin Ming's heart quaked with astonishment, for he discerned that it was, in fact, an insect. Chapter 8. Once shining. The clouds returned in this epoch. Darkness enveloped the world. Bioluminescent creatures were exceedingly rare. Their mere appearance often signified something formidable and deadly, warranting a hasty retreat from their vicinity. In the vast wilderness, countless perilous beings lay in wait. To dare to expose oneself in such a treacherous environment, unabashedly radiating light, was undoubtedly a manifestation of confidence, likely indicative of immense strength. Qin Ming silently descended to the ground beneath the tree, sheltering himself in the shadows of the dense thicket. His mind tumultuous. This was no ordinary luminescent creature. It illuminated the night sky. In an age devoid of sun, moon, or stars, such a wondrous sight was astonishing. The moon insect. He had heard of it before. Elders often recounted tales to the younger generations, speaking of a distant past when the sun and moon graced the heavens. Observing the bewildered expressions of the children, the elders would invoke the moon insect as an example. If one day you unexpectedly gaze upon the moon insect, you shall understand the essence of the moon. When the moon insect appears, no words are necessary. Its presence alone signifies its identity, for it shall be the sole beacon in the night sky. As the radiant orb ascended slowly at first, its glow was gentle. Qin Ming, perhaps influenced by preconceived notions, vaguely perceived the silhouette of a blurred insect. Now, however, it dazzled too brightly. Where could one discern the form of a bug? The intertwining brilliance resembled a resplendent disk, akin to a divine crown illuminating the night sky. The cicada, oblivious to the passage of seasons, typically, few insects endure the winter to witness the coming year. According to the elders, the moon insect has migrated to this region for over 50 years, dwelling deep within the majestic mountains, seldom revealing itself in external areas. According to local customs, it has long been documented, regarded as a renowned insect that has stood resilient in the mountains for half a century. People have reason to believe that its true essence may rival that of mythical beasts with even longer lifespans, such as the mountain lord. Qin Ming was lost in thought. Was the moon of ancient times truly like this? In the night sky, it appeared as though a celestial lamp hung high, shimmering brilliantly, casting a silvery light that fell upon the inky forests, blanketing the darkened wilderness in a soft sheen. This scene was starkly different from what he had previously witnessed. The dense, inky hues of the mountains were completely dispelled. The entirety of the world had transformed. As Qin Ming gazed upon this breathtaking vista, he could not help but yearn for the ancient world bathed in moonlight. What kind of realm was that? He understood that the moon insect merely illuminated the nearby two low hills, far from the brilliance of a true full moon, which, as legends say, shines over vast distances, casting its light across the boundless sky, a genuine luminescence. At this moment, silence enveloped the surroundings, whether it was the wild boar king, the mysterious creature in pursuit, or other birds and beasts. All lay quietly in hiding. Suddenly, a streak of luminous light pierced the vast sky, and the moonlight creature vanished, causing the surrounding area to swiftly lose its radiance, plunging the mountains and forests back into an abyss of darkness. A void filled Qin Ming's heart, yet he was gripped by an intense vision. When could he, like the moonlight creature, traverse freely, unfettered by the shroud of eternal night? With no time for further contemplation, sensing the various ferocious beasts momentarily deterred and hesitant to roam, he sprang into action, leading the antlered deer and the wolf with the donkey's head over a low hill, hastily making his escape. Deep within the mountains, a chilling howl echoed, abruptly ceasing. It seemed a powerful creature had met its demise where the moonlight creature had descended. The forest lay in silence, as neither the extraordinarily formidable beasts nor the repeatedly mutated renowned birds dared to make a sound. Approaching the village entrance, he glanced back, only to behold an endless expanse of darkness. The vivid scenes from moments ago lingered in his mind, leaving him somewhat dazed. Where had the ancient moon, which once illuminated the returning colorful clouds, vanished to in this day and age? On such a frigid day, only a few children were playfully chasing each other at the village entrance, reluctant to remain indoors. Brother Qin, did you venture into the mountains and hunt the antlered deer alone? A frail boy exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. The children's faces flushed red from the cold as they gathered closely, gasping at the sight of the hefty black wolf with a donkey's head. They fixated on the two prey, unable to suppress their salivation. Come to my house for meat in a bit, Qin Ming said with a smile. After enduring the journey, he yearned to experience the primal life of consuming raw flesh. He promptly boiled water and called upon Lu Zhe and Liang Wanqing for assistance. Xiaoqin, are you hurt? Liang Wanqing, ever observant, immediately noticed the bloodstains on his shoulder. It's a minor injury, nothing to worry about, Qin Ming replied, shaking his head. Lu Zhe examined him and, upon seeing that the wound was not deep and had already formed a scab, felt relieved. Soon, a rich aroma wafted through the small courtyard, as large chunks of meat simmered in an iron pot, while a deer leg sizzled over the fire, its fat dripping down. Qin Ming's stomach rumbled with hunger. He could no longer wait, and, with a small knife, sliced off a thin piece from the deer leg, heedless of the heat, and placed it directly in his mouth. It was well cooked and tasted exquisite. When Rue, have your wishes been fulfilled by your uncle today? When Rue took a bite, his eyes crescent-shaped with delight, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grain, exclaiming, so delicious. I almost forgot how long it's been since I had meat. You are truly wonderful, uncle. Qin Ming beckoned Lu Zhe and Liang Wanqing to eat first, assuring them that they would tidy up the remaining meat later. The 2-year-old Wen Hui could not bite into the roasted deer leg, and could only have the meat that was boiled and mashed. He pouted in dismay, gazing longingly at the others, which elicited laughter from the group. Qin Ming, in a critical phase of rejuvenation, felt intense signals from his body, craving meat with insatiable desire. He devoured it ravenously, finally achieving satisfaction. At that moment, a few children peered in from outside the courtyard, their faces dirty, drawn in by the enticing aroma of meat. Their eyes sparkled with yearning, yet they hesitated to step inside. Qin Ming immediately waved them over, saying, "Didn't I call for you at the village entrance? Come in quickly and join us for a meal." "Thank you, Brother Qin. Uncle, you are so kind." The children chimed in, each expressing their gratitude as they shyly entered the courtyard, soon puffing up their cheeks like little hamsters, incoherently exclaiming how delicious it was. "Take your time. There is plenty for everyone." Liang Wanqing, concerned that the children might choke, ladled some meat broth for them. Qin Ming felt his flesh and blood rejoicing, akin to a parched land receiving a nourishing rain. Countless new sprouts broke through the earth, heralding the birth of all things and surging with boundless vitality. Emerging from the maternal womb of the world, his body was experiencing a genuine rebirth. Lu Zhe and Liang Wanqing had long set aside their bowls and chopsticks, while Qin Ming continued to devour meat voraciously, his appetite seemingly insatiable, akin to a bottomless pit. This manner of feasting was somewhat alarming, and beads of sweat continuously formed on his skin, rising in a mist. His body was undergoing a vigorous transformation. Lu Zhe was astonished. He had not anticipated that Qin Ming's metamorphosis, which had begun yesterday, was still ongoing and even accelerating. What level was he approaching? A few children could eat no more, their bellies round and full, their small faces radiating immense satisfaction. Noticing their restraint, Qin Ming chuckled and said, "Are you all full? Then go and play." Soon, news of his hunt for the horned deer and mountain wild boar spread. Particularly, the fearsome reputation of the mutated donkey-headed wolf was well known. Ordinary people found it exceedingly difficult to survive an encounter with such a beast. How could Qin Ming, barely over 16, contend with a ferocious creature weighing hundreds of pounds? In no time, many individuals flocked to his courtyard, inquiring about the conditions in the mountains. If it was deemed safe, they were prepared to venture into the hills for hunting. "Mother, I am hungry," a little girl with patched clothing murmured softly. In this food-scarce winter, the aroma of roasted meat in the courtyard was particularly enticing, and some children hid behind their parents, gazing eagerly. Qin Ming, recalling the pangs of hunger, looked upon their frost-bitten faces, pitiful and red. He quickly waved his hand and called out, "Come over and eat together." The children did not immediately take their seats. Instead, they turned to look at their parents, displaying a blend of simplicity and restraint. "Xiao Qin, this won't do." "It was settled," remarked Qin Ming. With only a handful of families in the village, there was ample opportunity to distribute resources. "There is no rush." Qin Ming quickly waved his hand. The courtyard was filled with laughter, with a group of children particularly joyful, seated together and their little faces gleaming with grease from their meals. "Xiao Qin, tell uncle the truth. Have you experienced a rebirth?" Yang Yongqing inquired. Before nightfall, he had briefly encountered Qin Ming. It was astonishing how swiftly he had managed to vanquish the mutated donkey-headed wolf. Qin Ming nodded with a smile, saying, "Did Uncle Yang not mention that a noble lady would be descending? I was advised to strive for self-improvement and to present myself well. Additionally, having faced peril in the mountains ignited a surge within me, and I unexpectedly experienced a rebirth. You, young lad, are not sufficiently humble." Yang Yongqing chuckled, playfully pointing at him. Those present understood well that it was all due to Qin Ming's extraordinary physical constitution and the depth of his accumulated experiences. Everyone recognized the significance of this. In this region, where possibilities were boundless, he shone brightly. In this frigid weather, where breath could crystallize, Qin Ming's body radiated warmth. Increasingly so, with abundant sweat pouring forth, enveloping him in a mist. The vitality of your flesh is astonishingly robust, far surpassing my own in my youth, Yang Yongqing remarked, his beard trembling in astonishment. He comprehended that Qin Ming was accelerating his rebirth from head to toe, from within to without. First sweeping away the withered leaves of autumn and winter, and then budding forth like the branches of spring and summer. As drowsiness enveloped Qin Ming after a hearty meal, he felt as though he were succumbing to a unique form of hibernation, his eyelids heavy with sleep. He entrusted Lu Zhe with the task of distributing meat among the families, while he surrendered to his body's instinct, preparing to retreat into the depths of slumber. Today, Granny Zhou is being laid to rest. Please, do me the favor of delivering some additional meat to the Zhou family. Struggling against his fatigue, Qin Ming invigorated himself with a splash of cold water before reclining upon the Kong. Although the others were taken aback by his state, their understanding was not as profound. Yang Yongqing, having seen much of the world, observed that Qin Ming seemed to be shrouded in a mist of ethereal white, his powerful heartbeat resonating like a drum, which left him profoundly shaken. The most crucial aspect was that Qin Ming was still in the throes of rebirth, far from completion. Could it be that this new beginning might grant him a slender opportunity to approach the illustrious youths of great renown residing in the distant, radiant city? Soon, however, Yang Yongqing shook his head. No matter how exceptional one's innate potential, it could hardly rival the 3 generations of accumulation possessed by others. Moreover, those individuals were inherently remarkable in their own right. Chapter 9. The golden threaded jade garment. As the twilight descended, Qin Ming roused from his slumber. The sunstone in the copper basin casting a gentle, warm glow throughout the quiet home. Parched and feeling as though his throat were ablaze, he gulped down several bowls of ice water before finally exhaling a sigh of relief. It was then that he noticed something amiss. His garments felt slightly constricted, somewhat ill-fitting. Realizing the implication, he stepped to the doorframe to measure his height, confirming that he had indeed grown a little taller. Qin Ming found himself momentarily lost in thought. Although he had merely indulged in a brief nap, the experience had been astonishing, fostering an abundant resurgence of vitality within a short span, and further developing his innate foundation. He stretched his limbs, feeling as though he possessed inexhaustible strength. Upon arriving in the courtyard, he effortlessly lifted 2 stone millstones. He then attempted to hold one aloft with a single hand. Though it felt exceedingly heavy, he could manage it for a brief moment. Qin Ming was astonished to discover that he could barely lift 400 pounds with one hand. Did this not imply that he was now on par with several renowned youths from the distant, luminous city? He removed his ill-fitting garments and noticed that the scab on his shoulder had completely fallen away, leaving no scars behind, a testament to his rebirth. Subsequently, he began preparing dinner. Qin Ming brewed a pot of meat soup and roasted wolf ribs, their enticing aroma filling the air. Utilizing the flesh of mutated creatures to adequately fulfill the needs of his revitalized body, he feasted heartily on the meat and drank deeply from the bowl of soup. His body, already ablaze with heat, now drenched in perspiration as a surge of warmth coursed through him, radiating throughout his entire being. Although he was in the latter stages of his rebirth, it was not yet complete. He resolved to seize the moment, fully activating his physical vitality to expedite the process. His constitution surged with vigor, allowing him to execute once challenging maneuvers with effortless grace. It was as if a flame burned within him, yearning to illuminate his skin from within. Ultimately, golden specks appeared on his surface, breaking free from the confines of his flesh, with fine golden filaments emerging, though minuscule. They were discernible. This was an extraordinary occurrence, one he had never witnessed before. The golden filaments erupted from his flesh, accompanied by a faint trace of blood. At first glance, it seemed alarming, yet it posed no real threat to his being. Qin Ming experienced an unexpected sense of ease, his vital energies becoming increasingly invigorated and vibrant, as if he were undergoing a process of detoxification. It soon dawned upon him that this was a profound rebirth, purging all harmful substances from within. His pores seemed insufficient, as clusters of golden filaments emerged from his body, mingling with traces of blood, expelling the old impurities. The golden brilliance continuously manifested, densely populated, resembling golden needles in motion, interweaving upon Qin Ming's surface like a delicate seamstress at work, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Coupled with the faint white mist enveloping him, he exuded an ethereal aura. Unfazed by fatigue, he consumed wolf ribs whenever hunger struck, and after brief respites, he would resume stimulating his bodily vitality. Occasionally, he would delve into Lu Zhe's preliminary insights into the art of night meditation. Throughout the night, Qin Ming expelled copious amounts of sweat, his metabolism raging fiercely. His body tingled, akin to budding branches, teeming with life and infused with the essence of creation. When overwhelming drowsiness washed over him, he ceased his activities. After a quick rinse, he reclined upon the bed, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. In a haze, he perceived a faint silver glow manifesting on his surface, accompanied by a multitude of golden filaments emerging, akin to golden threads weaving through the silvery mist. Despite his profound weariness, Qin Ming felt a sense of wonder. The golden threads crisscrossed, segmenting the silver light into myriad squares, forming a dense network reminiscent of a field. Viewed as a whole, his body appeared to be encased in a garment of golden threads and jade. He found himself momentarily entranced, his thoughts wandering widely. Reminiscent of ancient emperors interred with jeweled garments and jade coffers, intricately woven with golden threads, symbolizing their yearning for immortality, forever in pursuit, even in death. Was the unconventional path he had noted in his childhood truly so extraordinary? During the process of rebirth, a veil of pristine, white mist naturally enveloped him, intricately interwoven with strands of gold, reminiscent of donning a gown crafted from golden threads and jade. Could it be that ancient emperors had heard whispers of such marvels, prompting them to commission the creation of such exquisite garments? He shook his head, dismissing the notion as fanciful. Soon, he succumbed to an even deeper slumber. As twilight descended, Qin Ming awoke, feeling a tightness in his body. It quickly became apparent that he had perspired profusely during the night, and traces of blood had mingled with the fine threads of golden needles, forming a delicate cocoon on his skin as the impurities dried. In the water vat lay a solid block of ice. After shattering it, he boiled a pot of water and refreshed himself. Clad in loose, clean garments, he felt an immediate sense of rejuvenation. Evidently, his body temperature had decreased, signifying that the process of rebirth was nearly complete. Qin Ming ventured into the courtyard and effortlessly lifted 2 stone millstones this time, managing to sustain the weight with one hand for an extended duration. Subsequently, he placed over 100 pounds of stone weights atop them. The burden was significant, pressing heavily upon his hands and proving quite laborious. The 2 rough stone millstones, coupled with the weights used for arm strength training, totaled over 500 pounds, yet he still managed to support them with one hand. Lu Zhe had once told him of a youth in the distant, radiant city capable of shouldering 600 pounds. Qin Ming's eyes sparkled with clarity, and a brilliant smile illuminated his face. His arms possessed the strength of 1,000 pounds. He hoisted half a deer and a leg of a donkey wolf, along with some ribs, and made his way to the adjacent courtyard. Little Qin, this is truly excessive. Brother Lu, sister-in-law, I cannot eat alone. I shall venture into the mountains again, for a change in flavor is always delightful, Qin Ming remarked. Uncle, you are truly kind. Otherwise, in a few days, we would be facing starvation, when Rue replied joyfully, having heard from his parents that the household's provisions were dwindling. Qin Ming affectionately ruffled his hair and said, with your uncle around, how could you possibly go hungry? In the cage, the mutated squirrel leaped about in agitation, chattering at Qin Ming in frustration. This spirited little creature bore grudges fiercely. Little Qin, village chief Su Yueping arrived, clad in a fur coat. Appearing to be in his 40s with a somewhat square jaw, bushy eyebrows, and bright, piercing eyes, his physique robust and strong. Uncle Su, Qin Ming greeted him. He replied with a hearty laugh, I knew you would prove yourself. Taking this step is akin to leaving a golden footprint. Little Qin, you seem to have grown taller. Has your initiation concluded? Lu Zhe inquired. Without warning, Su Yueping's right hand sliced toward Qin Ming's neck like a blade. The suddenness of the attack, at such close range, left little room for defense. However, Qin Ming managed to evade and counter with precision, seizing his wrist with a resounding thud. Your reaction speed surpasses that of other initiates. Su Yueping marveled, noting that at such proximity, even the most alert mountain beast would struggle to evade. Liang Wanqing gasped in surprise, only to realize that he was testing Qin Ming's capabilities post-initiation. Su Yueping's wrist was firmly grasped, leaving him unable to budge. The strength you possess as a new initiate, he revealed, astonished. Lu Zhe and Liang Wanqing were filled with anticipation, hoping that Qin Ming's physical capabilities would significantly improve, undergoing a transformative change. This was a matter of utmost importance, representing a chance to alter one's destiny. Qin Ming released his grip. Su Yueping's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. As the most formidable newcomer from Shushu village, he discerned that the young man before him had yet to exert his full strength. He spoke solemnly. I surmise that your strength is approaching 600 jin. Upon hearing this, Liang Wanqing was rendered speechless, for it was well known that the limit for newcomers in this region was to lift 500 jin. Lu Zhe was exceedingly exhilarated, exclaiming, "This! Even if he ventures into the distant city, he shall not be outmatched. Uncle is the strongest." When Rue clapped her hands and cheered, "Old Su, the mountain patrol has arrived." Yang Yongqing appeared, having just overheard the previous conversation, and was profoundly shaken. He realized that Qin Ming had surpassed the local newcomers' limitations. The arrival of the mountain patrol indicated that the situation was indeed serious. Su Yueping and Yang Yongqing departed hastily. After a brief interval, someone came to summon Qin Ming to the village chief's residence. He felt a sense of perplexity. Why had they sought him out? All newcomers were required to participate in a briefing by the mountain patrol regarding the conditions in the mountains. The messenger informed him that Su Yueping's home was quite lively, and with Qin Ming included, there were 7 newcomers present in the village. Even the elderly Lu, who was over 70, had not missed the gathering. The sunlight streamed in through the sunstone, illuminating the room, and the atmosphere was cordial. The representative from the mountain patrol, named Feng Yan, was currently discussing the situation in the mountains. Due to unforeseen circumstances, some nests of rare birds and extraordinary beasts had encountered problems, causing them to exhibit unusual behavior and prompting other creatures to flee. Will the situation deteriorate? What if a superior species emerges? Someone inquired. However, rest assured, the high-ranking officials will venture into the mountains to converse with those enigmatic beings, ensuring that tranquility is swiftly restored to this region, Feng Yan assured. Even in the event of a failed negotiation, formidable figures will shield us from the apex beings dwelling within the mountains. To be on the safe side, the members of the patrol team remain vigilant, while all the newcomers in the surrounding villages must prepare themselves. Feng Yan elaborated that the higher-ups are casting a wide net primarily to guard against the top-tier entities, although some smaller creatures might slip through the mesh. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions turned grave. The newcomers may indeed need to engage in battle. Feng Yan chuckled, "Do not be alarmed. The situation is not as dire as one might envision. Furthermore, should a great conflict arise, the luminous city in the distance will dispatch noble scions for training, all of whom are elites, ready to assist us in clearing the mountains." The people present exhaled in relief. "Brother Feng, to have patrolled the mountains late into the night and then rush here to bring us news is truly commendable," Su Yueping remarked. Feng Yan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What are you saying, Brother Su? This is merely part of my duty. Fear not. Should any ferocious beasts or mountain monsters emerge, they would have to tread over our bodies before they could harm anyone outside the mountains." Su Yueping personally presented a large iron platter containing a whole roasted rock goat. Its aroma enticing as he offered it to Feng Yan. He halted a few individuals who attempted to depart, saying, "No one leaves. Let us all share a couple of drinks with Brother Feng." Instantly, the atmosphere in the room became lively. "I assure you, there is no need for concern. This time not only the Lord who governs this region will be present, but it is said that an esteemed figure has been summoned from afar. There will be no disturbances, primarily to guard against the moon worm and the unpredictable mountain lord." After a few cups of wine, Feng Yan divulged a considerable amount of information. Qin Ming, astonished, listened intently, unaccustomed to the spicy old wine at the table. He contemplated sipping tea but then set the cup down, for it contained not only bitter tea but also ants the size of a thumb after drying, rendering the tea's composition rather complex. Su Yueping chuckled, saying, "Young Qin, a man must learn to drink. Furthermore, these black ants are highly nourishing, truly a treasure." Feng Yan turned his gaze towards him, remarking, "This young brother appears tender and unfamiliar." "Uncle Feng, you may simply call me Xiao Qin," he replied. Su Yueping introduced. "This is Qin Ming, just over 16 years old, a recent successful newcomer, the most promising youth in our region." I hope he can pursue his studies in the distant Qixia city. Others chimed in with admiration, fully aware of the immense potential possessed by one with a golden foundation. They raised their glasses in unison, the atmosphere at the table lively, as Feng Ian recounted some bizarre occurrences in the mountains. Have you ever encountered a mysterious field deep in the mountains? All the crops shimmer with a golden hue. Even the dense fog cannot obscure it, as brilliant golden light pierces the pitch-black night sky. But whose sustenance is that? Chapter 10. The Invisible Realm Neatly Arranged. The furrows of the fields showcased crops that gleamed from root to leaf, and then to the grains, resembling golden ornaments, strikingly prominent in the darkness of the deep mountains. Enveloped in an air of mystery, the individuals present were captivated by Feng Ian's words. What an extraordinary sight could exist amidst the dense fog of the mountains. Who is toiling there? Wubing inquired. Feng Ian shook his head, revealing that the lost ranger had stumbled upon it by chance, but dared not approach. They promptly reported the discovery, leading to high-ranking officials visiting the site, yet they could not locate it again. Elder Lu, who had surpassed 70 years, sighed. The night is boundless, and within the depths of the mountains and vast marshes lie countless unknown phenomena. The expansive, uninhabited territories are perilous to an extreme. Even the lord of the distant city would find it difficult to delve further. Mr. Lu, have you encountered any peculiar occurrences? Qin Ming asked. He recalled his youth when he and his companions were flying kites at the village entrance, only to discover a sticky substance upon reeling them in, blood on the kite. Right at our village's entrance? Yang Yongqing exclaimed, unable to restrain his gaze toward the night sky beyond the window. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Ming pondered. Could it be that a bird was injured and collided with the kite? Perhaps, Lu replied. When my grandfather saw the bloodied kite string, his expression changed immediately, urging me to keep the matter to myself. Decades have passed since. Elder Lu remarked that such occurrences near one's home always evoke discomfort. Let us allow Brother Feng to share more about the mountains, Wubing suggested. Have you all heard of the weeping beast graves? Feng Ian broached the subject with caution, his expression imbued with reverence and complexity. What type of grave weeps? Someone queried, noting their years of traversing the mountains without encountering such phenomena. Feng Ian clarified, beast graves. Do wild beasts even practice burial? Wubing replied, astonished. Feng Ian nodded and remarked, the desolate expanse shrouded in night mist invokes a sense of reverence. Anything extraordinary could transpire within its depths. On that day, the seasoned leader of the mountain patrol sensed an unusual disturbance in the forest. Apprehensive that a mystical entity might undergo a further transformation, potentially leading to chaos, he approached stealthily, eager to glean first-hand information regarding which peculiar creature or renowned beast was enhancing itself, enabling us to preemptively counteract any threats. As the old leader traversed the path, he was struck by the eerie realization that the unsettling sounds he heard were, in fact, cries. Nevertheless, he pressed onward, soon witnessing a white-furred elder beast weeping mournfully at a dilapidated grave, a sight both haunting and disconcerting. Feng Ian noted, that crumbling earthen tomb has existed for at least a millennium, as evidenced by the ancient cypress sprouting from it, which has surely thrived for 1,000 years. The old leader observed the white-furred mountain beast bowing in a manner reminiscent of a human, and to his astonishment, beams of light began to cascade down upon the vicinity of the tomb, illuminating the inky darkness of the forest. Subsequently, fierce birds of prey descended from the night sky, and from the marsh, grotesque creatures emerged, all drawn to partake in the solemn reverence. At this point, Feng Ian paused, and then, someone urged. The white-furred elder beast continued to prostrate itself, shedding tears, and inexplicably began to undergo a transformation. The act of mourning at the grave appeared to be a mysterious ritual, elevating its existential essence. A multitude of individuals mobilized, engaging in a fierce battle within the mountains. It is said that fortune favored their timely communication. Had the white-furred elder beast fully realized its potential, it would have heralded grave calamities. A pall of heaviness settled over the crowd. Although the world beyond the mountains remained relatively serene, concealed within the shadows lay untold secrets, as vigilant guardians silently upheld their watch, embroiled in clandestine struggles. Old Lu, with his snow-white hair and a face etched with wrinkles, sighed and remarked, there are more than just one or two individuals like the old team leader. A close friend I made in my youth dedicated his life to guarding the mountains, thwarting the perils posed by monstrous entities. In the end, he grew old, and whether he perished within those mountains remains a mystery, for he never returned. Feng Yan nodded in agreement, stating, "Most of the members of our mountain patrol have suffered grave injuries, with some unable to meet a peaceful end, leaving no trace of their remains." He cited the old leader's mentor as an example, recounting, in the past, that venerable elder was exceptionally skilled and held in high esteem. Despite having retired honorably after losing an arm, when word spread of a dangerous beast, he feared his juniors might falter and, to prevent others from walking into death, he dragged his wounded body into battle. Though he severely injured the creature, he ultimately met a tragic end, leaving behind only a vast pool of blood and half a blade. His greatest wish in life was to rest outside the mountains, alongside his deceased wife and children. Yet, that desire lay unfulfilled, his spirit unable to return, lost within the dark embrace of the mountains. Feng Yan shook his head in sorrow. The elder's wife and children had perished prematurely due to the chaos wrought by the beasts, leaving him a widower for life. Upon hearing these tales, Qin Ming felt the once pungent taste of the aged liquor had dissipated, and he lapsed into silence. Feng Yan, his spirits low, lamented, in the end. The mountain patrollers are left with the injured, the dead, and those who have succumbed to madness, reduced to beasts that consume raw flesh, drenched in blood and hair, transformed into true monstrosities. Alas, we remain uncertain of our fate. Perhaps the mountains shall become our final resting place. The atmosphere at the banquet was somewhat somber. Changes loomed in the mountains, and perhaps a sweeping inspection was imminent, leaving everyone uncertain about what lay ahead. Feng Yan downed his drink and said, "Brother Su, I must trouble you to bury these medicinal seeds." He solemnly produced a wooden box from his cloak, revealing 4 black seeds, each the size of a kidney bean. Su Yueping was taken aback and inquired, "Are we to plant them in winter?" Feng Yan's expression grew grave as he replied, "They must be nourished in the fire spring now, allowing them to flourish by early spring. The upcoming battle will undoubtedly place the mountain patrol at the forefront. Some brothers' lives may soon be on borrowed time. Even if they survive, they might emerge half-crippled, and it remains uncertain whether they can endure until the black moon matures. This is the salvation for many. Old Su, you must take this to heart. The black moon, rooted in the fire spring, boasts leaves like orchids. And when its abundant flower buds bloom, each petal resembles a crescent moon, casting a dark luminescence and enveloped in ethereal mist. Brother Feng possesses formidable skills. He will surely turn misfortune into fortune," Su Yueping remarked. Those present escorted Feng Yan to the village's edge, watching him vanish into the night. In these lean times, the mountain patrol still showed consideration, providing only 4 seeds. The essence drawn from the fire spring was sufficient to sustain them. Someone noted, "The patrol not only monitors dangers within the mountains, but also guards them. Various regions willingly cultivate life-saving herbs for them, without any resentment." According to their agreement, each village was to supply 4 to 8 black moon plants annually. With only 4, the impact on the crops in the fire fields would be minimal. The gathering eventually dispersed. Old Lu remained, fixated on the 4 black seeds, murmuring, "They truly have been cultivated." As Qin Ming departed, he noticed that Su Yueping appeared to be burdened with weighty thoughts. The streets have become bustling with numerous individuals, all equipped with bows and hunting forks, preparing to venture into the mountains. Yesterday, they had inquired extensively with Qin Ming about the conditions within the mountains, and today at dawn, they commenced their expedition. The primary motivation behind this is the dwindling food supplies in their households, leading to a scarcity of provisions. A bountiful harvest. They have successfully hunted 2 roe deer. Currently, the outer regions of the forest have settled into a serene calm. As long as one does not venture too deep, cautious hunting is feasible. Many children are joyously cheering, undeterred by the cold, exhaling white mist as they frolic about the streets, reminiscent of a festive celebration, significantly uplifting the atmosphere in the village. "Uncle, come to my house and taste the delicacy. Today we feast on venison." When Rue cheerfully called out to Qin Ming, "Uncle Su, are you off to deliver something?" "Yes. The patrol team has arrived, urging me to bury the black seed," Su Yueping replied. Qin Ming contemplated the arduous task of the patrollers, who face various perils, often risking injury or even death at any moment. Noticing Su Yueping's troubled expression, he refrained from probing further. "Against all odds, we managed to fend it off with our bows and arrows, escaping with our lives," they recounted, having narrowly survived. They acknowledged that their foray into the depths of the mountains had been too reckless and vowed not to make such a mistake again. As the dense night fog lifted, a new day dawned. Despite some injuries sustained yesterday, the incident did not deter others, particularly with the presence of new adventurers. One individual suffered a shattered shoulder blade. With a leg unnaturally contorted and a concave chest, blood foaming from his mouth, leaving his survival in question. We encountered a blood bear. Someone stammered in fear. The blood bear is a formidable mutated creature, its fur resembling blood, fierce and savage. Even the most seasoned adventurers may not survive an encounter with it. What about Brother Lu? Qin Ming swiftly made his way to the neighboring yard. He had ventured into the mountains. Upon realizing the situation, Liang Wanqing was immediately overcome with anxiety. I shall seek him out, Qin Ming declared, turning to depart. He ran ahead, his body stirring up great waves of snow on either side, startling Zhou Yuping, who was nearest to him, into a momentary stupor, while the others had long been left behind. As he approached the forest, Qin Ming came to a halt, for a group of people was staggering out. At a glance, he spotted Lu Zhe being carried out. Brother Lu. He rushed forward. Lu Zhe's face was ashen, his eyes closed, his clothing tattered and stained with blood. His chest and abdomen bore the brunt of the injuries, with at least 3 ribs fractured. What happened with the blood bear? Qin Ming inquired. With a look of lingering fear, someone replied, Indeed, had the patrolling ranger not appeared, many of us would have perished. Qin Ming fixed his gaze upon the shadowy forest, drawing forth his glistening short blade. Sister-in-law, Brother Lu has merely fainted, he reassured. He had meticulously examined Lu Zhe's wounds. The fractured ribs had not penetrated the internal organs. And after realigning and treating the injuries, the situation was not dire. Many had been hurt this time, and the cries of the elderly and children could be heard echoing in the streets. The atmosphere in the village was oppressive, and Zhou Yuping commanded, from this moment forth, no one is permitted to enter the mountains. As Qin Ming stepped into Zhou Yuping's courtyard, he discovered that old Lu and Yang Yongqing were also present. Do you intend to hunt the blood bear? Zhou Yuping inquired from within the house. Qin Ming replied in a low voice. Though Brother Lu bears wounds from the bear's claws, the fractured ribs appear more akin to those inflicted by a fist. If you share this sentiment, it is likely the work of a human hand, Zhou Yuping exclaimed, rising suddenly, his expression filled with indignation. Some individuals have gone too far. Qin Ming had long been aware and harbored various speculations. Ever since Zhou Yuping acquired the 4 seeds, he had been burdened with concerns. Zhou Yuping spoke in a low tone. The mountain patrol group is pressuring me to immediately bury the Black Moon seeds. I refused, and I never anticipated they would retaliate in such a manner. Old Lu remarked, there is something amiss with the seeds. They must have mutated. They will absorb the essence of the fire springs in abundance, adversely affecting the cultivation of the fire fields, and next year, we may face famine. Qin Ming's mind was in turmoil as he observed the boisterous figure of Feng Yan, who recounted the poignant tales of the patrol members, stirring deep emotions within. Yet, it was disheartening to witness such actions unfold. Yang Yongqing interjected, what Feng Yan mentioned are indeed true events, but they are unrelated to the primary members of this current group. This led Qin Ming to recall Yang Yongqing's earlier words. Some patrol members are quite responsible. At that moment, he sensed that Yang Yongqing was subtly implying that there were indeed those who were neglectful, conveyed with great delicacy. Old Lu lowered his voice. This group has hunted the blood bears. I have serious doubts that someone is now masquerading under that bear's skin to commit malevolent acts. Upon hearing this, a surge of indignation welled up within Qin Ming. The patrol members were meant to safeguard the mountains, protect the local populace, and earn their respect. Yet, what were they doing? While they appeared jovial and responsible on the surface, they were secretly perpetrating evil, their hands stained with the blood of villagers. What had happened to their former conscience? Is Brother Su at home? Feng Yan led 4 patrol members into the courtyard. It is all our fault. We have failed in our duty to protect our elders and fellow villagers. The bearded Feng Yan wore an expression of guilt, asserting that he would immediately pursue the blood bear. He felt an immense sorrow. The culprits had come to apologize after committing murder, a situation that felt like they were disdainfully looking down upon him, smiling mockingly. Qin Ming sat in silence, momentarily suppressing the urge to draw his sword. He expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that a true gentleman never fixates on the superficial. The name should not be excessively lengthy, just concise would suffice. Chapter 11. The Fall. Feng Yi stood tall, his beard resembling needles, his eyes bright, and his words powerful, presenting an image of straightforwardness. However, upon uncovering the truth, Qin Ming found himself utterly repulsed by him. "I sincerely apologize. We shall swiftly eliminate that blood bear to atone for our misstep," Feng Yi declared earnestly. Old Lu sighed, urging them to safeguard the mountains and forests, ensuring that the mutated creatures would not wreak further havoc. At his advanced age, he was quite agitated. The audacity of the perpetrator to come forth with apologies after taking lives was beyond comprehension. Such feigned sincerity, arriving in person, was akin to pouring salt on the wounds of the bereaved, showing a blatant disregard for their feelings and an utter lack of concern for potential backlash. Alas, the main issue lies in the injuries some of our brothers have sustained. The shortage of manpower during our patrol has led to this unfortunate incident, Feng Yi explained. He reiterated his request for Sui Weping to promptly plant the Black Moon, as the patrollers required it for healing in order to better defend the mountain. Sui Weping felt a surge of anger but had to stifle it. Feng Yi continued, "We shall set off immediately. We will not exit the mountains until the blood bear is slain. Su, I kindly ask you to visit the families of the injured and offer your condolences." Qin Ming found Feng Yi's insincere demeanor utterly grotesque. Sui Weping inadvertently brushed against his arm before rising to escort several patrollers. Clearly apprehensive that Qin Ming's youthful fervor might drive him to act rashly, Qin Ming understood that even if he were to eliminate a few patrollers now, it would inevitably provoke a bloody retaliation, considering that there were other members and additional groups involved. If anything were to happen to these individuals here, the entire Shuangshu village would suffer the consequences. Naturally, he refrained from any rash actions, rising instead to accompany Sui Weping and Yang Yongqing as they saw the others off. As those figures vanished into the dim wilderness, Yang Yongqing voiced his frustration. "I feel stifled. Is there any way to report this upwards?" Qin Ming inquired. "What faults can you identify?" "According to protocol, we should provide between 4 to 8 specimens of the Black Moon herb. Yet the patrolling group only requested the bare minimum of 4. You claim they are mutated seeds, but how can we verify that at this moment? They appear identical. And we can only speculate based on last year's poor harvest and the temperaments and behaviors of Feng Yan and his associates that they have successfully cultivated the mutated seeds this time." Lu Laotu added. "There is another significant reason," he continued. "They would not dare to act in such a manner without having established the necessary connections." Sui Weping interjected. "The favor bestowed by a highly esteemed patroller would be more than enough for their descendants to squander for a decade." Ultimately, Feng Yan and his cohort's insincere visits were merely a means to pressure Sui Weping into cultivating the herbs. They did not issue direct threats. Rather, they were courteous and gentle. Yet under such circumstances, their conduct was more insidious than outright intimidation. Qin Ming exhaled deeply. "This is an egregious affront." He then asked, "Is the Black Moon herb truly that vital?" Sui Weping nodded solemnly. "Its value post-mutation is exceedingly high. Prolonged consumption offers a slight chance of rejuvenation." Old Lu remarked. As a mountain patroller, having traversed the depths of the mountains for years, he had likely encountered exalted beings who would not yearn for further advancement. Just like myself, I too long for a revival. A second rebirth could extend one's lifespan and restore a semblance of youthful vigor. Who does not crave such a transformation? He elucidated the reasons and motivations behind the degeneration of certain members within the patrol group, adding, however, that one must possess a moral foundation. How could they, acting thus, ever claim the title of mountain patroller? Their actions pose a greater threat than the mountain monsters. A second rebirth. Qin Ming fell into a reverie. Sui Weping patted him on the shoulder and said, "You can surely achieve it." According to local records, those who lay a golden foundation for their rebirth have, in some cases, experienced their second awakening in less than 2 months. Today, the villagers who ventured into the mountains were stained with blood. Several bore grievous wounds, and it remained uncertain if they would survive. Many homes echoed with cries of despair. Sui Weping visited each household, offering assistance and treatment while suppressing his seething anger, his chest heaving violently. The middle-aged man Wang Qinglin lay unconscious on the Kong, his condition far more dire than anyone else's, despite being a reborn individual. After old Lu realigned his bones and wiped the blood from his hands, he remarked, "The broken bones have pierced the internal organs. Had it not been for our kind's vigorous life force, this would be a fatal injury." Qin Ming observed closely, convinced that these injuries were inflicted by someone cloaked in the guise of a blood-soaked bear. Additionally, some villagers had encountered mutated snow apes, their bodies marred by horrific lacerations. It seems the patrol group had once harbored one, Yang Yongqing whispered. Su Yueping's expression darkened, while old Lu sighed repeatedly. As Qin Ming walked home, a sense of heaviness filled his heart, igniting a desire to take action. The sole piece of good news is that Lu Zhe has awoken. Given his physical constitution, it is unlikely that he will suffer any lingering repercussions. Qin Ming refrained from divulging the details of the situation, fearing that such revelations might agitate Lu Zhe and impede his recovery. Brother Lu, how many members are there in a mountain patrol team? Qin Ming inquired, seeking to ascertain the capabilities of those involved. There are typically between 8 to 12 members, Lu Zhe replied, informing him that the team responsible for their region currently comprises 9 individuals, with only the team leader being a secondary reborn and notably strong. The leader's name is Fu Inteo, who seldom makes appearances. Lu Zhe expressed a sentiment. For many, exhausting all their efforts to reach the end is merely to attain a single rebirth. The notion of a secondary rebirth is something that seems beyond reach, an insurmountable boundary. Qin Ming remarked, it appears that this team leader can comprehensively dominate the other members. Lu Zhe nodded in agreement, stating, the enhancement in physical prowess during the first rebirth is markedly evident, while the secondary rebirth doubles that foundation. In our area, the limit for a first reborn is the ability to lift 500 pounds. How did that Fu leader fare initially? Qin Ming probed, trying to gauge the situation. He concluded that, in terms of physical capabilities, Fu Inteo, even after his secondary rebirth, was still inferior to him as a first reborn. He then rose to take his leave, assuring Lu Zhe that he should focus on recuperating without concern, for he would be there to manage everything. Even before his rebirth, he could sever bricks with his bare hands, and now he was undoubtedly even more formidable. With a powerful kick, he shattered a tree stump the thickness of his thigh. When he employed the techniques honed over years of practice, his focus intensified, and a shimmering ripple akin to fragments of gold appeared within his flesh. With a gentle collision, the stump disintegrated. After dinner, Qin Ming paid a visit to Su Yueping's residence. Uncle Su, are you still sulking? They have gone too far. Su Yueping felt a tightness in his chest. Please persuade your uncle. He hasn't even had dinner. Su Yueping's wife displayed a look of concern. Aunt, leave it to me. Qin Ming entered the room and sat down. After rehearsing a series of combat techniques at home, he was now calm and sought to discuss the next course of action with Su Yueping. You actually expect me to agree to them? Su Yueping abruptly raised his head, anger evident on his face as he said, do you understand the consequences? Next year, the yield from the fire fields will plummet, leading to famine. Uncle, let me finish. Qin Ming spoke quickly, genuinely worried about provoking him further. Go on. It is still early spring. What harm is there in temporarily conceding to their demands? If unforeseen circumstances arise, such as during the mountain clearing operation, they all perish, or perhaps heaven, unable to bear witness, allows them to be wiped out by the mountain beasts tonight. Or the magnetic field in the mountains fluctuates violently, driving the patrol team insane. Su Yueping regarded him with an odd expression, startled by Qin Ming's serious maledictions. According to Qin Ming's reasoning, should anything happen to those individuals, and an investigation ensues, there could be suspicion cast upon those with grievances against the patrol team. Without prior clarification, they might find themselves in a precarious situation. Su Yueping grew displeased and retorted, how could those what-ifs possibly occur? You are overthinking it. Qin Ming's expression turned grave as he stated, Uncle Su, what I mean is, let us temporarily agree and await the variables. He elaborated. The seeds can be initially cast into the fire spring and retrieved once the patrol team has departed, or afterwards. They can be coated with the transparent mineral gel found in the mountains to keep them separated from the fire spring. Qin Ming added, currently, every household is facing a scarcity of food. We must first ensure that the villagers can hunt safely in the mountains. Su Yueping sighed, acknowledging the validity of his statement. If they could not endure the present, how could they even contemplate the impending famine next year? Delaying this predicament only raised further concerns. He was still troubled. Feng Yan and his associates were ruthless and would undoubtedly exact a terrible revenge. There must be others backing them. Su Yueping rubbed his temples and suddenly seemed to recall something. Shao Qin, is it possible for you, in your initial vigor, to exert yourself to reach the threshold of 600 pounds? Yes, Qin Ming replied. Su Yueping sprang to his feet, exclaiming. Such an achievement would stand out even in the distant Qixia city. A smile gradually illuminated his face as he continued. Come with me to Yinteng Town tomorrow. Qin Ming felt uneasy under Su Yueping's gaze and responded, Uncle Su, we should first address our current predicament. Feng Yan mentioned that if he changed his mind, he could be found in town. Moreover, our visit to Yinteng Town might present a fortuitous romantic opportunity for you. What? Qin Ming exclaimed in astonishment. Su Yueping elaborated. A mysterious old noble has relocated from afar and is now residing in the town, possessing a remarkably beautiful daughter who has reached marriageable age. Qin Ming immediately shook his head, stating, Uncle Su, let us not invite humiliation upon ourselves. In the past, Su Yueping would never have dared to approach such a family. But the noble had openly proclaimed that he would choose a son-in-law based solely on merit, disregarding lineage. Qin Ming's extraordinary potential was astonishing, even in the radiant city far away, and this gave Su Yueping newfound confidence. Qin Ming expressed his dissent, yet was resolutely compelled by Su Yueping to partake in an evening of libations. The following day, as the night mist lingered, Su Yueping sought out Qin Ming to embark on their journey. Uncle Su, is it truly necessary to rise so early? Qin Ming inquired. I understand that you may still harbor some reluctance, but fret not. Upon our arrival, there will be no immediate need for your presence. I shall first visit the esteemed Guizhong family to gauge the situation. Su Yueping believed that if this endeavor succeeded, it would be splendid. If not, the consequences would be negligible. It was preferable to venture forth and test their fortune than to remain idle. As twilight deepened, the sky remained shrouded in gloom, with dense forests flanking the road, their shadows heavy and imposing. Occasionally, eerie calls of wild beasts and strange birds echoed from the distance. Qin Ming and Su Yueping trudged through the thick blanket of snow, making their way towards Yinteng Town, situated several miles ahead. Upon reaching the midway point, they suddenly halted, as a brilliant crimson light erupted from the distant woods, piercing through the night mist and illuminating the surroundings. A multitude of red butterflies emerged, dancing gracefully and painting the night sky in hues of scarlet, swirling in all directions. One reader remarked that flying kites at night seemed rather peculiar. However, one might envision a kite adorned with delicate shards of solar stone. The effect would indeed be captivating, wouldn't it? Chapter 12. Yinteng Town in the harsh winter. Amidst the icy expanse, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded within the forest. Radiant red clouds billowed forth, butterflies danced in the night sky, and a cascade of luminous rain descended, exuding an ethereal beauty. This extraordinary scene left Qin Ming and Su Yueping utterly astonished, prompting them to pause in wonder. The biting wind howled, causing the branches within the dense thicket to sway violently, stirring up large drifts of snow, while the distant red butterflies were swept along by the fierce gale. Su Yueping fixed his gaze upon the crimson-tinged darkness, ultimately discerning the nature of the phenomenon. A peculiar plant flourished, pulsating with vibrant vitality, while nearby beasts and raptors began to show signs of mutation. As he spoke, fluttering butterflies approached, a few swept over by the mountain breeze, revealing a multitude of luminous petals. Qin Ming casually scooped up several, his fingers tinted a delicate crimson by their glow. Su Yueping, in a bolder move, stuffed 2 petals into his mouth and consumed them directly. This extraordinary plant, in full bloom, exuded a potent aura of new life. With both its blossoms and fruits proving beneficial to the human body, their taste subtly sweet. Qin Ming also sampled a few petals, though he lamented the scarcity of them here. In the distance, the forest was thick with petals, resembling a blazing red dawn that dispelled the darkness of night. A multitude of birds soared into the night sky, chasing after the vibrant petals, while the forest floor echoed with the cries of monkeys and tigers. As myriad beings vied for the bounty, Qin Ming was eager to venture forth, but Su Yueping shook his head in caution, advising against it. Let it be. By the time we arrive, it may well be stripped bare, and we could encounter perilous creatures or mountain beasts. Sighing, Qin Ming remarked, not only in the deep mountains and vast marshes, but even near our dwelling, there is much that remains mysterious. I yearn to traverse the thick night fog and explore the boundless depths of the world. Su Yueping nodded in agreement, saying, having such aspirations is commendable. It fuels one's drive for progress. If given the opportunity, you should journey to the distant city of Qixia. He believed that only upon reaching there would one truly glimpse a fragment of the world's reality. He added, you might even consider pursuing your studies there. Has Uncle Su ever been? Qin Ming inquired, looking towards him. Su Yueping's eyes bore faint wrinkles at the corners as he remarked, I have been there. and it was a revelation. Gradually, I have come to terms with reality and have accepted my own mediocrity. His voice was calm, lacking the youthful vigor of his earlier years, now imbued with the weight of middle age. Zhou, having experienced much, offered this consolation to Qin Ming. A bitter smile crossed Su Yueping's lips, who among the young is devoid of dreams. He had a second thought, but deemed it too bleak and dispiriting to share. Not wishing to cast a shadow upon Qin Ming, he kept it bottled within, recognizing that many aspirations are ultimately eroded by the harshness of reality. After traversing a dozen miles, they had encountered not a single quarry. Su Yueping felt dissatisfied, yearning to hunt a creature in the wilderness to bring back to town for sustenance. It was likely that all prey had been drawn away by the alluring, mutated vegetation. Qin Ming noted. Well, at least we aren't returning empty-handed, he added. After several forays into the dense forest, Su Yueping finally succeeded in shooting a fawn, weighing around 40 pounds. The two moved swiftly, covering 13 miles, with Silver Vine Town now in sight. Under the cloak of night, the distant lights shimmered, and the silhouettes of buildings emerged like a beautifully crafted tapestry from tranquil times. Upon reaching this point, the number of travelers on the road became noticeably greater. Some were hunters returning from the woods, others were merchants bringing mountain goods to sell, and there were also beast-drawn carts transporting wares swiftly past. Su Yueping was well acquainted with Silver Vine Town and led Qin Ming directly onward. The main street was lined with numerous shops, their eaves adorned with vibrant red lanterns, bustling with activity. Each establishment displayed an array of splendid items, delicate porcelain, luxurious silks, and aromatic spices unique to the mountainous region. Along the roadside, delectable snacks like pancakes and wontons beckoned, their enticing aromas mingling with the sounds of vendors, infusing the air with a lively, homely essence. In comparison to this place, Qin Ming found Shuangshu village to be exceedingly desolate. Su Yueping inquired about the grain prices, only to be informed that they remained in a state of exorbitant demand, with supply failing to meet the needs. The heavy snowfall had rendered the roads impassable, making the transportation of grain from afar quite challenging. The central area of Yinteng Town was a realm of brilliance. The fire spring was located here. Despite being in a state of depletion, the pool, measuring 8 zhang on each side, still shimmered with glistening waves, enveloped in a mist of ethereal hues. A silver vine, as thick as a barrel, took root in the luminescent fire spring, which was the origin of the town's name. Although it appeared extraordinary, it remained an ordinary plant, possessing only a limited capacity to absorb the spring's spiritual essence. Qin Ming observed the pool's inhabitants, vibrant red shellfish, translucent as jade, their shells opening and closing, causing the fiery mist to dance. Known as fire shells, the pool could sustain only a few dozen of them, and they were reputed for their exquisite flavor. Rich in potent active substances, it was uncertain where they would ultimately be delivered or who would partake in their consumption. Su Yueping murmured that fire shells could only thrive in a secondary fire spring like this one in town. Otherwise, the spiritual essence would be insufficient for their sustenance. The most prosperous shops were situated near the fire spring, including a renowned weapons store, bustling with patrons. The harsh conditions of the wilderness compelled many to seek quality weapons. As delicate snowflakes began to drift from the sky, Su Yueping led Qin Ming toward a neighboring bar, its entrance adorned with intricately crafted chandeliers, while the interior illuminated by sunstones radiated a splendid brilliance. The bar business thrived later in the evening, and it was still early, leaving the place nearly deserted. "We won't be the first guests, will we?" Su Yueping inquired with a smile. He added, "Please inform your boss that we are looking for Feng Yan." The courteous smile of the young man suddenly broke the silence as he remarked, "Our boss is not present, but he has given prior instructions to assist you in locating Mr. Feng. This tender venison should suffice to exchange for some fine wine, wouldn't it?" Su Yueping considered the venison as currency. The proprietor here identifies himself as a West Hulua person. Many years ago, his father, as a retainer, followed a master who journeyed on a strange bird from the west. Su Yueping conveyed this to Qin Ming. Some say that the master traveled the world, while others claim he met his demise at the hands of a lunar insect while exploring the depths of a high fire spring in the mountains. His followers settled here, establishing a bar business. Mr. Feng is expected to appear around noon today. Moments later, the young man returned with news and prepared to summon assistance. Su Yueping waved his hand, saying, "No songs or dances are necessary. Simply bring forth food and fine wine, for we intend to discuss matters today. The bar's decor was exquisite, adorned with a variety of crystal chandeliers, although the embedded sunstones were rather small, creating a mesmerizing play of light. Sui Weping quietly said, "It is still early. Little Qin, you wait here. I shall pay a visit to that esteemed elder." Qin Ming nodded, aware that Su was seeking fortune at the home of an old nobleman, and knew that any attempt to dissuade him would be futile. The bar fell into a tranquil hush as Qin Ming sipped the amber liquid from his glass. Though it was not fiery, he still found it difficult to acclimate to. Time passed slowly as he gazed out at the snowflakes drifting outside, observing the ebb and flow of people, experiencing the vibrancy and liveliness that was seldom seen in Shuangshu village. "Uncle Su, are you well?" Qin Ming inquired. Sui Weping remarked, "What could possibly be the matter?" "Upon my arrival, I was met with utmost courtesy and warm hospitality, with assurances of an opportunity to come." Qin Ming, taken aback, found the scenario to be quite contrary to his expectations. The other party had not declined. Upon further inquiry, he was left speechless. The one who extended such cordiality to Sui Weping was merely the steward, and it was utterly improbable that he would encounter the esteemed noble himself. The steward, adorned with a gentle smile, seemed more intent on maintaining decorum, indicating that many visitors had recently come, and he would arrange for the distinguished youth to meet the noble at a later time. Qin Ming interjected, "They are subtly declining your overture." Sui Weping took another sip of his drink and replied, "You are capable of bearing 600 pounds. Such a remarkable feat ought to warrant their admiration." Qin Ming countered, "You have inadvertently revealed my background." Though they wear smiles, their demeanor towards you is decidedly lackluster, which speaks volumes. Moreover, as you have noted, they hail from afar, perhaps from a resplendent city, undoubtedly seasoned by the grandeur of life. Sui Weping recalled certain rumors regarding the noble lady's extraordinary talents and furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "You too have dazzled this region. How could they look down upon us?" Though a sense of discontent lingered within him, the polite reception by the steward had instilled a sense of foreboding. He yearned to assist Qin Ming in seizing this opportunity while simultaneously addressing the pressures posed by the patrol team. Qin Ming's expression grew grave as he cautioned, "Uncle Su, do not dwell on this matter. We ought not to entangle ourselves with those enigmatic nobles who come from grand locales to our humble town." Sui Weping immediately became aware of the implications, pondering whether their visitors were in seclusion or fleeing from trouble. He solemnly nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "You are right. The midday hour belongs to a time when the night is still faintly illuminated, allowing one to glimpse the indistinct mountains beyond Yinteng Town." Feng Yian made his entrance, accompanied by two patrollers, braving the wind and snow as they stepped into the bar, bringing with them a chill. Observing his disingenuous demeanor, Qin Ming felt an overwhelming aversion, wishing to unleash a punch upon this bearded man. He had already learned from Sui Weping that this group of patrollers was hardly diligent, only appearing in the mountains during the mid and end of the month. Although the sun had vanished and the bright moon and stars were no longer visible, people still adhered to the old calendar, often referencing the beginning and end of the month. Frequently, some members of the patrol would linger in the bars and restaurants of various towns, even keeping mistresses. Sui Weping forced a smile, responding, "Brother Feng, you are too kind. We know the hardships of your patrol. We haven't been waiting long." Feng Yian then turned to Qin Ming, saying, "Young brother Qin, you possess remarkable talent and boundless potential. I hope you will consider joining our patrol group in the future." He patted Qin Ming's shoulder in a gesture of camaraderie, then called for a server, requesting a private room. Feng Yian glanced back at the two men, instructing, "Su and I will have a private conversation. You two accompany young brother Qin and order some drinks, and perhaps see what delectable dishes the neighboring restaurant has to offer." His primary intention was to shed his facade and converse privately with Sui Weping. Once ensconced in the private room, his demeanor shifted. "Old Su, you are quite misguided. If one becomes overly earnest in their dealings, it can be exhausting and painful. Do not forget, you have a wife and children. It is not unusual for wild beasts to occasionally emerge from the mountains and intrude upon your home in the dead of night," Feng Yian remarked, lightly patting Sui Weping's face. At this moment, he was no longer magnanimous. Instead, he wore a detached smile, his gaze growing increasingly cold, a blatant threat. "You have made me quite uncomfortable this time. You refuse to bow unless you spill blood in the mountains, don't you? I even made a special trip here for you." The team leader was not pleased upon hearing this. Feng Yian increased the force and struck Sui Weping's face once more. A quarter of an hour later, Feng Ian was the first to emerge from the private room on the second floor, a smile gracing his face. "Let us go," Su Wubing said to Qin Ming. Qin Ming shook his head in refusal. "No, I prefer to leave with Uncle Su. The wilderness has been quite perilous lately. It's better to have each other south company on the road." As they vanished through the bar's entrance, one of Feng Ian's companions remarked, "That young man, even with his golden foundation, is of no consequence. Clearly, he and Su Wubing are of the same ilk. There is no need to treat him with such courtesy." Feng Ian replied, "Indeed, it remains uncertain how far he can go. He is not on the same path as us. But since we have yet to reach the point of conflict, it is prudent to extend some courtesy, unless we are certain of eliminating him immediately." "Uncle Su." Qin Ming noticed a faint handprint on Su Wubing's left cheek, and he immediately understood that Su Wubing had been humiliated in the private room. He could empathize with that sense of indignity. A surge of anger welled up within him. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Uncle Su, they have repeatedly committed malevolent acts. I believe even the heavens cannot condone this. They will soon face retribution. Gratitude, life and death are but illusions. Thanks to the two Silver Alliance leaders for their support." Chapter 13. The passion fades. Su Wubing remained silent until they departed from Yinteng Town. He plunged into the dark forest, striking a massive tree with his fist, causing snow to cascade from its branches. "Had I been without a family or 20 years younger, I would have resolutely taken Feng Yan with me, even unto death." He gasped laboriously, feeling an overwhelming sense of oppression, his arms trembling slightly. He had endured humiliation in the private room, and the imprints of fingers still marred his face. As a man, he found it unbearable to swallow this insult. Yet, burdened by responsibilities and no longer youthful, he was compelled to endure. Clenching his fists, he murmured, "My fervor has been eroded by the trials of life." Qin Ming was at a loss for words, his own emotions mirroring the turmoil around him. "Uncle Su, do not let their malevolence provoke you. Such wickedness will eventually meet its due retribution." The night sky was still graced by gentle snowflakes, and the two exchanged few words as they walked, Qin Ming striving to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere with conversation. "Why has the mountain not yet been cleared?" Su Wubing replied. "They are likely still negotiating with the mysterious entities within the mountains." Subsequently, his expression darkened as he broached a troubling subject. The patrol team was concocting a catalyst solution, set to arrive in Shuangshu village in 3 days, to be poured into the fire spring. It was evident that this solution, beneficial to the growth of the Black Moon, would be detrimental to the fire fields. "Have the other villages acquiesced?" Qin Ming inquired. Su Wubing sighed. 3 of the villages faced complications. Given the continuous decline in fire field yields over recent years, they too suspected an issue with the seeds. However, ultimately succumbing to pressure, they consented. Only the neighboring Qingsang village remained hesitant. The patrol team dared not exert too much pressure on the individual who had imparted advanced techniques to Erbingzi. With the middle of the month approaching, Qin Ming gazed up at the somber sky. He was already aware that the patrol group would only appear in the mountains around mid and late month. At that moment, a colossal bull with a strikingly crimson coat emerged from a fork in the path, impossible to overlook. Its back towered significantly above that of an adult man, its dense, lustrous fur gleaming with a reddish hue. In addition to its 2 normal curved horns, it possessed a straight, sword-like horn protruding from the center of its forehead, unmistakably marking it as a mutated creature. However, the most captivating sight was the man seated atop the beast, who was extraordinarily tall. If he stood on the ground, he would surely exceed 3 meters. His long black hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his eyes, sharp as blades, briefly scanned the 2 onlookers. The fire-red mutant bull trampled through the snow with remarkable speed, racing towards Silver Vine Town. Such a towering figure, Qin Ming marveled. "He treads a different path," Su Wubing remarked, observing the receding silhouette. "Is it due to premature maturation that leads to such an early development?" Qin Ming inquired. "According to the wisdom of predecessors, the optimal age for physical maturation is around 15 or 16, laying a solid foundation. The most crucial aspect, however, is that such giants often meet an untimely demise, as their drastically altered bodies frequently spiral out of control." Su Wubing explained. "Only prominent families with ancestral knowledge and abundant resources can nurture individuals of this caliber, allowing them to flourish. A rare few giants manage to survive and, upon rising, become incredibly formidable, capable of overpowering 10 opponents with sheer strength. These individuals follow the path of the giant spirit." He emphasized that ordinary sects are simply incapable of such cultivation. He speculated that the man and beast they had just witnessed likely hailed from Qixia City. In discussing the issue of physical maturation, Qin Ming smoothly transitioned to mention the leader of the patrol group, Fu Inteo. Sui Weping turned to him and said, "Xiao Qin, you wouldn't be considering confronting them, would you? Please, do not entertain such thoughts." Qin Ming shook his head and replied, "Uncle Su, you are overthinking it. I am merely a newcomer, lacking both the qualifications and the strength to face the second-generation newcomers." Sui Weping let out a sigh of relief. He genuinely feared that Qin Ming, in a moment of impulsiveness, might jeopardize himself. Although the primary focus of the initial newcomers is a comprehensive skill set, it predominantly leans towards physical strength, while the second-generation newcomers exhibit a slight inclination towards agility and speed. As they engaged in casual conversation, Qin Ming gradually delineated the prominent domains and capabilities of Fu Inteo in his mind. It was a close call. Even I, as a newcomer, nearly sustained injuries. The creatures in the wilderness are increasingly restless. Indeed, a thorough sweep of the mountains is warranted. Sui Weping felt a surge of apprehension. Just moments ago, a mutated spiked leopard had ambushed him from behind, striking like a bolt of black lightning, leaving him defenseless. Had it not been for Qin Ming's intervention, he would have been overwhelmed. This area has recently witnessed the emergence of mutated flora, rendering it rather perilous. We should not linger here. Without delay, the two of them set off, dragging the mutated spiked leopard, which weighed a hefty 450 pounds. Its body adorned with 5-inch-long black spikes from its abdomen to its head. Upon returning to the village, Qin Ming was immediately enveloped by a sense of oppression and gloom. Even the children who usually frolicked in the snow had noticeably dwindled in number. After Sui Weping distributed the leopard meat among the households, he trudged homeward, utterly fatigued, primarily from the mental strain. Standing by the bright fire spring, Qin Ming gazed into the wilderness, where the distant shadow of the mountains flickered in and out of view. In 3 days, the catalyst solution will be delivered to be poured into the fire spring. The pressure you exert is truly overwhelming, leaving no time for respite. He murmured softly. He ventured into the wilderness, preparing to ascend the mountains, initially to scout the path ahead. The night was still young, and he had no intention of engaging in any reckless actions. Most importantly, there were still 2 days until the full moon. Must you truly drive a man to desperation? Disregarding the looming famine of the coming year and the plight of others, Qin Ming strode confidently into the forest. This time, he did not carry a hunting spear, as it was unnecessary following his complete rejuvenation. Instead, he bore a bow and arrows along with a chopping knife. He was aware of the patrol team's stronghold and walked purposefully in that direction. The wind howled fiercely, and snow continued to fall, creating an environment in the mountains that was advantageous for him, effectively erasing any traces he left behind. Each patrol team was responsible for a designated area, encompassing 6 to 8 villages, and the resting place of Fu In Tao and Feng Ian was just ahead, requiring no deep foray into the mountains. After traversing vast expanses of forest and scaling several peaks, he approached his destination. A mountain peak emitted faint red glimmers, indicating a minor geothermal spring, barely qualifying as level 1, less luminous than the one in Shuangshu village, yet sufficient as a stronghold for the patrol team. This location had previously been occupied by a formidable mutated creature, which had been exterminated years ago by Fu In Tao and his team. Deeper within the mountains lay advanced geothermal springs in an idyllic environment, where the mysterious beings residing there looked down upon the dim springs of the outer regions. Qin Ming observed from a neighboring peak, noting the flickering flames across the way, where several wooden cabins stood on a flat expanse, with figures moving about. On ordinary days, no more than 2 or 3 patrollers would linger nearby. Their collective endeavors were solely to seek out mutated flora and sentient beings, yearning for a second chance at life. He raised a remarkably keen-sensed mutated creature. Qin Ming furrowed his brow as he spotted a sizable golden mastiff, its bulk comparable to that of a ferocious tiger. His expression soured upon noticing a brilliantly furred snow ape, clearly a domesticated anomaly, luxuriating in a thermal spring. Some villagers had previously encountered attacks from the snow ape, resulting in broken ribs for some and nearly severed arms for others. Qin Ming gazed intently at the mountain peak for a considerable time before silently vanishing into the night. Emerging from the forest, he cast his gaze towards Shuangshu village. Beneath the cloak of darkness, the village entrance shimmered with fiery hues. While nearby houses appeared to be adorned with golden edges, their outlines softly blurred, with wisps of smoke rising from several homes. It was a scene of gentle beauty. Yet upon entering the village, Qin Ming was met with the sound of weeping. Qian Bo had succumbed, having just passed away. Alas, a crowd of villagers gathered at the Qian family's doorstep, some unable to suppress their sighs. Elder Qian, aged and nearly strangled by that snow ape, had barely survived until this moment. Qin Ming listened in silence, refraining from uttering a word. This marked the third casualty of the recent events. Su Yueping and old Lu also arrived, their faces heavy with sorrow, aware of the truth and harboring deep resentment towards Feng Yan and his ilk. The following day, as Qian Bo was laid to rest, members of the mountain patrol appeared at the village entrance. Feng Yan approached with a sigh, presenting a roe deer to the Qian family. Observing his feigned sympathy towards the grieving family, even the elderly Lu felt repulsed, turning his face away. The Qian family, unaware of the underlying truth, harbored gratitude towards him. Qin Ming clenched his fists in silence. One roe deer in exchange for a human life? The hidden injustices were glaring, and Qian Bo's life seemed woefully undervalued. A tall man clad in armor spoke. Both the blood bear and the ferocious snow ape have been slain. You may venture into the mountains to hunt with confidence. Qin Ming recognized him as Xiao Chengfeng. On a previous expedition, Qin Ming and Yang Yongqing had encountered this man along the path, and he had seemed diligent and hard-working as he patrolled the mountains in the dead of night. Now, however, this individual spoke falsehoods with his eyes wide open, shamelessly claiming credit for the misdeeds he had committed, an act truly despicable. Subsequently, several members of the patrol group approached Su Yueping. They were not there to console the villagers, but rather to personally inspect the situation regarding the buried seeds of the Black Moon. Brother Su, thank you for your hard work. Feng Yan expressed his satisfaction, patting Su Yueping on the shoulder. Qin Ming stood by the fire spring, sensing that although Su smiled, there was no warmth in it. Su Yueping's face remained expressionless, haunted by the humiliation he had endured in Yinteng Town, feeling a pang of pain both on his face and within his heart. Xiao Qingfeng remarked, "Last time, I misjudged. I had no idea that young brother Qin is a newly emerged individual with a golden foundation. Once the mountain clearing operation commences, we will likely fight side by side. Why not join our patrol group directly and become one of us?" Qin Ming promptly declined, ignoring the gradual fading of Xiao's smile. Soon after, the patrol group departed, and it was evident without the need for probing that the young man harbored animosity towards them. Let us not waste time. The fire spring in the blood bamboo forest is about to extinguish. We might as well use him to scout the way. They casually conversed as they vanished into the wilderness. That day, Qin Ming diligently sharpened his machete in the courtyard. Gratitude extends to the likes of Shepi Erdaiji, Manman Manzi, Xuanfang, and the perplexity of finding a captivating book. When your hair reaches your waist, would you consider marrying me? I express my heartfelt thanks for the support from several esteemed leaders. Chapter 14. The first kill sufficiently sharp. Qin Ming rose from the whetstone, the wood-cutting knife in his hand gleaming like a polished mirror, reminiscent of a tranquil autumn lake. Individuals such as Feng Yan and Xiao Chengfeng are not worth lamenting. However, should a good person meet with misfortune amidst them, it would be a great pity. He sought to unravel the truth. In the evening, old Lu was accompanying Su Yueping for drinks, with each of them nursing a single cup, savoring the flavor of the liquor as their supply was dwindling. The jar of spicy aged wine at Su Yueping's home was nearly empty. A single deer could equate to a human life, devoid of any semblance of humanity. While sipping his drink, old Lu cursed, feeling a sense of gloom within, knowing he could not share these thoughts with the Qian family. Su Yueping's greatest concern lay in the possibility that individuals like Feng Yan and Xiao Chengfeng could indeed undergo a second rebirth, a scenario that would be even more dire. Was there truly not a single virtuous soul among the mountain patrol group? Qin Ming arrived, prompting old Lu to remark, "If a basket of pears has spoiled considerably, neglecting them will jeopardize the rest." The mountain patrol group could accommodate up to 12 members, yet currently, only 9 remained. Those who did not fit in were either ostracized or had met with accidents in the mountains. Is there no one who can counterbalance or confront them? Qin Ming casually inquired. Su Yueping vigorously shook the wine jar, managing to pour a meager amount of liquid for him, urging him to sit and drink together. Old Lu pondered for a moment and remarked, "Some of the mountain patrol teams are at odds with them. Whether due to personal grievances or competition for the spiritual treasures within the mountains, which has led to incidents of bloodshed. Wubing interjected. And then there's the neighboring Qin village. They were not compelled to cultivate the Black Moon. It seems that the relative of that troublesome fellow possesses quite a bit of influence. At this juncture, he turned to Qin Ming and said, "Young Qin, you have a solid foundation of golden roots. It is time for you to formulate a plan. When early spring arrives, venture out and explore. Do not confine yourself here." He was cognizant of the characters of Feng Yan, Xiao Qingfeng, and others, fearing that Qin Ming might fall prey to those ravenous mountain patrollers. Qin Ming contemplated and responded, "A plan? I am quite curious about where I fled from during those years of hardship. Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten, as I have always regarded you as one of us here." Wubing, unsure of how to console him, opted to shift the topic. He spoke of the brilliance of Qixia City, its unparalleled prosperity, and the exceptional talents it harbored, perhaps hinting at the possibility of acquiring advanced meditation techniques and qi cultivation. Old Lu concurred, "I too support your decision to venture forth, young Qin. Youth should be imbued with ambition and dreams. Otherwise, when one reaches my age, one finds oneself feeble and unable to traverse anywhere, left only with regrets and a sense of despondency." Wubing chuckled, "Uncle Lu, I have heard that your aspirations were once quite lofty." Old Lu, unfazed by the mention of bygone days, replied, "Who hasn't he been young? What were your ambitions back then?" Qin Ming inquired with keen interest. "What was the outcome? Once, while collaborating with a patrol team, we unexpectedly encountered a renowned beast. It charged past us, and had it been any closer, it could have annihilated us all. Thus, I found myself drained of vitality, utterly unable to grasp the threshold of rebirth, and I abandoned all hopes. Moreover, that young lady was wed to one of my rivals." Qin Ming raised his glass in tribute to him, and how profoundly tragic it was. Old Lu chuckled and remarked, "In my indignation, I ended up marrying his sister, compelling him to call me brother-in-law for life. It must be credited to you. The three of them each had but half a glass of wine. Yet they drank throughout the night, barely managing to cope. Subsequently, he filled the quiver, wrapped in animal hide, with iron arrows, and took out spare clothing to place in his pack. Tomorrow marked the midpoint of the month. He gazed at the profound night sky. That evening, he retired early to sleep, aiming to restore his spirit to its optimal state. In the latter part of the night, he awoke, having rested sufficiently. Although the hour was still far from twilight, he silently pushed open the courtyard door. In the deep of night, all was still. The darkness was thick and unnerving, rendering ordinary people nearly blind. Following his rebirth, Qin Ming's physical prowess had been enhanced in every aspect, including his vision, allowing him to perceive indistinct shapes even in such extreme conditions, without hindrance to his journey. He chose not to pass by the fire spring, but opted for a narrow, secluded path instead. Snowflakes had been falling continuously, and their intensity was increasing. His long black hair danced in the night breeze. His tall frame was neither frail nor delicate, but robust and powerful, striding resolutely towards the mountains. The faces of the injured villagers surfaced one by one in his mind, along with the scene of Qian Bo's funeral, where Feng Yan handed a roe deer to him. The memories lingered painfully in his heart. He could endure no longer and resolved to confront the mountain patrol today. Qin Ming advanced into the mountains with unwavering composure, his heart already set on a desire that dispelled any notions of anxiety or trepidation, akin to embarking on a journey home. The cacophony of howls from various creatures echoed through the dense forest, while ominous shadows swept through the air. The abyssal darkness of the forest was punctuated by numerous malevolent eyes. Some glowed a blood red, others a ghostly green, and still others shone with a cold silver, all fixated upon him. The sounds of alien beasts' labored breaths and the piercing calls of raptors echoed nearby, rendering the midnight mountains exceptionally perilous. Suddenly, Qin Ming quickened his pace, propelled by a physical prowess that surpassed the golden foundation of strength. In an instant, he charged towards a larger beast, wielding his axe like a streak of lightning. With a resounding thud, it severed the massive head from its body, blood gushing forth as the headless carcass, weighing over 600 pounds, crashed to the ground. In that moment, silence enveloped the vicinity, and the green and red eyes lurking in the darkness vanished. Resolutely, Qin Ming pressed onward, his destination clear and his determination unshakable as he made his way towards the stronghold. Moments later, the headless mountain beast was torn apart by a pack of carnivorous creatures, the sounds of their fierce competition for the remains resonating through the air. Approaching his target, Qin Ming stood atop a neighboring peak, observing the stronghold across the way, where a fiery spring bubbled. Fu Inteo. Recognition dawned upon him. He had heard of this individual, noted for his naturally curly hair, and realized that this formidable leader was already within the stronghold. Shortly thereafter, he spied 4 figures emerging from a wooden cabin, including Feng Yan and Xiao Qingfeng among them. They had arrived ahead of schedule. Qin Ming furrowed his brow, suspecting they must have reached the location the previous day. He descended the mountain at a steady pace, stationed on the only path leading to the stronghold, awaiting the arrival of 4 others. He resolved to eliminate them first. The falling snow had turned his black hair to white. He stood motionless as twilight approached, the mountain mist gradually dissipating, revealing a less foreboding darkness. For the newly awakened, the vista expanded before them. Qin Ming observed a figure approaching, clad in a fur cloak from the direction of the mountain. The face was familiar. This man had once been at the side of Feng Yan when he humiliated Su Yu in Yinteng Town. Like an ice sculpture, Qin Ming remained hidden behind a large tree before springing into action, his hair crackling like thunder as he swiftly closed the distance, colliding with the man and producing a dull thud. The man's bones shattered in multiple places upon impact. His eyes bulged in agony, but he was unable to scream, as a powerful, elongated hand had seized his neck first. With a sharp crack, the ranger's neck was snapped, and due to Qin Ming's overwhelming force, the vertebrae were crushed, nearly tearing the head from the body. The man's head hung limply to one side, his neck appearing as if merely connected by a layer of skin, his face frozen in a visage of terror and despair even in death. Qin Ming dragged the man deeper into the thicket, detecting the scent of alcohol and the cloying aroma of perfume on him. No wonder the man had been slow to react. After a night of revelry, he had succumbed to a drunken stupor, meeting a fitting end. After rummaging through the man's belongings, Qin Ming discarded him at a distance. Taking a deep breath as his emotions surged, this was his first act of killing. Though he had mentally prepared himself in advance, he still felt a twinge of discomfort. In order to cultivate the black moon in the fire spring, you have ruthlessly slaughtered villagers, posing a greater threat than the ferocious beasts of the mountains. Today, I shall annihilate you all, ridding the world of this scourge. This is the fulfillment of my innermost desire. Qin Ming remained composed, perceiving this group of mountain patrollers as vile beasts and monstrosities. He regained his steadiness and resolve. After a lengthy wait, a second figure braved the snowstorm, emerging in the dim twilight. His imposing silhouette exuded an air of intimidation, clad in armor reminiscent of Xiao Qingfeng's. Covered in snow, Qin Ming slowly unsheathed his chopping knife, eager to test its blade. As the individual approached, a brilliant flash of steel erupted in the darkness. Qin Ming propelled himself forward as swift as lightning, closing the 10-meter gap in an instant. This patroller's reflexes were significantly sharper than those of the earlier one. Sensing the lethal threat that loomed from the side, his hair stood on end. He swiftly maneuvered sideways and then dove to the ground, attempting to evade the impending danger. As a newly awakened being with enhanced physical capabilities, his agility and adaptability were commendable. Against adversaries of equal standing, he would likely have evaded the strike. However, Qin Ming's speed far surpassed his own, akin to a thunderclap, and he had already anticipated the move. With a swift arc of his sharp blade, a sickening sound echoed as the man's head was severed in one clean stroke. Blood gushed forth, staining the snow as the headless corpse tumbled into a snowdrift, maintaining its forward momentum. Qin Ming sheathed his knife, this time retaining his composure, his heart untroubled by tumultuous waves. The feather-like snowflakes did not merely fall, they descended with force, growing heavier by the moment, striking against his face with considerable strength. Qin Ming tilted his head skyward and exclaimed, "What splendid snow!" The wind howls, and the snow falls heavily, effectively erasing the traces he left behind. He stands amidst the tempest, resembling a statue wielding a blade, unwavering in his stance. Eventually, the third and fourth figures arrive, and without surprise, these 2 patrollers are struck down by him with a ferocity akin to thunder in the dimly lit forest. He is free from discomfort now. He can smile gently at Xiaowen Rui and wield his sword to eliminate a group of patrollers more ferocious than tigers. Qin Ming strides with purpose, neither rushed nor slow, resolutely making his way towards the stronghold of the patrol group. Chapter 15. The blades glimmer in the snowstorm. The mountain wind is fierce. Its eerie wails reminiscent of mournful spirits, snapping numerous branches and lifting the snow from the forest floor, blending it with the falling feathers of snowflakes from the night sky, creating an expansive white landscape. Qin Ming traverses through the storm, arriving at the base of the mountain where the patrol group has taken refuge. He resolves to utilize the seized bow and arrows. Although he perceives them as soft, the weaponry of the newcomers is undoubtedly superior to the iron bow he previously employed. The relentless wind and snow lash against his face, forcing him to squint as he sheds his heavier layers for lighter attire after donning his armor. He buries the bow and arrows he brought, encasing them in a snow hollow and securing them with heavy stones. Before ascending the mountain with 4 iron spears taken from the patrollers, Qin Ming approaches silently, gradually ascending the peak, mere meters away from the flat expanse. Had it not been for the tempestuous wind and snow, the golden mastiff, formidable as a tiger, would have surely caught the scent of an intruder by now. Even so, it appears aware, pricking its ears adorned with golden patterns. Within a larger wooden cabin, flickering flames danced, casting the shadows of several individuals upon the windows. Amidst the biting cold, they indulged in libations and savored the rich aroma of steaming yak meat simmering in a copper pot over the hearth. The fire spring within the blood bamboo forest was on the verge of extinguishing, presenting an opportune moment to confront the ethereal creatures. Plans must be made in advance. The words wafted through the wind, and Qin Ming was eager to listen further. Some members of the mountain patrol, seeking a second rebirth, had set their sights on a certain spiritual entity dwelling in the mountains. Alas, he could not eavesdrop any longer, for a golden mastiff had appeared outside the shack, gazing directly at him, and then it opened its mouth to emit a mighty roar. He aimed at the window, targeting the most imposing figure within, and unleashed a volley of iron arrows that pierced the night like lightning, all striking the wooden cabin with swift precision. A muffled grunt emanated from within, followed by the silhouettes dropping to the ground. Then, the cabin's door was flung open, and several figures burst forth, using tables and door panels as shields, their eyes sharp as they scanned for the unseen assailant. The golden mastiff barked incessantly, exuding a formidable presence, its roar scattering the snowflakes before it, while its massive frame surged with astonishing power as it charged toward Qin Ming's position. For the moment, Qin Ming disregarded the mutated mastiff. His iron arrows fell like a torrential downpour, targeting solely one individual, Fu Inteo. He paid no heed to the other mountain patrollers, as the reborn were the gravest threat. Injuring him held far greater significance than eliminating a few others first. Regrettably, Fu Inteo was struck by only 1 arrow, and the injury was minimal, for his specially crafted armor provided effective protection, with the iron arrow embedding merely half an inch deep. Subsequently, Fu Inteo wielded a long knife, sweeping through the air, severing the majority of iron arrows. Utilizing trees as a shield, he advanced rapidly. By gauging the force behind the arrows shot by his opponent, he deduced that this adversary had yet to undergo a second rebirth, indicating he was not an individual of insurmountable prowess. It was not that Qin Ming lacked strength. Rather, the mountain patroller's sturdy bow could not withstand his tremendous force, ultimately snapping under the strain. The mutated mastiff, adorned with a blend of golden and black markings, approached swiftly, leaping toward Qin Ming. Its gaping maw exhaled a cloud of mist, revealing its razor-sharp fangs, while its roar reverberated through the forest. However, its massive form suddenly went rigid mid-air, the roar abruptly ceasing as a spear flew forth at an alarming speed, piercing its skull and splattering blood in a gruesome display. The ferocity in its eyes dimmed in an instant. Undeniably, this was a formidable mutated creature capable of posing challenges to newly reborn individuals. Yet it was dispatched effortlessly by Qin Ming with a single throw of the spear, an instant kill. With a thud, it collapsed 5 meters in front of Qin Ming. In the distance, Feng Yan witnessed the golden mastiff's body plummeting to the ground, crying out in anguish, "Gold!" A surge of anger welled up within Qin Ming. For in the eyes of such a person, the lives of villagers from the outside world were deemed less significant than that of a mere beast. Prompting such an emotional outburst, he swung his right arm with ferocity, launching another iron spear that cut through the wind and snow with an intimidating whoosh. Aimed at Feng Yan. The bearded Feng Yan, a mountain patroller with the potential for a second rebirth, reacted swiftly. His robust physique shifting laterally as he brandished his long knife in a defiant arc, striking at the spear that approached menacingly. Accompanied by the jarring clang of metal colliding and the sparks flying, Feng Yan felt a tingling sensation coursing through his entire arm. His right hand, trembling with the knife, nearly slipping from his grasp. A sense of horror gripped his heart. What tremendous force was this? An iron spear grazed his body before hurtling into a wooden cabin, shattering the sturdy door upon impact. At that moment, Fu Inteo, towering nearly 2 meters, stomped explosively through the snow, sending waves of snow cascading around him, his speed astonishing as he closed the distance to Qin Ming to less than 10 meters. Awaiting him was a specially crafted iron spear from the mountain patrol, akin to a venomous serpent gliding through the night, hurtling towards him with lethal intent. As a second-generation reborn, Fu Inteo possessed an acute perception, clearly discerning the trajectory of the iron spear's flight. He was unwilling to expend unnecessary energy. His towering figure merely shifted slightly, allowing him to elegantly evade the lethal projectile, his feet never pausing as he surged forward like a tempest toward his adversary. He deftly avoided the glinting iron spear, yet trailing closely behind him was another member of the patrol, pursuing with fervor, a mere 10 meters behind, becoming the secondary target. This was a deliberate strategy by Qin Ming. Should Fu Inteo choose to block, it would suffice, but if he opted to evade, the thrown spear would inevitably strike the one in hot pursuit. The patrolman behind him was unable to evade, the distance too minimal, compounded by Fu Inteo's earlier obstruction of his line of sight. A piercing scream escaped his lips as the iron spear impaled his chest, even with armor adorning his body. It provided no sanctuary, shattering upon impact, fragments flying. Yet this obstruction altered the spear's trajectory. Having veered slightly from its original path, it struck with a resounding thud, pinning the patrolman against a tree as thick as a barrel, blood flowing down the spear shaft, staining the pristine snow a deep crimson. He struggled in excruciating agony, seemingly on the brink of demise. Behind him, Feng Ian and Xiao Chengfeng felt a chill run down their spines, as though they were nailed to the great tree, instinctively retreating a few steps. Fu Inteo, aware of the turmoil unfolding behind him, wore a grim expression. The 10-meter distance was but a mere leap for him. His curly black hair was whipped back by the biting wind, and his fur cloak billowed ominously, towering at 2 meters. The long knife in his hand was specially crafted, broad and razor-sharp. He brought it down with a force akin to cleaving mountains, exuding formidable bravado. Qin Ming, initially as immovable as a boulder, now moved with a speed and ferocity reminiscent of thunder. He sidestepped the terrifying blade with a slight shift, and, wielding the last iron spear in his left hand, struck the knife as surface, diverting its trajectory. Fu Inteo was momentarily startled, realizing that this was not an adversary he could easily dominate. This individual had likely undergone a second awakening. He pressed down fiercely on the knife, attempting to brush aside the spear and continue his relentless assault, yet he encountered formidable resistance. Qin Ming pressed the iron spear against the blade, creating a shower of sparks, effectively keeping the long knife at bay. He surged forward, aiming his cleaver at the exposed chest of his opponent. With his left arm adorned with a dark gold guard etched with mountain beast patterns, he swiftly raised it to block the cleaver, producing a jarring metallic clash. Fu Inteo seized this moment to retreat rapidly, as if propelled by a tempest, stirring up the snowflakes on the ground and extricating himself from the initially passive situation following their first collision. He shook his slightly numb left arm and glanced down, noticing cracks appearing on his arm guard, nearly cleaved apart. It was not the opponent's blade that was excessively sharp, but rather the overwhelming force that had caused the fracture. Misjudging the strength of the iron arrow, he had initially intended to swiftly eliminate the archer, only to find himself thwarted and compelled to scrutinize the figure before him. Qin Ming regarded the chopping knife, its edge damaged with a conspicuous notch. Although forged from fine iron, it was undoubtedly inferior to the armor of the mountain patrol. He understood well that his strength surpassed that of his adversary, yet he was slightly lacking in speed. The second rebirth emphasized flexibility, and he needed to engage in close combat under the pretense that his opponent mistook him for a peer in the same realm, thereby restricting the latter's advantage of a swift escape. "Who are you, and why do you target us?" Fu Inteo inquired. Initially, upon seeing the opponent's youthful visage, he had presumed him to be an impetuous and hot-blooded youth, intending to incapacitate him before demanding answers. However, in the face of the opponent's formidable prowess, he regained his composure and regarded him with an equal gaze, even harboring a degree of trepidation. For the adversary was remarkably young. Could he possibly be a noble scion from Qixia City? Yet his attire did not suggest such a background. Qin Ming remained silent, his left hand brandishing an iron spear directed forward, while his right hand raised the chopping knife slightly, advancing step by step with a calm demeanor. Though youthful in appearance, he exuded a formidable presence. Fu Yinteng furrowed his brow, increasingly suspicious of his identity, as Qin Ming emerged from the shadowy forest and approached the fire spring area. Feng Yan and Xiao Chifeng recognized him. They had found the silhouette familiar earlier, but now illuminated by the fiery glow, his features became distinctly apparent, leaving them utterly astonished. You are from Shuangshu village. Qin Ming. Feng Yan found it hard to believe. He had encountered this youth several times. Was he not just a recent newcomer? Qin Ming remained silent, resolutely advancing towards his opponent. Suddenly, he accelerated, thrusting his spear forward with the grace of an ice serpent transforming into a dragon across the snowy expanse. The piercing sound of the weapon cutting through the air resonated amidst the blizzard, causing the falling snow to scatter and the accumulated snow on the ground to explode. Surround him. Do not allow him to escape. I demand his capture alive. Fu Yinteng commanded swiftly as he brandished his blade. His gaze was as cold as lightning, exuding an air of confidence, primarily to bolster Feng Yan, Xiao Chifeng, and the others, who he feared might cower in battle. Let us encircle him and resolve this swiftly. A burly mountain patroller shouted, slowly approaching with his weapon drawn. He did not intend to recklessly charge forward, but sought to exert psychological pressure on Qin Ming by closing in. Feng Yan and Xiao Chifeng followed suit, positioning themselves strategically to prepare for a sudden strike, subtly influencing the dynamics of the confrontation. The clash between the two was formidable, the spear trailing after images, danced like a dragon or serpent in flight, while the glimmering blade flashed like a bolt of lightning on a stormy night, rapidly expanding the battlefield. Feng Yan and Xiao Chifeng's expression shifted dramatically. How could the youth named Qin Ming exhibit such overwhelming strength? Could the leader truly subdue him? Qin Ming and Fu Yinteng plunged into the dense forest near the fire spring, prompting the three outside to cautiously pursue and encircle them. As the two surged through the thicket, the previously intact trees suddenly cracked and splintered, with numerous branches tumbling into the snow, and even massive trunks crashing down with a thunderous roar. Suddenly, from the shadowy depths of the forest, a silvery figure leaped down from a great tree, intent on launching a surprise attack on Qin Ming. Qin Ming was engaged in a fierce confrontation with Fu Yinteng, his back turned to the direction of an unexpected attack from a snow ape, which had been nurtured by the mountain patrol team. The creature pounced from above with lethal intent, its ferocity catching him off guard. This mutated beast, with claws capable of rending ferocious predators, was particularly savage at this moment. Lunging towards Qin Ming's neck with alarming speed and precision, Qin Ming was well aware of the presence of the snow ape upon ascending the mountain. He had discreetly located its position and remained vigilant against all potential threats in the vicinity. With the agility of a gust of wind, he deftly evaded the snow ape's assault, simultaneously retaliating with a swift slash of his axe, which cleaved the savage creature in half with a resounding thud. Blood from the ape splattered across the snow as it let out a mournful cry, its severed body collapsing onto the ground, soon to lie motionless in death. Chapter 16. Annihilation of the enemy. Fu Yinteng's expression shifted slightly, yet his assault remained unimpeded. Seizing the opportunity presented by Qin Ming's evasive maneuver against the snow ape, his gleaming long knife sliced through the wind and snow, aiming to deliver a powerful strike. Qin Ming appeared to anticipate this move, with his left hand gripping a gun. He positioned it behind him, facing away from Fu Yinteng. Then, with a sudden leap, he propelled himself forward, using the tremendous force of Fu Yinteng's heavy blow against the iron spear shaft to gain momentum. Ordinary individuals would not dare undertake such a risk, for even if they were not immediately slain, the sheer force could severely injure them, possibly causing them to cough up blood. However, Qin Ming was unfazed, swiftly closing the distance to his target. The stout mountain patrolman felt a chill run down his spine. The formidable opponent was charging directly at him, fierce as a colossal beast from the mountains, and as he landed, the glint of the bright blade came slicing towards him. He immediately swung his blade in retaliation, intent on engaging in a fierce duel. However, in an instant, he felt the grip of the handle slipping from his grasp, overwhelmed by the opponent's tremendous strength. After a brief and intense exchange of blows, the tender flesh between his fingers was crushed, blood flowed profusely, staining the hilt, rendering him incapable of holding the sword. With a sudden flash, illuminated by the fiery fountain, his head was severed and sent flying, his body collapsing to the ground with a thud. Qin Ming swiftly turned, using his iron spear to block Fu Inteo's long sword, then directed a fierce gaze towards Feng Ian and Xiao Qingfeng. Fu Inteo was enveloped in a shadow of dread. The pressure exerted by this second-year newcomer was immense, with every thrust and slash sending a tingling sensation through his arms. Qin Ming spoke. There are 7 heads waiting to be claimed from the stronghold on the mountain, for have already been taken, leaving just the 3 of you. Fu Inteo was taken aback, his expression darkening as he realized that this youth had equated Jin Ao, Shui Yuan, and their group with mere beasts. Xiao Qingfeng and Feng Ian tightened their grips on their weapons. Under normal circumstances, such a belittlement would have been met with fierce retribution. Qin Ming aimed to provoke their ire, sensing their hesitance and perhaps even thoughts of retreat, fearing he might not catch up to the second-year Fu Inteo. Indeed, the shadow that had loomed in Fu Inteo's mind dissipated with the provocation. No other veteran leaders of the mountain patrol would dare to insult him in such a manner. After years of accumulation, he was on the verge of a breakthrough, nearly touching the threshold of elevation. Is he the Qin Ming from Shuangshu village? Fu Inteo inquired of his companions behind him. Previously, when they discussed the blood bamboo forest, both Feng Yan and Xiao Qingfeng had mentioned Qin Ming, contemplating the utilization of this youth, endowed with a golden foundation, to pave the way and eliminate him in the process. The bearded Feng Yan nodded, his smile chilling, seemingly tinged with the scent of blood, as he slowly raised his long blade. However, Qin Ming remained unfazed. His intent was to provoke their emotions, ensuring they would not lose their valor and retreat in the face of confrontation. He stoked the flames further, stating, "Did I not just assert that your words were erroneous? The officials of Qixia City bestow upon you generous salaries, and the villagers hold you in high esteem. Yet they prefer to endure a decrease in their harvest rather than cease aiding the mountain patrol in planting Black Moon. What have you done instead? You have exhausted the resources, drained every last drop, greedily seeking to consume every ounce of vitality from the fire spring, indifferent to the impending famine that may claim countless lives. You even recklessly slay innocent villagers to instill fear and intimidation. In your eyes, their lives hold less value than that of a mere deer, far inferior to the golden mastiffs you rear. Do you still possess any semblance of humanity? Is it erroneous to place you alongside vicious hounds and snow apes? Your threat is far greater than theirs. Reflect upon the late leader of the mountain patrol and the responsible patrollers from other groups. You are utterly unworthy to stand alongside them." Qin Ming spoke with calmness, devoid of fervor or anger, his voice remaining low. Yet, this tranquility caused Fu Inteo's hand, gripping the knife, to reveal prominent veins, compelling him to advance without uttering a word. Even Feng Yan and Xiao Qingfeng emanated an overwhelming aura of menace, yearning to eliminate this youth, whose serene tone nonetheless pierced their very souls. Qin Ming took the initiative, wielding the heavy iron spear with remarkable dexterity as if it were an extension of his own body. The sharp tip thrust forth, creating fleeting shadows as it stirred the swirling snowflakes around him. As Fu Inteo leaned to evade the strike, the spear pierced a fallen large tree behind him, its trunk as thick as a bowl, snapping with a resounding crack when Qin Ming exerted a forceful swing. In swift succession, he followed through with a woodcutter's knife. In the blink of an eye, the clash of blades between the two became a harrowing spectacle. Trees fell in droves in their wake, showcasing their tremendous destructive power. As they drew near the fire spring, a thunderous explosion erupted as a large wooden cabin shattered amidst the flurry of their strikes. Fu Inteo, towering nearly 2 meters, initially exuded an imposing presence, yet now he gasped for breath, wisps of white mist rising from his naturally curled hair. He felt alarmed, fatigue weighing heavily upon him, his arms tingling from the impact, while his opponent remained fiercely unyielding. Had it not been for his remarkable speed, he would have surely faced defeat by now. Realizing the shift in dynamics, he sensed a flaw in Qin Ming's velocity, acknowledging his own advantage. In that critical moment, he seized the opportunity. As Feng Yan and Xiao Qingfeng took advantage of Qin Ming's thrust and swing, they unleashed their full strength in a sudden assault. The sharp clang of metal echoed as Qin Ming parried Xiao Qingfeng's spear with his woodcutter's knife, swiftly deflecting Feng Yan's long blade with the back of his own. At that juncture, Fu Inteo resembled a fearsome human tiger, his hair whipping wildly in the tempest of snow, his gaze sharpened with intensity. With both hands gripping the long knife, he struck down relentlessly, pouring forth every ounce of his might. He perceived that Qin Ming, while still wielding the iron spear with one hand, lacked the earlier ferocity, as if he were being gradually subdued. He bellowed, "Put forth your utmost effort to encircle and eliminate him." Qin Ming wielded his axe to fend off the two assailants, while his left hand struggled against Fu Inteo's relentless strikes with a sword, appearing precariously vulnerable. On several harrowing occasions, he opted for a mutually destructive approach, allowing Fu Inteo's blade to descend upon him as he thrust his spear forward, compelling his adversary to retreat. Fu Inteo wore a chilling smile, revealing his ruthlessness. He leaped forward, evading vital strikes to his upper body, and swung his gleaming long sword down upon Qin Ming. Simultaneously, Feng Yan and Xiao Chengfeng displayed sinister grins, expertly coordinating to block all of Qin Ming's escape routes. The clash of the long sword and iron spear forced Qin Ming to use his axe solely for defense against their onslaught. With no option to retreat and unable to evade Fu Inteo's impending strike, Qin Ming acted without hesitation, accelerating his charge. There was no time to elevate his spear. Its trajectory unwavering, it pierced through Fu Inteo's thigh with a sickening thud. Though Fu Inteo grimaced, his demeanor grew even more ferocious. The exchange of injuries resulted only in a wounded leg for him, while his descending sword could cleave his opponent in two. In this critical moment, Qin Ming's right hand continued to fend off the other two attackers as he relinquished his spear, raising his left arm to withstand the edge of Fu Inteo's blade. Fu Inteo scoffed derisively, believing that he could sever both arm and man in one fell swoop. Feng Yan and Xiao Chengfeng laughed as well, fully aware of the terrifying might of a 2-meter-tall leader's downward strike, already envisioning a gruesome scene drenched in blood. However, a resonating clang echoed, accompanied by a piercing sound of metal scraping, revealing a stark contrast to their expectations. Qin Ming's outer garment was torn apart, exposing the armor unique to the members of the mountain patrol, and he was clad in more than one layer. Although this armor lacked the refinement of their leader, Fu Inteo, the 3 layers Qin Ming wore were sufficient to withstand the strike. Had it not been for its cumbersome nature, he might have donned the armor of the 4 individuals he had dispatched at the foot of the mountain. With a thud, Fu Inteo fell to the ground. Staggering as his thigh was pierced, the iron spear remained embedded, blood gushing forth, rendering him unsteady. Feng Yan turned and fled without a moment's hesitation, displaying remarkable decisiveness, fully aware that the entire mountain patrol was likely facing annihilation. Xiao Chengfeng also recognized that the boy's earlier despair was merely a calculated ruse, prompting him to flee as well. Qin Ming seized a spear from the ground, leaping into the air to hurl it with great force at such a close range. He was assuredly accurate. The spear shot forth, penetrating Feng Yan's back with a sickening thud, pinning him to the earth. A cry of agony escaped Feng Yan as he found himself momentarily unable to escape. The instant Qin Ming landed, he pursued another target. While his speed was slightly inferior to Fu Inteo's, overtaking Xiao Chengfeng was effortless. Knowing he could not passively await his fate, Xiao Chengfeng turned, wielding his spear in fierce resistance, but it was a futile endeavor. Qin Ming swiftly severed his right arm, causing the spear to clatter to the ground. Qin Ming seized it and mercilessly impaled Xiao Chengfeng in place with the long spear, staining the ground with blood. Qin Ming stood in the center and spoke. "If we were to confront each other here, without retreating, I believe I would have long since resolved your presence. Throughout this encounter, I was compelled to divide my attention, fearing that one of you might escape. Even a single successful flight would signify the failure of my mission." Fu Inteo, resting his long blade against the ground, was so enraged that he nearly spat blood, deeming Qin Ming's words to be mere bravado. "What?" Fu Inteo's expression froze, his heart trembling. He could not fathom that his opponent had only recently undergone rebirth, unable to accept such a reality. "Indeed, you have yet to experience a second rebirth." Feng Yan coughed up a mouthful of blood, a grim smile gracing his lips as he realized he was utterly defeated by such an incredible adversary. Gratitude was extended to the Silver Alliance. "Thank you for the support, Dao Hua, the yellow-haired immortal." Acknowledgement was also given to the leader. "Thank you for your support." Unawakened Dream, Yichengma. Chapter 17. Harvest. Having experienced but a single rebirth, Fu Inteo felt profoundly shaken. He had undergone his second rebirth many years prior. His foundation deeply entrenched, yet he was overpowered by a mere youth who had just awakened. One hand braced against his long blade. He forcefully extracted the iron spear that had pierced his thigh, spilling a considerable amount of blood, causing his already exhausted body to sway perilously. Xiao Qingfeng, missing an arm and impaled through the abdomen by the iron spear, struggled to free himself, only to meet Qin Ming's gaze and weakly relinquish his single arm. The entire mountain patrol group had been annihilated by a solitary individual. Xiao Qingfeng realized that escape was futile. His opponent would never allow a survivor. He has only undergone one rebirth. How can he possess such strength? Feng Yan murmured, wiping the blood from his lips. Qin Ming spoke, requesting news that might pique his interest. On the other hand, Feng Yan and Xiao Qingfeng seemed disinclined to utter another word. Typically, their temperaments resembled that of ravenous wolves, fierce and unyielding. Yet in this dire moment, they would not hesitate to grovel for their lives, though they understood the futility of such an act, aware that escape from death was nearly impossible. Turning to the blood bamboo forest, Qin Ming approached Xiao Qingfeng. Not willing to speak, he queried, but offered no further discourse. With a swift motion, he brought down the machete with a resounding thud, severing the body from the head. Xiao Qingfeng's eyes widened in shock, unable to close in death, as his opponent acted with unwavering resolve, dispatching him without hesitation. Qin Ming had come to eliminate the members of the patrol group, showing little interest in torturing them. Since they remained obstinate and refused to divulge information, execution was the only recourse. He was curious to see if the remaining two would relent under such life-and-death circumstances. Fu Enteo's face twitched slightly, yet his gaze hardened, gripping the long knife tightly as he began to advance again, intent on launching another assault. A seasoned survivor who had dominated this territory for years, he was unafraid of the looming threat of death, having fought his way out of the depths of the mountains. Meanwhile, Feng Yan lay on the ground, an iron spear impaled through his back, rendering him unable to rise, though he quivered slightly. The wind and snow howled around him as Fu Enteo charged forward like a ferocious beast, summoning every ounce of strength to unleash the most formidable blade strike in a final attempt. After a fierce clash, he gasped for breath, utterly exhausted. The battle had drained him completely, yet the youth before him remained vibrant and full of life. After a fierce exchange, Fu Enteo's right arm was severed with a single stroke, the long blade clattering to the ground beside him. His complexion turned ashen as he staggered backward. Having already suffered a grievous wound from a spear that pierced his leg, he lost his balance and sank to one knee in the snow, gasping for breath. His naturally curly hair clung damply to his forehead, and his face was etched with a mixture of defiance and despair. "Do you have anything to say?" Qin Ming inquired. "Grant me a swift end with my own blade," Fu Enteo replied, cold sweat beading on his brow. His left hand trembled as it pressed against the wound where his arm had been severed, but blood had already soaked half of his body, staining the snow a deep crimson. "What makes you think I would fulfill such a wish?" Qin Ming advanced, wielding a chopping knife. "Do you intend to humiliate me?" Fu Enteo struggled to rise. "Do you think you are worthy?" Qin Ming surged past him, the chopping knife slicing through his neck, with a look of defiance. Fu Enteo's head was severed, and his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Feng Yan lay there, his face ashen, struggling to rise. But the iron spear embedded in his body only trembled slightly, firmly lodged in the frozen earth. He felt a deep sense of humiliation, for his adversary stood above him, a foot pressing down upon his head. "Do you wish to say something?" Qin Ming gazed down at him. Feng Yan clenched his fists, only to release them weakly. Breathing heavily, he murmured, "You seek to find spiritual beings? I will not divulge anything." With a slight increase of pressure from his foot, Qin Ming heard the faint crack of Feng Yan's skull, the localized fracture sending waves of agony across his features. Without hesitation, Qin Ming brought down his blade, severing Feng Yan's head and extinguishing the life of the bearded man. Only the sound of the wind remains on the mountain, devoid of the jarring clatter of blades and weapons. This group of patrollers has been entirely vanquished, all at the hands of Qin Ming. He murmurs to himself, "I cannot believe I have taken so many lives without a trace of mercy." Standing in contemplation, he realizes that perhaps it is because he perceives these individuals not as his kin, but as menacing creatures threatening the villagers. He begins to cleanse the battlefield. The bodies need merely to be cast down the mountain for natural disposal, as the dense forest is home to various ferocious beasts that will leave no trace behind. These corpses represent a currency far more potent than mere copper coins, which can be encountered during trade in the town. The minted coins are circular, featuring a central hole. symbolizing the absence of the sun, and are referred to as night silver. Subsequently, Qin Ming discovers an even more precious item, day gold. Its entire surface gleams with a brilliant golden hue, perfectly round, reminiscent of the vanished sun, embodying a cherished hope of the people. The patrollers who ventured into the mountains carried but a scant 11 pieces of day gold. Yet for an ordinary person, this is an immense fortune. This is not Qin Ming's first encounter with day gold. Prior to succumbing to his mysterious ailment, he had stumbled upon several corpses near a fallen crevice, where he not only discovered day gold, but also obtained a valuable vial of rare mineral. Day gold circulates infrequently in Yinteng Town. Thus he has refrained from using it, as it would draw too much attention. The intricately crafted, delicately adorned crystal vial remains untouched for the time being, as he has since rejuvenated himself through his own efforts after recovery. Furthermore, he possesses limited knowledge regarding the mineral and must learn more to avoid squandering its true worth. Most crucially, the events unfolding before him are likely to escalate swiftly, and it is prudent for him to maintain a low profile while embracing his newfound identity. I have only been reborn once, lacking the strength to contend with the mountain patrol. However, should this turmoil escalate, a second rebirth would pose no issue for me. Qin Ming continued to scour the mountain for spoils, exhibiting a simplicity that was both unadorned and earnest. He meticulously searched every individual from head to toe, leaving no stone unturned, not even the golden mastiff, which he lifted with the intent of cleaving a generous chunk of meat to savor in his wooden cabin. He emerged in the dead of night, vigilantly awaiting the dissipating fog of the forest, after which he engaged in a fierce battle with the mountain patrol, only to find himself utterly exhausted and ravenous. With a sigh, he ultimately relinquished his efforts, discarding the mastiff onto the snow, for prudence dictated that he could not linger here, and he needed to swiftly clear the battlefield. Upon entering a wooden cabin, Qin Ming discovered an inviting and comfortable arrangement within. The floor was adorned with thick animal skin rugs, and the dining table was set with silver utensils. The delicate knife used for carving roasted meat was both exquisite and charming. Any one of the wine jars, when opened, exuded a rich aroma, far surpassing the spicy, depleted old liquor from Su Yueping's home. His search yielded little bounty here, yet within the collapsed wooden cabin, a volume of knife techniques caught his eye. The ancient leather-bound pages were worn and frayed at the edges, indicating frequent study and handling, adorned with a myriad of notes and annotations from various hands. Imbued with a sense of antiquity, as he perused the pages, Qin Ming recognized familiar knife forms. The techniques of Fu Intao represented but a fraction of what was recorded, with subsequent sections referencing Tianguan and delving into deeper descriptions. He refrained from flipping back the pages, swiftly closing the ancient leather tome and securing it upon his person. This weathered volume held far greater worth than the glimmering gold of the day. After thoroughly searching the premises, Qin Ming's skin shimmered with a mosaic of golden fragments, and as he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, the remaining wooden structure shattered in succession. The winds howled fiercely, swirling the splintered wood into the air, which was whisked away by the tempest down the mountainside. The snow upon the ground was frequently lifted, mingling with the feathery flakes falling from the sky, rendering it nearly impossible to leave any trace of the events that transpired. "Alas, my axe," he lamented. Observing the blade, he noted numerous nicks and scars. Though forged of fine iron, it ultimately paled in comparison to the weaponry of the mountain patrol. Nevertheless, it remained functional. He located a sharpening stone nearby and swiftly honed the damaged areas, re-establishing its edge, albeit slightly narrower than before. Qin Ming transported all the bodies down the mountain, discarding them into the dense thicket, witnessing feral beasts emerging to swiftly drag the carcasses away. As for the 4 individuals he had previously ambushed along the path, upon his return to search for them, he found not even a remnant of bone remained. He moved aside the heavy stones and retrieved his belongings from the snow cave, shedding his tattered, blood-stained outer garments and armor, and donning clean attire he typically wore. He burned what was to be burned and buried what was to be buried, leaving behind the gold and the blade manual in the mountains, before vanishing into the woodland. After boiling a pot of water, a rare indulgence of warm water, he relished in a soothing bath, his lithe and statuesque form glistening, with muscles flowing gracefully. He meticulously rinsed himself, ensuring no trace of the sanguine battle lingered. Shortly thereafter, he found himself at Lu Zhe's residence. "Uncle, what kind of meat is this?" when Rue inquired, leaning closer. Qin Ming carried a large piece of fresh meat, smiling as he said, "This is truly delectable. Dragon meat from the heavens and donkey meat from the earth. Today my uncle has hunted a wild donkey." His thoughts lingered on the copper pot dog meat he had missed, feeling a pang of regret for not having tasted that golden mastiff. Now, he intended to indulge in the copper pot donkey meat as a form of self-recompense. Soon, the air was filled with joyful laughter. "Uncle, the donkey meat is indeed exquisite." At the steaming copper pot, the injured Lu Zhe spoke up. "Qin, you have already laid a foundation of gold. It is time to carefully consider your second rebirth." Qin Ming nodded, assuring, "Rest easy, Brother Lu, I am well aware." If the opportunity for an early second rebirth arose, he certainly would not wish to delay. Eager to venture into the mysterious blood bamboo forest. Chapter 18. Visitors from Qixiao City. While Qin Ming pondered, Sui Weping knocked on the courtyard door, calling for him. "Qin, come out quickly. There is an urgent matter." A sense of foreboding gripped Qin Ming. Could the news of the mountain patrol's annihilation have spread so swiftly? "We depart in an hour," Sui Weping informed him. "People from Qixiao City have arrived and wish to meet the new rebirths from the nearby villages." Su lowered his voice. "It is said they are all from noble lineages, here not only to assist us in clearing the mountains, but also to hone their skills." Qin Ming inquired. "Is it finally beginning?" Sui Weping replied solemnly. "This time, you must make a good impression. Those who come hold significant status. Strive to seize this opportunity to enter Qixiao City." An hour later, Sui Weping's home was abuzz with activity. Old Lu, spirited and lively, carried a hefty machete on his back, donned and worn leather armor and a sturdy iron helmet, fully equipped for the occasion. Qin Ming stepped forward and inquired, "Grandfather Lu, what are your intentions? Today is merely a meeting, not an expedition into the mountains." Yang Yongqing held this matter in high regard as well, armed with dual blades. Although the night was unlikely to present any dangers, it was prudent to have someone watch over the homestead. "Uncle Lu, you have been weakened and are of advanced age." Before Sui Weping could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the old man. "An old steed in the stable aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. Besides, I am currently in my prime, capable of taking on both you and Yang Yongqing single-handedly." The old man was resolute in his decision to embark on the journey. Not everyone possessed the courage to take such risks. For instance, the two other newcomers from the village, along with the injured Wang Qinglin, had no choice in the matter. The destination was not far, merely a crossroads 7 miles away. Beneath the dim light of the night, the surroundings were shrouded in dense forest. Over a dozen villages had received the summons, and the newcomers moved swiftly, arriving in succession. Smaller villages like Shuangshu sent only 4 representatives, while the larger ones dispatched more than 10, totaling fewer than 100 individuals. The forces from Qixiao City arrived even earlier, divided into 3 squads, nearly all clad in armor and equipped with fine weaponry, quietly awaiting ahead. The newcomers from various villages fell silent, intimidated by the gleaming armor and sharp blades, and awed by the noble elites of the resplendent city. Each squad bore its distinct heraldry, with the 3 leaders at the forefront drawing particular attention. One of the men towered at an imposing height of 3 meters, donned in dark gold armor, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders and eyes sharp as blades, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. His steed, equally striking, was a colossal bull of fiery red hue, towering above even the stature of an adult male. In addition to its 2 customary curved horns, it boasted a singular, sword-like horn jutting forward. The 3-meter-tall man, upon witnessing the arrival of the newcomers from various villages, did not display arrogance by remaining atop his mount. Instead, he dismounted and nodded to everyone, proclaiming, "I am Chao Long." In a succinct introduction, he mentioned that numerous adept individuals had arrived in Qixiao City, with over a dozen factions collaborating to clear the mountains. The youth from their 3 families were tasked with overseeing this territory. "I hail from the Wei family, and my name is Wei Zhiro," spoke the lone woman among the trio. She stood apart from the towering Chao Long, perched upon a slab of blue stone, draped in a pristine white fox fur coat. Her hair danced in the wind, and her porcelain oval face radiated a sweet and brilliant smile, a beauty that wielded considerable influence over the young men of the villages. To those untraveled youths, who had never ventured far from the mountains, this noble lady from the resplendent city appeared as an ethereal being, akin to a celestial fairy clad in white, a vision they would find hard to forget for many years to come. Wei Zhiro stood gracefully, her beauty undeniable. As she gathered her wind-tousled hair, She spoke of the mountain clearing efforts and delivered an important message. This winter's heavy snowfall had obstructed the roads, making the transport of food from outside exceedingly difficult. However, she reassured everyone that Qixia City had employed colossal beasts to pull grain carts, assuring them that provisions would arrive shortly. This revelation sparked a flurry of excitement among the villagers, their faces lighting up with joy. Yet, some voices of concern arose, questioning whether the cost of grain would soar due to such transportation methods. "I am Mu Qing," announced another. The final leader among the trio spoke. Enveloped entirely in a black cloak that concealed even their visage, exuding an air of mystery. Even after uttering words, it was impossible to discern their gender, as their voice leaned towards neutrality. Mu Qing candidly expressed that they were unfamiliar with the mountainous terrain and required guidance from local newcomers. This was the fundamental reason for the appearance of the three teams, seeking to meet the fresh faces from various villages. Accompanying them in their endeavors would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards. Qiao Long mentioned that those who excelled might receive rare techniques, such as the spirit art and meditation. This immediately sparked fervent discussion, with many eyes gleaming with anticipation, as the newly emerged techniques circulating in this region were rather rudimentary. What constitutes outstanding performance? Someone could not help but inquire. Providing critical information to avert casualties, hunting unique aberrations, discovering locales rich in spiritual essence. People soon realized that rewards were not easily attained. The noble elite from Qixia City were not only here to refine the burgeoning bodies, but also to explore the more arcane regions of the mountains. Zhou added that if any unusual phenomena were observed in the mountains, promptly informing them would also be regarded as providing vital information. "I know of a crevice where silver threads once spread. Those who stumbled within faced dire fates even if they managed to escape. Does this count?" Qin Ming discerned that someone from the neighboring Qingsang village had preemptively spoken up. Clearly, there were others from nearby villages who had perished there. Old Lu thumped his thigh and glanced at Qin Ming, conveying that someone had beaten him to the punch. Qiao Long spoke. "If one encounters a place shrouded in white mist, where the five-colored smoke and clouds illuminate the surroundings, it is imperative to keep one's distance. Such areas are exceedingly perilous. Whoever can provide clues regarding these locations shall be generously rewarded with a prestigious volume of advanced techniques." Many listeners found themselves breathing heavily. The notion of such a high-level secret tome felt utterly unattainable and ethereal. Who does not yearn for it? Some individuals recognized that the nobility from Qixia City were merely polishing their own abilities under the guise of superficial endeavors, with undoubtedly more significant ulterior motives at play. The bizarre phenomena occurring within the mountains seemed to concern secrets unknown to the local populace. However, the newcomers from various villages maintained a relatively calm demeanor. Even if they understood that there were hidden truths, what of it? Those hazardous realms were not places they could venture into. Furthermore, regardless of the nobles' intentions, they would ultimately assist in clearing the mountains and safeguarding against the threats posed by the anomalies within, and that sufficed. Qiao Long informed the assembly that the upper echelons of Qixia City and the enigmatic beings dwelling deep within the mountains were on the brink of a final negotiation, to be held outside the mountains, with results forthcoming in the near future. The newcomers from the villages murmured and debated, although they resided in this region. They had only heard whispers of a select few high-level beings, their most profound impressions of the mountain depths being shrouded in mystery, the unknown, and fear. An awe-inspiring fog enveloped the area. "Will we be able to witness the negotiations outside the mountains?" inquired a youthful member of one of the three teams. His visage still bearing the traces of youth, embodying a fearless naivete, eager to learn what the apex anomalies of the mountains resembled. The three teams, previously quiet, now stirred with excitement. They were all youthful, imbued with an intense curiosity and a fervent desire for exploration. Qiao Long towered above others, his imposing stature exuding a palpable sense of authority. A mere glance from him silenced the crowd. Instantly, the atmosphere was charged with fervent discussion. Qin Ming, too, found himself unsettled, apart from his unexpected glimpse of the moonbug. He was utterly unfamiliar with the other elite beings and yearned for the opportunity to behold their true forms. The situation was rather delicate, unbeknownst to many. The disturbances within the mountains were not solely due to magnetic field disruptions, but also stemmed from the arrival of another group of advanced beings, migrating with their families to seize portions of the mountain's resources. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the gathered individuals shifted dramatically. Zhou continued. stating that with the influx of these advanced beings, many perilous species were compelled to expand beyond the mountains, encroaching upon the living space of those outside. Wubing inquired, "Does this mean that the previously tranquil outskirts of the mountains will soon become exceedingly dangerous?" The newly emerged beings from various villages sighed in relief, their spirits buoyed by the figure cloaked entirely in black. Qin proclaimed, "They have trespassed into domains they ought not to have entered, forgetting the pain of the past. We shall resolutely awaken them, making them understand that the dominion of the two-legged beasts in this territory has never waned initially." The crowd was stirred, their morale soaring. Even though the term two-legged beasts felt somewhat peculiar, it merely elicited a subtle discomfort within. However, when they beheld Qin's fervent rhetoric and the emergence of a fluffy golden tail from behind the black cloak, many were suddenly unsettled. "What species was this?" Qiaolong cautioned him. Zhou remarked, "Qin is human." The three teams behind remained remarkably calm, seemingly already aware of Qin's condition. Qin Ming was lost in thought, gazing intently ahead. The old man Lu murmured, "Perhaps he has chosen a mystical path. It is difficult to discern whether he remains human and what state he is currently in." This represented yet another divergent choice for Qin Ming, following Qiaolong's divine giant route. Qiaolong stated, "Now we must select suitable companions. During the mountain expedition, they will accompany us and guide us through the mountains. Rest assured, safety is assured." He emphasized that there would be no coercion. If anyone was unwilling, they were free to depart at this moment. Simultaneously, Qiaolong, Zhou, and Qin reiterated that the rewards during the mountain expedition would include spiritual materials and advanced martial arts, which were exceedingly generous. They would not be stingy. The new arrivals did not linger in the village, having already made their choices, thus no one chose to leave now. Naturally, Qin Ming followed the crowd, opting not to stand apart. Zhou smiled at Qiaolong and Qin, her radiance captivating and exuding an ethereal sweetness. She waved the registration book in her hand, eager to make her selection first. "You may go ahead," Qiaolong said, allowing her to choose first, and Qin had no objections. Zhou nodded with a smile, saying, "Then I shall not be polite. Our Wei family is very keen to recruit young individuals with golden foundations." "Whose family isn't?" Qin replied, and then whispered to Qiaolong, deliberating on who would select first. Zhou gazed at the roster, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, grappling with a dilemma of choice. Ultimately, she called out the names of two individuals. Who is Zhou Wubing, and who is Qin Ming? She was reminded by Qin that only one could be selected at a time. With a smile, Zhou replied, "I am aware. I merely wish to observe." Zhou Wubing stepped forward, towering a head taller than most, his physique remarkably robust and powerful. Qin Ming, astonished, noted the striking transformation in Bingzi's demeanor. Once he had been emaciated, his hair a sickly yellow akin to autumnal wild grass. Now, however, his hair was thick and dark, his vitality exuberant. Qin Ming emerged, standing calmly, slightly taller than Bingzi. Both were of golden pedigree, and Zhou felt compelled to invite them both. She smiled at them, her radiant countenance momentarily dazzling Bingzi, who quickly regained his composure. At that moment, a young man emerged from the woods, swiftly approaching Zhou to whisper something in her ear. It was only then that the onlookers realized that the trio was accompanied by more than just three inexperienced youths. Others were present as well. Zhou Wubing, once frail and sickly, had seen a gradual increase in strength since his rebirth, and he had been mentored by Su Kong. Zhou, taken aback, engaged in hushed conversation with the young man before lifting her gaze to Bingzi, smiling and beckoning him, thus choosing him. Chapter 19. Unceasing momentum. Qin Ming stood still, unselected, yet feeling no embarrassment. His demeanor remained tranquil. In contrast, Wubing felt anxious for him, though nothing could alter the outcome. Yang Yongqing also lamented the situation, recalling their earlier jesting about the mountain-clearing mission wherein a noble lady would descend, urging him to make a good impression. Zhou was quite eloquent, greeting Qin Ming with warmth and showering him with compliments. She expressed her desire to invite him to join her, but noted that Qiaolong and Qin would likely not agree. She suggested that after the mountain expedition, he could find her in Qixia City. "I choose Qin Ming," Qin declared. Qin Ming felt a slight stiffness in his body. Earlier, he had been indifferent to the selection, but now he found himself somewhat uneasy. The figure before him, whose gender was ambiguous and whose humanity was questionable, made him apprehensive about venturing into the mountains alongside them. He began to suspect that Mu Qing might be a being of a higher order that had joined Qixia City. After all, it was unlikely that a mere human could undergo such transformation to grow a fluffy, golden tail. What could he do? In this situation, hesitation was futile, and he readily nodded in agreement. Mu Qing was pleased with his response, and, noticing that he only carried a simple machete, inquired, "You lack a suitable weapon. What are you accustomed to using?" Qin Ming replied, "I have yet to decide." After a moment's thought, Mu Qing continued, "There are creatures in the mountains with tough scales and thick hides. Ordinary blades may not suffice. I shall gift you a long-handled hammer. If wielded correctly, it can deliver tremendous damage, capable of crushing a skull with a single blow. However, it is a heavy weapon, and I wonder if you will find it manageable." She gestured to the individuals behind her, and soon a long-handled hammer forged from black gold was presented to Qin Ming. He accepted it and casually swung it a few times, leaving trails of afterimages and producing a resonant whooshing sound as it cut through the air. It was as if he were deftly twirling a spear or elegantly dancing with a sword. "Excellent." Mu Qing nodded, recognizing the immense strength he possessed. Wei Jiro felt a slight shock in her heart. Her discerning eye recognized that the opponent's effortless wielding of the long-handled heavy hammer suggested a strength that likely approached the formidable threshold of 600 pounds. Earlier, she had commissioned an investigation into the only two youths with a solid foundation in gold, and had thought that Su Yueping had exaggerated Qin Ming's capabilities. However, her observations now confirmed the truth of his prowess. Nevertheless, she did not feel regret. The selected Zhou Wubing had suffered a depletion of vital energy in his youth. But with his newfound vitality, his essence was gradually recovering, indicating immense potential. Once stabilized, he would likely be able to bear over 600 pounds, indeed a prodigy. As even Su Kong valued him and took him under his wing. Qiao Long, on the other hand, remained unfazed, having chosen the path of the giant spirit. Endowed with innate strength, Mu Qing remarked, "I shall present you with a short sword, should you find yourself in close combat with a foreign creature. A sharp blade is essential." "Thank you," Qin Ming replied, pleased to finally possess a weapon superior to that of the mountain patrol. Subsequently, the selection of candidates by Qiao Long, Wei Jiro, and Mu Qing proceeded swiftly. Elder Lu, over 70 years of age, initially went unchosen until he self-recommended, claiming to be as familiar with the mountains as if they were his own backyard. This assertion made him highly sought after by all three factions. "I wish to team up with Xiao Qin. Being from the same village allows for mutual support," Elder Lu stated. Before long, the selection process concluded for the Qiao, Wei, and Mu families. "Ladies and gentlemen, the higher-ups will soon engage in a final negotiation with the mysterious entities within the mountains, and for now, we can only await their return." Shortly thereafter, the onlookers witnessed dozens of armored young men emerging from the dense forest, departing alongside the three teams. Yang Yongqing spoke. "The youth from those three teams have indeed come here to refine themselves. While the dozens of seasoned young adults are the main force behind the three families' mountain clearing and exploration of the mysterious territories. Old Lu, however, took it all in stride. After all, the other party possessed advanced chi techniques. What could they possibly compare?" Xueping shook his head and remarked, "I have been to Qixia City, and only a handful of core noble members possess complete advanced scriptures." Based on his assessment, the so-called abundant rewards this time could not possibly include the family's unspoken secrets, as that would undermine their very foundation. "I suspect that what they have is merely fragmented advanced texts collected from the outside world, not the essence of their own lineage. However, for those in the nascent realm, this would undoubtedly be enough for them to attain perfection." Yang Yongqing expressed his admiration. Advanced chi techniques are indeed rare treasures, even if incomplete. The mere record of the path of the nascent realm is sufficient to drive one to madness. Qin Ming spoke softly, "Since advanced scriptures are so precious and the three great families of Qixia City are willing to offer them, it indicates how much they value the emergence of the misty four lights in the mountains. What hidden truths lie behind this?" "No, there were actually more than a dozen families present," Old Lu corrected him. As the twilight of night approached, Qin Ming brought a large piece of donkey meat to Old Lu's doorstep, claiming he came to share a meal. But his true intention was to inquire about the blood bamboo forest. Old Lu lived at the village entrance, near the fire spring, and in the night his house, with its gray bricks and tiles, was bathed in a faint rosy glow. As soon as Qin Ming entered the courtyard, he spotted a yellow dog leaping from its kennel. Towering to the height of an adult's shoulder, its golden fur shimmering with a lustrous sheen, revealing its snow-white canine teeth. Qin Ming immediately recalled the golden mastiff from the mountain patrol team and couldn't help but gaze at the yellow dog for a moment longer. With its robust and well-fed appearance, it indeed seemed to possess a fine quality of meat. The yellow dog appeared to sense his scrutiny. Moments ago it had bared its teeth, but now it abruptly tucked its tail between its legs and burrowed into its doghouse, refusing to emerge. Why is Xiaoqin still carrying meat when he visits my home? Although old Lu was advanced in age, he remained remarkably perceptive, swiftly appearing in the courtyard. Qin Ming smiled and said, "Old Lu, how about I trade you this yellow dog for 2 roe deer antlers?" The large dog in the doghouse suddenly barked, tail tucked, tilting its head to gaze at its owner, as if trying to convey something. "This old dog possesses a strong spirit. It fears you," indicating that you've recently ventured into the mountains for hunting and have accumulated a sense of bloodlust, old Lu remarked. "Is its spirit truly so high?" Qin Ming asked in astonishment. When dogs return to the mountains, they either perish within or emerge rejuvenated. This notion certainly seems to have merit. Qin Ming marveled, scrutinizing the large yellow dog once more. He felt an urge to give it a good thrashing. That old coot certainly lacked tact, his sharp tongue perhaps explaining why he never managed to marry the most beautiful maiden back in the day. Old Lu quietly remarked, "The fisher you discovered warrants attention." Qin Ming shook his head and replied, "No second rebirth for me. I do not intend to approach that area." He then took the opportunity to consult old Lu. "Old Lu, you are well versed in the legends surrounding various spiritual entities in the mountains. Could you share some with me?" "You rascal, I knew you had something on your mind when you sought me out." Old Lu chuckled, pointing at him, but soon turned serious, saying, "If spiritual entities were so easily obtained, I wouldn't have languished in this state all these years. You have laid a foundation of gold, and undoubtedly, you shall experience a rebirth. There is no need to court danger." Qin Ming remarked, "Did you not say that youth should possess ambition? A youthful spirit is essential to truly embrace life. I yearn for an early rebirth, to ascend to greater heights and behold the scenery." Were those words truly mine? The old man Lu looked at him with skepticism. He had scarcely indulged at all during last night's drinking, having consumed merely half a cup of potent liquor. "That seems about right," Qin Ming chuckled. "In youth, one must harbor grand aspirations, for dreams tend to diminish with age, and thus, one must set a higher starting point," Lu stated. As the cold wind whipped through the heavy snowfall, it battered against the windows, while within the Lu household, a steaming feast centered around donkey meat adorned the dining table. Qin Ming conversed with the old man Lu late into the night, learning the names of certain spiritual entities, all of which resided in perilous territories, and he also discovered the location of the blood bamboo forest. Qin Ming had his own conjectures. It was highly probable that the blood bamboo forest, which Feng Yan and Xiao Chengfeng were fixated upon, fell within the jurisdiction of the mountain patrol group. Indeed, Lu mentioned that the blood bamboo forest was a mere 6 miles from the patrol group's stronghold. In that forest dwelled a species of snake, its body glistening like red agate, and both its flesh and gallbladder contained an intense vitality and spiritual essence. However, this snake was exceedingly dangerous, even lethal. Its venom was so potent that a single bite could prove fatal, even for a reborn individual. Should one be fortunate enough to capture it, the head must be severed, and the venom glands removed. Otherwise, it would not serve as a remedy, but rather as a potion of demise. Old Lu informed that this snake, aside from its deadly venom, possesses a body as hard as iron and an astonishing strength, capable of leaping with extraordinary agility. Even a small snake of merely a few feet in length can pose a greater threat than many mountain beasts, shooting forth like an iron arrow, instantly piercing through an opponent's body. Hence, it has been dubbed the blood snake by some, while others refer to it as the arrow snake. Should one encounter a blood snake exceeding 10 feet in length in the mountains, the wisest course of action would be to retreat immediately. Qin Ming remarked, "Let us hope that no more formidable old snakes appear. Blades and swords, when struck against the blood snake, may not sever it, but rather produce sparks. Among creatures of its kind, it is exceedingly fierce, exhibiting almost no weaknesses." At this juncture, old Lu suddenly sprang to his feet, nearly overturning the table, startling his wife and almost bringing his youngest grandson to tears. "What is wrong with you, old man?" The elderly lady glared at him. Lu's face flushed, as if rejuvenated, and he animatedly waved his arms, exclaiming, "How could I have forgotten this? There is trouble in the mountains. If the fire springs in the blood bamboo forest extinguish, The blood snakes there will become frozen, making them easy pickings. He wished fervently to sprout wings and soar into the mountains to investigate. Qin Ming promptly suggested, "Shall we venture into the mountains tonight to gather the sentient blood snakes?" "Splendid idea." Old Lu nodded vigorously, but suddenly, as if struck by a realization, he slumped back down, sighing, "I have come to understand that Feng Yan, Xiao Cheng Feng, and those young ones guarding the mountains are desperately yearning for a second chance at life. How could they possibly overlook the spiritual entities within their own territory?" The old man wore an expression of utter despondence, his earlier joy and excitement having dissipated. He sat there, nearly bruising his thighs from his agitated slapping, indignantly cursing the members of the mountain patrol. This wretched lot seemed to possess an uncanny fortune. Could it be that yet another couple of individuals akin to Fu Inteo would emerge, stumbling upon such a fortuitous opportunity? I felt an overwhelming urge to shower them with a spoonful of excrement, drenching their faces in filth. On this day, Qin Ming was indeed relentless in his pursuits. He braved the biting wind and snow to venture into the mountains under the cover of night, wielding a wood-cutting axe to fell Fu Inteo, Feng Yan, and others. He then proceeded to meet with the nobility of Qixia City, followed by an entire night of listening to the elder Lu boast of his various mysterious encounters and bizarre experiences within the mountains. The following morning, he awoke early, swiftly finished his breakfast, and plunged directly into the forest. Chapter 20. Harmonizing with the dust in the dim twilight, Qin Ming, shouldering a long-handled black gold hammer and armed with a short sword, moved with an almost ethereal swiftness, as if he might take flight, racing into the dense thicket. A sense of urgency gripped him. The nobles of Qixia City were on their way, and once they set foot in the mountains, they would undoubtedly scour for various spiritual materials. He was determined that no one would reach the blood bamboo forest before him, for it held the key to his rebirth. As the night mist dispersed, the forest remained shrouded in a certain gloom, yet with his keen eyesight, he could discern the distant landscape with clarity. The blood bamboo forest was not easily accessible. Dangers surely lay in wait. Otherwise, Feng Yan and Xiao Chengfeng would have acted long ago, sparing themselves the regret of untimely demise. I found myself growing restless. Chilled snowflakes descended upon him, some even slipping into the nape of his neck. The biting cold gradually instilling a sense of calm within Qin Ming. His urgent pace just now bore little distinction from that of the old man Lu last night. One could almost imagine him sprouting wings, eager to soar into the blood bamboo forest to retrieve the frost-bitten blood snakes. Calming his mind, Qin Ming slowed his steps, taking a moment to regulate his breathing amidst the forested expanse. Was it not merely a rebirth? Even without the acquisition of spiritual materials, with his inherent capabilities, he could smoothly ascend to the next level. An unsettled mind is prone to error. As he treaded upon the thick blanket of snow, he advanced steadily, gradually cultivating a sense of composure and tranquility. The blood bamboo forest undoubtedly harbored considerable peril. The hesitance of the mountain patrol team, even with a second rebirth individual like Fu Inteo present, spoke volumes. Silently, Qin Ming navigated through the dense thicket, ultimately excavating a certain tome of blade techniques from a concealed spot. The antiquated leather pages were frayed and worn, indicative of frequent perusal in bygone days. The volume was not extensive, imbued with an air of aged wisdom, the origins of which Fu Inteo had managed to procure remained a mystery. Immersing himself in the fruits of predecessors' labor, Qin Ming sought to still his heart. He settled upon the forest floor, and after a brief interlude, he found himself utterly captivated. Wholly engrossed in the text, unconsciously, he rose from the snow, one hand clutching the leather-bound tome and the other gripping the long-handled black gold hammer, wielding it as if it were a saber. Though originally a heavy weapon, in his grasp it felt as light as a wooden mallet, effortlessly swung, gradually exuding a natural and artistic elegance. To achieve rebirth, one must practice the appropriate scriptures, such as the night meditation technique and the qi cultivation, which enhance strength, flexibility, speed, and other physical attributes. Various combat principles pertain to technique, optimizing the utilization of one's physical power and speed to achieve efficient offensive maneuvers. Qin Ming possesses an exceptionally robust physical constitution, surpassing the foundational strength of gold. However, his combat techniques have not been honed through systematic training. Rather, they largely consist of practical, eclectic styles. Some of these techniques are derived from the unorthodox methods he has practiced over the years, while others have been gleaned from the wisdom of seasoned hunters in his village. His prowess in real combat has been forged in the rugged mountains. The forest under the cloak of night is fraught with peril, and hunting in such an environment demands one to contend with the assaults of various ferocious beasts. A moment's hesitation could spell death. Although his techniques are predominantly eclectic, verging on the wild, their lethality is undeniably formidable. As he engages in life and death struggles with beasts without adhering to any predictable patterns, relying instead on sheer strength, speed, and situational adaptability. It is precisely this unpredictability that renders Fu Intao's confrontation with him exceptionally daunting, as he cannot discern any established patterns in Qin Ming's assaults. At present, Qin Ming is engrossed in studying the knife techniques, merging his own experiences from battles against feral creatures and the profound insights gleaned from the brink of life and death. Immersed in this process, he finds himself holding a book in one hand and a hammer in the other, instinctively adapting his movements to the evolving knife forms. As he absorbs the efforts of the masters encapsulated in the knife techniques, he intensifies his exertion, allowing the essence of the blade to permeate the air around him. Although no blade gleams in sight, the intent of the knife is palpable, causing the snow on the ground to whirl into the air. The long-handled black gold hammer transforms into a streak of lightning, shattering the tranquility of the forest. He swings the hammer towards a massive tree, and in an instant, the thick trunk splinters violently. This act of slicing is sheer brutality. Nearby creatures that had been watching him with keen interest, lurking in the shadows for quite some time, are now terrified and hastily retreat, tails tucked in fear. Among them was a mutated black tiger, measuring over 4 meters in length, now fleeing at the slightest provocation. Yet it dared to linger here, as if unwilling to depart. Qin Ming noticed a creature far larger than its kin, a man-faced vulture, circling close to the trees, hovering merely 20 meters above the ground, hesitating to take its leave. Having just grasped the throwing knife technique from its home, he immediately executed it, propelling his heavy hammer knife into the night, soaring skyward. With a splatter, blood erupted midair, feathers scattering like confetti. The mutated man-faced vulture, with its wings spread wide, once a formidable beast, now appeared as fragile as porcelain, shattered by Qin Ming's throw. His arms possessed the strength of 1,000 pounds, and this strike was without doubt. The long-handled black gold hammer pulverized the massive predator, leaving it in ruins, a deluge of flesh and feathers cascading to the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, some of the otherworldly creatures in the distance fled in terror, sensing the brutality of this bipedal beast, convinced they must distance themselves from him. Realizing this territory was no longer safe. Excellent knife technique, Qin Ming marveled, grasping the long-handled black gold hammer and practicing once more. This blade manual was akin to a beacon in the night mist for him, illuminating his path and integrating his various combat experiences with a more unorthodox fighting style. Leading to a rapid elevation of his skills, Qin Ming became utterly entranced, losing himself in the practice, unable to extricate his mind from its depths. He diligently rehearsed all the knife forms from beginning to end. While he may not have achieved complete enlightenment, he undeniably enhanced his combat techniques, significantly augmenting his prowess. This blade manual was indeed worthy of study, offering profound insights and immense value. Should Fu Intao master this manual, it would indeed pose a considerable challenge. Qin Ming mused that if one could fully comprehend this tome, Fu Intao would not have remained merely a second rebirth. This manuscript is not solely a compendium of techniques. It also encompasses profound insights into the essence of rebirth, offering him significant inspiration. For instance, the text references heavenly light, which first manifests during the third rebirth, yet continues to pervade the entirety of the rebirth experience. Even after achieving the pinnacle of rebirth, one cannot escape the necessity of delving deeper into the study of heavenly light. In this age where the sun has vanished, heavenly light embodies humanity's cherished aspirations and harbors boundless dreams. The heavenly light alluded to within the pages is not the radiant brilliance of the sky that people yearn for, but rather an inner luminosity, bestowed with a beautiful appellation. Upon undergoing the third rebirth, an individual will begin to exhibit this heavenly light, which is birthed within the body, a manifestation of an elevated state of existence. At this juncture, the reborn's prowess will significantly amplify, enabling them to confront various menacing entities unarmed. All thanks to the grace of heavenly light. For once the body gives rise to this heavenly light, it will evoke a unique force known as heavenly light energy, characterized by its penetrating and tearing capabilities. Without this, the reborn would appear too delicate and diminutive in comparison to colossal beasts, rendering them ill-equipped to contend with such behemoths. The emergence of heavenly light energy empowers the reborn to rend the scales of mutated giants, capable of piercing through their resilient and robust flesh. Nevertheless, within the realm of rebirth, heavenly light energy can only manifest upon the surface of the body, extending slightly beyond the fists and feet. Yet it remains unable to permeate into weaponry. In truth, Tianguang Jin is merely a general term, encompassing a multitude of variations upon closer examination. This book has evidently passed through numerous hands, its pages adorned with diverse reflections, notes, and annotations, all crafted by different individuals. Among these, one reader holds a profound admiration for a particular form of Tianguang Jin, lamenting the inability to cultivate the Rulai Jin. For Qin Ming, a newcomer of unorthodox origins. The various records and descriptions within the book evoke a sense of serene yearning. Regrettably, although the manual mentions several extraordinary and powerful names associated with Tianguang Jin, it offers no guidance on how to cultivate them. Qin Ming found himself lost in contemplation for an extended period. As he turned further through the manual, he encountered passages that seemed beyond his current understanding. However, amidst the insights left by predecessors, he discovered a pragmatic secret technique known as Guang Tong Chun, which ensures one's safety. Upon meticulous study, he was struck with a cold sweat, feeling fortunate to have uncovered this particular record. According to the ancients, the gaze of advanced beings is fearsome, capable of piercing through the vitality of lesser beings, discerning their strengths and weaknesses even in the dead of night, revealing the varying life forces around them. This is indeed alarming. Lesser beings possess no secrets from their advanced counterparts. Particularly, when a newcomer or an aberrant entity manifests Tianguang within, it becomes akin to a flickering flame amidst the darkness for advanced beings. Thus, it is imperative to cultivate it swiftly. He wiped away the cold sweat, suddenly sensing the peril that lurked within the mountains. Fortunately, Guang Tong Chun is merely a practical secret technique, not a convoluted and esoteric tome that is difficult to master. Contemplating the void, his body felt as if it were a withered tree, and his heart resembled cold ashes, obscuring the vitality within him, gradually fading into weakness, which could also render his spirit dim. He slowly began to comprehend, marking his initial steps into this realm. Qin Ming sat in quietude for an extended period, silently reflecting and pondering, gradually uncovering more profound insights. He discovered that blending with the ordinary could partially conceal his vitality, allowing him to merge seamlessly among the common populace. Furthermore, he realized that this degree of control could be mastered. After reaching a certain threshold, even after 3 rebirths when his body emanated celestial light, he could still choose to obscure it if necessary. With this realization, Qin Ming exhaled deeply. However, upon further reflection, he found himself chuckling softly, pondering that perhaps his sense of crisis was overly heightened. Even if advanced beings passed through this place and could perceive the strength or weakness of his vitality at a glance, they likely would not concern themselves with him. After all, he had only undergone 1 rebirth, and to those extraordinary beings, he remained merely one amongst the multitude of life in the mountains. He then recalled the higher echelons of Qixia City. Since they could negotiate and confront the mysterious beings within the mountains, they must possess commensurate capabilities. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. Having learned so much today was sufficient. It was essential to consolidate, master, and firmly grasp all he had acquired. Rising to his feet, Qin Ming sought out a secluded spot to rebury the blade manual. Undoubtedly, he had achieved great gains today. After meticulously studying those techniques and integrating them with his own insights, he experienced a remarkable enhancement in his prowess. He mused to himself, "If I were to encounter Fu Inteo or Feng Yan now and engage in battle, I believe it would be considerably easier." Most importantly, this book had broadened his horizons, revealing many previously inaccessible facets of knowledge. Fu Inteo was indeed a commendable individual, having gifted him a valuable tome. Upon emerging from the dense thicket, he proceeded towards the location of the Blood Bamboo Forest. Chapter 21, The Blood Bamboo Forest. In the faint twilight, majestic mountains towered above, adorned with clusters of larch, hazel, and birch. Despite the diversity of tree species, most had shed their leaves, leaving behind only bare branches laden with white snow. Qin Ming traversed the snow-laden ground, drawing closer to the Blood Bamboo Forest after crossing several mountains. He had never ventured into this territory before. It was no longer considered the outskirts of the mountains. Numerous mountain beasts roamed along the way, and the calls of strange birds echoed in the air. Yet upon reaching this place, apart from the howling cold wind, all other sounds had mysteriously vanished. Qin Ming sensed the peril of the blood bamboo forest, realizing that various creatures of the mountain avoided this area, rarely making their presence known. It was indeed the frigid winter, blanketed in snow. If the period of the fire spring were to arrive, awakening all living things and prompting the blood serpents to emerge for their hunt, the vicinity would likely descend into an even deeper silence. The scenery was undeniably exquisite. Qin Ming stood at the edge of a valley, gazing inward. The blood bamboo forest lay nestled within, and though the sky was dim, the sight of the abundant bamboo, standing resolutely against the wind and snow, was still discernible, a vibrant crimson, blanketed in white snow, a sight to behold. The valley was filled with blood bamboo, a breathtaking sight. This plant, from its stalks to its leaves, shimmered red, resembling dense forests of red coral flourishing amidst the snow. Truly, it was a remarkable place, Qin Ming marveled. During ordinary days, few would dare to visit this locale for its beauty, as the notorious reputation of the blood serpent instilled profound dread in even the most intrepid mountain patrollers. The valley showed no signs of the fire spring's light rising. It seemed as though it had truly extinguished. However, Qin Ming did not take a single step into the valley. He believed that beneath the frozen ground, remnants of embers still lingered, suggesting that the fire spring had not entirely extinguished. He traversed the area, keenly observing the surrounding terrain, ascending a high slope to gaze down into the valley. Indeed, he discerned a faint crimson hue at the heart of the valley. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Ming turned away from this tranquil spot and ventured into a region abundant with peculiar birds and mountain beasts, where he successfully captured a rabbit amidst the snow. With a resounding thud, the large rabbit was struck into the thick snow, sending a flurry of snowflakes into the air, not far from the embers of a fire spring. Almost simultaneously, a crimson line shot forth, sweeping across the snow with astonishing speed, piercing the rabbit's body in an instant. Qin Ming's mind was sharply focused. A shimmering pattern of golden waves manifesting upon his skin, his gaze fixed intently upon the not-so-distant center of the valley. Undoubtedly, it was a blood snake. Measuring a mere 3 feet in length, indeed, as the rumors suggested, its form as resilient as tempered steel, capable of momentarily soaring and piercing its target like an iron arrow. It was undeniably a formidable creature, and he pondered the potential menace of a larger serpent several meters long. Qin Ming furrowed his brow. Shortly thereafter, he observed several more crimson lines emerging from that sanguine glow, each only a few feet long. This time, rather than darting forth like iron arrows, they slithered across the snow, approaching the snow rabbit, their hardened heads piercing into its body. These serpents, imbued with a certain spirit, defied conventional understanding. They exhibited no fear of the frigid landscape, remaining unfrozen for a considerable duration. Am I providing you with winter nourishment, an unexpected feast? Qin Ming mused as he watched the blood bamboo grove, noting that the serpents were evidently imbibing the warm blood of the snow rabbit. This serpentine creature derives its name from blood, a reflection of its unique feeding habits, which starkly contrast with those of ordinary snakes that consume their prey whole. They feed with remarkable swiftness, possibly motivated by an aversion to lingering in the snow, swiftly making their way toward the nearly extinguished hot springs. However, Qin Ming observed that 2 of these serpents did not return to their lair immediately. Instead, they scurried rapidly through the blood bamboo grove, seemingly in search of something. Concurrently, he noticed a larger serpent's head emerging from the crimson haze, incessantly flicking its vibrant tongue as if sensing its surroundings. This posed a considerable challenge. Qin Ming discerned that this deadly, sentient creature possessed formidable strength and heightened awareness, rendering it far more formidable than other mutated beings. He contemplated the possibility of employing poison against them, perhaps offering a tainted blood meal. Yet, observing that the larger serpent showed no inclination to feed and that the smaller ones were merely sampling, he deemed this approach impractical. Qin Ming noted that the 2 small serpents, measuring 3 to 4 feet in length, gradually slowed their pace after completing a swift circuit of the blood bamboo grove, concluding their territorial patrol before vanishing into the crimson haze of their habitat. He resolved to transport an array of weaponry, knowing that once he ventured deeper into the grove, he would need to don multiple layers of armor from the mountain patrol unit. He had no desire to be ambushed by the blood serpents. Should the iron-like head of one pierce his skin, even a newcomer would meet a certain demise. Time was of the essence, and he quickly unearthed and transported the iron spears and armor, concealing them near the blood bamboo grove. In confronting the blood serpents, Fuenteo's sharp long knife would prove more effective than a long-handled black gold hammer. When employing heavy weaponry against larger aberrations, the lethality is undeniably formidable, capable of delivering a decisive blow. However, when faced with the slender form of serpents, a longsword proves far more effective. Qin Ming pondered the matter of when the fiery springs of the blood bamboo forest would ultimately extinguish. With each passing moment, the blood serpents grew weaker. Yet his own time was limited, as the final negotiations with the elite aberrations in the mountains were set to conclude in the coming days. Today's actions had stirred the serpents, heightening their alertness, thus he resolved to return the following day. Though time was of the essence, he could afford to wait another day. Surely, he thought, he would be capable of dealing with this nest of blood serpents. As he traversed the path, he reflected on how Feng Ian, Xiao Chengfeng, and others harbored designs on the blood bamboo forest, and he had successfully eliminated all of them. He felt the need for caution, understanding the importance of vigilance. On his way back, he observed 3 large raptors racing through the forest with astonishing speed, each bearing a rider upon their backs, cutting through the dense thicket ahead of him. Could they be from Golden Rooster Ridge? Concealing himself behind a sturdy tree, he deduced their identities upon witnessing this spectacle. They were 3 mutated ground chickens, each standing over a person's height, remarkably robust, capable of swiftly carrying riders through the mountainous terrain, a rarity cultivated solely by Golden Rooster Ridge. Qin Ming had heard tales of Golden Rooster Ridge, known for its proximity to nearly level 2 fiery springs, once home to a band of notorious outlaws who were ultimately pacified. Their cultivated mutated ground chickens proved exceedingly useful, as mountain patrollers often sought the aid of their golden knights to survey the conditions within the mountains. Yet, Golden Rooster Ridge was quite distant. How had they managed to traverse such a distance? He gazed at the 3 distant free-range chickens, one of whom donned exquisite armor, distinctly unlike the local attire of the other 2 from Jinjiling. From Qixia City, Qin Ming observed that the style of the black armor diverged from that of the Chao, Wei, and Mu families, suggesting that this individual hailed from another prominent clan. Noticing that they were not heading towards the blood bamboo forest, Qin Ming resumed his journey homeward. Just as he was about to exit the mountains, dragging along a captured prey, he encountered 4 remarkably peculiar newcomers. Although 2 of them were devoid of armor, their attire was undeniably exceptional, cloaked in black robes woven with metallic threads, obscuring their faces entirely. Qin Ming pondered. As the mountain had not yet stirred with the sweep of the search operation, what manner of individuals these could be. The other 2 newcomers appeared to be locals, both in their early 30s. One of them greeted him with a smile. "Young brother, do you know of a fissure nearby that emits a silvery glow? Head that way, and after walking straight for 3 miles, you shall arrive." Qin Ming pointed them in the direction, noting that it was no hidden place, as many were already aware of it. "Let us proceed," spoke one of the men in black robes, his voice youthful. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming prepared to depart. However, the subsequent words of the black-robed man left him frozen in disbelief. "Eliminate him. Our presence here should not be known to too many." With a casual utterance, the black-robed man sealed the fate of a young hunter. Qin Ming was astounded, questioning the origins of such sinister figures. To decree life and death with a mere statement was a stark disregard for the lives of ordinary individuals. He had encountered Qiao Long, Wei Jiro, Mu Qing, and others, all hailing from Qixia City. Those individuals exuded tranquility, whether or not they were merely upholding the decorum and politeness befitting nobility. Their demeanor was passable, not eliciting any aversion. In stark contrast, the figure in the black robe exhibited a ruthless decisiveness, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, compelling the 2 local newcomers to commit murder. "Brothers, we are locals. We cannot proceed in this manner," Qin Ming implored. One of them chuckled and replied, "Apologies, my friend, but we are ordered to accompany our esteemed guests into the mountains and must obey their every command." "And you are?" Qin Ming inquired. "We hail from the Three-Eyed Sect." Both locals advanced menacingly. In the next instant, Qin Ming, like a swift leopard, left behind a fleeting shadow as he darted forward, his left hand's dagger swiftly slicing through the throats of the 2 men. The 2 men from the Three-Eyed Sect were rendered astonished, terrified, and incredulous. They had assumed they were confronting an ordinary hunter, as Qin Ming's quarry had been but a modest mountain goat. Yet, they found themselves inexplicably felled, victims of an assailant far too swift. When the two black-robed figures perceived Qin Ming charging toward them, and noted the immense weight of the long-handled black gold hammer he had drawn from his back, their expressions shifted dramatically. Qin Ming swung the black gold hammer at one man's head, while thrusting the dagger in his left hand towards the other cloaked figure. Since the adversaries had already resolved to eliminate him and conceal their actions, further discourse was futile. He could only muster his strength for a counterattack. In an instant, the air was filled with the piercing sounds of metal clashing, an exceedingly jarring cacophony. Upon a mere touch, Qin Ming discerned their depths. One was a second-generation newcomer, while the other posed little threat, having only undergone a single awakening. He devoted himself entirely to assaulting the second-generation newcomer, for it was this individual who represented a genuine peril. With a clash, after several encounters, the formidable black-robed figure found his long knife sent soaring by the impact of the obsidian hammer, leaving his arm numb. Simultaneously, his pupils constricted, for the long-handled obsidian hammer, akin to a bolt of lightning, was wielded with effortless grace by his adversary, hurtling towards his chest with an unfathomable swiftness. It was too late to evade. His chest caved in under the blow, blood gushing from his mouth, and he realized his life was all but forfeit. "Are you challenging me with your blade?" Qin Ming grasped the long-handled obsidian hammer, employing a sword technique without sparing a glance at him, as he pivoted to confront the other black-robed figure. The latter, taken aback, had just been forcefully repelled, and within a brief span, his companion had met a swift demise. The rapidity of events was staggering. How could a youth, seemingly like a hunter, exude such terror? Acknowledging his inferiority, he turned to flee into the dense forest, seeking escape. Throwing technique, Qin Ming uttered those words, and with a resounding boom, the long-handled obsidian hammer hurtled forth, shattering the black-robed man's head as though it were a rotten melon. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Ming swiftly surveyed the battlefield, cleansing the blood from the obsidian hammer with snow, and set off on his return journey with his quarry in tow. However, unease crept upon him. The number of individuals venturing into the mountains had surged, each bearing their own motives, and he could not afford to stray from the blood bamboo forest for too long. With each passing day, the fire spring would dim significantly, to his advantage. Yet he must remain vigilant against outsiders encroaching to seize spiritual treasures. Qin Ming mused to himself that for the moment, he could only remain here. It was not until late into the night that he finally departed, for none would dare to act at such an hour. The inky darkness posed little hindrance to serpentine creatures, yet the newly awakened would be constrained. The following day, he ventured into the mountains at dawn, discovering that the crimson glow at the heart of the valley had indeed dimmed significantly. With this revelation, he resolved to wait a little longer, planning to make his move before the night concluded. An hour later, the entire mountainous expanse suddenly blossomed with brilliance, as boundless earthlight surged forth, filling the sky with a cascade of luminous rain, illuminating the surrounding area. The ethereal light danced and flowed, captivating Qin Ming with its exquisite beauty. Particularly striking was the juxtaposition of the fiery red bamboo grove against the pristine white snow, creating a scene that was refreshing and breathtaking, a magnificent spectacle unlike any other. At that moment, Qin Ming made an astute observation. A group was approaching from a distance. He did not act impulsively. Instead, he calmly retreated into the shadows. This was fortuitous. Should this group be drawn to the spiritual essence of the blood bamboo grove, it would be wise to allow them to scout the area first. Chapter 22. The harvest. Qin Ming ascended to a higher slope, closer to the location where he had concealed his soldiers, hiding behind a tree large enough for several men to encircle. As anticipated, the group headed directly toward the blood bamboo grove, comprising 11 individuals, their movements nimble and swift, reaching the valley's edge in the blink of an eye. Taking advantage of the surging earthlight, Qin Ming could discern their appearances clearly. They were all young and strong, clad in gleaming armor and wielding long, coldly gleaming blades. Their coordination was impeccable, moving in unison, and upon reaching the valley's entrance, their stances while brandishing their weapons were remarkably similar. They were indeed patrolmen. Qin Ming was aware of their origins. They were clad in standardized armor, identical to that worn by Feng Yian, Xiao Qingfeng, and others, with the distinction that they wielded blades. This was likely a deliberate choice, as long knives were more suitable for dealing with serpentine foes, at least more effective than the standard iron spears commonly employed by the mountain patrols. As the daylight waned, a group of individuals gathered at the dim valley entrance, unloading their packages, which contained various vials and jars. They began to concoct something. Qin Ming mused that they were indeed a group of seasoned veterans. Perhaps they could truly eradicate this nest of blood snakes. Shortly thereafter, another figure emerged from the dense forest, swiftly appearing at the valley's mouth, prompting everyone to turn their attention toward him. The newcomer, panting heavily, announced that Fu Intao and Feng Ian were absent from their base, and curiously, the wooden cabins on the mountain had vanished. Those present exchanged glances of concern. Were they not poised to strike at the blood bamboo forest? Where could they have gone now? Could they have fallen victim to the mountain monsters? Recently, nobles from Qixia City, along with renowned organizations, had arrived, and some had ventured into the mountains. Surely, Fu Intao and his companions had not bitten off more than they could chew. The group's leader, a figure of considerable authority, spoke up, silencing the others. He said, "Let's not dwell on that for now. Initially, I was apprehensive about infiltrating Fu Intao's territory to hunt the blood snakes, fearing they might discover us and retaliate. With one less threat, it is for the best. Even fate seems to be favoring us." A mountain patroller remarked. Team leader Lu Huaishan is remarkably robust, resembling a mighty brown bear. He spoke in a grave tone. "Let me reiterate, should the situation take a turn for the worse, retreat immediately and prioritize your own survival without a moment's hesitation." The others had come seeking their own rebirth, while Lu Huaishan was there for the sake of his eldest son's renewal. Otherwise, none would gamble their lives so recklessly. Upon entering the valley in silence, the group came to a halt. In accordance with their earlier arrangement, the most powerful member, Lu Huaishan, proceeded alone. As a seasoned rebirth seeker, he bore the weight of responsibility and carried an assortment of vials and containers. At a considerable distance, he ignited the contents of several jars, releasing thick plumes of yellow smoke that he cast into the fiery spring. Other containers, filled with medicinal powders and liquids, were skillfully hurled into the dim red glow. At the moment he completed this task, he swiftly retreated, ensuring he maintained a safe distance. The area around the fiery spring became shrouded in dense smoke, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. First, several small snakes, each a few feet long, darted out, swiftly navigating the vicinity as if to scout ahead. Then, two massive snakes, exceeding 4 meters in length, leaped forth, their bodies glowing a vivid crimson. When these colossal serpents collided, they produced a sound akin to clashing swords, their scales glimmering like forged gold. They surged towards the mouth of the valley, momentarily lifting off the ground, resembling two blood-red spears piercing the air, accompanied by a menacing hiss. The two great serpents were enraged. The mountain patrollers cursed under their breath, incredulous at the sight of two formidable snakes. This was utterly beyond their expectations. Lu Huaishan shouted, "Hurry! The serpent repellent and the acrid smoke are utterly ineffective against these blood serpents." In truth, there was no need for him to remind them. A group of seasoned mountain patrollers, accustomed to the treacherous terrain, instinctively recognized the gravity of the situation and decisively fled. Lu Huaishan, as a second-generation survivor, possessed remarkable speed. Although he was among the last to arrive, his robust legs propelled him forward, quickly surpassing several others. A massive serpent emerged not far behind, pausing momentarily upon a large boulder at the valley's entrance before launching itself into the air with astonishing force, transforming into a breathtaking flash of crimson, hurtling towards them. The sheer ferocity of its approach was somewhat terrifying, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of thunder. Crack! The last of the patrollers was struck as if pierced by a 4-meter-long spear of blood, shattering the 2 layers of armor he wore and impaling him with the serpent's hardened, gold-like head. The impact was devastating. This particular patroller was seasoned and well-prepared. Having fortified his back with a thick iron plate, it successfully absorbed the strike from the blood serpent, or else he would have been impaled through and through. However, his fate remained unchanged, as the iron plate deformed under the immense force, causing him to lose his balance and tumble into the snow. The serpent, swift as lightning, coiled around him in an instant. Unlike other serpents, which might struggle to bind even larger foes, this blood serpent ensnared him with ease, eliciting agonizing cries from the patroller. As it constricted with violent intensity, the sound of its crimson scales echoed ominously, shattering the patroller's armor in mere moments. Bones in various parts of his body fractured, And after the serpent bit into his face, the flesh there disintegrated. In an instant, this patroller met his demise. In a fleeting moment, the terrifying nature of the blood snake was fully manifested. Its body, as hard as iron, possessed astonishing strength, capable of soaring through the air like a steel arrow, and its venom was insidiously lethal. Another great serpent had also leapt from the valley into the dense forest, where it caught up with the second ranger, unleashing a piercing scream of despair. Not far from the valley's mouth, the colossal snake abandoned the corpse and plunged deeper into the woods in relentless pursuit. As the fourth ranger found himself ensnared by the blood snake, the team leader, Lu Huaishan, suddenly appeared, wielding a sharp long knife with both hands, delivering a fierce strike against the serpent's body. This was the full-force slash of a second-generation reborn, the gleaming blade slicing through the air, shattering a portion of the crimson-scaled serpent's armor, creating a wound that, though not very deep, allowed crimson blood to flow forth. This was indeed a terrifying sight. Had it been any other second-generation mutated creature or reborn human facing such a ferocious blow, their body would have inevitably been cleaved in two. Lu Huaishan, gripping the hilt firmly, attempted to strike again, but alas, he failed to land another blow in the same location as the blood snake deftly evaded him, leaving additional wounds in other areas. In pain, the blood snake relinquished its hold on the ranger, who was on the brink of death, and launched a frenzied attack toward Lu Huaishan. Simultaneously, its hissing call attracted another great serpent from nearby, its crimson form racing towards them. The two serpents, relentless in their pursuit, chased after him. However, the injured snake began to slow, its body unaccustomed to the harsh, frigid environment following its wound. It came to a halt, hissing a few times before retreating along the original path back into the valley. Qin Ming donned a formidable suit of four-layered armor, his face concealed by a black scarf, leaving only his piercing eyes visible. He stood quietly on the slope beside the valley's entrance, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. In the snow before him, several iron spears were planted, accompanied by a long blade, while a hefty black-gold hammer rested upon his back. Though it still glimmered with a crimson sheen and its serpentine form faintly radiated light, it was evidently sluggish, its speed diminished from earlier days. As it approached the valley, Qin Ming seized one of the iron spears from the ground, inhaled deeply, and with a surge of strength, hurled it towards the blood serpent. He swiftly retrieved a second spear from the snow. The blood serpent, thoroughly provoked, was met with several iron spears launched at a terrifying velocity, two of which shattered its scales anew, inflicting wounds far more grievous than the previous cuts. It ascended a towering tree, over 20 meters high, and then leapt down with astonishing speed, resembling a brilliant streak of crimson, slicing through the night, aiming to pierce its target's flesh. Qin Ming initially intended to draw his blade, but in a sudden change of heart, he gripped the long black-gold hammer tightly and swung it down with ferocious force to meet the descending serpent's head. The blood serpent surged forth like a radiant rainbow piercing the sun. However, instead of striking flesh, it collided with the weighty hammer. A resounding clang echoed through the air, akin to the harsh sound of metal meeting metal as sparks flew. The serpent, measuring over 4 meters in length, plummeted to the ground, its rigid body curling and thrashing violently in the snow. Had it been another serpent, Qin Ming would not have employed the long-handled black-gold hammer, for it was ill-suited for such a delicate task. However, with the colossal serpent launching itself toward him with extraordinary force, he could hardly resist the opportunity. The crimson serpent suffered grave injuries, its head crushed and fractured, yet it did not perish instantly. Qin Ming swiftly extracted the long blade embedded in the snow, crushing the accumulated snow beneath his feet as he advanced with haste, channeling his utmost strength into a decisive strike. With a resounding clash, the red scales fell away, and one serpent head was severed. This was a source of sustenance that promised his swift rebirth. Qin Ming felt a surge of exhilaration at having vanquished a sentient creature. Hiss! Near the valley's mouth, several smaller blood serpents, ranging from 3 to 7 feet in length, began to slither toward him, some even leaping into the air like iron arrows hurtling forth. Qin Ming wielded his sharp blade with fervor, systematically dispatching them one by one, resulting in 6 more serpent carcasses adorning the ground. He retrieved a leather pouch to gather his spoils. Suddenly, an ominous premonition gripped him. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading an iron arrow that streaked toward him at a terrifying speed, embedding itself where he had just stood. 2 more arrows grazed his armor, igniting sparks as they lodged into a nearby tree, piercing deeply into its trunk. Standing firm with his blade in hand, Qin Ming regarded the few individuals not far away and remarked, "Indeed, men differ greatly. While I am here to slay serpents, you seek to hunt men. Gratitude is extended to I Yisui Fengqi, Mu Shi Feng, Shuhai Milu, 00497, O0 Zhan Shun Xian Yuan 00, San Sheng Yuan Jiujio." And heartfelt thanks to the leader for the support. Chapter 23. A generous gift from the slope. On the opposite side of the valley emerged 6 individuals, 4 of whom were clad in black armor, their gear remarkably superior to that of the patrol group. The other 2 donned rather ordinary iron armor, evidently worn and battered, suggesting they were locals. One of them whistled, and 3 robust raptors, with fluffy tawny feathers and powerful legs, dashed forth from the dense forest with remarkable speed. Qin Ming recognized these as mutated creatures bred in Jinjiling. Just yesterday, he had witnessed the trio ahead riding the ground fowl as they traversed the woods. "Brother, your skills are commendable. Guarding the valley entrance and slaying blood snakes alone demonstrates remarkable valor," remarked a young man adorned in refined armor. Qin Ming chose to ignore him, for the young man still gripped a sturdy bow, which moments ago he had intended to use against him with iron arrows. "My apologies, it was a moment of impulse. Attempting to gauge your abilities, and I truly overstepped," the young man continued. Qin Ming regarded him intently. "Do you genuinely believe your words?" Judging by your voice. You seem quite youthful. To have achieved a second rebirth at such a young age, your future is indeed boundless." The young man, astonished, stared at Qin Ming, whose face was concealed by a black scarf. He understood well that in such a remote area, a youth with such accomplishments must possess extraordinary talent. The young man sheathed his black bow, perceiving the youth before him as a person of remarkable potential. "Brother," he began, "I must admit my earlier recklessness. My elder brother was injured in the mountains and urgently required spiritual sustenance to restore his health. In my anxiety, I acted impulsively against you." However, Qin Ming remained unmoved. To take another's life in a fit of desperation? Such an explanation was feeble and merely revealed a callous and indifferent nature, one that lacked regard for the lives of others. He swiftly collected the blood snake from the ground into a leather pouch and inquired, "If this is indeed a misunderstanding, may I take my leave?" "Brother, there is no need to rush. Perhaps we could become friends. You may not be aware, but we hail from Qixia City." The young man's intentions were unmistakably to forge an alliance. Qin Ming remained silent, quietly scrutinizing the group. Among them was the youth referred to as elder brother, who appeared to be in genuine distress, his complexion tinged with an unhealthy hue. A flicker of recognition stirred within Qin Ming. That pallid skin reminded him of his own condition after plummeting into the crevice, having suffered a severe illness. The young man continued with a smile, "Brother, you see, the misunderstanding has been resolved, and we truly require spiritual essence. However, we do not wish to take your blood snake without recompense. I propose that you join us, and you shall certainly be compensated in the future." Qin Ming felt an overwhelming urge to slap him across the face. Was he expected to relinquish his spiritual essence only to serve them afterward? Observing the young man's demeanor, he finally spoke, "This is not Qixia City, and there are no onlookers here. You need not feign civility. I shall ask once more, since the misunderstanding is resolved, may I leave?" The young man's expression grew cold, and his words became brusque. "You are overstepping." Qin Ming tore off the 2 layers of armor encasing him, seeking to lighten his burden lest it hinder his speed, and swiftly secured the leather pouch upon his back. He glanced at the long sword in his hand, astonished to find a chip where he had struck the blood serpent, while several iron spearheads bore signs of damage, revealing the formidable toughness of the serpent's crimson scales. The expressions of the few individuals present were cold. Some drew their great swords while others readied their longbows. With hostilities now apparent, preparations for confrontation were inevitable. Realizing he had been seen through, Qin Ming no longer concealed his intentions. He hurled the iron spear with great velocity, while those nearby remained vigilant, either retreating behind trees or positioning their weapons to defend themselves. However, they soon discovered that his aim was not directed at them. With a series of thuds, 3 iron spears embedded themselves into the bodies of 3 ground chickens, splattering blood in their wake. At that moment, the blood serpent approached, rising on its hind limbs upon encountering the group, and unabashedly launched an attack. A young man with a sallow complexion spoke up, "You deal with that lad. I shall slay this blood serpent. After all, the more spiritual items, the better." "Brother, are you certain your body can withstand this?" The young man, who had been voicing concerns earlier, inquired anxiously. Upon witnessing the arrival of the blood serpent, Qin Ming, almost driven to madness, commenced his assault without a hint of hesitation. Turning to flee towards his predetermined path, the others naturally took action, while the young man who had previously loosed arrows resumed his assault. Qin Ming weaved through the dense forest, using the towering trees as cover, but once both sides began to sprint, the young man found it increasingly difficult to draw iron arrows from his quiver without losing speed. The man with a dark complexion exuded great strength, wielding a long sword that met the blood serpent, releasing a dazzling beam of light that instantly inflicted numerous wounds upon the serpent's body. Qin Ming navigated through the dense forest, skillfully maneuvering along a pre-scouted path in the enveloping night. He quickly discerned that this group was formidable. Among his pursuers, two had undergone a second rebirth, one of whom was exceptionally swift, drawing ever closer. Although Qin Ming possessed sufficient strength, he was not a true second reborn, and thus lagged in speed. The young man, who had been vociferous earlier, was also a second reborn. Having loosed several arrows, he fell slightly behind. As he charged into a densely wooded area, where branches obstructed his path, Qin Ming scanned his surroundings meticulously and chose the only passage unobstructed. Clearly, his pursuers would not cleave through the branches to impede his progress. Instead, they would follow him relentlessly. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the foremost second reborn, who collapsed painfully into the snow, his face contorted in agony. His right foot had been pierced by an iron spear concealed beneath the snow, blood gushing forth. The sharp tip stained crimson, having completely penetrated the top of his foot, a sight most gruesome. Qin Ming had merely taken precautions, preparing for the worst by burying 3 iron spears in this branch-choked area. He had not anticipated their actual deployment. The only clear passage had been created by his own effort in breaking the nearby obstructing branches. However, setting the iron spears in the snow in hopes of ensnaring an adversary also required an element of fortune. This individual inadvertently evaded 2 iron spears, but on the third attempt, he stepped directly onto one, resulting in a catastrophic fate. His entire right foot was rendered useless. Witnessing this scene, the others felt their pupils constrict, as if they too could sense a sharp pain in their own right feet, followed by a wave of trepidation. The young man who had been speaking earlier wore a grim expression, gritting his teeth as he said, "Do not run recklessly. Follow in his footprints." He was a resolute character, neglecting his injured companion, and wielding a large sword, he continued his pursuit, gradually closing the distance thanks to his speed advantage. He had already discerned that the opponent's speed was markedly inferior to his own, leading him to conclude that although the adversary was also a second-generation newcomer, his strength was lesser than theirs. After all, he was a newcomer from a remote locale, lacking access to esoteric meditation techniques or vital energy skills. Even as a second-generation newcomer, his potential would be limited. This was his internal reasoning and the source of his confidence to persist in the chase. Qin Ming understood that it was only a matter of time before he was caught, and rather than wait passively, he decided to take the initiative and deliberately slowed his pace, intent on eliminating the one person who posed a threat to him. You still wish to escape? For a mere few blood serpents, it is far better than losing your life. The young man approached with a cold demeanor. As for the other individual from Qixia City and the 2 from Jinjiling, they had only undergone the newcomer initiation once, their speed insufficient to catch up, leaving them trailing behind. Qin Ming remained silent, brandishing his long-handled black gold hammer as he charged forward, knowing he must resolve this swiftly. His greatest concern remained the youth who faced the blood serpents alone. Despite his physical ailment, he still posed the greatest danger. In the forest, the snow erupted as Qin Ming exerted all his strength. The first strike of the obsidian hammer left the young man dazed, his right hand that gripped the sword tingling with numbness. Despite his relatively slower speed, his physical prowess post-rebirth should have been superior to that of his youthful adversary. How could such strength emanate from him? Qin Ming was fiercely focused, pouring every ounce of effort into his attack. The long-handled obsidian hammer, though heavy, danced in his hands like a series of black lightning bolts weaving through the night. The young man was formidable, clearly not an easy opponent, far surpassing Fu Inteo in skill. After initially faltering, he quickly launched a counterattack. However, he was alarmed to discover that this boy from a remote region was not as inept as he had presumed. He exhibited remarkable martial prowess. The heavy hammer seemed to blossom in his grasp, its striking technique astonishing, each blow slicing through the darkness with incredible efficiency, each strike a lethal maneuver. Then, a moment of realization struck him. The boy was employing knife techniques in his hammer strikes. This individual was indeed skilled. I must undergo a second rebirth swiftly, Qin Ming thought to himself, when suddenly, the obsidian hammer slipped from his grasp. With a resounding crash, the young man felt the world spin around him, tears streaming down his face. In the instant their weapons clashed, his opponent's grip faltered. At such close range, the weighty hammer struck his chin, shattering bones instantly. He endured the excruciating pain, forcing himself to remain conscious, and swung his great sword forward, determined not to retreat, denying his foe the chance to reclaim the obsidian hammer. Clearly, the blow had left him dizzy, his awareness dulled. By the time he sensed something amiss, it was already too late. Qin Ming unsheathed his long knife, deflecting the assault from the colossal sword, and with a swift strike, severed the right arm of his opponent wielding the sword, subsequently delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. Qin Ming then retrieved the long-handled black gold hammer from the ground, uttering not a word, and advanced to crush the foe's skull with a single blow. He then took possession of the fallen warrior's weapons and swiftly approached the remaining 3 adversaries. The young man, whose countenance was marred by a bluish-black hue, effortlessly dispatched the blood serpent. His confidence was not misplaced. His prowess was undeniably formidable. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, as Lu Huaishan and his companions were taken aback by the unexpected appearance of this newcomer, whose capabilities appeared astonishingly fearsome. The young man discarded the blood serpent's lifeless body onto the ground and began to advance towards his foes, sword drawn. He had entered this territory quietly, wishing to remain undetected due to the presence of rivals in the vicinity. His current situation was precarious, compelling him to maintain secrecy, which only intensified his murderous intent. My friends, we mean no harm. We shall withdraw immediately. The blood serpent is yours. Lu Huaishan called out hastily, urging his comrades to retreat post-haste. He recognized the perilous nature of this individual. Should a conflict arise, it would undoubtedly spell doom for their group, as this solitary warrior could easily breach their defenses. The mountain patrollers, seasoned middle-aged men, had already drawn their bows, aiming forward in a defensive posture while hastening their retreat. Those snowflakes drifted gently from the heavens. They had yet to obscure the footprints left behind. Qin Ming raced onward, and soon after, the air was pierced by cries of despair. There was no doubt about the outcome. Qin Ming had eliminated 2 fledgling warriors from Jinjiling and the weakest among those from Qixia City. As the pallid-faced man appeared, he found Qin Ming with his back turned, interrogating the individuals from his side. In an instant, a surge of blood coursed through his veins as fury consumed him. He could only see one person being tortured for information. Where were the others? What had happened to his cousin? Had they all been slain? Speak quickly. Do you possess advanced Qigong? Qin Ming crouched there, gripping the severely injured man with one hand. At that moment, the man wished to utter something, yet his mouth remained sealed, having been struck by a hammer. In truth, his captors were intent on silencing him. The mute man, upon witnessing the strongest among his group approach silently, felt his pupils constrict, as if he wanted to speak. But then, with a resounding thud, he was struck again, his vision darkening as he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. The pallid-faced man observed the injured individual, whose upper body was drenched in blood, while his lower half lay buried in the snow, a pitiful sight. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged forward. Yet, with a muffled groan, he collapsed into the snow. This time, the young man did not step on a metal spear, but rather on his cousin's formidable sword. Just a short while ago, Qin Ming had meticulously arranged the area, which bore the marks of a fierce battle. Branches lay strewn across the ground, with only a few clear patches remaining. The deliberately vacant spots had been strategically filled with metal spears, great swords, and long blades, achieving the most favorable outcome thus far. With a decisive strike, he ended the life of the earlier assailant, then calmly turned his gaze to the man impaled through the foot by the great sword. The dark-complexioned youth was named Wang Nianzhu, who held a modest reputation in Qixia City, having once lifted 570 pounds as a newcomer, a feat not to be underestimated. After his second rebirth, his arms possessed nearly 1,200 pounds of strength. Such exceptional prowess left him consumed with rage at his current predicament, particularly the masked youth ahead, whom he viewed as nothing more than a mere country bumpkin, had inflicted upon him such a grievous wound. Qin Ming retreated, drawing forth the bow and arrows belonging to Wang Nianzhu's cousin, aiming directly at him. Alas, Wang Yinju, with his foot pierced, found himself hindered in movement, even though he possessed formidable strength and could endure the pain to leap. He ultimately could not maintain his previous condition and succumbed to an arrow shortly thereafter. Soon after, Qin Ming approached and, with a long-handled black gold hammer, delivered a fatal blow to the severely injured and barely conscious Wang Yinju. To his astonishment, he acquired a blood serpent as a grateful gift. Qin Ming stowed the second large serpent into a beast skin bag. The day's harvest was indeed bountiful. Chapter 24. A great case beneath the dimly lit night. The mountains stood tall, their surfaces blanketed in pristine white snow, while strange birds circled low in the air, accompanied by the distant calls of mountain beasts. As the chilling snowflakes kissed the tips of his hair, Qin Ming felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Though his venture into the mountains was fraught with peril, the rewards far exceeded his expectations. The resources from his second rebirth were sufficient, indicating a significant enhancement of his abilities. Standing amidst the wind and snow, he gazed upon the blood-stained forest floor. Although he had not intended to act so, his adversaries left him with no alternative. Since they had bestowed upon him such a lavish gift, he felt compelled to grant them a proper burial. Rest in peace, once departed. One ought not to remain clad in cold armor. He stripped the black gold armor from the corpse, thoroughly searching from head to toe, and then laid the body deep within the thicket, allowing the mountain beasts to conduct the funeral rites. What a splendid sword! Qin Ming gently caressed the long sword, which shimmered like a crystal-clear spring, slicing through the night with a brilliant radiance akin to a silken ribbon traversing the sky. Yet, he found himself unable to carry it out of the mountains, a source of great regret for him. This sword far surpassed Fu Inteo's long knife in strength. After he had cleaved a blood serpent, the long knife was riddled with nicks, whereas the man with a pallid complexion wielded this very sword to slay the serpent, and it remained sharp and smooth as a mirror. Qin Ming swiftly tidied the battlefield, ensuring that the deceased were properly interred and that everything belonging to the band from Qixia City was meticulously disposed of. Both the sword and its owner's black armor represented the finest weaponry he had encountered thus far, yet they were destined to remain in the mountains, to be excavated when needed. It was clear that the weapons left by Fu Inteo and Feng Yian were now obsolete, having sustained significant damage during the confrontation with the blood serpents. Each of the men was adorned with knight's silver, and the most powerful among them bore 13 pieces of day gold. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. Without unexpected wealth, one cannot prosper, Qin Ming mused. Though the day gold was stained with blood, he was reluctant to become entangled in such matters. Regrettably, the meditation technique he valued most was conspicuously absent. It was understandable, as one does not typically carry sacred texts into perilous ventures. As Qin Ming embarked on his journey home, he hunted a massive wild bull, eviscerated it, and stuffed the blood serpent within, sewing its belly shut. It had been 2 days since Fu Inteo and Feng Yian had perished, yet news of their demise had yet to surface. Qin Ming surmised it would soon come to light, especially since the group of mountain patrollers who had confronted the blood serpents had previously sent scouts to spy on Fu Inteo's stronghold, only to discover that several wooden cabins had vanished without a trace. In fact, the day after the disappearance of Fu Inteo, Feng Yian, and others, a sense of unease began to permeate the air. The catalytic liquid required for the black moon planted in the fire spring had already been prepared. Yet the leader of the mountain patrol group failed to collect it when the time came. As Fu Inteo remained absent for 2 consecutive days, and Feng Yian, Xiao Qingfeng, and others did not make their usual rounds in Yinteng Town, those involved began to suspect that something might have gone awry. After lunch, Qin Ming commenced his serious practice with the blade. Standing in the courtyard, he wielded a long-handled black gold hammer, which gradually stirred up a flurry of snowflakes, creating a man-made blizzard. The hammer sliced through the air, resonating with a faint sound of thunder and wind. It was not until his body fell ablaze that he unleashed his most powerful strike, causing the swirling snow to explode around him. Breathless and drenched in sweat, he stood in the courtyard, invigorated. Qin Ming gained new insights into the combat techniques recorded in the blade manual, remaining in place for a considerable time to contemplate those sensations with great intensity. Subsequently, he began to delve into the concept of blending with the light, visualizing tranquility, concealing vitality, and immersing himself in obscurity of spirit. As he ventured deeper, his understanding grew more profound. "This is a serious matter," he declared succinctly, instantly heightening the tension among everyone present. What is going on? Someone inquired. It is highly likely that Feng Yan, Xiao Chengfeng, and others have been entirely wiped out by the mountain monsters. With that final remark, Sui Weping could no longer suppress a laugh, his expression breaking into a smile. However, he quickly composed himself. Such matters should not be displayed too openly, as word of it could lead to complications. Yet, the corners of his eyes and brows relaxed, and even the act of preparing black ant tea became a lighter affair. Is that true? Yang Yongqing sprang to his feet, exclaiming that this was indeed a significant event. Sui Weping nodded and remarked, "They have been missing for 2 days, and I fear the worst." The elderly Lu, indifferent to the gravity of the situation, interjected, "Ah, the mountains are truly terrifying. Have Feng Yan and Xiao Chengfeng met their demise? It seems the mountain spirit may soon ascend to become a mountain deity." "How does Uncle Su know this?" Qin Ming inquired, feeling compelled to maintain composure as a witness and genuinely seeking to grasp the latest developments. Sui Weping responded, "Not long ago, a considerable number of rangers, at least several dozen, stormed into Qingsang village in search of the distant relative, Su Kong, of the 2 missing individuals. Why am, you ask? It is solely because Qingsang village is the only place that did not sow the black moon. And Feng Yan and Xiao Chengfeng had visited Su Kong just a day before their unfortunate incident." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming fell into a daze. Qingsang village. Su Kong was utterly bewildered. What kind of absurdity was this? How had he become a suspect? On that day, Feng Yan and Xiao Chengfeng had visited him courteously, and they had not dared to threaten him, as there could not be any deep-seated enmity between them. They were not even on the same level. Yet now, the ranger group had mobilized, clad in armor and wielding weapons, their iron bows strung tight. Moreover, several formidable experts had descended upon the scene, encircling the area with 60 or 70 rangers. Simultaneously, the ranger group that had previously attacked the blood bamboo forest was also under scrutiny, with their leader, Lu Huaishan, trapped by several leaders of equal standing. "Everyone, what do you intend to do? Though I find myself in disfavor of Fu Intao and his ilk, I cannot resort to annihilating them and thereby entrap myself in peril," Lu Huaishan articulated swiftly. A voice resonated with gravity. "Pray tell, why has your group seen a reduction in personnel? And why have you recently appropriated 12 suits of armor while acquiring copious amounts of poison? Do you still refuse to acknowledge this?" "I am utterly wronged," Lu Huaishan exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he explained. "Our procurement of armor and purchase of medicinal powders were solely for the purpose of hunting ethereal creatures in the Zhuezulan." An elder interjected sternly, "This aligns perfectly. The Zhuezulan falls within Fu Intao's jurisdiction, and his group has long sought to hunt the blood serpent. Upon your incursion, a violent confrontation was inevitable. There exists an even graver possibility. Amidst their mutual destruction with the blood serpents, you may have clandestinely attacked them, inflicting harm. Is that not so? You have nothing to retort?" Lu Huaishan hastily shook his head, fervently clarifying, "Elder, please refrain from violence, esteemed colleagues. Allow me to explain. We have not committed any bloodshed. However, I believe I know who may be responsible. We witnessed a man with a visage of darkened hue, wielding a long sword, slaying blood serpents. It is likely that he alone possesses such prowess in that vicinity these past days." He then added gravely, "Most importantly, we distinctly felt his profound hostility towards us mountain patrollers. He had approached with sword drawn, intent on our demise. Take them all away for thorough interrogation," commanded an elder, his expression unyielding. Several seasoned and formidable elders wore grim expressions, for it had been many years since such a grave incident had occurred. A mountain patrol group had been utterly eradicated. If this was indeed a deliberate act, it would undoubtedly constitute a significant case. Patrol groups throughout the region mobilized, each undertaking their own investigations. One such group arrived at Shuangshu village, where they not only summoned the likes of Sui Weping and Qin Ming for questioning, but also detained several idlers in the village. "Is there anyone here who has had conflicts with the patrol group? For instance, have any of the new arrivals from your village clashed with Feng Yan, Xiao Chefeng, or others?" A patrol member sternly interrogated the idlers, including Ma Yang, Wang Yuping, and Hu Yong, who had previously attempted to intercept Qin Ming's prey while he was recovering from illness. In the distance, old Lu, upon hearing such inquiries, felt his beard bristle with indignation, wishing fervently to roll up his sleeves and confront the interrogator. The patrol members turned and departed without lingering. Their visit was merely a formality as they hastened toward the next village. That evening, Lu Huaishan and several surviving subordinates, despite their lack of artistic prowess, persevered in sketching. They revised their work time and again until they successfully captured the valiant image of Wang Ninju wielding his sword against a serpent. A stack of Wang Ninju's portraits was promptly dispatched and swiftly distributed to various towns. Later that night, Qin Ming and Wubing leisurely enjoyed a jar of vintage wine that old Lu had unearthed from beneath his bed. The three shared a modest drink, their spirits buoyant. Just the other day, little Qin was lamenting all the possible misfortunes. Who would have thought it would indeed come to pass that they were dragged off by the mountain beast? Wubing felt a surge of exhilaration. Intoxicated by the ambience rather than the wine itself, he found himself pleasantly tipsy after just a few cups. I had forewarned that the heavens would not overlook their actions, and that calamity was inevitable. Qin Ming, with flushed cheeks yet an unperturbed heart, seemed to embody the very essence of fate. His spirits were buoyant as he prepared for his second rebirth, suddenly appreciating the rich flavor of the aged wine. Old Lu, filled with a tinge of sorrow, lamented, "Alas, this is my treasured vintage, aged for a decade. With this single jar, my home shall henceforth know no more wine." "Do not grieve, Uncle Lu," Qin Ming reassured him. "I shall honor you with 10 jars in the future. Let us discuss the matter of the second rebirth. I have recently experienced some sensations, as if my body is ablaze." "Goodness, are you some kind of demon?" In the stillness of the night, Qin Ming extracted the blood snake from his abode. The second serpent bore deep wounds, leading him to deduce that apart from the long sword wielded by the dark-complexioned man, whose strength was undoubtedly formidable, the adversary could very well surpass him in might. Coupled with the opponent's swifter speed, a head-on confrontation could prove perilous. A shadow of unease crept into Qin Ming's thoughts. The emergence of various malevolent beings in the mountains rendered the situation increasingly treacherous. Yet, upon recalling that the dark-complexioned man had undergone his second rebirth, Qin Ming's demeanor shifted to one of calm. His arms now possessed the strength of 1,000 pounds. Should he experience his own rebirth, he would be capable of lifting 2,000 pounds, far surpassing the records of the extraordinarily gifted individuals from Qixia City. At the very least, such astonishing feats had not been documented there for several centuries. Everything is prepared, and it is time for my second rebirth. Chapter 25, Second Rebirth. In the dead of night, the world was shrouded in darkness, devoid of color, with the entire village reduced to indistinct silhouettes. Qin Ming was engaged in the arduous task of skinning a blood serpent, an arduous endeavor, as the creature's scales were tougher than fine iron, producing a resonant clang when struck with a machete. A moment's negligence could lead to the crimson scales slicing through flesh like finely crafted gold. Should this material be fashioned into armor, its defensive capabilities would undoubtedly be formidable. Setting the machete aside, Qin Ming resolved to procure a sharper instrument. 2 days prior, Mu Qingqiao had gifted him a long-handled black iron hammer, along with a short sword. After testing it, he found that, while not as sharp as the long sword wielded by the dark-faced man, the short sword, when gripped tightly and used with sufficient force, could suffice for the task at hand. With unwavering concentration, he deftly peeled back the skin of the serpent, pulling downward with vigor, finding it considerably easier than cutting. As the bright red serpent skin was gradually removed, it revealed flesh that was snow-white and delicate. The serpent's gallbladder, unlike that of ordinary snakes, shimmered with a translucent blue hue, reminiscent of a precious gemstone. Qin Ming discerned that both the serpent's flesh and gallbladder were imbued with a rich and vibrant spiritual essence, emitting a faint glow, indicating their exceptional nourishing properties. It was no wonder that those from Qixia City, upon witnessing this bounty, would cast aside their pretenses and resort to violence for acquisition. In such a precarious environment, a sense of urgency enveloped him. A myriad of formidable entities had emerged, with the prominent families and organizations of Qixia City making their presence known. The unfolding events in the mountains remained shrouded in uncertainty. Since the disturbance in the magnetic field of the mountains, the fire springs have extinguished and reignited, giving rise to various peculiar occurrences. A group of advanced beings has migrated from afar, bringing their families and seizing the resources of the mountains. Qin Ming pondered whether this so-called migration was merely a facade. Perhaps these newcomers, the elite anomalies, were also in search of something. In the dead of night, as the snowstorm raged fiercely outside, the rich aroma of snake meat stew wafted through the room, igniting a profound hunger within Qin Ming. He patiently awaited the meat to be thoroughly cooked. The fragrance was truly delightful, and the taste exceptionally fresh. Upon tasting the first bite, his eyes sparkled with delight. This ethereal creature was far superior to ordinary serpents, akin to two distinct varieties. Initially, he felt a slight aversion to snakes, yet at this moment, he cared not. To him, it was akin to dragon meat from the earth. After just a few bites, a warmth surged within him, the effects manifesting almost instantaneously. The spiritual essence was already at work. The snake gall could be steamed or soaked in spicy old wine. Alas, there was no wine at home, leaving him with no choice. As he savored the snake meat, he placed the azure-hued gallbladder into the steamer, for it contained the mysterious essence of spirituality, requiring his careful attention. Moments later, the gallbladder, resembling a large blue diamond, was perfectly cooked. Qin Ming, unable to resist the allure of the true main course, set aside the snake meat. "Oh, mountain god, heavens above, my heart aches," he exclaimed. After just one taste, bitterness enveloped his tongue, and upon gazing into the mirror, he discovered that his mouth had taken on a bluish hue. He was aware of the bitterness of snake gall and had mentally prepared himself for it. However, the concentrated essence of the blood snake's gall exceeded his expectations in its intensity. In that moment, he felt that even the scent of snake meat had lost its allure. Overwhelmed by the acrid bitterness, hastily, he took a sip of fragrant snake soup, attempting to wash away the bitterness that had invaded his senses, yet the effect was minimal, as the lingering, rich bitterness still permeated his mouth. This concoction, based solely on flavor, would hardly entice even a dog, rendering those who had transcended the golden foundation utterly unable to tolerate it. Qin Ming refrained from swallowing it whole, primarily due to the size of the snake gall. Furthermore, he believed that chewing it would facilitate the absorption of its spiritual essence, allowing for a swift rebirth. The delightful mood he had enjoyed while savoring the delicacy was quickly dissipating under the weight of the bitterness. Glancing at the remaining half of the gall, he gritted his teeth and resolved to savor it slowly. After consuming the entire snake gall, he gazed into the mirror and noticed that his lips appeared as if adorned with a bewitching shade of blue, exuding an inexplicable, peculiar aura. Fortunately, he indulged during the deep of night. Had it been daytime, he would have been too embarrassed to face anyone. Nevertheless, the effects of the snake gall were undeniably potent. Mere moments after ingestion, he felt a rush of heat coursing through his body, akin to a high fever. Qin Ming remained composed and continued to eat the snake meat, not only to suppress the bitter taste, but also to stoke the flames of spiritual vitality within himself. Nourishment through food and medicinal cuisine. Results were forthcoming. Rising to his feet, he grasped the long-handled black gold hammer and ventured into the courtyard to practice the lethal moves outlined in the knife manual. In an instant, the snow on the ground surged toward the night sky, enveloped in swirling white mist, his body radiating a gentle light, vitality pulsing through his flesh. As he swung the heavy hammer, it unleashed a symphony of wind and thunder. Qin Ming's spirit and vitality soared as he realized that the second rebirth had commenced. It was a gradual process, not an instantaneous transformation. However, he could distinctly perceive this metamorphosis. His strength was augmenting, his tendons felt as though they were being elongated. His senses sharpened, and his vision intensified. Each cycle of rebirth was intoxicating, as he reveled in the sensation of empowerment. Even the dense, impenetrable night seemed to lighten slightly. A surge of vital energy coursed through Qin Ming, purifying and cleansing him, as if his very bones resonated with a thunderous symphony. Beneath the cloak of night, he resembled a furnace, radiating a palpable glow. It felt as though a secret flame was igniting within his flesh, purging the old impurities, fostering new life, refining his spirit, and accelerating the flourishing changes within him. In the courtyard, Qin Ming wielded a long-handled black gold hammer, tirelessly exhausting himself until his hair was drenched and his body glistened with sweat before he finally retreated indoors. There, he sat in quiet contemplation, silently attuning himself to the transformations occurring within. Subsequently, he pondered whether his body would experience further growth after this second rebirth. According to Old Lu, the chosen martial arts and meditation techniques would yield vastly different physical transformations. He was eager to ascertain the effectiveness of the unconventional methods he had been practicing and to discover the nature of the changes they would invoke in his physique. Originally taller than most by half a head, he had gained nearly 2 additional inches after his first rebirth. That evening, as he conversed with Old Lu and Sui Weping about the rebirth experience, Both felt that his height had not changed significantly, considering that some individuals could grow an entire head taller. Lu, an elderly man of considerable experience, had once forged a close bond with the venerable mountain patrollers in his youth, absorbing many intriguing tales about rebirth. He emphasized the existence of esoteric techniques of immense value, which, once mastered, could lead to extraordinary transformations, such as the emergence of a third eye. Legends of the divine often stem from such phenomena. These secret manuscripts are exceedingly rare, eluding even the grasp of many prominent clans. He further noted that a particular method of rebirth necessitates maintaining an optimal golden ratio of height in the early stages, preventing the body from growing uncontrollably. While inebriated, Lu gazed at Qin Ming and remarked, "I perceive that the changes in your stature are not particularly pronounced." Qin Ming remained composed, knowing that in merely 2 days, he would discern the nature of the rebirth technique he was practicing. For the first time, he felt the isolation of his current surroundings, realizing that the rebirth practitioners in Qixia City were likely well-versed in these matters, while he was piecing together fragmented knowledge. Furthermore, some individuals advanced not through rebirth but through alternative paths, concepts that felt exceedingly distant and beyond his comprehension. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Qin Ming became aware of his hunger. The changes from his secondary rebirth were markedly evident. He promptly began to consume a snake broth, rich in spiritual essence, to replenish his body's needs. Following a refreshing wash with cold water, he succumbed to slumber in the hushed stillness of the night. As he drifted off, he vaguely perceived the reappearance of a golden-threaded jade garment enveloping his form, shimmering with silver light and intricately woven with golden strands, presenting an ethereal spectacle. Qin Ming transitioned from light sleep to deep repose, ultimately finding himself in a state of half-consciousness. He felt himself enveloped in a deep slumber, his body and mind thoroughly relaxed, enjoying a profound rest, yet a fragment of his consciousness remained alert. In this twilight state between wakefulness and dreams, he seemed to perceive a dusty black cloth obscuring his subconscious, veiling his vision and preventing him from glimpsing what lay beyond. However, during this process of rebirth, the dust gradually dispersed, and a corner of the black cloth was lifted, revealing the innocent version of himself from his formative years. Although he lingered in a semi-conscious state, Qin Ming realized that this second awakening resulted in a comprehensive enhancement of his physical being, with even his mental faculties becoming more robust, prompting the emergence of memories that had long faded into obscurity. In a daze, it felt as if someone were whispering in his ear. This approach, though it carries significant weight, it cannot be fully realized. Then, through the corner of the lifted black cloth, he beheld a rough, calloused hand holding a slender ancient tome, opening it to the first page before his youthful self. Chapter 26. The resurgence of faded memories. Qin Ming noticed that his younger self was poorly dressed. However, he was soon captivated by the ancient tome. This thin volume, when opened, revealed its contents to be inscribed on silk. Its leather cover, likely affixed later, appeared dark and rough, resilient enough to withstand the ravages of time, safeguarding the sacred scriptures within. The first page contained the familiar esoteric knowledge of the wilderness, so well known to him that it resonated in whispers as he read the dense text. Subsequently, the gnarled hand turned to the second page, where the small script continued, incorporating new characters and illustrations that immediately captured Qin Ming's attention, prompting him to memorize them swiftly. Perhaps there is no need to remember it all. It is merely a faded recollection from his childhood. He is undergoing a rebirth, his physical constitution significantly enhanced, and his mental acuity correspondingly strengthened. He brushes away the dust of time, allowing him to once more behold the images of the past, and to recall the contents inscribed on the silk scrolls he had previously encountered. In a state between slumber and wakefulness, Qin Ming yearns to turn to the third page, yet his wish remains unfulfilled, as that great hand does not assist him in opening it. At this moment, he scrutinizes the silk scroll, safeguarded by resilient animal hides. Weathered by the passage of time, it has long lost its original luster, now slightly yellowed, exuding a sense of ancient beauty, imbued with the weight of history. It is indeed quite thin, likely containing merely a dozen or 20 pages. Qin Ming makes several attempts to turn the page, but he remains unable to access the third one. He ceases his efforts and instead gazes through the mottled lens of time, observing his younger self, a diminutive figure clad in tattered garments. Even in this semi-conscious state, He feels a stirring, realizing that his childhood was steeped in poverty. The already faded clothing bore patches, the cuffs worn thin, and as he looks down, he notices his small shoes are riddled with holes. At the age of 14, Qin Ming reaches for his head. Recalling a wound near the back of his skull that had bled profusely, he discovers he is now awake, not merely dreaming of touching his head. His fingers weave through his dark hair, brushing against the once bloody spot. There is no scar remaining. It must have vanished during his first rebirth. It was indeed at the age of 14 that he faced tribulations and hardships, maturing more than his peers. As Qin Ming gazes outward, the dense cloak of night gradually recedes. After a considerable time, he finally came to a halt, his body still radiating warmth, yet devoid of any luminescence, appearing relatively normal. The so-called large hand was, in his childhood perception, immense, imbued with strength and a sense of security. He yearned to witness that small hand entwined with the larger one, to compensate for the years spent in longing for family. The process of rebirth was not yet complete. That night, he would continue to consume the blood serpent, rich in spiritual essence. As his physical prowess enhanced, so too would his mental fortitude, perhaps granting him glimpses of the past within his subconscious dreams, evoking more faded memories of his childhood. Upon contemplating these thoughts, Qin Ming felt invigorated, brimming with vitality. He weighed a stone-grinding disc in his hand. Finding it surprisingly light, he estimated that he could now bear a weight of around 1,500 pounds. As twilight descended, Qin Ming cleansed his overheated body. He had no intention of venturing into the mountains for a hunt that day, opting instead to study the newly acquired silk manuscript at home. Why was it said that one could not succeed in their practice? He hoped that with the arrival of midnight, he might uncover the reasons within his dreams. It was evident that the manuscript possessed significant origins, having been meticulously preserved by someone, with great care taken to prevent damage. The snowstorm had abated, and the night sky lightened somewhat, resembling a clear day in an era devoid of sunlight. It was remarkably intricate, yet regrettably, he could not compare it with intermediate meditation techniques or advanced qi cultivation, leaving him uncertain of its precise tier. In this remote locale, Qin Ming lacked new methods of rejuvenation. Apart from the silk manuscript, his only exposure had been to the widely circulated introductory text on the night meditation technique. The manuscript briefly mentioned celestial light, yet it merely glossed over the subject, failing to elaborate on how to cultivate celestial energy, let alone the highly esteemed Tath-Gata energy. Qin Ming furrowed his brows. The silk manuscript was undoubtedly extraordinary, yet it failed to elaborate on the critically important Tianguan. He read meticulously, practicing repeatedly in the courtyard, and eventually formed some conjectures. The manuscript aimed to convey more with the utmost brevity, suggesting that with continued practice, the essence of Tianguan would naturally be birthed within his flesh and blood, thereby strengthening his vitality and spirit. However, it notably offered no guidance on how to cultivate this Tianguan energy. In the afternoon, at the time when twilight shone its brightest, Qin Ming rubbed his temples. Having studied for half a day, he felt a slight fatigue settling over his mind, yet he must have thoroughly comprehended the new concepts within the manuscript. When he practiced again, his movements flowed seamlessly, harmonizing with the surrounding environment. His gaze was both focused and clear, hair flowing gracefully, embodying a natural elegance. Most importantly, the warmth within him surged, and the silver ripples on his skin coalesced somewhat, as if transforming into silver clay. The manuscript did not specify what realm he might reach or what state he might encounter. Thus, Qin Ming found himself unable to assess his progress. He paused to rest, and even while standing there, he emanated a natural aura, enhancing his presence. "Qin, come out quickly. Let us venture into the mountains to behold the relics," called Wubing. Initially, Qin Ming had intended to delve into the manuscript at home, but now that he had grasped its essence, he deemed it appropriate to venture out. "What relics?" he inquired. Wubing replied with a smile, "The outpost of the mountain patrol group. Let us see what traces that illustrious mountain deity, no, rather, that mountain spirit, has left behind." He then lowered his voice, adding, "Let us see if there are any treasures left." This was not a mere whim of his, rather, it was a clandestine gathering of the leaders from several villages who convened to deliberate the cessation of planting Black Moon and jointly decided to investigate that stronghold. "Let us proceed." Qin Ming nodded. Recently, even the newcomers from various villages dared to venture only in small groups, for the dense forest had become exceedingly perilous. Not everyone possessed the audacity to wander alone in the mountains as Qin Ming did. Ultimately, it all boiled down to strength. Here lies a trove of fine wine. Qin Ming called to Zhou Yuping, who was well acquainted with this stronghold, the glimmer of blades in the snowy night still vivid in his memory. Zhou Yuping and Yang Yongqing rushed over, their faces alight with joy. The very essence of visiting relics was to ascertain what useful items remained. The men from the villages were equally unpretentious. Old Lu beamed with delight, his face radiant, as he leapt nearly half a zhang into the air, swiftly darting over. How about it, old Lu? Just yesterday I spoke of honoring you with 10 jars of fine wine, and today I stumble upon this bounty. Let us quickly divide it among ourselves. Qin Ming chuckled. Excellent, excellent. Old Lu repeatedly exclaimed, eager to uncork the muddy seal and taste the wine. How refreshing it feels to come here on a grave-digging expedition, he added with a chuckle. Zhou Yuping could hardly contain his laughter. The newcomers from other villages were inevitably stirred by the commotion, and ultimately, Shenzhen village took away over 30 jars, while the remaining few were distributed among the other villages. Although it was Qin Ming who made the discovery, he refrained from monopolizing the spoils to avoid any potential discord later. In truth, the mountain patrol had already investigated the matter and discovered the fine wine, but they were preoccupied with more pressing affairs and deemed the wine unworthy of their attention. Upon the dissemination of the news that day, an increasing number of individuals flocked to the area, and the outpost of the patrol group became the focus of various visitors seeking to unearth secrets. It was the man with a visage marked by a dark hue, indeed. The image of him wielding a sword to slay the blood serpent was striking. In Silvervine Town, someone dispatched a stack of portraits, urging all villages to remain vigilant and report any discoveries immediately. The patrol group is not to be trifled with. Its highest-ranking member is a prominent figure from Qixia City, known as Wang Yinzhu, who appears remarkably gallant, a surprising revelation. Qin Ming certainly did not anticipate encountering the portrait of the man he had slain. Now aware of his name, you are not wholly obscure in death. At the very least, your likeness is being displayed across various towns, making your name resonate even in this remote region. After casting a few glances, Qin Ming departed. A man he had already dispatched was hardly worthy of further consideration. However, he was curious about the man's origins and the organization to which he belonged, hoping the patrol group would uncover the truth. Subsequently, he contemplated Jinji Ridge and the Three-Eyed Sect, entities worthy of his attention. Late that night, after consuming the flesh of the blood serpent, the medicinal properties of the concoction swiftly took effect, enveloping him in warmth and illuminating his being, reminiscent of the previous occasion. Ultimately, he donned the golden embroidered jade attire and surrendered to slumber. In his dreams, Qin Ming encountered his younger self, who, despite living in poverty with tattered clothing and shoes, exuded remarkable tenacity, tirelessly practicing the new techniques inscribed in the Silk Book. Given such an extraordinary background, why was he unable to master them? The youthful figure was resolute and steadfast, unwilling to concede defeat. Once, an exceptionally talented individual had endeavored to practice the methods within the Silk Book and met a tragic end, yet he remains one of the pioneers. A large hand explored the animal skin cover of the Silk Book. Young Qin Ming, still quite innocent, was perplexed. If it cannot be practiced, why keep it? He inquired. The portion that could not be practiced had been torn away, leaving behind a small remnant. Yet, one needed the assistance of someone experienced in this method to even begin. What about the larger portion that was torn away? Young Qin Ming remained reluctant to relinquish hope, for this was the only remarkable piece of knowledge he could acquire. It was burned, came the reply. Young Qin Ming fell silent, seemingly saddened, his gaze dropping to his little shoes that revealed his toes. As twilight descended, Qin Ming awoke. He sighed softly, having once thought he had obtained a celestial manuscript, only to realize he had been overly optimistic. From now on, he needed to pay more attention to other advanced techniques. Yet, he found himself lost in thought, despite the lack of assistance. He had managed to master the first 2 pages of the Silk Book. But what did it matter? The remaining pages had been incinerated. Moreover, the originators of the method had failed as well. After personal trials, they had perished. After all these years, the others should have long since departed from this world. Qin Ming rose and stepped into the courtyard, sensing the changes within himself. This second rebirth, aided by spiritual substances, was swift and intense. He had succeeded. He felt that even with one arm, he possessed the strength of 1,000 pounds. 2 days later, news arrived from Qiaolong, Weizhiro, and Muqing. indicating that the higher-ups were to hold a final negotiation with the top-tier anomalies in the mountains at a location near the entrance of the range. At this moment, many were already gathered, awaiting the proceedings. In the snowy landscape, a donkey ambled leisurely through the snow. This must surely be the steed of a prominent figure from Qixia City. As the donkey drew nearer, the onlookers noticed that its back was not empty. A creature sat there, but it was not human. Instead, it was a completely white weasel, sitting in serene silence, as if a venerable monk in deep meditation. The appearance of such an unusual being rendered many speechless. Chapter 27. Confrontation at the summit. Sui Weping spoke. Xiao Qin, shall we take a look? Have Chao Long, Wei Jiro, and Mu Qing already gone? Qin Ming inquired. Although he was curious about the extraordinary beings within the mountains, he prioritized safety above all else. Sui Weping replied. They have already passed our village and made their way there, having received permission from the higher-ups, with the stipulation to keep a safe distance. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go, Lu Latu exclaimed, invigorated by the prospect. Qin Ming did not object, since Chao Long, Wei Jiro, and the others had already ventured forth. There was no need for excessive worry. Moments later, the group set off and soon reached the outskirts of the mountains. This area was already bustling with numerous newcomers, their figures flickering as they eagerly anticipated the arrival of the higher-ups from Qixia City. Qin Ming gazed at the donkey in silence, noting its resemblance to one he had encountered during a recent hunt in the mountains. Could it be a descendant? A pure white weasel sat atop the donkey's back, resembling an enlightened monk, exuding an aura of calmness, its eyes profoundly insightful. Qin Ming envisioned tranquility, concealing his vitality, blending effortlessly into the throng of people. They had arrived. Whispers linger in the night as a silhouette emerges at the edge of the snow-blanketed earth, drawing ever closer and gradually coming into focus. Surely, this must be one of the high-ranking figures from our Qixia City? Even the nobles, typically composed, are unable to contain their curiosity, murmuring amongst themselves as they gaze intently. Soon, an eerie silence envelopes the area once more, as it remains an enigma. Approaching with the grace of a feline, it advances unhurriedly to the forefront of the mountains. To everyone's astonishment, it is a large tabby cat, measuring nearly 3 feet in length and weighing several dozen pounds, not scurrying on all fours, but rather walking upright. Qin Ming finds himself at a loss for words, realizing that such an extraordinary creature among the elite is not particularly rare, as these beings can often be observed in daily life. Particularly noteworthy is the tabby cat's natural animosity towards the yellow weasel. Many wonder if a confrontation might ensue in the mountains. Numerous thoughts flit through the minds of onlookers, yet no one dares voice their concerns, maintaining a tense silence. I had imagined that the apex of extraordinary beings would resemble the ethereal moonworm. The old man Lu mumbles incoherently. Having guarded the mountains for decades, he has heard countless legends, terrifying mountain lords and remarkable birds that have stood firm for 2 centuries, each more fantastical than the last, yet none have materialized. Could it be that they would engage in infighting? A sense of unease arises, for the elegant tabby, poised like a warrior, stands in stark contrast to the old yellow weasel perched upon a donkey's back, their hostility palpable and seemingly on the brink of conflict. In the snowy expanse, the imposing tabby remains still, a crimson longsword sheathed at its side, matching its upright stature. The blade has already emerged half a foot from its scabbard, casting a vivid red glow that illuminates the surroundings, reminiscent of the fabled evening glow that stains the nearby snow with hues of crimson. The pristine white weasel no longer remained tranquil. It leapt down from the back of the donkey, gently patting the old beast to signal it to wait at a distance. The snow-white elder weasel stood there, its upper limbs resembling human arms, with one hand resting behind its back, while the other delicately entwined a string of prayer beads before it. Cloaked in a shroud of white, it gazed skyward, exuding an ethereal serenity as it slowly twirled the beads, releasing wisps of faint white mist that countered the crimson glow across from it. The onlookers were somewhat bewildered. Were these 2 beings not allies? They appeared to be in opposition. One must be human, albeit on a divergent path, their form gradually losing its human semblance. A voice murmured among the crowd. Those present felt a tumultuous unrest within. The paths they trod seemed distant and foreign. At this moment, they could not discern which was human and which was a superior being of the mountains. The gathering was substantial, including numerous mountain patrollers drawn to the scene. Though they guarded the endless ranges, they remained on the periphery, utterly incapable of witnessing such extraordinary entities. Today, they had come merely to broaden their horizons. Similarly, many newcomers from Qixia City had arrived, young and old alike, some hailing from noble lineages, others from formidable organizations, creating a sea of dark figures as far as the eye could see. The bolder newcomers from nearby villages also ventured forth to observe. Meanwhile, within the dense thicket across the way, a plethora of beings emerged, even more numerous than those on this side. They belonged to strange races that appeared particularly formidable in the shadowy underbrush, some blazing crimson like fire, others shrouded in violet mist, all emitting a cacophony that drowned out the murmurs of the crowd. Exercise caution, the beings across might very well be up to something. Qiaolong spoke, his towering figure clad in gleaming armor, while a sharp spear was tightly gripped in his hand. Wasn't this supposed to be the final negotiation? Could it be that both parties were on the brink of conflict? A hint of confusion flickered across someone's face. Mu Qin, shrouded entirely in a black cloak, interjected, "We do not seek trouble, but if those aberrations dare to overstep their bounds, they shall be met with force. The higher-ups will take responsibility." Simultaneously, other organizations from Qixia City, prominent clans, and skilled rangers were communicating, ready to engage should the situation escalate. It had been ages since such a grand spectacle unfolded. Were they truly about to commence? I recalled the last large-scale clearing operation occurring 30 years prior, Elder Lu remarked, a hint of excitement in his voice as he tightened his grip on the hefty cleaver. He and Qin Ming had arrived later, standing further back, ostensibly in a safer position. Yet, Qin Ming remained vigilant. Given the consensus among his group, he was prepared, wielding a long-handled purple-gold hammer in hand. As a towering, majestic figure emerged, all restlessness was quelled. Whether the aberrations in the mountains or the fledgling beings in the snow fell into silence. No one discerned how he had materialized so abruptly at this tense juncture. He stood at an impressive height of 10 meters, his physique overwhelmingly imposing, adorned in ancient, ornate armor, wielding a black spear with one hand. An intangible yet formidable aura emanated from him, instilling fear among the aberrations nestled within the valleys and sending shivers down the spines of the fledgling beings in the snow. Fortunately, the intangible aura exuding from him dissipated swiftly, otherwise, it would have suffocated everyone present. The man possessed strikingly defined features, appearing to be in his 40s, and his towering stature inevitably evoked thoughts of a giant deity. Surely, he must be an esteemed figure from Qixia City. However, why had I never encountered him before? There was a sense of confusion among the onlookers. Even the noble scions like Qiaolong and Wei Zhou engaged in conversation, inquiring, as they too had never laid eyes on him. Regardless of the circumstances, he was undeniably a quintessential human, incapable of being an aberration. The man, wielding a black war spear, had his raven hair cascading, and his visage radiated a resolute strength. He stood beside the pristine white weasel, confronting the tabby cat bearing a crimson long sword across the snowy expanse. With his arrival, the crimson sword, which seemed to unsheathe spontaneously, bathed the surroundings in a hue reminiscent of a sunset, emitting a series of soft chimes, as if to herald the formidable power and peril of the newcomer. An elderly ranger spoke up. Now the situation is clear. The towering figure, standing at 10 meters, is a formidable expert invited to our Qixia City. Thus, the weasel, Elder Huang, must also be one of ours, for he has taken a divergent path, revealing an unusual true form. The crowd nodded in agreement, clearly recognizing that the tabby cat with the crimson sword hailed from the depths of the mountains. The stark contrast between the 10-meter giant and the 1-foot-tall pure white weasel, who was delicately stringing beads, was utterly striking. Many were inclined to converse about it, yet they dared not utter a word, choosing instead to remain silent. Brother Wei Mo, it has been 20 years since we last met. As we traversed the remote mountains and ventured near perilous realms for cultivation, how have you fared? A serene voice resonated, sudden and unexpected, as a figure emerged from the snow, eluding the gaze of all present. This was yet another human male, appearing to be in his early 40s, clad in elegant white attire, exuding an air of refinement and charm, seamlessly blending into the snowy landscape. He stood beside the tabby cat bearing the crimson sword, gazing towards a towering human figure 10 meters away. In that moment, many in the snow were utterly bewildered, speechless, unable to discern the true leaders of Qixia City from its allies. The giant, known as Wei Mo, nodded. his darkened golden armor emitting a resonant clang as he spoke. Indeed, 20 years have passed, Ling Su, and you have begun to show signs of aging. The crowd was perplexed. Why did Wei Mo claim the man in white exhibited signs of age when he appeared to be in the prime of life? It seemed those of this caliber possessed a different standard of judgment. Simultaneously, several individuals from Qixia City gasped in astonishment. Ling Su. He is the city lord. Qin Ming, Lu the Elder, and others were momentarily stunned. Yet they finally grasped which side represented the exalted beings of the mountains and which represented the higher echelons of Qixia City. In the brief span of time, many had their perceptions twisted in several directions. The refined middle-aged man, Ling Su, nodded and remarked, "Who can escape the inevitability of aging? No one can withstand the passage of time, not even the most enigmatic elite beings." Indeed, Wei Mo affirmed with a single word, which was understandable. Ling Su nodded in response. Many individuals wore solemn expressions, while a few elders, having heard of Wei Mo's name, recalled his formidable strength in the past. His physique had once been far more imposing than it was now. Had he undergone a transformation to a higher realm? How does he stand on the side of the aberrants deep within the mountains? A youth from Qixia City inquired in hushed tones to his elder companion. The old man whispered in response, "When one cannot find a path and hope fades, they wander into the vast, endless night." Thus, amidst the deep mountains and expansive marshes, within the boundless darkness, some esteemed beings and mysterious aberrants are not necessarily monsters. They were once human in their earlier days. Qin Ming, upon hearing this, fell into a contemplative silence. "Let us sit and converse," suggested Ling Su, the lord of Qixia City, gesturing invitingly. For beings, each manifesting in distinctly different forms, settled upon the snowy ground to engage in their final negotiation. However, onlookers soon realized that their voices were inaudible. It was a confidential discourse among the elite, clearly not intended for their ears. Being permitted to observe quietly from a distance was a rare opportunity for them to witness such an event. The atmosphere was palpably tense. The air shimmered with the rising steam of Qixia, while white mist swirled around. The garments, armor, and pelts of the four beings quivered violently, as if an ominous force field enveloped them. One could even see a large tabby cat unsheathing its sword, radiating a brilliant crimson light that shone like a sun poised to ascend from the earth. Meanwhile, the pure white ferret appeared significantly agitated, unable to maintain its previous composure. One hand twisted a string of beads, while the other struck the snow-covered ground in a display of discontent. In that instant, all present were taken aback. As the ground trembled, vast amounts of accumulated snow were thrust into the air. Many clearly perceived that it was merely a light tap, not an actual attack. Nevertheless, this action undeniably heightened the already fraught atmosphere, even amidst the cacophony of roars emitted by various anomalies lurking within the dense forest. Several terrifying higher beings emerged from the mountains. Some stood atop the peaks, observing with indifference, while others flitted through the air, surveying from above. Among them, one particular creature, a luminous insect, was most extraordinary, radiating brilliance that illuminated several nearby summits as it approached the mountain's edge. The moon insect. Many gasped in astonishment. However, outside the mountains, within the enveloping night, formidable entities also appeared. A cerulean bird, shimmering with resplendent hues, or a figure clad in flowing feathers. This individual hovered high above, fixated on the moon insect, exuding an ethereal aura that momentarily countered the terrifying energy emanating from it. Qin Ming gazed at the figure atop the cerulean bird, feeling a sharp pain in his head, not due to the person themselves, but rather from the expansive feathered cloak that struck him like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the dust-laden recesses of his subconscious, instantaneously revealing visions of a blood-stained past from the year he turned 14. Chapter 28. The feathered garb of the celestial being Qin Ming stood silent and motionless, yet within his heart, fragmented memories began to surface. Initially shrouded in dust and enmeshed in a dark fog, they suddenly burst forth like thunder across a stormy sea, tearing asunder the darkness and dispersing the haze, unveiling vivid scenes of bloodshed. The night was profound, flames reaching skyward, as a young boy donned in feathered attire, ethereal as a celestial being, stood amidst a sea of corpses and blood. Qin Ming pressed his hand to his head, his body trembling slightly. The feathered garment had left an indelible mark deep within his subconscious, now igniting pain that awakened long-buried memories. as if sweeping away the sands that obscured his soul. He closed his eyes, resolutely restraining the tumult of emotions within him, his body swiftly relaxing before he gradually opened his gaze. The circumstances around him were inappropriate. He could not afford to display any overt signs of distress, instead choosing to blend seamlessly into the crowd, shrouded in an aura of obscurity. Qin Ming's eyes regained their clarity, his hair billowing in the wind. He stood there upright, as if nothing had transpired, yet within his heart, a multitude of shattered images began to surface. He steadied himself, breaking free from the confines of his emotions, adopting a calm demeanor as he reflected upon the past, akin to an outsider observing the gruesome scenes that had unfolded in his own life. In the darkness, flames soared skyward, engulfing the entire forest in a raging inferno, as if the very night sky were to be consumed. At the foot of the mountain, the village was similarly besieged by fire, devastation rampant, houses collapsing amidst the chaos, the streets littered with lifeless bodies, while blood flowed through the alleyways. Amidst the searing flames and the remnants of shattered walls, a youth stood with hair aflame. Clad in ethereal garments, his eyes and brows seemingly aglow, transcending the ordinary. His form shimmered with a gentle radiance, his white shoes and socks untouched by the ash and debris. Even in the ruins surrounded by fire, he appeared as if detached from the mortal realm, existing beyond worldly concerns. At 14, Qin Ming lay upon the ground, his senses overwhelmed by the acrid stench of smoke and dust, the air filled with anguished cries. His eyes met with the merciless blaze. Behind him, the beams of the houses cracked and collapsed with a thunderous roar. He beheld many familiar faces, now lifeless, as the entire village succumbed to the fiery abyss. The ethereal youth, wielding a resplendent violet bamboo staff, treaded across the rubble, approaching Qin Ming. Despite his extraordinary aura, with eyes that seemed to shimmer with starlight, his actions were devoid of compassion. The young boy wielded a glowing bamboo staff, striking Qin Ming upon the head with a single blow, causing blood to flow profusely. The world around him spun, and he perceived the night sky as if engulfed in flames. Qin Ming, clad in tattered garments and already nursing prior wounds, found himself coughing violently from the smoke of the inferno, struggling to rise. Subsequently, the slender hands of the youth continued to wield the bamboo staff, landing blows upon Qin Ming's body, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. I had thought that my head had merely suffered severe injury. Yet within the recesses of my forgotten memories, such scenes unfolded. Qin Ming whispered to himself, observing the events of the past as though they belonged to another. Numerous figures flitted about the village, swiftly delivering fatal strikes, yet only the young boy in the feathered attire remained stationary, utilizing the shimmering purple staff to assail Qin Ming. It was evident that he possessed the capacity to shatter my skull with a single blow, yet he refrained from doing so. What animosity could he harbor against me that compelled him to make me endure such excruciating pain repeatedly? Qin Ming etched the visage of the feather-clad youth into his memory. Despite his striking handsomeness and ethereal presence, the firelight revealed a chilling ruthlessness. My arm lay broken, and I remained oblivious to the duration of my unconsciousness at the tender age of 14. Qin Ming pondered silently. Pain radiated from my chest, likely a consequence of being pierced by the bamboo staff. He gazed quietly at the scene of bloodshed illuminated by the flames. The feathered youth appeared to be disdainful, avoiding any physical contact, merely striking down with the bamboo staff, and then delivering 2 more blows to his head. Qin Ming distinctly heard the sound of bones cracking, blood splattering onto his neck, some even trickling down his cheek. In the realm of youth, one stands as a paragon of elegance and ethereal grace, while the other, marred by flames and tattered garments, lies bloodied in the dust, presenting a stark contrast. Ultimately, the 14-year-old Qin Ming felt his consciousness waning, and amidst the haze, he discerned 2 figures emerging from the ruins, abruptly repelling the ethereal youth and hastening into the shadows with him in tow. In his dimming vision, he caught a glimpse of a magnificent city sprawling across the land, resplendent and awe-inspiring. Luoyua City, perhaps it is best to steer clear. The 2 spoke in hushed tones, opting not to bring him into the city but instead to circumvent it, swiftly departing. In a blurred haze, he heard the sound of a sigh. His skull bore 3 fractures, the scalp and flesh rendered to ruin, a grievous injury likely to be fatal, while his arm and chest. Ultimately, Qin Ming succumbed entirely to the abyss. In that moment, he quietly embraced the vast darkness, motionless. Someone had carried him away to this remote expanse, where his head had suffered severe trauma, nearly shattered. No wonder so much had slipped from his memory. Save for the images of wandering that lingered after awakening, he realized he might have been in a coma for over 3 months, for upon regaining consciousness, the fractures in his arm and chest had already healed. Had he not encountered the feather-clad individual again today, he would still be oblivious to these events, only recalling the brutal impact to his head and the blood splattering amidst the flames. Though a sense of constriction weighed upon his heart, he felt no excessive anger. What had transpired was irrevocable. Grief, fury, and agitation served no purpose. What he required was a practical resolution moving forward, to locate and confront that ethereal youth. The feathered attire of the celestial maiden is indeed of extraordinary origin. Observing the tumultuous inferno, it is evident that numerous formidable figures are in attendance, suggesting the involvement of a significantly powerful organization. Qin Ming sighed softly, yet soon regained his composure. He began to reflect, were he the feathered youth, he would not have subjected his adversary to such torment. With a single strike, he would have swiftly resolved the matter, eliminating any future threats. Luoyu City. Qin Ming's gaze seemed to penetrate the star-studded sky, silently invoking the name of that city, for the village in question was likely not far from it. The old man Lu, filled with fervor, whispered, "Such strength! What is the origin of this feathered maiden? She stands unafraid before the moon bug, confronting it boldly amidst the night sky." The others in the snowy expanse shared his sentiment, particularly as she was the sole female powerhouse to make an appearance, igniting curiosity regarding her identity. Perched upon the back of a majestic azure bird, she hovered in the air, enveloped in an aura of ethereal mystery. An elder remarked, "A confrontation is unlikely. Typically, experts are employed to intimidate. Should a true battle ensue, it would result in irreparable enmity." However, no sooner had he uttered these words than the vast mountains, cloaked in the gentle embrace of night, bore witness to an astonishing spectacle. The moon bug unleashed a blinding radiance, akin to resplendent bolts of thunderous arrows, hurtling toward the feathered maiden upon the azure bird. Many faces paled at the prospect of an impending clash. Yet, the 4 beings seated calmly in the snow remained undisturbed. In the night sky, the maiden on the azure bird gracefully raised her delicate hand, summoning the swirling winds and snow, transforming them into a cascade of crystalline raindrops. In an instant, a curtain of rain descended, shielding her from the luminous arrows emitted by the moonbug. Amidst the resonant clangor, all luminous arrows were thwarted, revealing their true form, silver-white insects. Seemingly forged from pure gold, astonishingly resilient, they darted through the night sky, intent on tearing apart the curtain of rain. The downpour transformed into a crystalline spectacle, each raindrop elongated into luminous threads that sliced through the darkness. Ultimately, with a series of muffled sounds, the densely packed silver insects were either severed or directly penetrated. A multitude of these ethereal creatures shattered like illusory bubbles, dissolving into nothingness. Only 2 luminescent insects remained unscathed, descending towards the mountainous terrain, followed by a resounding crash reminiscent of a violent earthquake, triggering an avalanche that blanketed the area in white. Onlookers gasped in astonishment, hesitant to voice their opinions. The moonlit insects hung suspended in the sky, resembling a radiant moon above the forested expanse, yet they refrained from further action. It was evident that this was a probing maneuver from the higher echelons. Should one party prove inadequate, the so-called final negotiation would be rendered unnecessary. Qin Ming gazed at the feather-clad woman upon the azure bird, doubting the coincidence. Attire of feathers did not necessarily correlate with the youth. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to inquire and turned to Mu Qing, asking, "Does the feathered attire signify great origins?" Mu Qing, cloaked entirely in black robes, cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "Individuals from beyond the confines of our world are typically transcendent, detached from worldly affairs. I am unaware of her specific origins." Qin Ming nodded, refraining from further questions. Ahead, the atmosphere among the 4 figures seated in the snowy expanse seemed to lighten, as smiles unexpectedly graced their faces. Although the others could not hear their discourse, it was evident that they were engaged in pleasant conversation. Certainly, it is believed that this should be related to the recent tentative clash between the moon worm and the feathered maiden, which facilitated the smooth progress of negotiations. The pristine white old weasel sat cross-legged, twisting a string of beads, and inquired, "Why should we share with you?" Would it not be more reasonable for us to directly unite with the newly migrated superior beings to confront you? Very well, we agree. Ah, splendid. Is that the conclusion of our discussion? The observers were astonished to see the high-ranking officials rising so swiftly, not anticipating such rapidity. Those from Qixia City were instantly invigorated. It was indeed a successful negotiation. Qin Ming noticed a crow flying not far off, which was rather conspicuous, and it subsequently perched upon a prominent boulder in the snow. There, a woman draped in a fur cloak appeared, her dark hair flowing, and she cast a couple of glances in his direction. The crow remarked, "Why does that young man's aura seem even weaker than last time? Something is amiss. He must have practiced a method to conceal his vitality, likely feeling that he stands out too much. I had a hunch he was not ordinary. Have you truly found a suitable candidate? Will you not take another look at this individual?" Chapter 29. A change in the mountains before the forest under the night sky. Ling Su and the tabby cat vanished in an instant into the vast expanse of snow. Their disappearance was understandable, but Wei Mo, towering at 10 meters and clad in ancient, ornate armor, also vanished in the blink of an eye. His movements were extraordinarily swift, leaving few capable of reacting. The aberrant beings in the dense forest retreated, and soon, the vast mountains above were filled with a multitude of flying entities, while numerous figures could be seen climbing and leaping upon the mountain slopes. In the snowy expanse beyond the mountains, nobles hailing from Qixia City, members of the mountain patrol, and local newcomers have all dispersed. Even as they ventured far away, discussions continued. For those fortunate enough to witness a higher being today, their journey was not in vain. Who was that ethereal woman? She has never been mentioned in Qixia City, and her prowess is truly remarkable. Perhaps she is the esteemed individual summoned by the city lord from distant lands. Is that the pinnacle we may aspire to reach? Wake up. There exists a pinnacle called the city lord, yet there is but one in all of Qixia City, and your limits are confined to striving for 2 decades to gain entry into the city lord's residence as a mere doorkeeper. As they journeyed, even nobles like Chao Long, Wei Jiro, and Mu Qing engaged in idle chatter. Cousin, what level have you attained now? You are both following the path of the giant spirit, standing over 3 meters tall, while that individual named Wei Mo towers at 10 meters. I feel your heights are not too dissimilar. Does that not imply a similar level of strength? Silence. Chao Long's expression instantly darkened. They had not yet distanced themselves from the mountains when he admonished his youthful cousin, saying, Senior Wei was already 20 to 30 meters tall 2 decades ago. Now, undergoing a reverse transformation, it is beyond our comprehension to gauge his current level. At that moment, an elderly man with silver hair and a higher status among the patrol approached and inquired, "Is there anyone from the Wang family of Qixia City present here?" The crowd immediately recognized that it must pertain to Wang Yinzhu, who had slain a nest of sentient blood snakes, during which he was suspected of harming several mountain patrollers. Could it be an escape due to guilt? The silver-haired elder remarked, his face etched with numerous wrinkles, yet his spirit remained vigorous, with cold electricity emanating from his piercing eyes. If it were an ordinary mountain patroller, the Wang family would hardly take heed. However, the situation had escalated, for there were inquiries from above, instilling a certain trepidation within them. This was because the highest authority overseeing the patrollers was the deputy mayor of Qixia City. "We are also searching for him. I trust that Wang Mianzis would not commit such an act," the middle-aged man stated, then accompanied the elder to the snowy outskirts, elucidating matters further. In Shushui village, Qin Ming, the old man Lu, and Su Yeping gazed out at the falling snow through the window, nestled in the warmth of their abode, relishing the steaming copper pot of donkey meat, and sipping exquisite wine unearthed from the patroller's stronghold. Once indifferent to alcohol, Qin Ming now found himself slightly inebriated. Astonished that the name he only learned posthumously, Wang Mianzis, could wield such significant influence even in absence. Coupled with the smooth transition into his second life, Qin Ming savored his drink leisurely, feeling remarkably at ease. His gaze drifted outside, thoughts soaring, yet his heart remained tumultuous. Where exactly lay Luoyue City? He felt an undeniable urge to witness it for himself. The memories of that fateful night 2 years ago, flames raging fiercely, consuming the entire village. The feather-clad youth traversing the ruins with an ethereal grace, striking mercilessly, were indelibly etched in his mind. With a soft sigh, Qin Ming pondered. Had he remained oblivious to those past events, he might have traversed his days in tranquility. Yet now, he felt compelled to hasten his steps forward. Xiao Qin, is it merely my imagination, or do you seem more spirited than before? Have you grown a tad taller? Although Lu Laotu appeared frail and aged, his gaze was sharp and penetrating. Qin Ming, standing before him, and Su Yu, exhibited a temperament that had naturally evolved from his previous self. Su Yu nodded in agreement. Remarking on the discernible transformation, Qin Ming's eyes seemed clearer and his demeanor more strikingly handsome. Following his second rebirth, Qin Ming's height had increased by less than half an inch, a change so subtle that it would escape the notice of those not intimately familiar with him. He had come to realize that the new birth techniques documented in the ancient texts would not facilitate a sustained growth in height. However, aside from his arms exhibiting a remarkable strength of 2,000 pounds, his flexibility and speed had significantly enhanced, leading to a remarkable surge in his overall power. In the stillness of the night, as silence enveloped the world, it felt as though the universe itself were a colossal abyss, poised to devour all light. Suddenly, deep within the mountains, a silver lightning bolt streaked across the inky darkness, while crimson clouds stained the ridges, and a colossal figure wielding a black spear roared as it shattered the mountain peaks, echoing as if to fracture the very earth, triggering a terrifying avalanche. The chaos had begun. On a high slope outside the mountains, a woman cloaked in a black fur mantle gazed into the night, her eyes reflecting the ominous yet captivating scene unfolding before her. Perched upon a low tree was a raven with violet eyes, which spoke in human tongue. The contingent of foreign high beings cannot withstand this. They must retreat tonight. If fortune favors us, we shall venture into the mountains within 2 days to seek the land illuminated by the 5-colored mist. Behind the solitary figure and the raven, shadows loomed, and a voice broke the silence. The higher-ups of Qixia City have colluded with the aberrations of the mountainous realm. The migrating superior beings are utterly incapable of resistance. It is highly probable that formidable creatures will be left behind as rare spiritual materials. Behind her stood a dozen individuals, among them a young man who, upon hearing these words, was momentarily taken aback, his hands clenched tightly within his sleeves. He was a noble of Qixia City, belonging to the esteemed lineage of the Yu family. Initially, when the woman was selecting candidates in the city, he held great hope, only to discover that he was not even qualified to be a backup choice. Ultimately, it was through the connections of his family elders and at considerable expense that he secured an opportunity to accompany the woman to Liuguang City. His sole intention was to be in the presence of her enigmatic mentor and absorb the secret arts. A year and a half of learning would be invaluable. Yet now, he sensed an impending crisis, contemplating whether he would lose even this mere qualification to accompany her. Very well, I shall seek someone to investigate, Yu Lianyun declared, turning away with a flicker of coldness in his gaze. The raven observed his departing figure and remarked, when Yu Lianyun first entered the world, he could bear a weight of 650 pounds. This year in Qixia City, he finds himself overshadowed by another man and woman. No signs of anomaly appeared when he laid his golden foundation. The woman nodded and instructed, Qi Huayan, follow him. I wish to assess Yu Lianyun's character. He originally lacked the qualification to accompany me to meet the mentor. Should he fail to perform adequately this time, there would be no necessity for him to embark on this journey. Additionally, observe Qin Ming and determine if he could be one of the backup candidates. In the stillness of the night, many perceptive newcomers outside the mountains sensed something amiss, and they ascended to higher ground, gazing toward the mountain's direction. The commotion within the mountain was undeniably excessive. Even from a distance, one could hear the terrifying roars of the strange creatures. Chaos reigned deep within the mountains, as numerous aberrant insects and birds took to the night sky in a frantic escape, while the cries of monkeys and tigers echoed incessantly through the dense forest. Even far away in Yinteng Town, the enigmatic old noble received reports without delay. His silver hair shimmered with a crystalline sheen, and his complexion was vibrant and luminous. At that moment, he donned a fur coat, and, with the grace of a wisp of smoke, appeared atop the highest edifice of his estate. A conflict had erupted? Qin Ming leaped onto the rooftop, peering toward the mountains. The proximity of Shuangshu village compelled him to remain vigilant and on guard. The following day, many engaged in fervent discussions, proclaiming that a transformation had occurred within the mountains. As twilight descended, after having his breakfast, Qin Ming began practicing the newly acquired techniques inscribed in the silk scrolls, feeling as though a furnace resided within him, continuously fueling his strength. Subsequently, he practiced the combat techniques from the knife manual, wielding the long-handled black gold hammer as if it were a mere twig, light as a feather. Wubing entered. witnessing Qin Ming nearly masterfully wielding the heavy hammer, which startled him momentarily. However, he quickly added, "Xiao Qin, cease your hammer training. Your future father-in-law has sent someone to request your presence." Qin Ming was taken aback. A look of confusion etched across his face. "The old noble of Silver Vine Town specifically wishes to meet you," Wubing informed him. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's expression shifted to one of understanding as he calmly inquired, "Surely, I am not to meet him alone? Is it somewhat offensive not to go?" Qin Ming inquired. Wubing nodded, responding, "Indeed, it would appear disrespectful. It is said that nobles from Qixia City have all visited him in Yinteng Town. He seems to possess quite a significant background, possibly from a prominent lineage." With a playful gesture, Wubing pointed at him, adding, "I have given this considerable thought and believe attending would not be detrimental. With so many formidable figures from Qixia City present, what could the old noble possibly seek from a mere newly reborn youth? If there is genuine business at hand, we can feign compliance and still reap the benefits." "Very well, I shall go shortly, and perhaps take a glance at his daughter, wondering why such a noble lady is troubled by the prospect of marriage," Qin Ming remarked. Chapter 30. Graceful and dashing beneath the gentle nightfall, the distant mountains loomed ominously. Qin Ming had already set forth, the dense woods flanking the path as he swiftly traversed the snow. Yinteng Town came into view, its soft glow shimmering through the thin mist. The outlines of various structures visible from afar. The town bustled with life. Shops lined the streets, their shelves overflowing with an array of goods, as throngs of people engaged in lively commerce. Particularly recently, Yinteng Town had witnessed an influx of visitors from Qixia City, ranging from nobles to adventurers, as well as unidentified newcomers, all seeking refuge in the town, which had become increasingly vibrant. With a few inquiries, Qin Ming soon located the residence of the old noble, standing majestically in the eastern district of Yinteng Town. The grand crimson door, adorned with numerous brass studs, was flanked by a pair of auspicious guardian beasts, symbolizing peace and safety. Today, numerous young individuals had arrived from various villages, some calling out his name. The estate is vast, with multiple courtyards arranged in an exquisite layout, adorned with artificial hills and peculiar stones, and dotted with pavilions. Currently, only a few evergreen plants remain in the flower beds. In this season of scarcity, the life of the old aristocrats remains unaffected, clearly displaying their substantial wealth and refined taste for enjoyment. The hall of the estate is spacious and luminous. While its decor may not be exceedingly lavish, it surpasses that of the average affluent household. The grand columns are intricately engraved with exquisite patterns. The furniture is crafted from fine mahogany, and the walls are embellished with profound calligraphy and paintings. The elderly steward, meticulous in his duties, has welcomed wave after wave of youthful guests, his smile unwavering, as if captured in a frame, forever maintaining an air of politeness and propriety. Qin Ming observed the striking transformation of Zhou Wubing. The latter had grown significantly taller, now a spirited young man. In the presence of so many people, it seemed inappropriate to address him in the same manner as before. "I too long for the distant, radiant city," Qin Ming mused. The drawing room was filled with many young individuals, initially somewhat restrained, for they found the ornate surroundings, so different from their modest gray-tiled homes, overwhelming. The displayed porcelain and paintings were evidently of considerable value, leaving them ill at ease in such opulence. However, as time passed, they gradually relaxed, indulging in the fruits and pastries brought by the steward. Qin Ming, feeling at ease, reveled in the delight of fresh, crimson berries amidst the snowy winter, unabashedly embracing the opportunity for merriment and feasting. "Today, I do not intend to compete with you. A relative of mine mentioned that he would take me along." The young man lowered his voice, but suddenly fell silent. He had spotted a silver-haired elder and a woman draped in a black fur cloak traversing the courtyard, heading towards a slightly smaller parlor. It appeared that she, too, had no concerns about marrying. Qin Ming murmured softly to himself. He had previously glimpsed this woman from afar during the negotiations between the high-ranking officials of Qixia City and the peculiar entities in the mountains the day before. The woman was indeed in close proximity to that area. The hood of her fur cloak was pulled down low, with strands of dark hair veiling one side of her alabaster cheek. Qin Ming could only catch a glimpse of her delicate face, her crimson lips strikingly vivid. A peculiar chuckle escaped the crow perched on her shoulder, sounding remarkably human. Qin Ming found this odd. However, since entering the estate, He had concealed his extraordinary vitality, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. "It must be a magpie," the young man remarked, only to receive a glare in return, albeit from the crow. Zhou Wubing, puzzled, mused aloud. Why would she dress so elaborately at her own home? Ah, I see. She must be preparing to meet us shortly. Noble ladies are particular about appearances, undoubtedly. She would not wish to reveal her true visage upon our first encounter. Soon after, both he and Qin Ming received glares from the woman as well. Qin Ming whispered softly, "If you can speak, then do so more freely." He wished to test whether the woman could hear their conversation, conducted in such a minuscule tone. Remarkably, it was not only the woman who reacted. Even the crow responded, cawing with laughter. The other young men began to converse. Having already concluded that the silver-haired elder was indeed an ancient nobleman, and his daughter appeared to be exceptionally remarkable. "It feels distant from us, devoid of any drama." A gentle sigh escaped someone in the hall. Though there had been some thoughts upon arrival, clarity had now settled in. Those who find themselves here are all newcomers, their perception of nature far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, capable of discerning the extraordinary power within that noble lady, whose pet crow even comprehends human speech, a most unusual phenomenon. Before long, the venerable nobleman himself approached, a man named Jingrui, his silver hair shimmering like dewdrops, his complexion rosy, adorned in splendid attire. Observing the young individual's rise, somewhat flustered, he offered a warm smile and remarked, "You are all good children. It is evident you possess kind hearts, far more genuine than the impetuous youth I have encountered before." Jingrui emphasized candor, openly stating his desire to marry off his daughter, yet also seeking the assistance of those present. He understood that this group of young newcomers was destined for the mountains, having been selected long ago by the prominent families of Qixia City to guide them. The elderly nobleman candidly expressed that he was on amicable terms with the aristocrats of Qixia City, merely wishing to engage in trade with them, particularly to procure a unique commodity he required, apprehensive that it might be preemptively acquired. "My daughter has caused me considerable worry. I genuinely wish to see her wed soon," he lamented, "and I do not judge suitors by their lineage." With a sigh, he continued, stating that as long as someone shares a mutual affinity with his daughter, he would be eager to arrange the wedding at the earliest opportunity, hoping to see the Xie family flourish and prosper. As he concluded, a hint of melancholy crept into his demeanor, seemingly genuine rather than feigned. Could it be that the noble daughter of the Xie family truly experiences marital woes? Many began to harbor doubts. "Young man, I have heard of both of you. You possess a remarkable foundation akin to gold. Have you ever contemplated a different path?" Jingrui and Yin Yuesheng approached Qin Ming and Zhou Wubing, taking the initiative to engage them in conversation. "Is it that woman in black? What do you think?" Qin Ming inquired softly. Clad entirely in black, she exuded an air of elegance and striking beauty. "However, alas, she is not suited for me. You might consider her." After saying this, Bingzi hastily departed. Qin Ming had not come for matchmaking, yet he had received a splendid longbow as a special gift from an esteemed noble. He was also specifically designated to meet a noble maiden in the back courtyard. Out of courtesy, he felt it inappropriate to leave prematurely. He speculated that the mysterious woman in black had cast him a couple of disdainful glances, indicating a lack of interest. He surmised that their encounter would be merely a formality, similar to Bingzi's experience. Moments later, Qin Ming was escorted to the rear of the residence. In the estate's courtyard, a woman in black was practicing swordsmanship, her blade gleaming coldly, indeed a sight to behold. At once, Qin Ming was taken aback. It was not that the woman was unattractive. On the contrary, she was exceptionally beautiful, defying the typical fragility associated with women. She possessed a rare spirit and an unconventional allure. Bingzi seemed to have spoken the truth, though he had omitted details regarding her height and weight. The woman was named Xielingxi, and the sword she wielded was longer than Qiaolong himself. Qin Ming began to comprehend what the noble meant by suggesting a change in direction. Did they intend for him to pursue the path of the giant spirit? "Do you also perceive me as a monster?" Xielingxi inquired. "What deity could I possibly become? If there were truly a divine being, why would it not elevate the sun, allowing it to rise anew?" The woman scoffed and resumed her sword practice. Qin Ming turned to leave. 2 years ago, I encountered you while journeying from Liuguang City, passing through Luoyue City and Qixia City, where we discovered you in a state of near demise." The tall and elegant Xielingxi, nearly 5 meters in height, suddenly spoke up. In an instant, Qin Ming's body stiffened, and he slowly turned around. In that fleeting moment, Qin Ming felt as though his innermost thoughts had been laid bare to another. The inferno that had consumed an entire village 2 years prior blazed back into his memory. Its scorching heat and acrid scent resurfacing, along with the remnants of shattered walls, lifeless bodies scattered about, and the ethereal figure of the young man clad in feathers. Yet, as he turned fully around, he regained his composure, his heart tranquil. Although the woman had witnessed his near-fatal plight 2 years ago, she could not possibly fathom the entirety of his experiences. If they had shared more profound connections or histories, it would be implausible for them to meet again only under the present circumstances near Yinteng Town. Qin Ming contemplated, murmuring softly to himself, "I was on the brink of death, yet they carried me on their journey. Why is that?" Xia Lingxi, with her long, flowing hair extending over 7 feet and features strikingly three-dimensional, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars, said, "I merely overheard a few words. They intend to take you to a remote place, far removed from the resplendent cities. If you are to survive, it would be best to establish roots here." "Oh, thank you, Miss Xia." Qin Ming immediately bowed, acknowledging her kindness, which she had not mentioned. Had it not been for this maid's arrival in the back courtyard, he would have remained unaware. "You may go." Xia Lingxi waved her hand, preventing the graceful and lovely maid from uttering further words. At that moment, you were clad in tattered garments, stained with blood, indicating that even when new, your attire would have been rather ordinary. Qin Ming nodded, recalling his youth as a second-hand newcomer, when he had seen his younger self adorned in patched clothing. It was no surprise that his boyhood was marred by hardship. What puzzled him was the reason behind the calamity that befell him, with the entire village engulfed in flames. As Qin Ming pondered, he found himself lost in thought about the connection between that pair of individuals and himself. Their relationship seemed neither too intimate nor distant, yet they had come to his rescue. Furthermore, what was the significance of the spiritual mountain activated by the celestial light? He yearned to inquire, but felt that asking too many questions might be deemed impolite. In the front courtyard, within a somewhat smaller parlor, a purple-eyed raven chuckled as it observed a woman draped in a black fur cloak. "Those 2 youths have mistaken you for a young lady of the Xie family. Ha ha ha. Your laughter is truly unpleasant." The woman extended her slender, delicate fingers, shimmering with a hazy light, towards the raven, which promptly took flight. Nimbly evading her gesture, the purple-eyed raven remarked, "I never expected that in such a remote area, 2 promising talents would emerge. I sense that if the other sickly, foul-mouthed youth fully recovers, he too will be quite remarkable." The woman took a gentle sip of her tea and replied, "My master, a learned sage, surely possesses accurate foresight. The celestial light that appeared 2 centuries ago likely never erupted here, accumulating until now. With the fusion of 2 different hues of celestial light, the unique resources birthed in this place are bound to be astonishing." Subsequently, the young woman lowered the brim of her cloak, rose to her feet, and stated, "It is time for us to depart. Today, Brother Xia will be quite occupied." Little did she know that her daughter had taken it upon herself to traverse the path of the giant spirit god, leaving him with an insurmountable headache. Ultimately, Qin Ming could not restrain himself and sought counsel from the noble lady before him. She bore no obligation to enlighten him, and should she refuse, he would simply depart with a thick skin. As long as he himself remained unembarrassed, it would be of no consequence. Xia Lingxi remarked, "Once the sun has set, it shall not rise again. The moon and the myriad stars vanish, and the light that pierces through the night is an unexpected phenomenon, occurring sporadically over decades or even centuries, devoid of any regularity. Such occurrences are extraordinary, often resulting in the emergence of rare resources in the vicinity of their descent." Qin Ming expressed his heartfelt gratitude, appreciating that she had not maintained a facade of aloofness and had directly shared this knowledge with him. Miss Xia was not only beautiful but possessed a kind heart, unlike. He began to speak, realizing that if Xia Lingxi were proportionally reduced, her face would be no larger than a palm, boasting a figure of golden proportions. It was merely due to her path as a giant spirit god that she now appeared significantly larger than others. "Unlike what?" Xia Lingxi inquired. "You are not referring to my little master uncle in the front courtyard, are you?" A hint of surprise crossed her features. As the young woman stepped out of the old noble residence, she paused, while the purple-eyed crow soaring in the low sky cawed in laughter. Caw, caw, caw. How utterly unpleasant. Qin Ming felt too embarrassed to mooch a meal at the old noble's house, yet he sensed that the day had yielded much. The information he had gathered made the journey worthwhile. I believe that, with my 3 rebirths, those forgotten memories will ultimately be reclaimed. He whispered, his gaze resolute. Qin Ming realized that the old aristocracy was far from simple. Her daughter was exceptionally formidable, having already approached 5 meters in height at such a tender age, indicating her significant progress on the path of the giant spirit. Simultaneously, he became aware that Moonset City was quite expansive and situated at a considerable distance from here. Soon, news arrived from Qiaolong, Weizhiro, and Muqing. They would enter the mountains in 2 days. Now, there was confirmed information that the higher-ups of Qixia City had reached an agreement with the superior beings within the mountains. They would relinquish all the territories previously claimed by the aberrant entities. In the past, the areas outside the mountains, where people could hunt and gather herbs, would now be freely accessible. However, venturing deeper into the perilous zones of the mountains would rely solely on one's own capabilities. Of course, the superior beings pledged that they would not engage in clandestine hunting, yet the mountains harbored many other dangerous creatures, leaving those from outside to fend for themselves. The higher-ups of Qixia City similarly vowed not to conduct any covert hunts. Clearly, even after expelling that batch of foreign superior beings, tranquility would not return to the mountains. Despite the higher-ups refraining from bloody hunts, the ancient figures from various families and the other terrifying aberrations within would clash in the densest of night mists. Engaging in deeper exploration would inevitably lead to bloody conflicts, disregarding one's status or background. I can guide you, but only within the external areas. I shall not tread into those unknown territories. Qin Ming promptly conveyed this to Muqing and the others. Alas, we dare not venture deeper. That is the domain of the old-timers, and they would be driven to madness. Muqing, Qiaolong, and Weizhiro were filled with a sense of melancholy. Most notably, numerous individuals from other regions had also arrived, even though the external areas were not particularly safe. Over the next 2 days, Qin Ming observed various movements from all parties involved. It was not merely the outsiders who were stirring. Even local organizations, such as the Three-Eyed Sect and Jinji Ridge, were actively engaged. The Three-Eyed Sect was shrouded in mystery, with reports of its members being scattered across distant cities, while this region merely served as a foothold for their operations. Typically, the sect's local members would leverage their higher-ups' influence to intimidate others, often preemptively declaring their affiliation with the Three-Eyed Sect before any conflict arose, cautioning others to weigh their options carefully. However, today they exhibited a change in demeanor. Someone approached Sui Weping for a dialogue, eschewing their usual bluntness. As fellow locals, we should share our unique discoveries. The rare resources of this land ought to remain with us. Behold that majestic mountain, which shall never depart, accompanying us throughout our lives. Even in death, it will remain by our side in eternal slumber. The Three-Eyed Sect, rooted here, will endure like that mountain. Indeed, I wish to convey such sentiments. Yet the higher-ups advised against any aggression. I trust you understand the implication. I take my leave. With that, the scarred elder of the Three-Eyed Sect turned and departed. Shortly thereafter, individuals from Jinji Ridge also arrived. Once notorious bandits, they had been pacified but continued to instill fear in the nearby villages and towns. Due to the ferocity of the golden roosters nurtured in the revered Jinji Ridge, they are exceptionally suited for stealthy assassinations within the woodland depths. The golden free-range chickens correspond to the second mutation of biological entities, and coupled with their masters upon their backs, they pose a considerable threat. The ascent into the mountains is imminent. Yu Liangyun sat in the serene chamber, before him a jade jar containing a certain ethereal substance. Upon consumption, it would grant him a second rebirth. With 2 days remaining before his foray into the mountains, he had ample time to elevate the levels of his existence. Initially, he had wished to delay the process, seeking further refinement of his newly acquired foundation. Yet now, his expression fluctuated between cold detachment and indecision. If he could not accompany that woman to Liuguang City, he would find it intolerable. Have you conducted your investigations thoroughly? Yu Liangyun inquired of those outside the chamber. Indeed, all has been clarified. In the initial 2 days following our entry into the mountains, it is advisable not to seek him out. He will likely be in the company of Muqing, Qiaolong, and their associates. Once that group becomes acquainted with the terrain, we may pursue him, came the reply. Very well. 2 days hence, various factions began their ascent into the mountains. What left Qin Ming speechless was the sight of old Lu. Clad in armor and wielding a hefty broadsword, astride the large, earthy-hued dog he had raised. Not only was he thus adorned, but Yang Yongqing, armed with twin blades, had mounted a black goat that towered higher than an adult's shoulders, transforming into a valiant black goat knight. Onward to the mountains. Qiao Long, Wei Zhiro, Mu Qing, and others set forth with their contingent. They represented merely a fraction of the youthful forces from Qixia City, with larger contingents arriving from various esteemed organizations and clans. Attention, we have company. Bipeds are in the vicinity. Not long after entering the mountains, a peculiar bird known as the Yuqiao began to call out loudly above the heads of Qin Ming and his companions. This species possesses the remarkable ability to articulate human language, exhibiting a cunning nature and remarkable speed in flight. It was currently delivering a message to the creatures dwelling within the mountains. The keywords were human and biped, terms that the mutated beings in the mountains could comprehend. "Shoot it down," exclaimed Qiao Long. "There is a large cluster of bipeds here, larger than bears, standing 3 meters tall." Undoubtedly, this Yuqiao had undergone mutation. It was not only conveying information to the creatures of the mountain, but also communicating with other human factions, hoping to incite discord among them. Enraged by this revelation, Qiao Long took it upon himself to draw his bow. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed from deep within the mountains, where multicolored smoke erupted into the sky, astonishing everyone present. They had only just begun their venture into the mountains, and the most mysterious of treasures was already ripening for emergence. "Oh, my mountain deity! The radiant multicolored mist has manifested directly before us. Let us hasten." Chapter 32. The radiant multicolored mist. Today, the night within the mountains was particularly dense, as if shrouded by a colossal black curtain. Yet, the sudden eruption of multicolored mist from the depths of the mountains tore through the night, illuminating the surroundings. The towering mountains were bathed in a kaleidoscope of colors, while the trees, burdened with snow, glimmered with brilliance. This spectacle left everyone in awe. The entire range before them was enveloped in radiant mist, shimmering with vibrant hues. In this era devoid of sunlight, such resplendence was truly enchanting. Chaos ensued within the mountains. Any adept who ventured close to the sight of the radiant multicolored mist yearned to sprout wings of lightning, eager to soar forth and contend for the most enigmatic treasures hidden within the mountain range. To their astonishment, it had ripened so early. A multitude of individuals, driven by frenzy, hastened towards that destination. Midway through their journey, anguished cries resound, revealing the malevolent actions concealed in the shadows. Amidst the vast mountains, renowned beasts roar, and exotic birds soar, as a horde of aberrations descends into madness, converging upon the same point. Deep within the mountains, the resplendent hues of 5-colored mist linger, reaching into the depths of the obsidian night, while blinding rays illuminate the surrounding expanse. Standing atop a precipice, the towering Wei Mo gazes into the ethereal realm of colorful fog, his dark red armor resembling the scales of a mythical creature, resonating with a metallic clang. He emanates a crimson radiance, and with a forceful thrust, he collapses the cliff beneath him, causing rocks to tumble and the ground to tremble, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Grasping a black spear, he leaps downwards, racing into the heart of the mountains. "Wei, you should remain here." A figure clad in white materializes, the lord of Qixia City. A person of considerable stature, standing resolutely in his path. "Lin Su, do you dare to obstruct me?" Wei Mo, wielding the black spear, strides through the forest, vanishing in a singular leap, only to reappear suddenly, as his spear, akin to a streak of black lightning, rends a vast swath of forest, arriving before Lin Su. In another mountainous expanse, a 3-foot-long tabby cat, bearing a crimson longsword, strides swiftly, its movements agile and silent, deftly evading numerous aberrations as it heads toward the epicenter of the billowing 5-colored mist. "Stop!" Suddenly, an aberration bellows, darting towards this direction with the swiftness of lightning, evidently intent on contesting the tabby cat for the invaluable mysterious treasure. A mantis beast emerges, accompanied by a tempest, clearing all obstructive branches in its wake, forcefully blocking the tabby cat's path. It is entirely white, resembling a mantis in form, yet towering above at a height surpassing that of a human. Its entire body is adorned with pristine, snowy fur, and its elongated forelimbs resemble 2 serrated, ivory blades, shimmering with an ethereal glow. The tabby cat, undeterred by idle conversation, brandished a crimson longsword, instantly illuminating the forest like a sunset, casting a scarlet hue upon the woodland. The sword's aura soared into the night sky, while simultaneously, the glimmer of the blade sliced through the darkness, akin to lightning weaving through the dense foliage. Majestic trees succumbed to the invisible onslaught of the blade's energy, collapsing in droves, some shattering into splinters. Typically serene, the old weasel, known for its composure while leisurely riding a donkey, today abandoned its mount, darting swiftly along the treetops. Resembling a flash of white lightning, suddenly halting, it perched atop a towering larch, several dozen meters high, with its left hand resting behind its back, while its right hand was entwined with a string of beads, gazing skyward. It appeared that, aside from the denizens of Qixia City, other outsiders were lurking in the shadows. The old weasel, unusually loquacious today, remarked, "Let them be." A voice emerged from the inky clouds above, evidently seeking to obstruct the enigmatic old weasel, buying time for others. The old weasel replied, "Have you considered that by leaving me be, your companions may also be hindered? The watchers in the shadows are not merely your allies. It would be wiser to allow me passage, stirring the waters to create chaos. Impossible to let you pass. I have longed to test your mettle. How dare you conspire with the people of Qixia City to injure my friends?" Humph. From within the mist, wings materialized, and a massive claw, densely covered in scales, reached out toward the old weasel amidst the mountains, resembling a dragon from the clouds extending its talons. The old yellow weasel, with its right paw entwined around a rosary, suddenly struck the sky, producing a resounding thunderclap that reverberated like a fierce lightning bolt, twisting menacingly in the night. The deafening sound dispersed the clouds, revealing a colossal entity that flapped its silvery wings, retreating under the force of an overwhelming gale. Beneath the weasel, the large trees shattered, and other nearby woods fell in large swathes, creating a scene of horror as it lightly landed on a boulder. In the distance, amidst the mountains, the moon rose like a luminous orb over the sea, and the moon insects appeared, confronting a woman adorned in flowing garments of ethereal light who stood atop a massive azure bird. The battle commenced. One could only lament the inability to stand tall in one's prime, to venture into the depths of the mountains and contend for the rare treasures birthed by the spirit mountains. Alas, I could only watch helplessly, too fearful to approach, my heart heavy with despair. In the outer regions of the forest, voices rose in fervent outcry, embodying a profound sorrow. As a newcomer in our ranks, you find yourself among the weaker ones, awaken to the reality that it is uncertain whether you will even exist in your prime. Countless eyes in the dense forest burned with envy, yet after the initial surge of impulse, they gradually halted their advance, recognizing their insufficient strength to delve deeper into the mountains and vie for opportunities against the old-timers. To do so would be tantamount to seeking death. All factions regained their composure. It was unavoidable, for any heated folly would be swiftly quelled by the higher beings and ancient monsters within the mountains, rendering their bodies utterly frigid. Once Qiao Long paused, he took up his longbow, intent on finding the foul-mouthed sparrow who dared to insult him. A flurry of iron arrows soared forth, densely packed, aimed towards the source of the sound emanating from the yuk. Today is not suitable for in-depth exploration. Perhaps we should withdraw. Mu Qing spoke, noting the chaotic state of the mountains, where vibrant hues of smoke and mist illuminated the surroundings, a place of immense fortune. The old monsters could become frenzied, and the outcome remains uncertain. Perhaps even innocent lives could be affected. Qiao Long and Wei Zhiro nodded in agreement. The three teams exercised caution, preferring inaction over the peril of losing their lives. Very well, let us familiarize ourselves with the external environment. We shall refrain from venturing deeper until the turmoil of the high-level battle subsides. In the depths of the mountains, terrifying beams of light erupted, as renowned beasts spread their wings, piercing the night, while powerful human experts unleashed horrifying howls. The battle in the forest was exceedingly fierce. Guided by the likes of the dog knight Lu Laotu and the black sheep knight Yang Yongqing, they now had the freedom to move. As Mu Qing and Qiao Long had retreated to the periphery, waiting for the outcome of the conflict before considering further actions, Qin Ming relished his leisure. He had no intention of delving deeper. While rare treasures are enticing, one must also have the means to claim them. He wandered through the forest, searching for the yuk he had once promised to catch for Xiao Wenrui, but had yet to find. Today, however, this one had mutated, exhibiting extraordinary intelligence. Alas, He could not locate it. This cunning mutated Yuk had thoroughly offended Chao Long and the others, disappearing without a trace. Having distanced himself from Mu Qing and Chao Long, he now perhaps could gauge his own worth. Someone had informed him of the wanderings in the forest. Is that so? Very well, let us pursue. Yu Liangyun donned the finest armor, wielding a chillingly radiant sword, swiftly traversing through the mountains and forests. Deep within the mountains, fierce battles raged, truly terrifying and brutal, as colossal beasts were grievously wounded, blood gushing from their necks like fountains, splattering outward. The earth trembled as corpses fell, uprooting entire swathes of trees. Here, violet light surged, akin to clouds ablaze in the sky, while long halberds spanned the air, their cold gleam dazzling. Exotic birds emitted blinding divine radiance, soaring through the heavens and the earth. The center of the battlefield resembled a tangled web of lightning, with unknown masters, their identities shrouded in mystery, each caught in a frenzy of slaughter, as high-level beings had already perished. Yet, in some areas of the conflict, there was something peculiar. In the woods, a figure clad in white, Ling Su, sat upon the ground, prying open the clay seal of a wine jar and pouring himself a cup, then tossing the entire jar to Wei Mo, who caught it effortlessly, the jar merely equivalent to a cup of wine. The two shared a silent drink, yet their long knives and the over 10-meter-long war spear remained firmly in hand, radiating blinding celestial light that stirred the night sky. In another mountainous region, a tabby cat sat on the ground, sword in hand, its blade shimmering with red light, while a mantis beast nearby slashed at the night sky with its forelimbs, resembling serrated long knives. Qin Ming furrowed his brow, clad in animal skin. He appeared as a local young hunter, yet he found himself under scrutiny once more. He halted, realizing that two groups of individuals had stealthily encircled him, one approaching from behind, closing in rapidly. Qin Ming? As Yu Lianyun arrived, he beheld a tall, handsome youth before him, whose demeanor was undeniably remarkable. His expression was quite complex, for this very youth could potentially obstruct his path to further advancement. Who are you, and what is your intention? Qin Ming inquired, gripping his long-handled black gold hammer. Yu Lianyun regarded him with an impassive countenance, pausing in silence for a moment before finally responding. I am Yu Lianyun from Qixia City. Someone has requested that I test your strength. Let us begin. Qin Ming furrowed his brow, perplexed by the situation. He remained vigilant, casting wary glances at the other four individuals, who bore relatively heavy weaponry, yet nothing excessively burdensome, suggesting they were all second-year students. Come forth. Yu Lianyun, wielding a sword that exuded an air of immense value, launched an offensive, slicing through the dim forest with a blinding flash of blade. Clang! In the next instant, he felt a slight pain in his palm, a tingling sensation coursing through him, as the crystalline sword almost slipped from his grasp. Qin Ming remained silent. As a first-year student, the opponent exhibited considerable strength, likely capable of lifting weights exceeding 600 pounds. Undoubtedly, he was holding back, primarily focused on the other second-year students. Yu Lianyun pressed forward once more, yet after 3 consecutive attempts to strike, his right hand trembled slightly. With a resigned sigh, he retreated. My strength pales in comparison to yours, and I cannot match your speed. I am certainly no match for you. With a sense of melancholy, he shouldered his sword and declared, Someone will seek you out in the coming days. I shall take my leave. I have one. It seems to have affected you? Qin Ming asked. I lost to you, and as such, I am no longer worthy to remain by that esteemed individual's side. You shall take my place, Yu Lianyun replied. And what of you? Where do you intend to go? With a furrowed brow, Qin Ming inquired. Yu Lianyun, who was about to leave, halted his steps and turned around. The nobleman has asked me to take a look as well. I came to assess him. Qi Huayan unsheathed a long blade and, with a faint smile, approached Qin Ming. The harsh sound of metal scraping echoed as Qi Huayan swiftly executed 3 strikes before retracting his weapon. He shook his head and remarked, What a pity. He still falls short of the nobleman's expectations. Is this not sufficient? Yu Lianyun expressed his astonishment. Indeed, the nobleman seeks a candidate, yet he is lacking by a hair's breadth. Let us depart. Qi Huayan left alongside him. Qin Ming felt perplexed. Had it not been for the lurking suspicion of others observing them, he would have unleashed his full potential. Was Qi Huayan truly formidable? What merit did he possess to render such judgment? As Qi Huayan accompanied Yu Lianyun away, he silently pondered. Although he had been holding back, he could still sense the extraordinary talent of the young man, who had only just emerged anew. At the very least, he could bear the weight of 800 pounds. Quite impressive indeed. I shall accompany you, Yu Liangyan stated. Qi Huayan shook his head, replying, my strength far surpasses that of an ordinary second-time newcomer. Your assistance would be futile. If danger arises, it would likely cost you your lives. You should meet with the nobleman. Perhaps, should your character prove satisfactory, she may reconsider her stance. Very well, Yu Liangyun conceded before departing with his companions. He was quite astonished and turned to the others present, asking, have you not yet dealt with him? Holding a long-handled black gold hammer, Qin Ming faced another group emerging from the forest. Now certain that no other parties lurked in the shadows, he glanced at Qi Huayan and said, Yu Liangyun did not intend to kill me. Rather, it seems you are the one who wishes to eliminate me? Surrounded by 6 individuals, each bearing a murderous intent, he remained unfazed, having briefly collided with them moments prior. And what of it? Qi Huayan stated with a tranquil demeanor. Suddenly, Qin Ming hurled a hammer, shattering the skull of the man before him, and seized the spear from his grasp. With astonishing speed, he surged forward, piercing another adversary with a sickening sound, blood splattering as he lifted the unfortunate soul with one arm. Chapter 33. Striving for a future under the night sky, the distant silhouettes of mountains loomed hazily. The information was erroneous. Someone cried out from within the forest. The assailants encircling Qin Ming were momentarily stunned, instinctively retreating as 2 of their comrades fell in an instant. The youth was ferocious. In the blink of an eye, his demeanor transformed from simplicity and tranquility to one brimming with lethal intent. Even his once clear gaze now seemed to emit bolts of lightning. At this moment, Qin Ming, spear in hand, had pierced the chest of one of their companions, hoisting him aloft as blood cascaded down, staining the snow beneath. This sight sent shivers down the spines of those who had initially surrounded him. Had they been in that position, they too would have likely met the same fate. The boy's aura had shifted dramatically, his dark hair whipped about in the icy wind, and his handsome face was etched with coldness, exuding a palpable sense of oppression. Uncontrollably, they found themselves retreating further. How could a newly reborn individual possess such formidable strength? Among the fallen was one who had been entrenched in the realm of rebirth for over a decade. He despised the feeling of being out of control. This observed youth had surpassed all expectations, becoming a perilous variable. Yet, the die had been cast, and he had no alternative left. In his home, they were in the process of gathering an exceedingly rare spiritual substance, preparing to concoct a mysterious elixir capable of altering his very essence, thereby enhancing his aptitude and potential, positioning him as one of the candidates. Should this come to fruition, he would have the opportunity to listen to the old sage in the city of flowing light for several more years, which could significantly alter the course of his life. If Qin Ming and Yu Liangyun were of similar talents, he would gladly extend a gesture of goodwill to befriend him. However, he soon realized that this youth was destined to obstruct his path, and he could no longer contain himself. With a swift motion, Qin Ming hurled his spear, sending the impaled corpse soaring like a rag doll, hurtling towards Qi Huayan at an astonishing speed. In a flash, Qi Huayan drew his long knife, and it seemed as if a bolt of lightning streaked through the dim forest. He deftly struck the rapidly approaching corpse with the flat of his blade, executing the maneuver with grace, yet the body reacted as if it had endured a tremendous blow. The area impacted by the blade became utterly deformed, easily deflected, and it crashed into a nearby tree. With a resounding crack, numerous dry branches splintered, and the mangled corpse collided with the trunk high above, falling to the ground in tatters. Throughout this exchange, Qin Ming calmly sidestepped a few paces, reclaiming the long-handled black gold hammer that had fallen to the earth. Now, he wielded a spear in one hand and a hammer in the other. These 2 weapons were ill-suited for ordinary individuals to handle with one hand. Yet with his 2,000-pound strength, he found them remarkably light. To his surprise, Qi Huayan indeed possessed some skill. With a gentle flick of his knife, the corpse was sent flying as though struck by an armored vehicle, bones shattered and muscles torn, hurtling several meters away. Qi Huayan glanced at the other 4 and said, "Why are you all still dawdling? Do you intend to wait for me to take action while you merely observe?" These individuals were all brought by him from home. Some were fiercely loyal, while others were cowed by his background and dared not defy him. This time, the group was on high alert, cautiously circling around Qin Ming, ever ready to strike. The attackers were all intensely focused, with a second-year student leading the charge, wielding a gleaming spear that he swung down with a sudden ferocity. channeling all his strength and spirit. Simultaneously, the others, including Qi Huayan, unleashed a terrifying flash of blades, cleverly concealed among their weapons. Qin Ming raised his long-handled black gold hammer with his left hand, and with a resounding clang, the heavy spear was sent soaring into the air. The second-year student could hardly believe his eyes. Gripping the spear shaft with both hands, he found himself unable to maintain his hold. The soft flesh between his fingers was torn asunder from the shock, and the weapon slipped from his grasp. What an astonishing display of strength! Was this truly a second-year student? Meanwhile, the others also collided with Qin Ming's spear and hammer, feeling the reverberation coursing through them. However, unlike the spear wielder, they managed to retain some control. Though their arms tingled with numbness, their weapons remained in hand. Qin Ming's power was not the only aspect that astonished them. His speed far surpassed theirs as well. It was no wonder he could thwart all the sharp weapons aimed at him in the blink of an eye. Qi Huayan, having only briefly engaged, retreated, realizing that this young man had completely lost control and could not be contained. Even though he had overestimated his opponent, he now realized he had been overly cautious. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a small crystal vial, 3 inches high, uncorked it, and consumed the vibrant red liquid within, drinking it down without a second thought. Today, he had no other choice. Escape was not an option. If he did not silence his adversary, his fate would be dire. Once that raven learned the truth of this place, it would undoubtedly eliminate him. Although he understood that this substance would harm him in the long run, Qi Huayan could not afford to dwell on it. He needed to significantly amplify his strength at this moment. In the midst of the chaos, Qin Ming showed no signs of hesitation. In an instant, amidst the clash, he identified the weakest points in the fray. The individual he had sent flying with his spear became his prime target. His body moved like a phantom, evading the incoming strikes from others wielding long knives, iron hammers, and sharp swords, almost as if he were teleporting. With a thunderous strike, he aimed for the second newcomer, whose fingers were bleeding and who was retreating at great speed. Despite this individual's desperate attempts to evade the assault and the assistance of nearby companions, he was unable to completely escape. A heavy blow from a long-handled black gold hammer struck the underside of his right shoulder, causing it to collapse and shatter, resulting in broken bones piercing his internal organs. He let out a heart-wrenching scream as he was sent sprawling across the ground. Though he had not yet succumbed to death, he had lost all combat capability. Gasping for breath and unable to rise, his right shoulder had vanished, his entire arm was gone, flying off into the distance. The sheer ferocity and terrifying prowess of this attack left the others pale with fear, wondering what kind of monster they had encountered. Even though they pledged their loyalty to the Qi family and their kin resided within that city, a sense of trepidation gripped them, for they sensed an indomitable adversary looming before them, tempting them to retreat. What golden foundation had the opponent established during their initial rebirth? Now, having undergone a second rebirth, the power and speed exhibited were beyond their reach, as if they belonged to entirely different realms. Fear not, I shall contend with him. You all, remain vigilant and assist me in stalling this fiend, Qi Huayan declared, brandishing his long knife as he approached. His visage was not only flushed, radiant even, but his entire form seemed to glow with a ripened hue, with every exposed part emanating a sanguine mist. Qin Ming regarded him with an unflinching gaze. After all, the adversary was a second rebirth. Even if he had consumed some arcane elixir, could it truly bestow upon him the brilliance of celestial light and elevate him into the realm of a third rebirth? Such a notion was utterly implausible. Even a transformation of the body would require a day or two to manifest. This powerful and extraordinary strength was undeniably enchanting, intoxicating in its allure, Qi Huayan mused. He fixed his gaze upon Qin Ming and confessed, I acknowledge that avarice has led me astray, my eyes are no longer clear, and my heart is shrouded in dust. Yet, even if presented with the chance to choose again, I would likely make the same decision. At this critical juncture, he found himself in need of an emotional catharsis. Qin Ming refrained from striking, choosing instead to listen intently. Qi Huayan gazed up at the night sky and said, At last, I find myself with an opportunity. My family has relinquished a mind to acquire an extraordinary spiritual artifact, one that can alter my very foundation and enhance my aptitude. I now have the chance to study beside esteemed mentors for 5 to 10 years. Do you comprehend the significance of this? I shall thus alter my destiny, taking a step forward into vast expanses, where life flourishes in splendid hues. Yet, Your arrival has truncated my ascent, relegating you to the role of an alternative, while I stand to lose my rightful place. A mere step backward renders me a rootless reed, destined to drift as a mere observer for 1 to 4 years. Unable to fundamentally transform my fate, I have no other choice. Qin Ming gazed at him with an unwavering calmness and remarked, "You strive for progress, battling for your own aspirations, yearning to tread upon broader horizons, to witness the boundless and resplendent vistas of life. As for me, I am here solely for survival, to endure." Qi Huayan raised the long blade in his hand, declaring, "Indeed, our positions differ. Our meeting here is a misfortune. Yet, I find myself with no retreat. I must either slay you, allowing me to leap like a fish from a meandering brook into the dazzling, limitless sea of gold, stirring the golden waves of my own existence, or I shall perish here today, putting an end to it all. Kill." He bellowed the word kill, lunging forward, his blade emitting a blinding radiance that shattered the branches of the surrounding trees. Others followed suit, launching a fierce assault. In this moment of blinding speed, Qin Ming faced 4 formidable opponents with remarkable composure, devoid of any sense of urgency, engaging them in fierce combat. How could this be? Qi Huayan struggled to comprehend, finding it hard to accept this reality. Even after consuming the red potion with adverse effects, significantly amplifying his strength, he could not overpower his foe. In his first rebirth, he could lift 720 pounds. After his second rebirth, his arm's power had doubled, and now it approached an astonishing 1,900 pounds. At this juncture, he found himself utterly incapable of subduing his opponent, instead experiencing a tingling numbness in his right hand. What manner of creature was this? It transcended all his expectations. Was this truly human? The expressions of the others turned pale. They were acutely aware of Qi Huayan's formidable foundation, having emerged from the same origins, and comprehended the terror that ensued after he consumed the crimson elixir. Yet, even with this knowledge, they were powerless against him. Unable to restrain the youth, Qin Ming spoke, "Unless you imbibe a potent stimulant and immediately manifest the light of dawn, stepping into the realm of rebirth thrice, all your efforts shall be in vain." Simultaneously, he showed no mercy. His spear pierced the heart of one adversary, sending him crashing against a great tree. Boom! In the next instant, he struck another opponent's long knife aside with a hammer blow, caving in the man's chest. Though he did not perish instantly, survival was unlikely. Qi Huayan, in a frenzy, engaged in a fierce counterattack, yet his weapon-bearing hand trembled slightly, unable to shake the imposing weight of the long-handled black gold hammer. He could not hold on any longer. In a decisive moment, Qin Ming hurled his spear, impaling Qi Huayan's last ally, who crumpled into the snow, gasping for breath. Struggling to reconcile the fact that their group, under Qi Huayan's command, would ultimately fail in their assault against a single opponent, they were destined to perish here. Qin Ming, composed, executed the combat techniques inscribed in the blade's scripture, not adhering to rigid forms, but adapting them fluidly according to his understanding, devoid of any mechanical stiffness, often delivering unexpected strokes that astonished. After numerous exchanges, Qi Huayan despaired as he realized that despite employing his skills and engaging in a contest of wits, utilizing various lethal techniques, he was utterly overpowered. With a resounding thud, Qi Huayan was sent flying, struck on the right shoulder by Qin Ming's hammer, accompanied by a spray of blood as his shoulder shattered. "What level have you attained? How immense is your strength?" Qi Huayan asked, unwilling to accept his fate. Qin Ming, unfazed, prepared to deliver another strike. Qi Huayan smiled grimly. "I know without you saying, to subdue me in this state. Your initial rebirth must have endowed you with at least 1,000 pounds of strength, and upon your second rebirth, you could surely bear 2,000. Am I incorrect?" The others, still clinging to life despite coughing up blood and struggling to survive, lifted their heads with effort to gaze at the valiant youth, their hearts shaken. To hear such revelations at the brink of death, that someone could exist at such a level. "Let me send you on your way," Qin Ming stated calmly, moving forward to deliver a final strike to each, extinguishing their lives completely. He meticulously cleared the battlefield, erasing all traces before turning to depart towards the ancient fissure. After scanning the surrounding forest, he hesitated not, entering the fissure once more, where he beheld strands of silver light weaving together beneath the ground. Acknowledgements: Song Liu, Guang Fudiao, Zhang Hans Han, Year's Echo, Sansheng Yuan Mao Mao. Gratitude for the support of the Alliance leader. Chapter 34. Truth and Illusion. Upon entering the fissure, Qin Ming felt all weariness dissipate. The place that once nearly claimed his life was now utterly transformed. He lifted his gaze, estimating the exit to be a mere 4 meters away. Nearby, silver threads glimmered like spider silk, intertwining across the ground, radiating warmth upon contact with his body. Qin Ming wielded a short sword in one hand and a long-handled black gold hammer in the other as he ventured forth. After his unexpected fall during his last visit, he had refrained from delving deeper. Now, he felt compelled to explore. The ground beneath him was uneven, strewn with stones of various sizes, damp and cold. Water droplets clung to the walls on either side, occasionally cascading downwards. The path ahead was rugged and gradually narrowed, forcing him to brush against the stone walls. Soon, he arrived at a narrow crevice barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Although he was underground, it was not shrouded in darkness. The silver threads crisscrossed chaotically, casting a flicker of light. Upon making contact with the glimmering strands, Qin Ming felt no harm. He brushed against the walls, collecting a hint of moisture, and entered a more spacious area where the rubble underfoot diminished significantly and the ground became remarkably smoother. In this expanse, the silver threads thickened, densely woven throughout the space, reminiscent of a multitude of large spiders having spun their webs, intertwining with one another. Furthermore, some strands penetrated from the walls, adorned with specks of pale gold, while a white mist swirled around him. Standing there, Qin Ming's senses sharpened. His body felt light. The tension that had gripped him began to dissipate, warmth enveloping him as if he were soaking in a hot spring. The terrifying experiences from before lingered vividly in his memory. His heart had raced violently, the sound echoing like a thunderous drum. His chest felt as though it might burst, and the flow of blood surged at a terrifying pace. In the distance, he faintly perceived the sound of a waterfall. He contemplated the myriad changes that had transpired since his departure from this place. The most peculiar of all was undoubtedly the unconventional techniques he had practiced, which had remained dormant for many years. After emerging from the brink of despair, he discovered that upon resuming his training, he experienced an extraordinary reaction. He now realized that these unconventional techniques were not as wild as he had once believed. They were recorded on silk scrolls, which he had diligently studied since his youth. It was said that mastering the scrolls was nearly impossible, as a significant portion had been torn and burned. The remnants, consisting of merely a dozen or so pages, could still be practiced, but required guidance from someone well-versed in them, individuals who had likely long since perished. Lacking such mentors and assistants, he had nevertheless succeeded in mastering the techniques. Was it connected to this place? Qin Ming pondered, his thoughts branching into various associations. He then proceeded to advance, carefully observing this extraordinary locale, and began to cautiously engage with the robust, golden-hued threads. Before long, as he delved deeper, he beheld luminous strands of purple energy rising from the ground, penetrating the stone walls, creating an extraordinary spectacle that did not harm the body. In the dense forest beyond the mountains, a purple-eyed raven soared through the air when suddenly, a vast black mist surged ahead, obstructing its path. Who goes there? It immediately became alert, its violet eyes swirling with enigmatic symbols as it gradually discerned the scene within the fog. A colossal owl, towering over a human in height, perched upon a great tree, its wings as agile as human hands, perusing a tome crafted from animal hide. "Long time no see. Care for a drink?" the owl inquired, the mist still enveloping the area as it tucked the book under one wing. "I'm currently surveying the mountains. I have no time," the raven replied, harboring a measure of wariness towards the owl. "What is your current status? This is not your domain, and it is quite remarkable that you have taken on the role of a gatekeeper for an old man." The owl obstructed its path, evidently displeased with its actions, intent on delivering a lecture. The dense black fog thickened, enveloping the forest. The purple-eyed raven remarked, "Old cat, I have pressing matters to attend to. Recently, I have taken an interest in a rather promising prospect and wish to investigate. Do not impede my way." If Qi Huayan were aware, he would surely break into a cold sweat, for he, like Yu Liangyun, had yet to gain recognition and was still under scrutiny. The purple-eyed raven nodded and replied, "Well, that is not entirely impossible. I possess a unique talent. I can alter my true form. After all, there are those who linger near perilous places in the depths of mountains and marshes, transforming into other beings. Why should we not reverse this trend and seek a path that suits us?" The owl retorted, What kind of reasoning is this? A human shall not become a beast, nor a beast a human. You, a scion of a noble lineage, wish to masquerade as one of them. I warn you, should the raven take offense, it will pluck every feather from your body, transforming you into a bare, bipedal creature. The two began to quarrel. Do not meddle in my affairs. Do not block my path. You may hinder my important business. If they assess that young man prematurely, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. If that lad possesses potential, I will require his assistance in the human realm to retrieve an item crucial to my future. You are well aware of the significance of this. Now step aside. The raven declared. Yu Liangyun had mentioned that in approximately 2 days, he would test Qin Ming, but if the opportunity presented itself, he might act sooner. The violet-eyed raven emerged from the dark mist, inquiring, what has transpired? Following its instincts, it approached the vicinity of the incident, acutely attuned to the essence of life and death. After a moment of contemplation with closed eyes, it opened them and murmured, Qi Huayan has perished. There is no trace of that youth's demise here. Intriguing, was Qi Huayan slain by an outsider, or did a confrontation with that youth lead to his downfall? With a flutter of its wings, it signaled for Yue to depart. If that youth truly possesses such formidable prowess, having reached this juncture, there is no need for me to meddle further, especially if he chooses not to venture to Liuxia City. The violet-eyed raven took to the skies. Meanwhile, Yu Liangyun reported to the woman amidst the snow. Qi Huayan assessed Qin Ming and concluded he ultimately fell short. The mountainous region was in disarray. Before my departure, a fierce conflict erupted within the dense forest. You should stay, the woman draped in a black fur cloak instructed Yu Liangyun. What? Yu Liangyun was momentarily taken aback, then immediately bowed deeply, his expression brimming with excitement. Deep within the mountains, the radiant multicolored mist began to fade. Ling Su and Wei Mo both rose simultaneously, discarding their cups and jars of wine. Ling Su struck the ground lightly with his long blade, causing part of his beast-hide boots to tear, exposing his toes. He then patted his chest, causing his white attire to shred. Though his tall frame did not appear particularly robust, the interplay of light upon his muscles, illuminated by the distant mist, revealed a fluidity of form akin to gilded strokes. In a display of mastery, he deliberately marred his body, letting bloodstains emerge at his fingertips. Wei Mo spoke, his voice as polished and bright as his appearance. It was surprising that the Lord of Lingchang could present himself in such a disheveled state. Those outside would undoubtedly engage in fervent discussions upon witnessing this. While he expressed these thoughts, he too was in the midst of action, removing the crimson plates from his armor and tucking them away, rendering himself quite the sight of disarray. In another part of the mountains, the tabby cat had captured a large black bobcat, disdainfully smearing some of its blood upon its own form and scattering luminescent spiritual substances. Not far away, the mantis beast was engaged in a similar endeavor. A straightforward ambush against those skilled individuals was out of the question. Such a reckless approach would surely incite public outrage, prompting retaliation from formidable organizations. Instead, Ling Su, the tabby cat, and other high-level anomalies from the mountains were engaged in mutual deception, staging fake confrontations to stall one another, while remaining just outside the battlefield. Of course, they could not entirely feign their actions. For instance, the old yellow weasel was genuinely intercepted by a real opponent, and the mysterious mountain lord had joined the fray at the center of the battlefield. The results were fairly promising. Several formidable opponents had already perished near the colorful mist, and some external high-level anomalies were significantly injured while clashing with the powerful members of the organization. Deep within the crevices of the earth, Qin Ming began to practice the techniques inscribed in the silk manuscript, increasingly feeling a sense of clarity and comfort, as though a mysterious warmth was cleansing him from head to toe. Here, various luminous threads intertwined, posing substantial danger to individuals like Wang Yinju, who had undergone a secondary rebirth, necessitating the nurturing of their physical forms with the blood of spiritual creatures. Now, having spent a considerable amount of time in this place, Qin Ming not only remained unharmed but also sensed a subtle enhancement in his physical constitution. Could it be that the techniques recorded in the silk manuscript were more suitable for practice in such an environment? He pondered with a hint of doubt. However, now there is no one left to provide him with answers. Those from that era have either perished or vanished, leaving behind only relics of a bygone time. Their ancient scrolls now yellowed with age, remnants of an indeterminate past. Suddenly, the ground trembles violently beneath him, causing Qin Ming to nearly lose his footing. Yet another anomaly has appeared. No, the rare treasures born of spiritual veins have shifted elsewhere. Ling Su, the old weasel, and others, who had been anticipating further developments, now stand frozen alongside the crowd, no longer needing to conceal anything. The true spectacle of the five-colored mist has emerged. With a thunderous roar, the entire mountain range begins to quake more violently than before, accompanied by blinding radiance that rends the darkened sky asunder, illuminating it completely, revealing an even more magnificent and extraordinary phenomenon. What am I witnessing? 10 colors. Those beams of light rise like colossal pillars, supporting the night sky. This is an unprecedented marvel. What kind of rare treasure is about to manifest? Even the higher beings are left dumbfounded, far exceeding their wildest imaginations. In an instant, regardless of their injuries, all powerful beings vanish from their original spots, ignoring even the genuine emergence of the five-colored mist, racing toward the grander spectacle beyond, where endless torrents of luminous rain rise and fall, capturing the attention of all. Chapter 35. The mysterious treasure acquired in an age when the sun has vanished. Even in the shallow night, observing distant landscapes appears hazy. From a greater distance, the towering mountains are mere shadows against the night. Do not speak of the towering mountains. Even the grass and trees on the cliffs are visible with striking clarity, the colors and textures of the strange birds flying low discernible in vivid detail. It is as if the dust in one's heart has been swept away, unveiling the curtain before our eyes, revealing a world bathed in brilliant light. The mountains and rivers, along with all of nature, are vividly etched into our minds. Even amidst the biting cold of winter, when snow blankets the peaks, one feels as if life is stirring anew, everything so alive, natural, and endearing. Old Lu, perched upon the back of a large yellow dog, was filled with emotion as he declared, "In my 70-plus years of life, I have never witnessed such a resplendent world, such grandeur. Is this not the magnificent landscape that was always meant to be? Alas, even as a newborn, able to behold distant sights, I often feel as though a thin veil obscures my view." Chao Long began, cities of moderate size and above, but he refrained from continuing, recognizing that discussing such matters with the elderly in this remote area was inappropriate. They could not escape this place, and to elaborate would only deepen their sense of longing. He adjusted his words, saying, "I too have not traveled extensively. The vast, boundless darkness of the world is immense, and those so-called splendid cities resemble mere flickering fireflies. Deep within the mountains, the powerful figures and higher beings of the great organizations appeared to have lost their minds, all rushing toward the 10 beams of light that pierced the heavens. Yet in the outer regions, Mu Qing, Wei Zhuro, Chao Long, and others remained emotionally composed, merely observing from a distance, engaging in conversation with one another. Not everyone possesses the clarity to accurately assess their own position. In the mountains, many gaze enviously. Though their confidence is not blind, they do not recklessly charge into the realm of higher beings. The vibrant hues of dawn tear through the night, presenting an extraordinary spectacle that transcends the limits of comprehension, one that has not been witnessed in other renowned peaks bathed in celestial light. Perhaps such sights do exist, yet they have been deliberately obscured, with no record found in various tomes. Thus, those who are envious but still manage to exercise restraint turn their attention towards the realm of the five-colored mists, seeking a secondary option. In truth, this too is a remarkably rare phenomenon, surely corresponding to extraordinary treasures. However, the multitude drawn by such intentions is overwhelming upon their initial encounter. The forest has been stained red, and competition is fiercely intense. Oh, mountain deity, reason holds no sway here. The death toll surpasses even that near the 10 beams of heavenly light. This place harbors advanced anomalies, yet they do not vie in the realm of vibrant hues. Flee. After a baptism in blood, as one wave of lives perishes in an instant, the remaining factions decisively turn to flee. Almost instantaneously, a humanoid entity, adorned with vast wings and enveloped in crimson light, descends from above, obstructing the path of the higher beings. Has an earthquake struck? The ground quakes violently, prompting Qin Ming to dash outside, fearful of being crushed in the depths below. Standing at the fisher's exit, he can only envy those adept beings traversing the heart of the mountains. The ultimate victor shall reap immeasurable rewards. At long last, I have come to understand the extraordinary nature of this place. It is not merely that the celestial light descended here 2 years prior. It had also graced this land 2 centuries ago. Back then, there were scarcely any notable resources, but the first celestial light accumulated over 200 years, merging with the light that descended 2 years ago, resulting in the breathtaking marvel we witness today. An elderly man within the mountains spoke with palpable excitement. He is indeed a well-informed individual who has meticulously studied this region, perusing extensive literature to unveil the reasons behind its anomalies. I too have heard the tales. 2 centuries past, an exceptionally massive celestial light fell upon this very ground, astonishing even the denizens of the royal capital, who dispatched formidable warriors to investigate. However, they found the land to be astonishingly barren, and those who ventured here wished fervently to level the mountains. Aside from the higher beings dwelling within the mountain range, others could only observe and speculate, none daring to approach these sites of creation. Soon, exclamations of astonishment erupted from many, as even the high-ranking beings embroiled in battle, their eyes clouded with bloodlust, were left bewildered. Was there some monstrous entity lurking beneath the surface? Even the usually tranquil and composed old weasel began to twitch in distress, thoroughly tormented by the events unfolding. This time, the 5-colored mist and 10 towering beams of light seemed to spiral in a circular motion, confined within a certain range, moving with remarkable swiftness. The spiritual veins created by the celestial light shifted rapidly, pulling each other closer, as the circles they traced grew ever smaller, gradually converging. It was not only the adept participants who noticed this. Those observing from a distance perceived it with even greater clarity. Were 2 kinds of mysterious resources destined to merge into one? Everyone harbored doubts, for this phenomenon utterly transcended their comprehension. Ling Su, Weimo, and other esteemed beings were nearly exasperated, tirelessly pursuing the 2 wondrous spectacles, yet failing to make contact. Suddenly, he noticed a disturbance beneath his feet. The fissure in the ground began to erupt with silvery strands, shimmering with a faint golden hue, occasionally interspersed with violet mist and crimson light. His spirits soared. Could it be that a precious resource was on the verge of maturing? When he had entered moments earlier, he had seen nothing. Could it be that the upheaval deep within the mountains had bestowed its blessings upon this place? Without hesitation, he plunged into the depths, aware that the kaleidoscopic realm before him was destined to have no connection with him. However, if he could harvest even a modestly valuable resource, he would find immense satisfaction. The silvery beams beneath him intertwined, far more robust than before, and as he ventured deeper, he sensed an unusual oscillation. This sensation reminded him of the rejuvenating warmth he experienced while practicing the new techniques inscribed in his scrolls, akin to being enveloped in a soothing hot spring, receiving a baptism of silken strands. Now, without any action on his part, he felt a wave of warmth emanating towards him. Following the peculiar ripples, he swiftly traced his way to the source, only to find his path obstructed by a pile of rubble. Without a moment's pause, Qin Ming commenced the arduous task of clearing the stones, unearthing a new crevice that led to even deeper subterranean realms. Along the way, he wielded his long-handled black gold hammer multiple times, shattering the earth to widen the fissure, until at last he arrived at the origin of the strange vibrations. From the depths of the fissure, a colorful mist surged forth, enveloping a black stone roughly the size of half a human head. What could this be? Qin Ming surmised that it must be a rare treasure sought after by various factions, yet he remained uncertain of the stone's true utility. He observed as the mist flowing towards the black stone gradually thinned, receding as if indicating its impending maturation. Qin Ming refrained from making any hasty movements, patiently waiting. His body still held up well, and with the dissipating mist, he no longer felt any discomfort. After a moment, tranquility returned to the area, all extraordinary phenomena vanished, and the stone, now appearing unremarkable, would likely go unnoticed even if cast aside. However, upon closer introspection, he could still detect a faint tremor, a subtle perception born from his experience with the silvery light that had erupted from the fissure. He realized that he could sense the unique properties of this special artifact nourished by celestial light. Taking the stone into his hands, he felt its weight and was tempted to peel away its exterior to uncover its secrets. Yet he restrained his impulse. He needed to exit immediately, for being trapped within the fissure could lead to dire consequences. When he stealthily emerged onto the surface, the vicinity was eerily quiet. Though the depths of the mountains buzzed with activity, figures dotted the peaks, gazing in awe at the increasingly magnificent spectacle. The 5-colored mists intertwined with 10 radiant beams of light. Qin Ming silently navigated through the dense forest before burying himself in a snowdrift. He then began to examine the stone, employing the newly learned techniques inscribed in the ancient texts, as the flesh and blood emanated shimmering golden ripples. And he commenced to strip the stone with his bare hands. Despite the formidable hardness of the stone's skin, it was silently crushed and efficiently peeled away by him. Qin Ming continuously exerted his force, perceiving that the stone had diminished in size by 2 circles. Concurrently, within his unique sense, he discerned a slight intensification of its fluctuations. He halted his actions, pondering whether fully uncovering it would unveil any extraordinary phenomena. After all, although this object did not garner the same attention as the 2 renowned commodities, it was certainly not an ordinary entity. At that moment, Qin Ming was tormented with curiosity, yearning to completely sever the stone, yet wary that a moment's carelessness might incite disaster. Chapter 36. The matter resolved, he departed in silence. Qin Ming refrained from further peeling the stone skin. As the environment of the mountains and forests did not permit impulsiveness, should a beam of light erupt from here, his life would be in peril. With the stone reduced in size, it could barely fit within the sleeve of his animal skin cloak, yet he chose not to do so. He proceeded outward from the mountain, leaving the stone concealed within the dense woods. Indeed, he emerged unscathed. The raven was also present, having already noticed Qin Ming, its violet eyes flickering with symbols as it scrutinized him intently. Qin Ming maintained a serene demeanor, though a subtle turbulence stirred within him. Throughout his journey, countless pairs of eyes had undoubtedly scanned those emerging from the mountains, and carrying the stone would surely expose him. A woman draped in a black cloak cautioned, "Do not act recklessly. All high-level beings are currently bloodthirsty, and we must bide our time." Qin Ming located Mu Qing and Chao Long outside the mountains. Observing that this group of noble lineage was exceedingly cautious, refraining from any rash actions. "Where have you been? It is far too dangerous in the mountains now," inquired the Black Sheep Knight, Yang Yongqing. Upon hearing this, Chao Long immediately asked where he had lost track of them, adding, "That creature has taken a strong disliking to you, and is still seething." On this day, the commotion deep within the mountains was truly extraordinary, drawing the gaze of even the ordinary villagers nearby, who had never witnessed such a dazzling spectacle in their lives. The twilight was nearing its end, yet the mountains remained untouched by closure. The Black Sheep Knight, Yang Yongqing, and Su Yueping also departed, for although the mountains were resplendent with colors, it was not their realm. As night enveloped the surroundings, Qin Ming arrived at the village entrance, seated beneath the dual trees of black and white, gazing towards the mountains where the brightness resembled that of midday. The vibrant hues showed no sign of fading, exuding a freshness that stirred a longing to draw closer. This was indeed the Black and White Mountain, which had lost its former splendor of contrasting shades since its collapse 5 centuries ago, a lamentable fate. Qin Ming was taken aback upon spotting 2 young women in the snow, overhearing their conversation. Being a local, he was unfamiliar with the antiquated name of Black and White Mountain. He referred to the various terrains simply as East Ridge and West Gully. Yet, the 2 women, newcomers to the area, appeared to possess a deeper understanding. Amidst the swirling snow, the 2 ladies stood gracefully, their garments fluttering in the wind. Their attire was remarkably thin for the season, as the peak warmth of summer had yet to arrive. As they approached the village entrance, they surveyed the dual trees of black and white amidst the fiery springs. Remarkably, this village boasted such trees, likely sprouted from seeds left by the legendary Black and White Mountain. The woman who had spoken earlier took the initiative again. Clad in white, she stood out vividly against the fiery twilight. A faint mist surrounded her, yet her slightly rounded face was distinctly visible, suggesting she was merely a youthful maiden of around 15 or 16 years. Her elegantly arched brows and large, sparkling eyes rendered her exceptionally beautiful. Had it been Qin Ming, he would certainly not have chosen to don white attire. Such a choice would be glaringly conspicuous for a hunt in the mountains, ill-suited for survival amidst rugged terrain. Soon, he observed that the girl in white seemed to follow closely behind another woman, who led their way. Qin Ming sensed something amiss. Despite the white-clad girl trailing by 2 paces, how could he overlook the woman ahead? It struck him as peculiar. The woman in front, clad in simple green garments, stood still amidst the swirling snow, intently scrutinizing 2 ancient trees by the hot spring. Surrounding her was a thick mist, rendering her figure ethereal, her features indistinct, exuding an aura reminiscent of a celestial being destined to ride the winds homeward. Rising from his seat by the hot spring, Qin Ming felt it inappropriate to remain idle any longer and greeted the two women. Inquiring about the name of the village, he took the opportunity to ask, "Is there any lore regarding the fabled Black and White Mountains?" The green-clad woman spoke in a soft, melodious voice, half of the realm shrouded in darkness, the other half illuminated as bright as day, separated by a dense fog that once marked an impassable domain, now collapsed. "You are quite fortunate, young man, that my lady has spoken so extensively with you," remarked the white-clad girl, whose lively demeanor suggested a playful spirit, indicating that her relationship with the green-clad woman transcended a mere servant-master dynamic. Given her audacity to jest, the green-clad woman offered no further words, casting a lingering gaze upon the dual trees of black and white before turning away, her steps light yet resolute as she ventured deeper into the mountains. "What do you ladies go by?" Qin Ming called after them. The white-clad girl chuckled softly. "Young man, do not overthink. We shall soon vanish, separated from you by mountains and seas, infinitely distant. I merely inquired about your name. How far is infinity? Do you not dwell among mortals?" Qin Ming remarked. The maiden in white chuckled. "Oh, you are truly innocent and endearing. Considering the path you tread when you stand atop the mountains, there may yet be a fleeting chance to glimpse us from afar on certain occasions. You speak too freely," the woman in green admonished. Qin Ming watched their retreating figures, rendered speechless. What manner of individuals are these? In that fleeting moment, he harbored a desire to confront the maiden in white, to demand an explanation of her nonsensical words. "Very well," the maiden in white declared, turning to depart in another direction. Qin Ming's pupils constricted. Her speed was astonishing, almost surreal. A veil of mist enveloped her, shielding her from the elements, gradually cloaking her entire form, until she vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Previously, for organizations had suffered the loss of several members severely eroded by the luminous fog, yet managed to harvest the enigmatic treasures. As for the depths of the mountains, they remained as bright as day. The higher-ups of the large organization, along with those superior beings, had endured a day and night of tumult, their eyes now bloodshot. They had come to capture the mysterious treasures, initially patient as fishermen, only to find themselves outwitted by the very prey they sought. The two wonders merged into one, continuously shifting, sometimes sinking deep into the earth for extended periods before re-emerging, radiating blinding light amidst thick fog. To this day, no one has been able to approach and discern what it truly is. They sensed that the amalgamation of these two mysterious treasures had likely undergone its final transformation and was on the brink of emergence. They must act with utmost resolve. The competition grows increasingly fierce, with exalted beings perishing beneath the earth, never to ascend again. They vanish from the surface, while those outside the mountains breathe a sigh of relief. "Stop him. The old curmudgeon of the Zhou family has unearthed the longevity tree, which can extend life by a decade," shouted the elder from the Wang family as he pursued. "Seventh uncle, come this way. Let us see who dares to impede." Zhou Long bellowed, perched atop a colossal crimson bull that towered over adults, wielding a gleaming spear. "My dear nephew, quickly summon our men to fend them off." An elderly figure, clad in tattered black armor, hurried over, panting as he devoured the diminutive tree, not even sparing the roots, which he ground and swallowed whole. "Old curmudgeon of the Wang family, I have consumed it all. What can you do about it?" The elder of the Zhou family laughed heartily. "Everyone, disembowel him. The medicinal effect still lingers," the Wang elder commanded. Nearby, 6 or 7 elders approached, their gazes menacing, for the longevity elixir held greater value for them than any mysterious artifact. "Wang old curmudgeon, you are wretched to the core. No wonder your son, Wang Yanzhu, has committed countless misdeeds and become a fugitive. After all, like father, like son." Zhou Long's 7th uncle exclaimed passionately, eyeing the advancing elders. "If you truly intend to resort to lethal force, do not blame me for revulsion. Should you compel me, I shall immediately slice open the belly of that goat and drink its urine, and then you shall consume this longevity potion." Lao Lu and his companions were utterly astonished. Indeed, he was a formidable individual. However, what was his fixation on the large yellow dog? Nearby, Yang Yongqing's black goat began to urinate profusely, evidently sensing impending calamity. The large yellow dog, seated beside Lao Lu, also reacted by defecating. Why are you all reacting so dramatically? Qiao Laoqi exclaimed in exasperation. Fine. If you are such a ruthless person, we shall turn and leave. But now we are here watching. Do you dare to act in that manner? Enough. Qiao Long surged forward, urging his enormous bull toward the elder surnamed Wang, wielding a massive spear aimed directly at him. Young man, I acknowledge your prowess, but The elder from the Wang family was struck, his long blade sent flying, blood pouring from his hands as he was propelled backward. Good nephew. How have you become so formidable? Your time in that vast city was not wasted. Qiao Laoqi was both astonished and elated. Instantly, several elderly men retreated, deterred by Qiao Long's display of strength against the older generation, rendering their vicinity remarkably secure. During this interval, Qin Ming sought counsel from the members of the Mu, Chao, and Wei families regarding the mystical resources available and their characteristics. For the denizens of Qixia City, such information had become quite public. There were no secrets. And a mere exchange of words would greatly enlighten Qin Ming, Su Yueping, and others. Plants, earth liquids, and other spiritual resources were easily harvested and collected. However, the special resources encased in stone skins were often overlooked, and one could easily miss them if not vigilant. Qin Ming acquired a wealth of valuable knowledge, resolving several of his uncertainties. Unless a rare gem shines with brilliance, illuminating the heavens and the earth, once its exterior is peeled away, the faint glimmer of celestial light dissipates, returning to tranquility. Qin Ming contemplated that the stone he had discovered could be cleaved open for inspection, and there appeared to be no significant concerns. As the twilight descended, he nestled within a snowdrift and carefully peeled away the stone's skin. Indeed, wisps of heavenly light emanated, merging into his being. Beneath the stone's exterior revealed a pristine white jade glow, crystalline and translucent. Could this be the famed mutton-fat jade iron they spoke of? Qin Ming had merely caught snippets of conversation, understanding it to be a rare material, with weapons forged from it possessing an air of mystique. Although mutton-fat jade iron is scarce, it cannot be deemed priceless. Whenever celestial light descends, one can harvest materials of comparable quality. Even in the same location, multiple pieces of mutton-fat jade iron may be unearthed. He then buried the corner of the stone again, assured that it contained no immediately consumable spiritual substance. Thus he felt no urgency to retrieve it at once. As darkness fell, Qin Ming had long concluded his guiding duties and prepared to exit the mountains. Suddenly, the ground trembled and the mountains shook, as boundless rays of dawn burst forth from the distance, even more resplendent than before, piercing the eyes and provoking tears of awe. What has transpired? Everyone was taken aback. Deep within the mountains, a kaleidoscope of colors and lights signaled the emergence of a mysterious treasure, seized by others and surging forth from chasms in the earth. During this commotion, she summoned a golden giant bird and leapt upon it, soaring skyward, intent on escaping to the horizon. However, the moon insect, a winged humanoid being, stood upon the back of the azure bird, flanked by 6 formidable creatures that barred her path. Is it her? Qin Ming was astonished. It was indeed the young woman in the green attire he had seen at the village entrance the previous night. Remarkably powerful, she dared to snatch sustenance from the mouths of a group of exalted beings. The green-clad woman was being relentlessly pressured by 6 formidable masters. Forced once again towards the forest, Qin Ming turned and fled, simultaneously manifesting his ability to harmonize with the world to its utmost potential. As he was not far from safety, suddenly, the woman, suspended in midair, snapped a sizable stone, approximately a foot in length, in her grip, extracting a mysterious object from within. The radiance in her hands intensified, a dazzling display of colors intertwining in the void, tearing through the night's veil. The object was enveloped in a mist of light, concealing something incredibly brilliant, which she pressed against a lustrous red mole on her forehead. To Qin Ming's astonishment, the resplendent orb of light seamlessly merged into her skin, while she remained aloft on the back of a golden bird, evading the crushing forces that sought to pin her to the earth as she swiftly soared towards the horizon. Pursue. The formidable beings from all major factions and elevated entities chased after her. Time passed, though Qin Ming could not discern how long, until he finally exhaled in relief. Emerging from the dense thicket, as he traversed the heavy darkness of the night, he located the 2 fragments of stone that had been broken. What? He was taken aback. Having endured the celestial light's erosion within the earth's fissures, he had developed a peculiar sensitivity. It seemed that the stone in his left hand emanated faint vibrations. Chapter 37. The Great Explosion. Qin Ming was well acquainted with this terrain and quickly found a pile of rubble in the snowy expanse. He picked up a similarly shaped elongated stone, forcefully snapped it, and cast it into the area he had just observed, before swiftly vanishing into the depths of the forest. He speculated that only curious young newcomers like himself would rush over to have a look, while the old-timers would not linger, for the mysterious stone skin held little utility. The most significant aspect was that what the woman in the azure attire had produced was astonishingly radiant, illuminating the entire night sky and compelling all high-ranking beings and major organizations to pursue her. The allure of rare treasures was undeniable. Who would desire mere rubble? Even though the woman decisively absorbed the enigmatic substance, her brow still emanated a luminous glow, akin to a guiding beacon. Moments later, 6 or 7 newcomers found themselves embroiled in a quarrel over the severed strip of stone. This time, although Qin Ming maintained an outward calm, inwardly he was stirred, for the scrap he had acquired originated from the most mysterious substance within the mountains. The spectacle of 10-colored beams ascending to the heavens was unprecedented, even unrecorded in texts, especially given its integration with the 5-colored mist. He surmised that the major organizations and elevated beings that had not arrived earlier would be consumed by regret. There had been a consensus that the heavenly light that descended 2 years prior was the dimmest in this area, leading them to believe it was not a land of abundance, destined to be barren. Yet now, the black and white mountain had erupted in splendor. Moreover, this phenomenon likely pertained to another type of heavenly light that had accumulated over 2 centuries, which would surely keep those in the higher echelons of the royal capital awake at night. Years ago, they had mobilized their forces only to return with scant rewards, incensed enough to contemplate leveling the mountain. Clearly, it would not be long before the long-silent name of Black and White Mountain reverberated once more through the myriad splendid cities cloaked in night mist. Qin Ming stood amidst the dense forest, crushing the seemingly inert fragment of stone, only to discover that it contained nothing of substance. He hesitated with the other half of the stone, for the commotion caused by the main material had been overwhelmingly terrifying. Even though the remnants were far from extraordinary, they were unlikely to be mundane. The mere emergence of a spectacle, or even the ignition of a flickering flame in this place, could potentially ignite the entire forest. After all, the twilight had faded, and under the profound darkness of the night, any aberration would stand out conspicuously. Before long, Qin Ming emerged from the thicket, adhering to his customary practice of leaving the fragment of stone upon the mountain. He was not in a rush. Instead, he sought to calm his mind, intending to reflect upon the brewing storm later. The most enigmatic treasures of Hebai Mountain were destined to become the subject of fervent discussion, reverberating through all realms, rendering everything else insignificant. In truth, the most mysterious treasure had already set the night sky ablaze, as various factions endeavored to thwart the woman clad in green. With high-ranking entities already shedding blood, the purple-eyed raven exclaimed, "Tang Jin, you speak so nonchalantly. I'm nearly out of breath from flying. That is a golden pong, a creature unparalleled in speed. The fact that I am closing the distance at all is a marvel among ravens. Goodness, that woman is formidable, causing a high-level being to spill blood across the night sky." The purple-eyed raven gasped, its pace slightly diminishing. "Do not be afraid. Take advantage of her momentary setback and pursue her at once," Tang Jin urged, producing a seemingly ordinary pale yellow rope. "You didn't just take the rope from your teacher S-beam, did you? Wasn't it tied to?" The purple-eyed raven exclaimed in astonishment. "Not that one," Tang Jin insisted, urging it to accelerate once more. The crow flapped its wings, gradually approaching. Ahead, the swift crimson electric bird had caught up to the woman in green, but in an instant, it was grievously wounded. She stood atop the back of the colossal bird, seemingly motionless, yet vibrant golden snowflakes traced an array of enigmatic trajectories, slicing towards the crimson creature from all angles, tearing through its outer light and instantly drenching it in blood. The formidable crimson electric bird, fierce and resounding in its cries, appeared to be ablaze. An eruption of red luminescence expanding in all directions, resembling a blazing sun illuminating the night sky. All the golden snowflakes melted in an instant, but alarmingly, they did not evaporate entirely. Instead, the golden radiance surged, transforming into an unending drizzle, with each droplet elongating infinitely, intertwining and weaving through the air. A piercing cry erupted as the massive crimson electric bird was mercilessly severed into dozens, even hundreds of pieces beneath the intricate web of golden raindrops. Its flesh and the spiritually rich feathers were cleaved apart, leaving no intact remnants as they plummeted towards the inky black earth. The purple-eyed crow gaped, yearning to flee, but Tang Jin, perched upon its back, took action. The seemingly ordinary grass rope burst forth in brilliance, extending toward the woman in green ahead. The inhabitants of Liuguang City? Upon seeing the grass rope, the woman instantly discerned Tang Jin's origins. Is it possible? The purple-eyed crow felt a wave of doubt. It charged forward, colliding with her head, desperately seeking a way to claim half of the bestowed treasure. Tang Jin summoned all her strength to unleash the resplendent golden light of the grass rope. That night, Qin Ming enjoyed a restful slumber, embodying the adage that contentment breeds happiness. With the slightest of gains, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The most enigmatic treasures remained far beyond his reach, and he never entertained the desire for them. The following day, as he ventured into the mountains alongside Mu Qing, Qiao Long, and Wei Zhou, Qin Ming was inundated with alarming news. It was terrifying. The night sky had burned in the distance, and formidable beings from certain powerful organizations had met their demise. Yet they could not thwart that woman in green. The scarcity of flying entities was a significant concern. Had there been true masters capable of soaring the skies, it would have signified an entirely different predicament. Whispers filled the air as various tidings circulated, instilling a sense of trepidation among all who entered the mountains, fearing the wrath of higher beings. It was reported that the usually composed and serene old yellow weasel had inexplicably galloped through the mountains, brandishing its donkey, shattering vast expanses of forest in its wake. One could certainly understand the reaction. Who would not feel rage if caught in such a predicament? Qiao Long, seated atop the back of a colossal bull, remarked, "You speak the truth. I no longer dare to venture deep into the mountains." From the treetops, a creature spoke up. Qiao Long, taken aback, inquired, "Who is speaking from the air?" He abruptly glanced upwards, only to behold the speaking bird, which sent him into a state of agitation. He swiftly hurled the large spear he held towards the tree. With a resounding crack, the upper branches collapsed as the trunk was struck. The speaking bird traced an elegant arc through the night sky, soaring away with remarkable grace. Old Lu advised, "There is no need to be angered by it. Rest assured, come early spring, when it begins to breed, I shall help you take your revenge. If we cannot capture it, surely we can seize its offspring?" Qiao Long immediately clapped his hands in agreement, exclaiming, "Excellent. I wish to raise a few nightingales, and it would be best if we could catch that one from earlier." In a moment, Qiao Long and Old Lu engaged in a lively conversation, finding great accord. Qiao Long inquired, "Are there still such places left? Some old fellows have already taken action, sweeping the mountains yesterday. I fear there are no spiritual materials left in the outer regions. As for the depths of the mountains, I would never dare to venture there, not even in collaboration with Mu Qing and Wei Zhou. It is not a realm for us to risk." Old Lu thumped his chest proudly, declaring, "Indeed, there are such places. I know the mountains too well. There are locations others cannot find. Yet I am well aware of them." Upon hearing this, Qiao Long's eyes sparkled with excitement. "No problem. If the harvest proves fruitful, I shall certainly share a portion with you." Qin Ming instantly grasped where Old Lu intended to lead them, having been informed during their night of revelry. The Firebat Cave lies within a cavern leading deep into the mountains. The path is obscure and requires one to venture far. Inside, there exists a fire spring, home to a vast colony of firebats, the most formidable of which has undergone 3 mutations. Although the firebats themselves lack spiritual essence, their droppings, when deposited nearby, foster the growth of a peculiar crimson grass that possesses spiritual properties, capable of aiding individuals in their rebirth. The expedition to the Firebat Cave, despite its tumultuous nature, resulted in some injuries among the youth of the 3 teams. However, with the presence of Qiao Long, Wei Zhou, and Mu Qing to bolster morale, the outcome was never in doubt. Apart from leaving behind some grass seeds, all the vibrant red grass had been uprooted. Old Lu, with a contented demeanor, cradled a cluster of glowing crimson plants in his arms. This grass, though merely 3 inches tall, was imbued with an abundance of vitality and spirit. Before the twilight descended, Qin Ming successfully hunted a wild bull and seized the opportunity to discreetly insert a fragment of stone into its belly. He then rejoined Qiao Long and Mu Qing, Even though there were sentinels stationed outside the mountain, scrutinizing those who emerged, they refrained from interrogating Qin Ming and the others, who departed the mountain with their respective bounties intact. What was amiss? A sense of unease settled in his heart. From the moment he extracted the stone from the mountain, he sensed something was off. He did not perceive the faint vibrations he had anticipated. Now, as he focused his mind and grasped the stone in his hands, he still felt no extraordinary sensations. Since being eroded and adapting within the fissures of the earth, Qin Ming had developed an extraordinary sensitivity to the mysterious treasures nurtured by the light of the heavens. Yet now, he could discern nothing within. Taking a deep breath, he began to meticulously peel away the stone's outer layer. If he could once again sense the vibrations, he might halt his efforts and wait a few more days before cutting it open. However, even as he crushed more than half of the stone, there remained no anomalies, no signs of movement. Just as his heart sank further, he unexpectedly grasped something enigmatic, yet there were no signs of disturbance. Not even a trace of the celestial light that should have lingered. What could this be? Even the usually composed Qin Ming was startled to the point of nearly jumping up. Chapter 38, A Sleepless Night. Qin Ming was genuinely taken aback, his fingertips icy, the chill seeping into his hand, rendering him incapable of maintaining his calm demeanor. He immediately shook his hand vigorously and then began to tug at it. As the day passed, the sunstone in the copper basin lost its brilliance, casting the room into relative darkness. Yet, even under these circumstances, Qin Ming felt he should have detected the mysterious substance sooner. He had only realized it through the sensation in his hand. Approaching the copper basin, he extracted a sunstone, examining it in the last remnants of the fiery twilight. Had a block of ice melted? This frigid liquid was colorless and tasteless, easily overlooked. When Qin Ming crushed the stone, it exhibited no signs of anomaly. Could this be water that seeped into the stone after rain, then frozen and nourished by the celestial light, transforming into a mysterious substance? He was somewhat skeptical, for this cold liquid bore no distinctive traits. The most precious of materials, the 10-colored light pillars, would draw the attention of many, destined to spread across numerous splendid cities, igniting fervent discussions, and surely would be inscribed in the annals of history. Yet here he was, with mere scraps, devoid of any extraordinary qualities aside from its biting coldness. Qin Ming furrowed his brow in contemplation. After he shook his hand vigorously, the liquid ceased to seep, and curiously, it did not spill onto the ground, feeling strangely non-sticky to the touch. What purpose could it serve? He scrutinized the liquid, which lacked any remarkable features, causing him to frown, as he was utterly at a loss regarding its use. Should he allow it to permeate into his flesh? He was filled with uncertainty. He had already learned from Mu Qing and Qiao Long that the mysterious products nourished by the celestial light were diverse, with some being not only beneficial to the body but also potentially harmful. Qin Ming's expression shifted slightly. He had thought he had expelled that chilling sensation from his body. After vigorously shaking his hand, he believed he had prevented the liquid from permeating his flesh. However, that warmth began to spread rapidly, or rather, it slithered along his fingers and ascended through his arm, quickly reaching his neck. Although it felt rather pleasant, this unexpected occurrence made Qin Ming feel as though he were facing a formidable adversary. He immediately activated the newly documented defensive techniques from the scroll. Alas, it proved futile. Instead, that warmth surged upward. Most critically, the portion of the icy liquid he had failed to shake off began to infiltrate his fingers, transitioning from cold to warmth as it traveled along his arm. Had it fully entered? He swung his arm, rubbed his hands vigorously, and golden ripples appeared on his skin. Yet to no avail, it only accelerated the process. The bone-chilling liquid swiftly transformed within his flesh, warmth rising like steam, and soon, both his left and right hands began their ascent, converging like rivers flowing into the ocean, ultimately reaching the center of his brow. Qin Ming gazed at his reflection in the mirror. Since he could not halt it, he resolved to observe calmly. The warmth at the center of his forehead intensified, until all the heat coalesced, causing his entire forehead to radiate light, which then spread deeper into his head. He felt no discomfort. Rather, that rich warmth eventually diffused. Qin Ming contemplated carefully. Aside from an invigorated spirit, there seemed to be no other anomalies. He strode into the courtyard, wielding a long-handled obsidian hammer, and practiced his swordsmanship. Despite his efforts, he felt no increase in strength or notable changes in his physique. Yet, Qin Ming was acutely aware that this peculiar liquid was far from ordinary. Its effects were likely yet to be revealed. Gazing up at the night sky, he noticed it had cleared somewhat, the night mist less dense, granting him a slight improvement in vision, albeit not significantly so. After casually consuming a morsel, he made his way to the village entrance, standing by the fiery spring beneath the twin trees of contrasting hues. He ran his hand along the rough bark. One tree was as dark as ink, while the other resembled intricately carved white jade, its leaves resilient even in the harsh winter. The liquid originated from the black and white mountain, and he mused that they were seeds that had strayed from that very place. Clearly, Qin Ming was overthinking. Even after chewing on leaves of both colors, he experienced no anomalies. For the moment, he reassured himself, as his body felt perfectly fine and, in fact, invigorated, suggesting no ill fate awaited him. Suddenly, he sensed commotion emanating from the home of old Lu at the village's edge, accompanied by the cries of children and women. In the blink of an eye, he traversed the mere dozens of meters to the courtyard, his brow furrowing upon sighting 3 enormous free-range chickens. One of them stood out, its plumage a pale yellow, faintly glowing, with remarkably robust legs and sharply pointed claws, leaving faint scratches on the stone ground. This creature was significantly stronger than the others, likely the so-called second mutation golden chicken. In the courtyard, a sullen-faced man spoke in hushed tones, yet it was evident he was on the verge of erupting in anger. Qin Ming realized that this was a golden rooster knight from Jinjiling, and he wondered how he had ended up at old Lu's home. Accompanying him were 2 others, who were also whispering with old Lu. The family members of old Lu stood aside, utterly at a loss, clearly intimidated by the presence of these individuals. With his keen hearing, Qin Ming could discern their conversation distinctly. They were urging old Lu, somewhat forcefully, to sell the red herb he had obtained from the firebat cave. Old Lu, at your advanced age, having suffered serious injuries in your youth, your foundation is already compromised. It would be wise to sell high and leave a legacy for your descendants, one of them insisted. Indeed, that red herb, once consumed, burns like a fierce flame. You, in your frailty, cannot withstand such intensity. If the attempt at rebirth fails, the consequences could be dire, another added. Old Lu appeared helpless, his expression a mixture of profound desolation and a hint of sorrow. I have toiled my entire life, striving for this singular opportunity. Undoubtedly, this was his obsession, and he had prepared some cooling auxiliary medicines, gradually adjusting his body to consume the red herb. He believed his chances of success were substantial. The substance that could facilitate rebirth was primarily imbued with vibrant vitality and spiritual essence. The notion that its medicinal properties were excessively potent and akin to flames was an exaggeration. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming felt a surge of indignation. Wasn't this bullying? A man in his 70s, who had yearned for rebirth for decades, had finally glimpsed hope, only to be confronted by someone attempting to force a purchase. The price they offered was akin to outright robbery. For the average person, dozens of night silvers indeed represent a considerable fortune. However, they are ethereal materials capable of bestowing a second life, and such disdain for humanity is unwarranted. The crimson grass flourishes within the perilous cavern guarded by the treacherous firebats, making it exceedingly difficult to harvest, to the extent that even the golden rooster knight dares not venture inside. 3 esteemed brothers. Qin Ming began, stepping forward. Who are you? Stay out of this. One individual interjected, showing no mercy and clearly uninterested in allowing him to speak further. The golden rooster knight merely cast him a cold glance, his silence laden with an unmistakable warning to refrain from interfering. Shao Qin, cease your words. Allow me to retreat and ponder this matter, old Lu interjected, wishing to spare Qin Ming from entanglement. For Golden Rooster Ridge was notoriously formidable, having once been a band of notorious rogues. Even though they had been subdued, their methods remained brutish. Should they set their sights on someone, the consequences could be dire. 3 esteemed brothers. This crimson grass is a product of the Chao family from Qixia City, gifted by Mu Qing. Qin Ming attempted to speak again. His implication was clear. He referenced the noble lineage of Qixia City, now in good relations with old Lu, who was willing to provide him with ethereal materials for the sake of his health. Tomorrow, old Lu would rise early to guide those individuals. Old Lu had mentioned these matters himself, and yet, ultimately, you are merely, the Golden Rooster Knight scoffed, refraining from directly accusing Qin Ming of using the Chao family's reputation to bolster his own. But the insinuation was evident. He doubted that anyone from Qixia City would form deep connections with a few hunters. Younger generations must possess discernment. If it is not your affair, "Do not meddle," another bystander warned directly. Old Lu turned and entered the house, retrieving a pouch of glistening red herbs from a hidden compartment in the wall. Gritting his teeth, he took a handful and consumed a significant portion without the aid of any supplementary medicine. He left only a small amount to take outside with him. "You didn't consume it all beforehand, did you?" The expression of the Golden Rooster Knight darkened immediately, his instincts proving to be quite accurate. "Indeed, there is only this much left," Old Lu replied. "What use is this little bit?" "You are quite resourceful, Old Lu," the Golden Rooster Knight remarked, patting him on the shoulder before departing. Once the three figures vanished from the village entrance, Old Lu spat out a mouthful of blood. "Old Lu, what has happened to you?" Qin Ming exclaimed in alarm. Old Lu explained, "That Golden Rooster Knight is quite ruthless and has practiced the yellow mud palm. He suspects that I consumed the spiritual substance beforehand, intending to disrupt my vital energy and thwart my rebirth." Qin Ming gazed through the courtyard door towards the snowstorm outside, desperately wishing to catch up with them and deliver a decisive blow. He understood that such rash actions could provoke grave consequences for the entire village, especially with the band of marauders lurking behind Golden Rooster Ridge. It would be prudent to devise a long-term strategy after retreating to the mountains. "Are you all right, old man?" "Grandpa." Old Lu's family gathered around him anxiously. "How are you feeling?" Qin Ming inquired. Old Lu responded, "I am aware of the Golden Rooster Ridge's tactics and have taken precautions. Although the situation is not ideal, it is not dire either. A few days of recuperation will suffice." In truth, Golden Rooster Ridge was not the only group attempting to forcefully procure items. Representatives from the local three-eyed sect had also arrived, equally comprised of those seeking rebirth. In the end, the members of the three-eyed sect, realizing their attempts to coerce were futile, departed with cold expressions, casting disdainful glances that created an atmosphere of discontent. Ordinary individuals find it arduous to navigate a harsh environment. And even after becoming new beings, they continue to face similar challenges. That night, Qin Ming sighed in his courtyard. Soon, he became aware of a peculiar change within himself. His vigorous spirit remained undiminished. Despite the late hour, he was inexplicably wide awake. After lying down for what felt like an eternity, he discovered that sleep eluded him entirely. The more he closed his eyes, the more alert he became. What was this troubling predicament in the dead of night? He was not an immortal. How could he possibly forego sleep? Furthermore, if deities truly existed in this world, they would have long since lifted the sun, rendering the night shrouded in mist and darkness obsolete. In the latter half of the night, in desperation, Qin Ming decided to take a stroll. After circling the village 18 times, he felt increasingly invigorated. During his late-night wanderings, he eventually arrived at the village entrance, where idleness led him to clear the stone tablet buried beneath the snow. According to the elders, this tablet weighed 1,100 pounds. Estimating that he possessed the strength of 1,000 pounds in one hand, he had never put this to the test, so he decided to try it now. Ultimately, Qin Ming managed to extract the stone tablet from the frozen soil, astonishingly lifting it above his head with one hand. Although it was a struggle, he succeeded, implying that his arms possessed a strength of 2,200 pounds, even exceeding his initial estimation. The following day, Wubing encountered Qin Ming and inquired, "Little Qin, have you been crying?" Startled, Qin Ming replied, "Of course not." "Then why do your eyes appear somewhat red?" Wubing pressed further. "I didn't sleep well last night," Qin Ming responded. Old Lu followed the usual path into the mountains, showing no signs of injury. Upon encountering Chao Long, Mu Qing, Wei Zhiro, and others, Qin Ming did not conceal the events of the previous night at Jinjiling, where the Sanyan sect attempted to forcibly acquire something. "That's rather excessive," Mu Qing remarked. After half an hour, the knight from Jinjiling was located. Mu Qing swiftly delivered a resounding slap, sending him flying 6 or 7 meters, with several teeth scattered in the process. "This is someone I hired, who has been assisting me. Do you wish to seize the spiritual herbs we provided him?" Mu Qing inquired coldly. "No. It was a misunderstanding," the knight stammered. With a clang, Chao Long's spear grazed his ear before veering to cleave a nearby tree in half, as he declared ominously, "Even after we depart, you are forbidden from retaliating. Otherwise, your fate will be dire." Understood. Moments later, the members of the Sanyan sect were also warned. However, Mu Qing and Wei Zhiro privately informed Qin Ming and the others that while the sect's local stronghold was insignificant, their distant lineage was formidable, with branches in numerous cities. Jinjiling was no ordinary place. It served as a foothold established by the Golden Bandits in the region. Old Lu felt immense gratitude for the support of these individuals, which exceeded his expectations. He hoped to find sleep that night, yearning for a respite from his restless mind. After dinner, he utilized the light of the solar stone to peruse a leather-bound manual of blades. The moment he opened it, he was left utterly bewildered. Chapter 39. The world has changed in the room. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Yet, within this profound silence, Qin Ming inexplicably perceived whispers. Close at hand, grasping the long-handled obsidian hammer, his body tensed like that of a leopard, for it was no mere illusion. He had even glimpsed a vague shadow moments ago. Outside, the night was deepening, and the sunlight stone within the room gradually dimmed, flickering abruptly and plunging everything into utter darkness. Fortunately, the murmurs in Qin Ming's ears had also ceased. After a moment, he reached out once more to touch the worn, leather-bound knife manual, its pages frayed. It was eerily quiet. Nothing occurred. He lifted the manual. It was too dark to discern the text on the pages, and as of now, no anomalies transpired. Could it be that what had just happened was merely a figment of his imagination? With one hand gripping the heavy hammer and the other turning the aged pages of the manual, he remained calm, the whispering voices absent. Had he merely experienced an auditory hallucination? Soon, Qin Ming redirected his focus, concentrating intently on the ancient leather pages, diligently studying the fruits of the predecessor's labor. Suddenly, a white-haired old man materialized in the dim room, his tattered garments stained with blood, swaying before Qin Ming. Reacting swiftly, Qin Ming struck him with a hammer blade. The sighing ceased, and the bloodied, ragged old man vanished without a trace. What was happening? The world appeared altered in Qin Ming's eyes. A mere study of a knife manual had turned so bizarre. With a serious expression, he clutched the long-handled obsidian hammer, scrutinizing the room. The sunlight stone remained bright, and the temperature seemed unchanged. Everything had returned to normal. Is this a book of demons? Qin Ming gazed intently at the sword manual, bound in animal hide, clearly aged, with each page worn from time. Or perhaps, the absorption of that mysterious liquid has heightened my senses, causing an abnormal perception of what I see and hear. He pondered deeply. Finally, with a resolute determination, he decided to remain still and observe, refraining from taking action prematurely, eager to uncover the true nature of the enigmatic presence. With a hammer in one hand and the manual in the other, the only sound in the room was the rustling of the leather pages. As he became completely absorbed, diligently studying various combat techniques, the whispering voice returned, accompanied by the sight of a bloodied, disheveled elder standing not far ahead. Time is short. The sword manual must remain. Alas, it is a pity, for the essence of my swordsmanship cannot be fully conveyed, destined to lose parts of it, a lament for the fruits of my lifelong dedication. The elder sighed. Then, Qin Ming witnessed him bent over, writing fervently, as waves of sword light emerged, seemingly poised to tear through the night. With each stroke of his pen, the elder conjured visions of his past sword practice, revealing his emotions, insights, and understanding of the techniques. Qin Ming immediately recognized the profound impact this experience held for him, its significance immense. After absorbing the liquid from the remnants, his perception of the world transformed entirely. In moments of heightened concentration, through the ancient book, he resonated with the author's sentiments, his emotional connection deepening, and his comprehension of swordsmanship transcending the written text. Qin Ming considered himself highly perceptive, quick to learn, and during his earlier exploration of the manual in the mountains, he found no difficulty in mastering its essence swiftly. However, the current situation transcends mere comprehension. It is about his ability to witness the genesis of the sword techniques, resonating with the spirit the elder embodied during his practice. This sword manual encapsulates a lifetime of dedication from an elder, and in my resonance with it, I vividly recreate the authentic scenes of yesteryears. Qin Ming momentarily diverted his attention, momentarily retreating from that tangible reality. Subsequently, he cast aside the obsidian hammer and seated himself before the copper basin that held the sunstone, diligently revisiting the sword manual from the beginning, immersing his entire being into it. Indeed, the more he concentrated, the more his spirit aligned, rendering those sounds, images, and the emotional and mental resonance increasingly vivid. In an instant, he envisioned the elder gazing up at the night sky, contemplating the sword techniques. As a brilliant blade of light pierced the darkness, the scene shifted again. Amidst thunder and torrential rain, the elder experienced a novel epiphany. wielding a wooden sword in the downpour, executing a breathtaking strike that seemed to possess the power to cleave the heavens. The radiance emitted by the wooden sword appeared to eclipse the lightning in the night sky, shattering the gloom. Qin Ming was overcome with exhilaration, his spirit trembling. For such a technique was absent from the manual, an ineffable stroke that could only be grasped through spiritual elevation. This enigmatic sensation is challenging to encapsulate on paper, which is why the elder lamented that his sword techniques were destined to lose some of their essence. Yet now, Qin Ming bore witness to this, and through emotional and spiritual resonance, he fully grasped the quintessence of that strike. In the subsequent sword techniques, the elder engaged in arduous training deep within the mountains. Vanquishing colossal beasts, he continued his solitary journey through the snowstorm, engaging in fierce battles against numerous formidable foes, resulting in the loss of one arm. After sustaining grave injuries, he retreated into the distance, ultimately burying a broken sword in his twilight years. Subsequently, he chose a life of seclusion to recuperate, emerging from his solitude after 5 years to unearth that shattered blade. When he wielded it once more, the dazzling brilliance of the sword's light, akin to celestial phenomena on a rainy night, became even more formidable, reminiscent of mountains cleaving mountains and seas parting seas. With each passing year, his fervor intensified rather than waned. He did not seek a return to simplicity or a harmonious existence with nature through his swordsmanship, but instead, he soared ever higher, until the terrifying radiance of his blade threatened to consume his frail body, which could no longer endure. Regrettably, confined to a remote locale, he lacked the profound methods to elevate the essence of life efficiently. Despite possessing a deep understanding of the sword path and a self-assured intellect that rivaled any, he was hindered by his physical limitations and unable to access the higher realms of literature, leaving him stagnant throughout his life. Time was not on the old man's side. He wrote swiftly, each stroke illuminating with the flash of sword light. However, when it came to celestial illumination, the scenes became obscured, and the subsequent pages were utterly indecipherable. Qin Ming realized that he had yet to cultivate the heavenly light within himself, resulting in an inability to resonate emotionally and spiritually, hence the temporary blindness. He closed the sword manual and shut his eyes. All that he had seen and heard, every scene, emerged vividly in his mind. Those experiences, insights, and newfound understandings of sword techniques felt like his own life's journey. He grasped the long-handled black gold hammer and stepped into the courtyard, executing sword techniques that were not inscribed in the manual. In an instant, it seemed as if lightning had erupted beneath the shroud of night. The mighty hammer in Qin Ming's grasp sliced through the night sky, its head gleaming with an obsidian sheen, accelerating rapidly, leaving behind a myriad of terrifying trails that intertwined within the courtyard, gradually entangling into a web of ominous blade lights. He ceased his hammering and stood still, deeply shaken, for he had once again manifested those sword techniques. Qin Ming brimmed with confidence. Given a complete sword manual and sufficient time, he was certain he could master it. Yet, at this moment, the resonance within his spirit had allowed him to grasp these techniques, beyond the mere sword manual, in a single night, akin to decades of practice. Soon, Qin Ming regained his composure. This mastery was confined to technique, experience, and comprehension of swordsmanship. The enhancement of his very essence still required diligent cultivation. Nevertheless, it was astonishingly extraordinary. He pondered the nature of the liquid within the stone, which had enabled such a profound connection between his spirit and the enigmatic emotions embodied in this tome. Qin Ming realized that the mysterious substance within the scrap might not pale in comparison to the extraordinary entities birthed from the fusion of 10 radiant beams and 5 colored mists. If word of this were to spread, it could potentially incite an unfathomable storm. He even harbored doubts that this scrap might possess an even greater significance. His thoughts surged, recalling various events. On that fateful night when flames engulfed an entire village, the boy in feathered garments appeared ethereal and transcendent, wielding a shimmering purple staff, exuding an air of profound mystery, undoubtedly possessing immeasurable strength, with an even more terrifying lineage behind him. Now, Qin Ming felt a newfound sense of calm and assurance, ready to journey towards the moonset city and confront the bloody past that awaited him. At the village entrance, 2 women appeared, traversing a path that distinctly diverged from his own, seemingly capable of surveying those who walked the road of rebirth. Presently, Qin Ming believed that his own path was by no means inferior to others, As long as he advanced with sufficient speed, any path could be overcome. After calming his mind, he began to assess his own strength. At this moment, his arms boasted a formidable power exceeding 2,000 pounds, nearing 2,200 pounds, coupled with an understanding of the essence not even recorded in the sword manual, rendering his combat capabilities somewhat terrifying. Could I measure up to those ancient practitioners who cultivated the celestial light force? Qin Ming pondered. He silently calculated that even if those old masters could initially bear 600 pounds upon their first rebirth, using that as a baseline, their third rebirth would amount to approximately 1,800 pounds, still falling short of his prowess. This elucidates why everyone places immense importance on the first rebirth, striving to establish a golden foundation as subsequent rebirths build upon this groundwork. Qin Ming considered that the most formidable aspect of individuals who have undergone 3 rebirths lies in their mastery of the celestial light force. Should he find himself entangled in close quarters with them, his demise would be inevitable. This unique force possesses the capability to penetrate and tear apart the scales of colossal beasts, exhibiting tremendous and terrifying lethality, which fundamentally explains how humans, despite their physical disadvantages, can contend against otherworldly entities. However, within the realm of rebirth, the celestial light force is limited to the surface of the body, extending only slightly beyond the fists and feet, unable to proliferate to weaponry. Qin Ming mused, in that case, as long as I maintain an appropriate distance and prevent the ancient practitioners of the third rebirth from closing in, I still stand a chance to fight. The premise is that he must possess a suitable weapon. Swords and blades are certainly inadequate, as they would likely be torn apart by the heavenly light force. However, a long-handled black gold hammer seems to be an appropriate choice. He firmly believes that with sheer strength, he can crush his opponent. Indeed, that night proved to be another sleepless one. Qin Ming felt quite helpless. Despite his fatigue, his spirits remained high, and it wasn't until the latter part of the night that he managed a brief moment of rest. He estimated that he wouldn't need to sleep for several days. In the latter half of the night, he diligently studied sword techniques, meticulously dissecting the experiences, insights, and understandings imparted by the elder, and reinterpreting them in his own unique manner, incorporating his own flashes of inspiration and realizations. On that day, they presented Qin Ming with a volume of intermediate Qigong as a reward, allowing him to share it with those around him. The villagers of Shuangshu expressed their profound gratitude, as it marked their first encounter with such a level of novel techniques. This was primarily due to the significant assistance they had provided to the 3 teams, particularly in the case of the Firebat Cave, where Mu Qing, Xiao Long, and others had reaped substantial benefits. That night, as Qin Ming delved into the intermediate Qigong, he found it lacking compared to the techniques inscribed in the silk scroll he practiced. Moreover, this particular text was merely a hastily transcribed version that lacked the profound emotional resonance necessary to evoke a spiritual connection. It seemed that only the crystallized efforts of previous masters could suffice. He gained new insights. Later that evening, when he delivered the intermediate Qigong to the elder Lu, he inquired, "Old man, you wouldn't be considering revealing the locations of those spiritually endowed materials to the 3 teams in Qixia City out of gratitude, would you?" "Rest assured, my old friend, I have everything under control. Once I have recovered from my injuries and you have undergone your second rebirth, when the mountains are enveloped in tranquility, we shall venture into the wilderness together to seek the ethereal substances that promise us a third rebirth. The finest places are still waiting for us," old Lu proclaimed, thumping his chest with confidence. Subsequently, Qin Ming inquired, "Old man, are there any illustrious yet now defunct families in this region? Why do you ask such a thing? What do you intend to do?" Old Lu questioned, his brow furrowed in suspicion. "I wish to borrow some books from them." "Fear not. I shall surely offer them a compelling sum of silver they cannot refuse," Qin Ming replied. Chapter 40. Renowned far and wide talent is invaluable. Acquiring more knowledge is beneficial, especially in critical moments when it could save your life. Besides, you indeed learn remarkably fast, old Lu acknowledged, though he sighed, lamenting the scarcity of notable families in such a remote area. The crux of the matter was that even if they had fallen from grace, they still adhered strictly to their ancestral teachings and would not readily allow outsiders access to their precious tomes. Qin Ming felt a surge of excitement. Should he chance upon an ancient tome that encapsulated the wisdom of past generations, his gains would be monumental. He reasoned that while these fallen families maintained their traditions, not every individual would cling to the past. "Old man, How is your health faring? Qin Ming asked with genuine concern. After a lifetime of toil, old Lu had finally acquired a red herb imbued with rich spiritual essence from the Firebat Cave, only to be subtly targeted by the people of Golden Rooster Ridge, who delivered a covert blow to him. He sighed, "It won't claim my life, and my wounds can be treated, but as for achieving a second rebirth, that is beyond my control. I must leave it to fate. Surely, there is no trace of blood, is there? The ebony hammer has been cleansed twice." After the passage of half an hour, Qin Ming returned to the home of old Lu, bearing a jar of meat porridge. He remarked, "I have hunted a small, ethereal creature in the mountains. While it may not bestow rebirth, it possesses nourishing properties and is of a cold nature, which perfectly counteracts the fiery essence of the red grass." Old Lu, though skeptical, accepted the offering, saying, "You are quite thoughtful, young man." The following day, as twilight approached, old Lu arrived to knock at the courtyard door. Upon seeing Qin Ming, he seized his hand and exclaimed, "Young Qin, what have you given me to eat?" The fiery serpent, in comparison to ordinary snakes, is akin to an entirely different species. The flavor and texture of its flesh are wholly distinct. Even old Lu, who had previously been frail, felt rejuvenated, as if he could still father another child in his twilight years. On this day, everyone perceived old Lu to be brimming with vigor, his voice resonating with newfound strength. The black and white mountains became the talk of the town, captivating cities far and wide. 10 radiant beams of light pierced the night sky, astonishing the world. Qin Ming, invigorated by this revelation, listened intently, captivated by the enigmatic resources related to the remnants, while also yearning to comprehend the broader world beyond. Many grand organizations lamented their previous negligence towards this locale. Upon assessing the most mysterious of resources, they deemed it a divine gift of immense worth. Even ancient sects, which had remained secluded, were stirred from their slumber, taking great interest and dispatching emissaries to gather further information. In a fleeting moment, the long silent black and white mountain has become the focal point of fervent discussion across various locales. 2 centuries passed, a celestial light pierced through the mountain, and among the skilled individuals who rushed from the royal capital, there are still some who have survived. It is said that an elderly man, consumed by rage, was so agitated that he could not sleep for 2 days and nights, eventually departing to the deep mountains and vast waters, intent on hunting the legendary six-tusked white elephant. The six-tusked white elephant, was it not the steed of a deity revered by some esoteric cult? In reality, even if such a creature exists, it likely dwells in the most obscure depths of the night mist. Qin Ming listened with rapt attention, his yearning for the boundless world outside palpable. Merely hearing fragments ignited within him a desire for the vibrant tapestry of life beyond his remote surroundings. Not only the royal capital, but reports also suggest that even the powerful imperial city of Yu Kingdom has been stirred, with the national master personally inquiring into the matter. After all, the simultaneous emergence and fusion of the 10-colored light beams and 5-colored mist has not been documented in any literature, though there are those who covet such mysterious resources. Their pursuit ultimately faltered due to formidable resistance, as individuals of high standing from beyond the ordinary intervened. These blessed lands, along with the spiritually enriched sacred mountains, are deemed significant this time. Qin Ming yearned to urge them to elaborate further, yet he recognized the boundaries of their camaraderie. He was acutely aware of his own status and refrained from pressing for more details. Suyu candidly expressed that the existence of spiritual matter there remains uncertain, yet it is indeed an excellent place for honing the nascent. He is committed and responsible towards the village, wishing to enlist Qiao Long, Wei Zhiro, and Mu Qing to eliminate threats. The scarcity of grain this winter is significantly attributed to the presence of the scythe-billed birds. Prior to the autumn harvest, these avian intruders emerge from the mountains, gliding closely over the fields ablaze with fire, their scythe-like beaks swiftly decimating clusters of grain. Wei Zhiro nodded, remarking that the original purpose of the mountain clearing operation was to eliminate various pests. With such malevolent birds around, it was prudent to investigate further. Sui Weping expressed profound gratitude, as it was common knowledge that the mountain sweep was merely a facade, with the true objective being the discovery of unique resources within the mountains. Qiao Long observed that this newly formed group of youths, having only experienced minor skirmishes within the Firebat Cave, had yet to undergo substantial trials. The side-billed birds presented an apt challenge. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a low cliff where the snow-covered ground was littered with copious amounts of bird droppings. and numerous crevices in the cliff face served as nesting sites for the scythe-billed birds. Mu Qing and Qiao Long, well-prepared and highly professional, brought along nets woven from metallic wire, casting several large nets to cover the densest areas of the nests. Despite their efforts, a multitude of scythe-billed birds took flight, their numbers overwhelming, with at least 1,000 slipping through their grasp, truly a calamity in the making. Measuring approximately a foot in length, these birds possessed particularly large and sharp beaks, displaying fierce aggression. Once their nests were assaulted and ensnared, the birds charged forth with reckless abandon. Fortunately, all were clad in armor. Even as swathes of scythe-billed birds dove towards them, those that managed to breach their defenses could still be repelled. Qin Ming, Wubing, and their companions were no exception. During the past few days, while guiding 3 teams through the mountains, they had all been equipped with suits of armor. Ultimately, a significant number of scythe-billed birds were slain, particularly those ensnared within the large nets, leading to a grim accumulation of avian corpses upon the ground after clearing the cliffside. The Black Sheep Knight, Yang Yongqing, was tasked with notifying the villagers to bring bags for collecting the bird carcasses, for it would be a tremendous waste to abandon such an abundance of meat. Over the past few days, Qin Ming had been attentively observing the various groups within the mountains, yet he had not encountered the individuals he sought. The two were in their early 30s. The woman bore a mole in the center of her right brow, while the man had notably long arms. Alas, no matching figures appeared. In the past, these two had rescued him from the hands of the feathered youth, escorting him far from the city to a remote area, ultimately leaving him in Yinteng Town after previously exploring the Heibai Mountain, yet they had not materialized this time. During this interval, Qin Ming fulfilled his promise by contacting the old noble's associates multiple times, informing them of the organizations that had acquired particularly unique resources within the mountains. The old noble, Xie Jingrui, sighed, lamenting the continued absence of the items he required. Today, he ventured into the mountains personally, audaciously penetrating into the deepest recesses, which sent ripples of shock through the elderly men from Qixia City. Ever since Lingshu and the tabby cat departed, no one dared to delve deeper into the mountains. In these woods, not only was the enigmatic mountain lord to be feared, but even the crazed old yellow weasel, barely a foot long, running amok with a donkey, had instilled terror. After being thwarted by a woman in green, its demeanor had clearly become unhinged, leaving no one willing to tempt fate. Half a day later, the old noble Xie Jingrui emerged silently, delicately holding 2 short plant roots, one black and the other white. He sighed softly, acknowledging that indeed, remnants of the black and white tree's roots lingered deep within the mountains, nurtured by the light of heaven, transforming into an extraordinary and mysterious resource. A discovery had been made, yet it had already been claimed by another. Xie Jingrui stood amidst the forest, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor as he sighed, "Alas, I am wounded and cannot endure prolonged chaos. Otherwise, I would have ventured into the mountains long ago. Are there no clues left behind?" Qin Ming realized the significance of the roots of the black and white tree, nourished by the light of heaven, to the old aristocrat. 2 years prior, he had come seeking it. Xie Jingrui replied, "I know who took it. I must make a trip to Qixia City. Could it be the lord of Lingshu City?" Qin Ming inquired. The old nobleman nodded, revealing that he had inquired of Wei Mo, who traversed the path of the giant spirit god in the depths of the mountains, and learned that Lingshu had lingered there for quite some time. Qin Ming remained speechless, simultaneously perplexed that the old nobleman could converse so extensively before his departure. Soon, he understood the reason as Xie Jingrui stated, "That purple-eyed raven holds you in high regard. Strive to make your way out. This place is far too remote and isolated." He was about to leave Yinteng Town and would set forth immediately upon exiting the mountains. "Miss Xie will accompany you, I presume?" "Indeed, may we meet again by fate." With a swift motion, the old nobleman Xie Jingrui vanished into the thicket, his speed astonishing. In the distance, a great commotion arose. As Qin Ming hurried towards the source, he discovered a group of elegantly dressed nobles confronting Qiao Long, Wei Zhiro, and Mu Qing. The families of Qixia City were far from harmonious. The alliance of the Qiao, Wei, and Mu clans naturally attracted the attention of other prominent families entering the mountains. Moments earlier, someone had clashed with Qiao Long, but was swiftly defeated and sent flying, leaving all onlookers astonished. At that moment, a young man clad in golden armor rode forward atop a mutated golden leopard, emanating a formidable presence. Qiao Long spoke coldly. "Feng Xing, Do not seek trouble. That old man from the Wang family attempted to seize my uncle's longevity tree, and I repelled him. Is there an issue? Are you here to defend the Wang family? The young man, Feng Xing, clad in gold and black, responded with indifference. It has been 2 years since we last met. I have heard that your strength has surged significantly. We have fought alongside each other in the past. Now, let us engage in a friendly duel. Are you afraid of me? The onlookers, hailing from Qixia City, were familiar with one another. Though they were primarily divided into 2 factions, neutral nobles also stood by. One voice rose above the rest, seeking to mediate. Brother Feng, Brother Chao, both of you are distinguished figures from Qixia City, paving the way into the giant city. Let us not disrupt the harmony. With your current prowess, a misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. Among those who dared to intervene was a young lad, who approached on the back of a white rhinoceros from afar, entering the dense forest. He was exceptionally handsome, adorned in silver armor that accentuated his noble bearing. Upon the arrival of this striking pair of youth, many greeted them warmly, displaying courtesy even if they were older. Following this remarkable duo, a throng of admirers encircled them, like moths drawn to a flame. From the hushed conversations among the crowd, Qin Ming discerned the reason for their captivating presence. These two had caused a sensation in Qixia City upon their emergence as newcomers, shining brighter than any other in the past 20 years, eclipsing many who had laid a golden foundation during those years. Indeed, upon the youth's utterance, Feng Xing graciously sheathed his weapon, engaging him in light conversation. Who is Qin Ming? Inquired Nia Rue, the silver-armored boy astride a white rhinoceros, his handsome visage radiant as he scanned the crowd. Qin Ming furrowed his brow, perplexed by the boy's familiarity with him. Nia Rue continued, I visited Master Su Kong, and during my time there, I wished to spar with his disciples. However, Zhou Wubing informed me that the master was unwell and unable to engage, yet he spoke highly of you, claiming you surpass him in skill. I am genuinely curious. Could there be a youth in this locality who is more formidable than one personally instructed by Master Su Kong? Thus, I came to see for myself. Qin Ming was taken aback, deeming Zhou Wubing rather eccentric. He made a mental note to confront him upon their next encounter, determined to teach him a lesson. Nierue, a luminary in Qixia City, shone like a beacon through the night mist, being one of the most dazzling figures in 2 decades, having shattered the city records with his exceptional physical prowess. As he inquired, the teams from the Chao, Mu, and Wei clans displayed a shift in demeanor, with many gazes directed towards Qin Ming. Instantly, others understood that he was the individual Nierue sought. In that moment, Qin Ming experienced the sensation of being the center of attention as all the young aristocrats of Qixia City scrutinized him, their eyes appraising. Of course, this attention was entirely due to Nierue's prominence, without the mention of this prodigious talent from Qixia City. No one would have paid heed to a boy from such a remote area. Many expressed skepticism, observing him with a critical eye, questioning whether a genius could truly emerge from such an insular locale. Nonetheless, some noble young ladies were quite animated, engaging in hushed discussions. His appearance is quite refined. With a little attention to his own image, he could enhance his aura. If he were to tie back his flowing black hair and don resplendent armor in place of his dark garb, I believe he would appear remarkably handsome. Nia Rue smiled gently, expressing his desire to spar with Qin Ming. Do not feel pressured. Let us engage in a casual contest. I trust the discerning eye of Master Su's sole disciple. At that moment, Qin Ming found himself increasingly inclined to confront the arrogant youth, while simultaneously realizing that Su Kong was indeed extraordinary, earning immense respect from the people of Qixia City. I cannot compare to you. Although I hail from a remote village, I have heard many speak of a remarkable pair of young talents from Qixia City who have astounded the entire region. The young nobles present nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. In the territory ruled by Qixia City, the most outstanding youths were undoubtedly the local prodigies. Nia Rue dismounted from his white rhinoceros, clad in gleaming silver armor that radiated an aura of brilliance, his presence almost luminous. His amicable smile conveyed warmth as he said, You are too modest. I have encountered you, Lianyun. Fear not. We shall merely engage in light sparring. The others were perplexed, unaware of the implications, and Nia Rue refrained from disclosing that Yu Lianyun had once been bested by this young man. Given the circumstances, Qin Ming could hardly decline. I have undergone my second rebirth. I shall restrain my power. Rest assured, I will not exceed the limits, Nia Rue assured him. Qin Ming contemplated using this as an opportunity to refuse the duel, but after some reflection, he deemed it inappropriate to continually evade, ultimately nodding in agreement. "Nierue, be mindful of your strength when you strike," Qiao Long interjected, concerned about potential harm to Qin Ming. "Qin Ming, would you like to switch your weapon?" Mu Qing inquired. All present were aware that Nierue, as a nascent talent, possessed an astonishing strength of 790 pounds, which was the reason for the considerable commotion surrounding him, heralded as the greatest in 2 decades. Yu Liangyun, who shared the same year with him, was originally remarkable, capable of lifting 650 pounds, yet ultimately found himself relegated to 3rd place. To onlookers, it seemed unwise for Qin Ming to engage in a contest of strength wielding the cumbersome long-handled black gold hammer. However, Qin Ming, ever adaptable, set aside the massive hammer and inquired, "Aside from the long-handled hammer, I am more adept with the spear. Is there anyone who could lend me one?" Mu Qing glanced at the youths behind her, observing that most wielded long swords, while the few available spears were of subpar quality, their weight far too light. The other nobles remained silent until, after a brief pause, one chuckled and offered, "You may use my purple gold spear. It is forged from 1,000 refinements. This also fulfills my desire to engage indirectly with Brother Nie, which would be an honor." Qin Ming perceived that everyone held Nierue in high esteem, even going so far as to make such statements regarding the lending of a spear. "Nierue, perhaps you shall face defeat," declared a girl seated gracefully upon the back of a black tiger. Her bright eyes and radiant smile were complemented by her flowing hair, stirred by the wind, exuding an ethereal grace. She was named Xinjiayun, possessing strength comparable to Nierue. But what set her apart was that she had already garnered the attention of someone from beyond, poised to embark on a path of unparalleled brilliance. To many young nobles, she had already triumphed from the very outset. As Nierue approached, clad in gleaming silver armor and beaming with a radiant smile while brandishing a long sword, he said, "Please." Qin Ming grasped the purple gold spear, weighing it thoughtfully before executing a dazzling display of spear movements, unleashing a cascade of purple light. "Xiaoqin, be cautious and do not get hurt," Su Yueping exclaimed. "If it becomes too difficult, concede immediately," Lu Laotu stated with unwavering certainty. A group of young aristocrats smiled nonchalantly. With Nierue's prowess, it was evident he could handle the situation with precision, making this bout devoid of any suspense and unlikely to harm the young lad. Some discreetly gestured among themselves, wagering on whether Nierue could defeat the youth within 4 moves or even a single exchange. They refrained from openly discussing their bets, as belittling this young hunter would be inappropriate, and it would also show a lack of respect towards Nierue, who was personally engaging in the contest. I surmised that after employing 3 techniques of his swordsmanship, he would secure victory. To be more conservative, I thought he might opt for 7 techniques. Since Nierue chose to personally assess him, it indicated that this youth possessed some considerable skill. Clang. With a swift motion, they separated, creating a distance of over 20 meters between them. The snow that had accumulated on the ground erupted into the air, resembling a fresh snowfall of large flakes. It was only at this moment that the nearby trees creaked ominously, as substantial branches tumbled down. Everyone felt a jolt of surprise, their focus sharpening as they realized they had underestimated the situation. The ferocity of their exchanges had nearly reached the limits of a novice's capabilities. This youth from such a remote area was indeed remarkable. What was his name? Qin Ming, if I recall correctly. I shall remember it. A murmur spread among the crowd, as they seemed to re-evaluate the young man in the arena. Even Qiao Long and Wei Jiro displayed expressions of astonishment, having spent several days together. They were aware of Qin Ming's exceptional nature, yet they had not anticipated his formidable strength. Cloaked entirely in black, Mu Qing spoke up. "Qin Ming, unleash your full potential. Nierue is not one to hold grudges. Do not conceal your intentions. It is far more gratifying to be forthright." Nierue nodded in agreement. Lu, the elder, murmured to himself, "Little Qin is even more formidable than I had imagined. Even before reaching Qixia City, his name is likely to precede him." Qin Ming refrained from employing his strongest domain power, relying solely on his impeccable marksmanship to engage in combat. He exhibited remarkable adaptability and skill, seamlessly integrating his sword techniques into his gunplay, all while remaining undetected by outsiders. Nierue made his move once more, his speed so extraordinary that he shattered the snow beneath his feet, stirring up a tempest of swirling snowflakes. The silver-long knife in his hand emitted a blinding radiance as he maneuvered through the gusts, akin to commanding the very forces of wind and thunder. Rather than meeting the strike head-on, Qin Ming evaded the descending blade with a swift sidestep, then, in a flash, brought his purple-gold spear down upon the back of the knife, generating a shower of sparks as the two weapons clashed. In an instant, he closed the distance to Nie Rui. This spectacle caused many onlookers to gasp in astonishment. The young man's grasp of the battle was nothing short of extraordinary. Under the relentless onslaught of Nie Rui's blade, he seized the opportunity with remarkable finesse. The spear pressed against the knife's back. With the angle of intersection between the two weapons minimal, the spear tip glided through the air like a dragon weaving through the mountains, tearing through the night as it surged toward its target. With tremendous force, Nie Rui raised his knife upward, attempting to dislodge the spear, while his left hand glimmered faintly, preparing to strike the spear as shaft. Qin Ming, gripping the spear with both hands, exerted full pressure on the knife's back, shaking it vigorously. The spear tip quivered violently, creating a dazzling display of spear flowers. At this moment, it became evident to Nie Rui that he could not dislodge the spear with a single hand. The spear tip had transformed into a blurred phantom, reminiscent of a sky full of stars simultaneously twinkling, rushing toward him with unrelenting speed. Left with no choice, he withdrew his knife and swiftly sidestepped to evade the impending strike. In this encounter, he surprisingly found himself at a disadvantage, retreating a considerable distance before he could regain his composure. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings as everyone was left in disbelief. The youth displayed an exceptional performance, wielding the purple-gold spear as if it had come to life, resembling a fierce dragon thrashing its limbs, seeking its prey beneath the cloak of night. It seemed as though the spear possessed a soul in his grasp, devoid of conventionality, eschewing traditional techniques, effortlessly executing marvelous maneuvers. Nie Rui's expression turned grave, and he ceased to speak, channeling his energy to a focused intensity before launching himself into the fray. In an instant, he and Qin Ming clashed, their blades flashing like lightning, as if they sought to cleave through the dense darkness. Wherever they traversed, branches fell in droves, and the accumulated snow beneath them erupted, with massive trees succumbing to their passage, crashing down with a thunderous roar and sending plumes of snowflakes into the air. Though this youth from a remote region lacked Nie Rui's strength, he approached an impressive 700 pounds, showcasing remarkable ferocity. His spear techniques resembled a variety of common dispersal styles, none of which surpassed our understanding. However, they possessed a transformative power that turned the mundane into the extraordinary. His lack of fixed patterns, relying instead on improvisation and adaptability, transmuted the ordinary into the remarkable. In the end, even Xiao Long and Feng Xing provided their personal commentary. What kind of spear technique is this? Qin Ming pondered, realizing that it was, in essence, a sword technique, concealed within the spear, offering an experience quite distinct when compared to the hammer and blade. He grew increasingly adept, no longer adhering strictly to the prescribed techniques of the blade, freely combining movements and unleashing his prowess. For instance, now the spear swept across, its tip resembling the edge of a knife, slicing toward his opponent's flesh. As he shook the spear, it evoked a sense of the blade's essence, in the realm between sea and sky. The vibrating edge conjured a dazzling light akin to the tumultuous waves that followed. Now, with the spear tip replacing the blade's edge, it similarly stirred forth a myriad of phantoms, and amidst the tremors, the frequency of the spear's oscillation intensified, amplifying the blade's intent in that moment. Reminiscent of thunder erupting from the heavens with streaks of lightning descending into the vast ocean. Nie Rui, in a state of disarray, was forced to retreat, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his disheveled black hair clinging to his face, a sense of panic beginning to creep in. Defeat seemed imminent. In the next instant, Qin Ming elevated his spear and blade to an unprecedented pinnacle, utilizing a kick blade technique, propelling the purple-gold spear forward, and then delivering rapid kicks, swift as lightning, startling Nie Rui into evasive maneuvers, his cold sweat intensifying. Crucially, the spear was not sent flying. Instead, it danced around him like a living dragon, ultimately landing back in his grasp. With a clang, Nie Rui's long knife was suppressed by the purple-gold spear, and as his arm jolted, sparks flew. Several plates of his silver armor shattered under the spear's point. Qin Ming withdrew, planting the spear into the ground, a tinge of regret washing over him. In his initial engagement with the spear and blade, he had been overly immersed, failing to temper his force while savoring the experience. Originally, he had no intention of pushing himself to the limit, wishing instead for a draw. Yet, in a moment of inattention, he had inadvertently vanquished his opponent. The atmosphere was thick with disbelief as silence enveloped the scene. Everyone struggled to comprehend that Nie Rui, the most dazzling genius of Qixia City in the past 2 decades, had succumbed to a mere young hunter in this remote locale. The onlookers were left speechless, their perceptions profoundly shaken as they began to scrutinize Qin Ming with newfound seriousness. Was it possible that the fabled black and white mountains, shrouded in obscurity for 5 centuries, were on the verge of revival, breathing life back into this desolate land? Many speculated. Breaking the oppressive silence, the girl seated atop the black tiger, Shun Jieyun, inquired, Nie Rui, are you all right? Nie Rui shook his head, replying, I am fine. I have lost, and I accept it wholeheartedly. Are you truly unscathed? Could the defeat have struck a blow to your spirit? Shun Jieyun chuckled, clearly indifferent to his feelings. What could possibly trouble me? Brother Qin has awakened me to the realization that perhaps this path is not meant for me. With that, Nie Rui sheathed his long blade, sighed, and concluded, in that case, I shall choose the path of divinity. Qin Ming, caught off guard by such a fervent declaration, felt his breath grow heavy. Observing Nie Rui's demeanor, a smile finally broke through, as he reassured, it is not as you imagine. It was evident that Nie Rui was not a petty individual. He bore no grudges from his defeat and seemed liberated, resolved to embark on an alternative journey. The notion of divinity, he mused, was merely a reflection of our youth, our limited strength, and our constrained understanding, an ephemeral concept that might simply denote a more formidable life form. An elder from a secretive sect has taken notice of me, claiming that I possess a rare divine wisdom that could lead me down their path. Alas, I had intended to traverse the boundless darkness of this world with my own flesh and blood, forging my own destiny, yet now I find myself devoid of choices. Fully aware of my own limitations, Nie Rui sighed. Do not lament, Qin Ming interjected. If you continue to sigh, what will become of others? I, too, wish to spar with you, spoke Shun Jieyun, perched gracefully upon the back of a black tiger. With a fluid leap, she descended to the ground, her flowing hair dancing in the breeze as she brandished a long sword, approaching swiftly. Instantly, the forest came alive with chatter. The residents of Qixia City unable to contain their excitement, whispering and discussing the extraordinary events unfolding before them. Very well, Qin Ming nodded in agreement. Having already triumphed over one opponent, he was more than willing to engage in a second bout. In an instant, the snowy ground was illuminated by the brilliance of swordplay, accompanied by the roar of thunder, reminiscent of numerous electric dragons descending from the heavens. Shun Jieyun was formidable to the ordinary observer. She embodied the grace of a sword fairy in flight. However, she too faced defeat, as Qin Ming deftly plucked a string of blue glimmering beads from her hair with the tip of his spear, subsequently pressing the weapon against her right shoulder. The atmosphere fell into silence once more, all eyes transfixed upon the scene, astonished that the 2 most talented individuals in Qixia City over the past 2 decades had both succumbed to the same person. Shun Jieyun, brushing her hair with a gentle hand, smiled and remarked, young man, a decade is unnecessary. Should we meet again in a year, you shall no longer be my match. Her expression bore no trace of disappointment or dismay. Instead, her smile radiated brilliantly, exuding a charm that could captivate any heart, her allure strikingly enchanting. Chapter 42. Enlightenment. Shun Jieyun's body stiffened slightly as she distinctly sensed the tremors of the gun's tip, the resulting air currents brushing gently against her. This marked the first occasion on which an outsider assisted her in adorning her hair with that exquisite ornament. She delicately extracted the azure-hued hairpin from her cascading tresses, holding it in her palm. Qin Ming retracted his firearm before turning to return it. The owner of the purple gold spear appeared somewhat embarrassed. Earlier, when he had lent the weapon, he had boasted that it was akin to an indirect duel with Nie Rui, clearly a form of flattery. Mu Qing, unrestrained in her remarks, declared, you must cherish this gun. It carries significant commemorative value. The young nobleman, gripping the weapon, felt as if he were sitting on hot coals. His discomfort magnified. The youth's marksmanship exuded a primal essence, effortlessly delineating the thin line between life and death, revealing the profound truth of martial combat. Several nobles nearing 30, having undergone 3 rebirths, offered their critiques, their discerning eyes sharp. The aura of lethality was subdued. Initially, it resembled a leisurely stroll, listening to the gentle spring rain. But suddenly, it intertwined with the falling thunder, and the spear's shadow erupted like lightning, truly remarkable. The stunning twin stars of Qixia City tasted defeat in this remote locale, and notably, at the hands of their contemporaries. This event would undoubtedly have significant repercussions. If it were to spread, few would likely believe it. Yet the tangible evidence of the battle lay before them, witnessed by a cadre of young nobles. With gallant poise, the allure of that single shot was indeed blinding. A noblewoman murmured, "Ah, I see Shun Jiun," momentarily entranced, her fingers caressing the hairpin. Shun Jiun gracefully alighted upon the back of the black tiger, departing alongside a group of nobles as the crowd dispersed. Just before parting, the twin stars of Qixia City took a moment to converse with Qin Ming, expressing that the night mist world is vast and mysterious, filled with countless enigmas. They looked forward to a future reunion when they would each stand atop greater heights. As the young nobles departed, they cast lingering glances at Qin Ming. Some approached him for brief conversations, suggesting that he could visit them if he ever ventured to Qixia City. This battle was purely coincidental and unexpected. However, it had indeed allowed Qin Ming's name to echo in the ears of many even before he set foot in Qixia City. Such prowess that even Nie Rui was subdued. Thereafter, Nie Rui no longer hesitated and chose to tread a different path. In Heibai Mountain, other young nobles were astonished upon hearing the news, with some even coming to seek a glimpse of Qin Ming. Qiao Long, Mu Qing, and Wei Zhiro intervened, successfully shielding Qin Ming from considerable trouble, and tranquility gradually returned. Mu Qing remarked, "Qin Ming, make sure to register in Qixia City by early spring at the latest, certainly before the height of summer. However, it is somewhat regrettable that your current strength is still lacking." Qin Ming responded, puzzled. Wei Zhiro elaborated, "At that time, there may be opportunities to access higher-level knowledge. Even the usually guarded advanced Qi techniques might be within your reach." Qiao Long added, "When the great city comes to select candidates, as long as you shine brightly enough, you may very well receive an opportunity to alter the course of your destiny." Had it not been for Qin Ming's unexpected confrontation with Nie Rui and Shun Jian today, and his subsequent triumph over them, Qiao Long and Mu Qing would not have shared such insights, as it would have held little significance. If all else fails, you might as well spend a year studying in Qixia City, awaiting the opportunity that next year may bring. If one could undergo rebirth 3 times, the chances would be significantly greater, perhaps leading to entry into a more renowned metropolis. They are aware that those with a golden foundation will soon be able to experience rebirth a second time. However, this alone is insufficient. Unless one possesses divine wisdom, extraordinary abilities, or rare talents, it is challenging to gain early recognition. Sui Weping and Yang Yongqing understand that once spring arrives, Qin Ming will most likely depart from this place. Qin Ming, having thoroughly grasped the situation, casually inquired about various other matters during their conversation, allowing the questions to flow naturally. For instance, when discussing which spiritual substances could facilitate rebirth, Qiao Long casually mentioned mineral essence, prompting Qin Ming to delve deeper into the topic. Mineral essence is an active substance extracted from mineral veins. Consuming it can enhance physical attributes. Yet the possibility of rebirth ultimately hinges on fortune. Nonetheless, it remains exceedingly expensive. Why? Qin Ming asked. Qiao Long responded, "Because, as long as it is your first time consuming mineral essence, regardless of how many times you have been reborn, it can enhance your physique. And there is a 50% chance it may facilitate rebirth once more." Qin Ming inquired, "Does it yield no effect upon the second consumption?" Mu Qing clarified, "Not entirely without effect. It may provide about 1/10 of the benefits of the first. Furthermore, unless you can acquire a higher-grade mineral essence, such as a vivid red essence that glows like the evening glow, reputed to be the blood of the earth, you would be fortunate to encounter even 1 or 2 bottles in a year at Qixia City." From her words, it was evident that there were higher-grade minerals that could only be encountered within the grand city. Qin Ming understood that they were likely to depart in 2 or 3 days, prompting him to engage in further conversation and naturally inquire about various matters. The 3 of them shared a keen interest in this subject, and their enthusiasm for discussion was palpable. Each time the dawn light descended, it nurtured an abundance of extraordinary treasures. Some exceedingly rare materials, when refined into mysterious weapons, could be passed down through generations, providing protection and prosperity to a family. Moreover, there existed unparalleled mysterious resources that could serve to safeguard a nation. Although the mutton-fat jade iron was not among the rarest, it was immensely valuable, far surpassing ordinary iron, and had extensive applications. Eventually, the trio broached the topic that piqued Qin Ming's curiosity. Mutton fat jade iron did not require extensive forging. Even after 10,000 refinements, it would not enhance its properties. Its superior material, once fashioned into a weapon, could slice through the scales of colossal beasts, posing a significant threat to those shielded by the dawn light. However, this was not the most crucial aspect. For weapons crafted from other materials could also be remarkably tough and razor-sharp. Remarkably, if a weapon forged from mutton fat jade iron sustained damage, it could gradually restore itself to its original state through the nurturing warmth of the dawn light, provided the damage was not too severe. Qin Ming was astonished. Such weaponry or armor indeed possessed an element of the miraculous. The most extraordinary characteristic of mutton fat jade iron was its ability to slay certain exceptional entities. This revelation startled Qin Ming, making him acutely aware of his limited understanding of this world. Mu Qing remarked, "In this vast and boundless pitch-black world, how many areas are there with fire springs? Though each magnificent city sparkles with brilliance, beneath the boundless night, they can merely be regarded as faint flickers of fireflies. The vast expanse beyond is a realm of inky darkness, reminiscent of an abyss, where certain enigmatic entities reside, often requiring rare weapons such as jade-like iron to confront." Qin Ming requested her to elaborate, as he found himself utterly perplexed. Mu Qing explained, "For instance, there are certain things invisible to the naked eye, and a common spear would prove futile against them. The blade seems to pierce nothing but air. However, if one were to wield a weapon forged from jade-like iron, a single thrust might unravel a cascade of peculiar crimson blossoms, impaling some unseen entity." Qin Ming sighed. "In my remote abode, I am utterly ignorant of such matters. This vast, dark world is indeed shrouded in mystery." Wei Zhou interjected, "Why do certain esoteric sects venerate deities? It is due to the myriad of unknowns and mysteries. Some matters are unspeakable and defy explanation." Old Lu patted his chest and remarked, "Fortunately, we are free from such concerns here." Mu Qing chuckled, "How can you be so sure there are none? Just because ordinary folk cannot perceive them does not imply their absence. Do not frighten me. The older one gets, the more timid they become. I still wish to live for several more decades." Qiao Long reassured, "Rest assured, even we have never encountered such things." Qin Ming pondered and inquired, "Are those from beyond the realm truly formidable?" Wei Zhou nodded. "The paths of some of these extraordinary beings are indeed resplendent and incomparable. Their strength knows no bounds." Qin Ming inquired, eager to comprehend the situation, for the youth who had inflicted such grievous harm upon him was adorned in feathered attire. Undoubtedly a being from beyond the ordinary realm. Mu Qing interjected, urging him not to dwell excessively on such matters. Rather, he ought to focus on enhancing his own abilities. She assured him that once he entered the great city and elevated his strength, should he be discovered to possess extraordinary gifts, he could choose a different path. Though their words were few, they sufficiently conveyed the terrifying nature of those from beyond. Moreover, it seemed from their tone that they too had altered their paths. Upon reflection, Qin Ming discerned that they were no ordinary newcomers. One had long since embarked on the path of the giant spirit god, while another, adorned with a tail, indicated that Wei Zhou, accompanying them, must also possess unique attributes. After enduring a sleepless night, Qin Ming finally succumbed to slumber, granting him a much-needed reprieve from the torment of wakefulness. During this time, the colossal beasts of Qixia City, hauling grain carts, traversed the snowbound mountain paths, successfully delivering the much-needed provisions. The entire region erupted in excitement. Although the grain prices were somewhat elevated, considering the transportation costs, this was deemed a remarkably fair price, fundamentally aimed at alleviating their plight. There was no need for panic buying. Rest assured, prices would remain stable, with a steady supply forthcoming. In an instant, 3 groups hastily ventured into the mountains, requesting Qin Ming and the elder Lu to lead the way. This time, several seasoned individuals joined the ranks, including Qiao Long's uncle, who had partaken of the longevity tree. Upon spotting him, the black goat that Yang Yongqing was seated upon immediately began to urinate in a show of reverence. Lu's large yellow dog also reacted instinctively, leaving a mess behind. Others stifled their laughter, unable to contain their amusement. Once they had guided them to their destination, their involvement would cease, for that place was fraught with peril. Qiao Long remarked. Old Lu responded, 99 bows have already been completed, and all has been tranquil thus far. We are merely one tremor away from concluding this ordeal. We must resolutely distance ourselves from that place and maintain our safety boundary. As long as we avoid calamity, all will be well. However, certain local factions have disregarded reason, issuing commands that each village must contribute manpower to join them in their mountain expedition. The messenger is a newcomer from Jinji Ridge, arriving on a swiftly galloping ground chicken. He is merely a lackey, carrying out orders. For a formidable bandit has indeed arrived at Jinji Ridge. This is not merely our family's decision. We have allied with the Three-Eyed Sect. You must weigh your options. If you fail to provide personnel, there will be consequences afterwards. This is clearly a threat. Non-compliance will lead to retribution. Each village is to dispatch individuals proportional to its population. But they must be newcomers. He quietly followed the newcomer from Jinji Ridge into the mountains, yet the murderous intent within him gradually surged. Chapter 43. Pray to each other under the cover of night. Towering mountains stood sentinel, and many had gathered in the dense forest, their voices creating a cacophony. What is all this noise? I dare anyone to speak out of turn. A knight from Jinji Ridge emerged, his expression impassive, casting a frigid gaze over the assembly. The ground chicken he rode was fierce, emitting a resounding cry. The Jinji knight admonished, "You would all do well to behave yourselves. This is merely an expedition to explore a mine. There is no need for excessive chatter. Silence your tongues and heed your orders." He continued, "Let me be clear. Should anyone stir trouble, do not blame me when I take decisive action." The Jinji knight threatened. Surrounding him was a throng of individuals clad in armor, all hailing from Jinjiling, seemingly escorting prisoners on their journey. They traversed silently, arriving at the outskirts of the Great Rift, where a handful of villagers awaited, brought forth by the Three-Eyed Sect, confirming the collaboration of the two local factions. The Great Rift sprawled widely, riddled with fissures, and in some areas, heaps of rocks were accumulated. The vegetation here was sparse, a landscape of stone forests coexisting with ravines. Rarely did any creatures venture into this desolate expanse, for a moment's inattention could result in a perilous fall into the chasms below. A substantial contingent from Jinjiling and the Three-Eyed Sect had long awaited here, refraining from mining activities themselves. Suddenly, one of the Jinjiling knights spotted Qin Ming, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. This knight had once visited Old Lu's residence, intent on forcibly acquiring the vibrant red grass, only to be reported by Qin Ming to Chao Long and Mu Qing afterward, resulting in him receiving several slaps and losing several teeth on the right side. Keep an eye on that boy. Encourage him to engage in mining, he thought. Yet he dared not act directly, mindful of the warnings from Chao Long and Mu Qing, who had yet to depart. Among the villagers, a gray-haired elder expressed his apprehension, stating, "I hope we can swiftly uncover the so-called mysterious resources. Otherwise, as time drags on, even as new arrivals, we may develop lasting ailments, or worse, find ourselves unable to escape this place." Silence. Did I permit you to speak? With a sharp crack, the knight lashed out with his whip, staggering the elderly newcomer, tearing his garments and leaving a bloody gash across his face. Those who discover the mysterious treasures not only have the opportunity to leave immediately, but are also promised a substantial reward, not in night silver, but in day gold. The people of Golden Rooster Ridge and the Three-Eyed Sect have not entirely driven everyone to despair. At least they have offered a glimmer of hope and made commitments. An elder from Golden Rooster Ridge approached and instructed, "Descend into the underground. This area has been claimed by us and the Three-Eyed Sect. The entirety of this vast chasm is indeed precious, so search diligently." The territory occupied by Golden Rooster Ridge and the Three-Eyed Sect is near the entrance and is not particularly advantageous, as their strength pales in comparison to that of the individuals from Red Cloud City. Qin Ming followed the other newcomers into the underground, each carrying a prepared sunstone, for the chasm was too dark otherwise. They entered an underground cavern filled with numerous pathways that sprawled in all directions like a spider's web. Some areas glimmered with a faint light, yet drawing near was unbearable, while others remained shrouded in darkness, where one could linger without discomfort. Friends, I believe it is unnecessary for us to risk our health or even our lives. Even if we venture into those luminous zones, finding the mysterious treasures will be quite challenging. It would be wiser to seek safe routes underground and gradually endure the time spent in the darker regions, suggested an elder. In truth, many shared this sentiment. Indeed, we must prepare in advance. The crowd nodded in agreement. Qin Ming had initially intended to propose that they hide first, But he now realized that those enduring the perils of the treacherous mountains possessed a strong sense of self-preservation. Subsequently, he commenced his solitary endeavors, wandering through the vast subterranean caverns in search of potential enigmatic treasures. An hour had elapsed, and although the intruders had yet to clash amongst themselves, a formidable force had intervened, resulting in a violent outbreak on the surface. Amidst the chasms of the Great Rift, the air was filled with the roars of apes and the growls of tigers, as various mutated creatures emerged, while numerous raptors began their swift descents from the sky. The aberrations had launched their assault. A knight of the Golden Rooster, stationed at the entrance of the Great Rift, shouted in alarm. While there had been previous encounters with mutated beings, the scale and organization of this onslaught were unprecedented. Leading the charge was a colossal white bear, towering at 5 to 6 meters, seemingly agitated as if just roused from hibernation, ruthlessly tearing apart two newly awakened souls. Meanwhile, a golden bull, exhaling flames from its nostrils, rampaged through the chaos, goring several members of the three-eyed sect with its formidable horns. Such aberrations were not in short supply, despite their differing species. They exhibited no inclination to battle amongst themselves, all directing their ferocity towards humanity. The mutated raptors in the sky provided additional support, as a massive silver eagle swooped down, shattering the skull of a second-generation newcomer with brutal efficiency. Initially, the aberrations had appeared in limited numbers, but now it was evident that they had been lying in wait for our arrival, strategically intent on hunting us down. An elder from Golden Rooster Ridge spoke up, leaping into the air to seize a twice-mutated owl mid-flight, swiftly snapping its neck. What are we to do now? Many individuals have become increasingly agitated, as the entrance to the Great Rift is obstructed by a multitude of otherworldly beings rushing into the valley, while predatory birds circle overhead, observing attentively. The situation appears dire. Chaos reigns on the ground. We must swiftly conceal ourselves, using rocks to block the hidden passages, effectively shrouding our escape routes. In the subterranean realm, hunters from various villages become acutely aware of the disturbance, responding with remarkable swiftness. Qin Ming, undaunted, perceives the urgency of the moment and chooses to retreat towards the path illuminated by daylight. It is arduous for both the denizens of Jinjiling and the followers of the Three-Eyed Sect, as well as the otherworldly beings, to penetrate such a location for an extended duration. On the surface, a substantial gathering of forces from Jinjiling and the Three-Eyed Sect consolidates for defense, their spirits fraught with anxiety due to the pervasive presence of otherworldly beings. Higher beings are unlikely to intervene personally, having made assurances to the upper echelons of Qixia City against covert hunting. However, permitting a contingent of mid-level and lower-tier entities to infiltrate is certainly within the realm of possibility. This reality poses a grave concern, as all understand that the otherworldly beings have long harbored intentions of aggression, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. The blood serpents, silver camels, and vibrant red grasses within the mountains are of immense value to those from beyond, brimming with potent spiritual essence. Conversely, the otherworldly beings regard certain deeply rooted bipedal creatures with envy, considering them to be treasures imbued with rich spiritual properties. Thus, a considerable horde of otherworldly beings has descended, not only coveting these mystical resources, but also intending to hunt us, perceiving us as spiritual entities. Indeed, in an instant, the newcomers from Jinjiling and the Three-Eyed Sect were expressions of profound dismay. The territory they occupied at the mountain pass was undeniably the most vulnerable. The high beings dwelling deep within the mountains refrained from allowing their subordinates to annihilate all who ventured into the mountains, for such an act would incite the wrath of the Lord of Lingshu City and invite merciless retribution. However, permitting a reduction of 1/5 or even 1/4 of the newcomers in this location was largely inconsequential. At that moment, pallor spread across every face. Should events continue to unfold in this manner, the outcome would be dire, and many would inevitably perish before escaping the mountains. We must retreat into the caverns. The surface is no longer tenable. Alone, our two factions are no match for these aberrations, exclaimed an elder of the Three-Eyed Sect. Quickly, let us descend underground. The individuals promptly sprang into action. They utilized the narrow passageways for defense. In this easily defensible position, the aberrations found it arduous to advance. Nevertheless, the underground passages resembled a spider's web, with certain aberrations, already adapted to subterranean warfare, navigating through in search of alternate routes to infiltrate and wreak havoc. Chaos erupted both above and below ground. The newcomers from Jinjiling and the Three-Eyed Sect scattered towards different tunnels, each hoping to discover an escape route leading out of the Great Rift Valley. After all, this was the region of exit. What a coincidence! Qin Ming spotted a familiar face, the Jinji knight who had attempted to forcibly procure the spiritual materials from Old Lu, and who had previously exhibited hostility at the valley's entrance. Is it you? The Jinji knight had long abandoned his steed, wandering aimlessly through the underground passage in search of a means of escape. Come here. He waved at Qin Ming and inquired, have you discovered any mysterious resources? Moreover, did you hear the commotion above? Please elaborate on the terrain here. Are you courting death? The Golden Rooster Knight's eyes glimmered with malice. His intent was evident. He had earlier sought to compel Qin Ming into extensive mining, intending to force him into a fate of relentless erosion by the heavens. Now, he believed that slaying him here would pose no consequence. Who would be the wiser? He could easily attribute the deed to those aberrations, leaving no witnesses to speak of. Thus, he concealed nothing, even brandishing a whip towards him. He surmised that it was undoubtedly this youth who had reported him to Old Lu in front of Chao Long and Mu Qing, as they were the only two involved. Qin Ming, however, was not one to passively accept such aggression. He would not allow his boundaries to be trampled upon repeatedly. In a flash, he thrust forward with the long-handled black gold hammer. With a resounding thud, the Golden Rooster Knight felt stars explode before his eyes, the excruciating pain overwhelming him as the hammer made intimate contact with his mouth and nose. His front teeth shattered, and his nose caved in. The world spun around him, and he nearly collapsed. My apologies, my grip slipped, Qin Ming remarked nonchalantly. I'll make you pay. The Golden Rooster Knight's speech became slurred as he struggled with his missing teeth, his fury intensifying. Despite the agony etched across his face, tears streaming down, he drew his long knife, determined to strike down the young man. He was a second-time reborn individual, naturally believing he could easily handle and swiftly eliminate a mere novice who had just undergone their first rebirth. However, before he could even unsheath his long blade, an excruciating pain tore through his right hand as it was struck by a long-handled black gold hammer. The flesh was mangled, and the blade clattered to the ground as his entire right hand convulsed, twisted grotesquely like the claw of the golden rooster he was mounted upon. So, it was with this very hand that you dealt Old Lu a blow, was it? Then allow me to introduce you to my black gold fist. Without further ado, Qin Ming seized the long-handled hammer and began to rain down blows upon him, each strike landing squarely on his face, reducing it to a grotesque mass. The frontal bone caved in from the impact, and the corpse collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In his final moments, the Golden Rooster Knight found it hard to believe how absurdly things had unfolded. How could he, a second-time reborn, be outmatched in both strength and speed by that youth? As his consciousness began to fade, he realized that the opponent had also undergone a second rebirth and was indeed far more formidable than he. Qin Ming dragged the lifeless body into a vast open area where the light of the heavens flowed, offering a relative sense of safety. Suddenly, he turned swiftly to see an elder emerging from another passage, silently approaching him. Who are you, and what is your purpose here? The elder inquired, his expression somber. I am a member of the Three-Eyed Sect. I witnessed this man succumbing to the erosion of heavenly light and fainting on the ground, and I was in the process of aiding him, Qin Ming replied. With a thunderous crash, the elder stomped down, shattering the hard ground beneath him, and charged forward with remarkable speed, emanating a faint white glow, indicative of human heavenly light, clearly revealing him to be a third-time reborn individual. He was not so easily deceived. Upon sensing something amiss, he immediately took action. Even against a mere youth, he struck with lethal intent. Qin Ming understood that he was facing a formidable adversary, an opponent unlike any he had encountered before. He had never clashed with a third-generation newcomer. If he were to vanquish such a formidable master of the third generation, he might very well eliminate all forces at Jinjiling. With fierce determination, Qin Ming resolved to exert every effort to eliminate this elder. Chapter 44. Hearts Stirring. The elder, tall and imposing, charged forth with astonishing speed, akin to a black tiger pouncing upon its prey. His cold gaze could render an ordinary person weak at the knees. Gripping the long-handled black gold hammer, Qin Ming resembled a nimble leopard, first leaping forward with great swiftness, then swiftly altering his course. He did not engage directly, but instead swung the hammer from the side. The elder frowned, astonished that the youth's velocity matched his own. As they nearly collided, the young man managed to change direction instantaneously, passing by on the right while delivering a powerful swing. Qin Ming felt a tremendous vibration travel through the metallic handle as the elder struck the side of the black gold hammer with his bare hand, a truly terrifying feat. This initial strike was merely to gauge the extraordinary prowess of the third-generation newcomer, and the outcome left him increasingly solemn. As the elder surged past, enveloped in a white aura of celestial light, the ground beneath him fractured under the weight of his strides, a testament to his immense power. He was taken aback. Had he been facing any other lesser newcomer, their weapon would have long since been dislodged from their grasp under the might of his celestial energy. After their swift exchange, they had effectively traded positions. The old man gazed down at the grotesque visage of the Golden Rooster Knight, a sight so pitiful that it scarcely resembled a human being. When he lifted his head, his eyes were imbued with an icy malevolence. Qin Ming sighed, merely wishing to arrange the deceased's features so as to prevent an early discovery of the unnatural state of his demise. Yet, unexpectedly, the old man had intruded upon his intentions. Initially, he had contemplated observing the three new arrivals from the shadows, cautiously testing the waters. But now he was thrust into a direct confrontation. The two moved silently, inching closer, akin to two predatory beasts poised to pounce at any moment. "I hail from Qixia City. Do you not fear retribution for your actions?" Qin Ming suddenly spoke, clad in the armor bestowed upon him by Chao Long and Mu Qing, which indeed bore an air of deception. However, he harbored no illusions of intimidating his adversary. Still, it might afford a fleeting moment of hesitation. A moment to weigh the implications of his words. After all, Qixia City was the epicenter of this region, home to many formidable clans. Yet, such a seasoned figure would undoubtedly not show mercy in the end. No sooner had Qin Ming uttered his words than he erupted into action. As anticipated, the old man merely hesitated a heartbeat, but that was sufficient for Qin Ming. Seizing the opportunity, he launched an aggressive strike with his massive hammer. The two were already in close proximity, and with Qin Ming's sudden assault, the old man was left with little choice but to meet it head-on. Too late to evade the onslaught. A dull thud echoed through the expansive cavern, the ground trembling beneath their feet. The old man, with one hand enveloping the hammer, extended his other hand in defense. Yet, the force of this blow far exceeded the earlier tentative strike. Qin Ming poured all his strength into it, causing the old man's palm to shimmer with a radiant light, teetering on the brink of collapse. The elder, reminiscent of someone crafting dumplings, attempted to wrap himself around the heavy hammer and was swiftly cast away, nearly ruining the delicate dumpling skin. He quickly retreated, for this youth, who had yet to harness the light of dawn, possessed an astonishing strength that caused his palm to throb painfully. With Qin Ming seizing the initiative, hesitation was out of the question. He struck blow after blow, embodying the reckless spirit of a novice hammering away at a seasoned master. Each strike unleashed a thunderous sound, swift and fierce, to the point where the elder felt as if he might spit blood. He moved like a specter, retreating, yet he could not shake off his assailant, who kept pace with his every maneuver. Qin Ming was inwardly astonished. His opponent had withstood 7 of his strikes, all barehanded, which was nothing short of extraordinary. In terms of raw power, even if the elder were a third-time newcomer, he could not possibly match him. Yet, with the protective blessing of the dawn light, he was able to withstand the weight of the formidable black gold hammer. Qin Ming felt a surge of desire, yearning for the light of dawn to awaken within him. The elder, shaken by the overwhelming force, flushed and alternated his hands to fend off the hammer, but even so, he struggled to endure, his hands trembling. At that moment, he cared little for his pride. Finding suitable ground devoid of obstructing stones, he dove to the side, rolling and tumbling away like a serpent. He glanced at his hands. Despite being nourished by the dawn light and shielded from harm, they were still red and swollen, and he feared his bones might be injured. Truly astonishing. How could he not have been shattered? Qin Ming's expression soured as he closed in swiftly. The elder's gaze turned piercingly cold, almost wishing to retort. Who is truly the abnormal one? A person who has yet to manifest the dawn light possesses such formidable strength? He withdrew the long knife from his back, silently vowing never to carry a blade concealed behind him again, as he had found himself unable to draw it in a moment of peril. His hands moved like a windmill, striking out repeatedly to collide with the ominous black hammer that was relentlessly aimed at his face. With the knife in hand, The elder utilized the light of the heavens to cleanse the congealed blood, temporarily alleviating his pain. Unfortunately, the elder had not mastered the heavenly light technique. Otherwise, he would not have needed a weapon at all. He spoke, "Each reborn individual will manifest the heavenly light 3 times. Yet that mysterious heavenly light technique is exceedingly difficult to cultivate." Qin Ming understood that as one's realm continued to elevate, mastering some rare and unique heavenly light techniques could rend weapons apart as if they were mere paper. Naturally, Qin Ming would not grant him the time to recover his hands. Grasping the long-handled black hammer in one hand and a short sword in the other, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, 58 hammer blows and 42 sword slashes, without affording the elder a moment's respite. The elder's anger flared. He had never been so thoroughly outmatched in his own territory, particularly by a mere youth. In an instant, his entire being radiated with the brilliance of the heavenly light as he retaliated fiercely. However, to his astonishment, the boy before him had transformed from his earlier frenzied demeanor. Although the long-handled black hammer still wielded immense force, it exhibited a startling transformation. It no longer resembled mere hammer techniques, but rather had taken on the characteristics of swordsmanship. As Qin Ming swung the massive hammer with great speed, his wrist trembled violently, akin to wielding a sword. The hammer emitted a resonant hum as it descended, its shadowy presence conveying an alarming tearing force upon contact with the blade. The elder's long knife was nearly wrenched from his grip, and his expression turned grave. As Qin Ming transformed once more, his hammer descended like thunder, striking with relentless ferocity. The terrifying obsidian gleam crisscrossed the subterranean space, a result of his astonishing speed. The dreadful trajectory of the hammer, dense and intricate, intertwined like a tempest of lightning bursts. With a resounding crash, the elder was sent flying, colliding with the stone wall, his right hand trembling slightly. Even with the protective aura of celestial light, he found it difficult to withstand the onslaught. His gaze turned icy as he leaped from the wall, launching a fierce counterattack that made Qin Ming truly feel the strain. The old man had gone mad with rage, wielding a long sword in one hand while the other braced against the might of Qin Ming's hammer. With a clang, sparks erupted from Qin Ming's shoulder as the elder's left hand scraped against his armor, sending 4 or 5 pieces of it flying. This scene caused Qin Ming's pupils to constrict. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the celestial light. Becoming more cautious, Qin Ming maintained a safe distance from the elder, denying him the opportunity to close in. He wielded his hammer like a whirlwind, unleashing a flurry of concentrated strikes. The elder realized that without the enhancement of celestial light, he would have been obliterated by this young man long ago. What manner of creature was this? Remarkable even before the birth of celestial light. Moments later, amidst the barrage of hammer shadows, Qin Ming's weapon roared, akin to the sun breaking through clouds, unleashing his most powerful strike from within the storm of shadows. His speed was astonishing. Before the other shadows could dissipate, it was as if lightning danced around him. With the main hammer crashing down, the elder's long sword nearly flew from his grasp. He summoned the celestial light to withstand the blow, but the exertion left him utterly fatigued. With a relentless succession of 9 powerful strikes, Qin Ming forced the elderly man to the brink of endurance, his celestial radiance dimming as he coughed up blood. Observing this, Qin Ming swung his hammer once more, this time infused with an icy blade intent, akin to a lightning bolt tearing through the night's veil. The cavernous depths trembled under the resounding echoes of the hammer, as sand and stones were sent flying amidst the tumultuous winds. The clash between the mighty hammer and the long blade resonated with a deafening roar, ultimately causing the elder to lose his grip on the sword. His arm convulsed, the blade clattering to the ground as he sputtered blood. Qin Ming continued his assault, shattering the protective celestial light surrounding the elder. With a sickening thud, the elder's right hand was rendered a bloody mess, bereft of the celestial energy that had previously fortified him, leaving him unable to withstand the hammer's crushing blow, fracturing his fingers in the process. In the next moment, blood frothing from his mouth, the elder felt a sharp pain in his chest, his entire ribcage collapsing under the force, as he was propelled 7 or 8 meters away by a single strike. Killing a thrice reborn individual proved exceedingly difficult. Qin Ming gasped, fatigue washing over him. The celestial energy was indeed formidable. The elder, still clinging to life, spat another mouthful of blood, incredulous at the notion that someone without celestial training could possibly vanquish a thrice reborn. Yet, a wave of frustration surged within him. for he had indeed been bested by such a youth and was now on the verge of death. Stepping forward to deliver the final blow, Qin Ming remarked, "I shall bestow upon you a visage as flat as a meat pie. I am merely molding clay." The elder wheezed, laboring to utter a curse, his unwillingness to succumb to such an ignoble fate evident. The inhabitants of Golden Rooster Ridge were notoriously brash, prone to insults. Shaking his head, Qin Ming brought his hammer down, flattening the elder's face, his brow caving in under the impact. He commenced the search of the elder's person, meticulously arranging his final appearance. Qin Ming wandered through various sections of the vast underground cavern, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. He had encountered no fewer than 3 elderly individuals in alternate passages, all likely to be thrice reborn beings. This posed a considerable dilemma. He was reluctant to take risks and engage with the radicals. He spotted another familiar face. The very knight of the Golden Rooster who had once berated them and had cruelly lashed an elder, leaving a profound gash upon the unfortunate man's visage. "Boy, where have those villagers gone? Come here, I have questions for you." Qin Ming swiftly unleashed a powerful blow, the resounding impact rendering the area utterly silent. He dragged the lifeless body into the shadows. Within the subterranean cavern, a multitude of web-like passages sprawled, and a horde of aberrations surged in from one route, plunging the place into utter chaos. Qin Ming retreated to a distant area, entering a realm where beams of light intertwined, allowing him respite from the need to hunt the denizens of Golden Rooster Ridge and the Three-Eyed Sect, and instead, he began earnestly seeking the enigmatic treasures. He pressed onward, traversing a considerable distance. Delicate wisps of luminous mist swirled about, preventing the underground world from sinking into complete darkness. Could fortune truly be on his side? In a particularly illuminated spot, he sensed a faint tremor. Soon after, he crushed a fist-sized stone, revealing a lustrous blue sheen, seemingly a variant of jade iron, roughly the size of a half-walnut. It could only be fashioned into an arrowhead. Qin Ming felt a surge of joy. Any discovery was a boon, especially one so immensely precious. Ah, what delightful tidings indeed. 2 individuals emerged from another passage, their faces lighting up with glee at the sight of the jade iron in Qin Ming's grasp. Qin Ming recognized at a glance that these were individuals from Qixia City. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered quite far and encountered another group. "Ah, you are Qin Ming?" One of the young men displayed a peculiar expression. Qin Ming scrutinized him closely, recalling that this young man had observed his battle against Nie Rui and Shun Jian. "Oh, so you are the remarkable marksman who defeated Nie Rui and Shun Jian," spoke another middle-aged man. He appeared to be in his 30s, clad in crimson armor, wearing a faint smile as he addressed Qin Ming. "Qin Ming, is it? Come, let us have a word." Qin Ming remained stationary, rooted to the spot. Previously, he harbored a favorable impression of the nobility from Qixia City, from Chaolong, Muqing, Wei Zhuro to Nie Rui, and Shun Jian, all of whom he deemed commendable. However, at this moment, he sensed a palpable malice emanating from the 2 nobles before him, likely coveting the blue jade iron in his possession. Clearly, not all individuals exuded benevolence. Some smiles and elegance were mere facades suitable for public display. In this desolate underworld, those hypocritical masks could be easily torn away. Qin Ming recalled the young nobleman who, after his victory over the Gemini twins, had engaged him in a cordial conversation. "Qin Ming, come here, assist us with a task," the young nobleman urged, his previous warmth now replaced by a rather indifferent tone. 3 times for the new arrivals? Qin Ming disregarded him, turning his gaze towards the middle-aged man in his 30s. As the man lightly clenched his fist, a glimmer of light emerged. "You should maintain a respectful fear towards someone like me. In this shadowy underworld, the flattery of others holds no weight." The middle-aged man spoke. Qin Ming remained silent as he approached them. The 2 individuals had never worried about his escape. After all, Qin Ming had demonstrated a strength nearing 700 pounds when he clashed with Nie Rui and Shun Jian, a mere youth experiencing his first rebirth. Qin Ming desired to draw closer to them, yet upon receiving a fleeting glance from the middle-aged man, he refrained from doing so, following them instead to a spacious area. To his astonishment, Qin Ming beheld a scene before him where the light mist was extraordinarily dense, swirling in abundance. Amidst it stood a tricolored flower, resplendent and on the verge of blooming. The middle-aged man smiled and remarked, "Young brother Qin, I observe that after being corroded by the heavenly light, your body seems to be unscathed. Would you lend us a hand?" Once this tricolored flower fully matures, we would like you to retrieve it from the heavenly light. What purpose does it serve? Qin Ming inquired. The middle-aged man replied, it holds immense value. It can assist individuals in cultivating the heavenly light technique. After the third rebirth, who wouldn't desire to master multiple forms of the heavenly light technique? Yet, even mastering a single form is exceedingly challenging. This flower is truly remarkable. How enticing indeed. Qin Ming marveled. Chapter 45. The true transmission. The young noble Huang Jingjun wore a faint smile. Despite the circumstances, this youth still gazed with wonder at the tricolored flower, revealing himself to be merely a hunter from a remote region, oblivious to his predicament. His elder brother, Huang Jingde, maintained a serene demeanor, indifferent to whether this young man was overly naive or feigning simplicity to buy time. Who would have thought such mysterious treasures lay beneath the ground? Can consuming it truly enable one to cultivate the heavenly light technique? Qin Ming questioned. He earnestly sought guidance, his eyes reflecting the youthful clarity and purity unique to his age, imbued with sincerity and a genuine desire to comprehend this unfamiliar knowledge. Huang Jingde smiled warmly, responding to every inquiry, for the time was still early, and idleness was simply idleness. What tumult could a boy who had only experienced being a novice once possibly stir? As a seasoned thrice-born individual, he could effortlessly quell any opposition. The varied forms of heavenly light energy, was the selection process equally significant? Qin Ming, diligent and eager to learn, unabashedly posed his questions regardless of the setting. Huang Jingde nodded, stating, certainly. It is commendable for a thrice-born to manage even a single form of heavenly light energy. Only with the elevation of one's realm can one practice multiple forms, and a judicious combination can unleash a more formidable power. Qin Ming furrowed his brow, inquiring, how does one choose and combine them wisely? This must be a closely guarded truth among the advanced practitioners of various sects, is it not? Huang Jingde chuckled softly, affirming, indeed. The authentic transmission is but a single sheet of paper, while the counterfeit may fill countless volumes. This is the essence condensed upon that singular page. Qin Ming sighed, pondering who would so readily divulge such pivotal truths. Huang Jingde, reflecting on his own practice of heavenly light energy, shared. Do you think those rare forms of heavenly light energy simply appear? They are the result of predecessors who tirelessly experimented, merging various techniques into a coherent whole. For instance, the legendary sky-piercing energy and the light-coming energy are even more precious, having amalgamated countless forms of heavenly light energy. Even a mere whisper of such secrets carries immense value. As Huang Jingde spoke, a look of yearning graced his face. Those heights felt impossibly distant, a dream just out of reach. Qin Ming felt somewhat perplexed. It seemed that the silk scroll contained no records pertaining to this matter. Could it be that such knowledge was inscribed on the third page? He was utterly bewildered and pondered the predicament he found himself in. He inquired, is it truly the case that ordinary individuals have no avenues for advancement? Without genuine teachings, can one not cultivate the formidable heavenly light force? Huang Jingde responded, indeed, there are rare forms of the heavenly light force, along with the legendary tenets of the sect, which have been continuously amalgamated by our predecessors. You could also study the more common variations of the heavenly light force that are prevalent in society, practice diligently, and forge your own path. The young noble, Huang Jingjun, observed Qin Ming's deep contemplation and couldn't help but smirk, saying, do you believe that the heavenly light force is merely superficial knowledge? It is exceedingly challenging to master. Each variant is quite intricate. How many can you hope to cultivate in your lifetime? Huang Jingde reassured him, fear not. Despite the frigid weather, it can remain viable for over 2 months once matured, especially when stored in a jade box, which prolongs its lifespan. He scrutinized Qin Ming with a discerning gaze and remarked, you have posed so many inquiries. Are you feigning ignorance, or do you genuinely possess confidence? Qin Ming replied nonchalantly, Zhou Wubing is my nephew, and Master Su Kong is my elder brother, residing nearby. Do you believe I lack confidence? Huang Jingde was initially taken aback, then chuckled, you may be unaware. But Master Su Kong departed this remote location with Zhou Wubing just yesterday. Qin Ming was momentarily stunned. It seemed that Zhou Wubing had already embarked on a journey, making it impossible for him to confront him in the near future. He then proceeded to gather the tricolor flowers. Huang Jingde tossed a jade box to Qin Ming, unperturbed by the possibility of it being damaged, for he possessed more than one. Qin Ming took the jade box into his hands and, with a cautious demeanor, walked aside to bury it beneath a pile of rubble, fearful of damaging it. What do you mean? Afraid it might shatter during the battle? Qin Ming replied honestly. He had already discerned that despite Huang Jingda's cheerful demeanor, there were no visible flaws. Any hopes of a surprise attack were rendered impossible. And this would be a formidable confrontation. Feigning madness will not alter anything. The relatively younger Huang Jingjun stepped forward, stating, "Allow me to educate you. You are inadequate. Even Ye Rui and Shun Jiayun are no match for me, and you are far inferior to them," Qin Ming articulated plainly. A cold smile lingered on Huang Jingjuan's face as he remarked, "You do not genuinely believe that a few praises from the young men of Qixia City have inflated your sense of self-importance, do you? You, a mere novice, dare to pose before me. Before you reach the realm of a second-year student, you are nothing in my eyes." With a sharp clang, he unsheathed a gleaming long knife, declaring, "You are proficient with a spear, yet you lack a decent weapon." "It matters not what weapon I wield," Qin Ming stated, drawing forth a brilliantly shining long knife from behind his back, one of superior quality to Huang Jingjuan's. After all, it was the weapon of a third-year student from Jinjiling. Huang Jingjuan's expression turned icy, and without further ado, he suddenly accelerated, charging towards Qin Ming. The long knife in his hand sliced through the air with dazzling brilliance, aimed to cleave downwards. In his estimation, having undergone second-year transformation, he possessed nearly 1,200 pounds of strength, ample to crush this young hunter. One strike would be sufficient to topple him. With but 2 movements, Qin Ming first struck with the back of his blade, crashing it against his opponent's sword. There was no restraint in his actions. The force reverberated through Huang Jingjuan's arm, causing it to tremble uncontrollably, ultimately forcing him to relinquish the hilt. Blood gushed from his hands, the tremendous power having torn the tender flesh between his fingers, leaving him in a state of shock and growing panic as he retreated hastily. Qin Ming's second maneuver was a forward slash. Even though Huang Jingjun reacted swiftly, leaping backward, he could not entirely evade the blow. Sparks flew as his finely crafted armor shattered, pieces of bloodied metal scattering about like confetti. So weak, Qin Ming assessed, before disregarding him entirely and turning his attention to Huang Jingda across the way. "Brother," Huang Jingjun called out, his voice trembling. Although he had yet to succumb to his injuries, he understood that without immediate medical attention, his survival was in grave jeopardy. Huang Jingda charged forward, wielding a silver spear, his earlier calm demeanor evaporating in an instant. Previously, he had regarded Qin Ming with a condescending attitude, dismissing him with playful banter that carried an undertone of mockery. However, upon witnessing the danger Qin Ming posed, he erupted with urgency. Unfazed, Qin Ming drew upon his experiences from previous encounters with 3 new initiates. This time, he brandished the long knife inherited from the elder of Golden Rooster Ridge to meet his adversary. With a resounding clash, he swung his blade, deflecting the ferocious thrust of the spear aside, altering its trajectory. Seizing the moment, he pressed forward, the gleaming edge of his knife shimmering and undulating like the tumultuous waves of the sea, poised to engulf his opponent. Huang Jingda's gaze turned icy as he wielded his spear with one hand, while the other emanated a radiant light, striking at the side of Qin Ming's blade, intent on diverting it away as well. As a result, he indeed struck the side of the blade with precision. However, he could not entirely deflect it. The force of that blow was simply overwhelming. He felt a vague illusion, as if the gleaming edge of the sword was colliding with the tumultuous white waves of the sea and sky. Huang Jingda swiftly evaded, yet even so, a portion of his chest armor shattered. The power of that strike, which grazed him, was astonishingly formidable, far beyond his expectations, surpassing even that of a third rebirth practitioner. A faint trace of blood appeared on his chest. How could this be? Lying on the ground in excruciating pain, Huang Jingjun could hardly believe his eyes. His elder brother, a master in the realm of the third rebirth, had suffered a setback in their very first encounter. Yet, he had clearly seen that the adversary had not unleashed the flowing light of heaven during their struggle, indicating that he had not yet achieved the third rebirth. How could one possess such terrifying strength? I was careless. I never anticipated that one who had not mastered the heavenly light technique could be so potent, capable of rivaling a third rebirth practitioner. Huang Jingda's expression grew grave as he held his silver spear, his mind intensely focused, ready to engage in a life-or-death struggle with all his might. Upon hearing his brother's assessment, Huang Jingjun clutched his wound, coughing as more blood flowed forth. He simply could not accept that the young hunter could be this extraordinarily powerful. Qin Ming's expression also turned serious. Although Huang Jingde was significantly younger than the elder from Jinjiling, his strength might indeed surpass that of the latter. Indeed, after their renewed confrontation, Huang Jingde exhibited a fiercer demeanor, wielding his spear as if it had transformed into a dragon soaring amidst the clouds and mist, claws bared, animatedly lunging toward the vital points of Qin Ming. Simultaneously, Huang Jing's other hand occasionally morphed into a blade-like palm, striking forward with sudden ferocity whenever he drew near. However, he consistently failed to breach Qin Ming's defenses, each attempt thwarted by the relentless barrage of glimmering blades. What left him most exasperated was that the youth's left hand brandished a hefty hammer, which repeatedly struck with precision against his palm blade, inflicting considerable pain. In the distance, the tricolored flowers shimmered with vibrant hues, some petals unfurling, their radiant light and mist intensifying, signaling the imminent maturity of the spiritual blossoms. Even from afar, the fragrance of the flowers wafted through the air, particularly as the tricolored petals grew increasingly translucent and gradually transformed into a resplendent spectacle, cascading in shimmering light like a mysterious, extraordinary rain. How many forms of celestial strength could these spiritual flowers help one cultivate? The anticipation was palpable in Qin Ming's fervent gaze. His fighting spirit surged, eager to conclude the battle swiftly, so he could venture to harvest the soon-to-ripen tricolored flowers. In an instant, Qin Ming unleashed his most formidable strike, seemingly transported to a tempestuous night, where lightning crackled and torrential rain fell. In that inky darkness, his blade intent surged, elevating the power of his spirit, as his long knife sliced through the air, as if to sever the entirety of the pitch-black sky and cleave through the relentless lightning. Huang Jingde's face contorted in terror, for this strike was utterly fearsome, seemingly imbued with boundless lightning and rain, poised to rend the very depths of the underground cavern and dismantle any impediment in its path. He swiftly evaded, yet the long blade drew ever closer, rendering escape impossible. He wielded his silver spear to block, but was violently repelled by an overwhelming force. In the pallor of his face, the blade approached. Huang Jingde bellowed, his hands gripping the spear, determined to intercept the descending strike. He could not allow himself to be cleaved in two. With a resounding clash, it felt as though a colossal mountain had descended upon him, his silver spear sent flying, while searing pain erupted in his shoulder, causing his right arm to collapse towards the ground, blood gushing forth. Although he had momentarily preserved his life, he had utterly lost his combat ability, staggering backward, half his body stained crimson with blood. Are you not merely proficient with the spear? Huang Jingjun, gravely injured and lying on the ground, uttered a desperate question. I am also quite adept with the blade, Qin Ming replied. Chapter 46. Abundant harvest. Huang Jingjun sank into absolute despair. Even his elder brother had been defeated and lost an arm. Who could possibly come to his aid now? The youthful hunter, wielding a bloodied long knife, remained the same figure in his eyes, yet his perception had utterly transformed. Previously, he had sought to compel the other to gather herbs under the light of dawn, finding the other's simplicity amusing, even as death loomed. Still inquiring about his brother's matters, the tricolor flower was on the brink of maturity. The light mist flowed, and the intoxicating fragrance of the blossoms grew increasingly rich, clarifying the mind and lifting the spirit. Deeply captivated, Qin Ming turned to excavate the jade box hidden beneath the pile of rubble, fearing he might miss the opportune moment for harvesting, unsure if such ethereal blooms would wither swiftly after blossoming. Huang Jingde pressed his left hand against the stump of his severed arm, his right side drenched in blood, his armor soaked, leaving a trail of bloody footprints as he staggered backward. He observed Qin Ming turning away, not contemplating an ambush, but casting a lingering glance at his brother before attempting to flee. If he could survive, even in a diminished state, it would suffice. Though Qin Ming was eager to pluck the tricolor flower, he was not foolish enough to make a grave error. He would never allow a newly emerged master to escape right under his nose. Huang Jingde let out a wail, for just as he turned, he heard a sharp crack, the sound of bones fracturing. In excruciating pain, he felt his spine shatter, unable to bear the weight any longer. And he tumbled to the ground, the world spinning around him. Upon retrieving the jade box, Qin Ming swiftly advanced, for the tricolor flower was blooming at an astonishing pace, radiating extraordinary brilliance and beauty. There was nothing more important than this. He plunged into the ethereal mist, making his way directly to the fragrant spiritual plant. It grew beside a crevice among the jagged stones, standing only about a foot tall, yet its blossoms were substantial, with petals unfurling to the size of a fist. Light poured from the crevice, causing Qin Ming to feel a slight constriction in his chest. The entire spiritual flower was drenched in luminescent rain, fully in bloom. Bathed in light, the flower's core shimmered silver, adorned with delicate red streaks, while its edges were a translucent blue. The petals resembled willow leaves, albeit sharper, with jagged edges, and were abundant, layered upon one another, resembling a miniature forest of blades, beautiful yet exuding a fierce sharpness. It was ripe for the taking. Qin Ming began to clear the rubble aside, unearthing an entire cluster of tricolor flowers with his bare hands. From the leaves to the root stalks, each part exhibited a vibrant tricolored essence, brimming with vitality. With a decisive snap, Qin Ming sealed the precious flower within a jade box, exhaling a sigh of relief. Having successfully harvested this immensely valuable spiritual bloom, today was indeed a day of double joy. Qin Ming felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. After vanquishing the foes at Golden Rooster Ridge, he had fortuitously obtained both the blue jade iron and this spiritual flower. Beside him, Huang Jingjun was so infuriated that he coughed up blood. Wasn't that precisely what they had discussed? Now, he felt utterly drained, teetering on the brink of death. Thank you both for your generous gifts. After several days of toil in the mountains, I have not achieved such bountiful results as now. Qin Ming expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Huang Jingda, equally incensed, could scarcely contain his wrath, feeling as though his chest might explode. He had envisioned a glorious future, intending to cultivate the heavenly light technique using the spiritual flower, but now, all was lost. Regardless of their imminent demise, Qin Ming approached them one by one, delivering the final blow with efficiency and precision. While searching their bodies, he unexpectedly discovered that Huang Jingda possessed candles. After a moment's thought, he realized their purpose, to seal the gaps of the jade box. How meticulous! He marveled, knowing that even the most discerning of sense would likely go undetected. Ultimately, Qin Ming gathered the Huang brothers, positioning them alongside the elder from Golden Rooster Ridge and the two Golden Rooster Knights. With a lingering reluctance, he set down the long sword and silver spear. These weapons were far too conspicuous. He found himself unable to carry them away. At this moment, chaos reigned underground as various aberrations intruded. Qin Ming found himself in an area filled with tumultuous roars, instantly attracting several ferocious mutated creatures. Soon, the elder from Jinjiling and the Huang brothers became mere fodder for the aberrations. Above, predatory birds circled, with a massive silver eagle spreading its 10-meter wingspan, accompanied by numerous flying anomalies surveilling the vast chasm. In the subterranean realm, even Chao Long, Mu Qing, and Wei Zhirou's expressions shifted as they huddled with the elders of their clan. They could visibly discern creatures that had mutated 4 or even 5 times. Defending the underground was their best option. At least in the depths of the chasm, away from the exit, their position remained relatively secure. The aberrations could not sustain a prolonged assault here. Once word spread, reinforcements from Qixia City would undoubtedly arrive. Within the subterranean caverns, even Qin Ming felt the impact of the turmoil. In such a chaotic environment, it was ill-advised to wade through the bloodshed, as some aberrations were exceedingly brutal, tearing apart their victims before devouring them. While searching for a path, he had already slain several mutated beings. He could not venture deeper into the chasm, guided by memory. He advanced toward the area where the mountain dwellers had vanished. A ferocious white bear, its eyes filled with malice and its mouth stained with blood, bore down on him, its sharp claws piercing through 2 lifeless corpses. Upon spotting Qin Ming, it charged directly at him. I cannot defeat this colossal bear. Qin Ming sensed the imminent danger. This beast was far more ferocious than any creature that had undergone 3 mutations. He swiftly retreated, recalling his youthful experiences of perilous escapes, having survived in the mountains at the tender age of 14 or 15. Indeed, it had been a brush with death. However, at that time, he confronted mere ordinary beasts, with the company of individuals like Lu Zhe and Su Yueping. Now he faced a grotesquely mutated giant beast. Qin Ming had not encountered such a gruesome and terrifying spectacle for quite some time. His only recourse was to flee relentlessly, for any pause would mean certain death. Fortunately, the underground passage was densely woven, resembling a spider's web, with certain areas exceedingly narrow. The colossal white bear was obstructed, furiously slamming against the stone walls. causing the entire passage to tremble violently, rocks tumbling down, while the two corpses caught in its massive claws were already rendered unrecognizable. Qin Ming realized that both Jinjiling and the Three-Eyed Sect would undoubtedly suffer significant losses, with the few survivors hastening towards the territory occupied by Huang Jingda's family. The underground cavern was stained with blood along many paths, intermittently echoing with the howls of aberrations and the shouts of humans. Should the two factions encounter one another, one side would surely falter. Qin Ming advanced along the narrow passage and, upon emerging into another area, beheld the grim sight of an elder from the Three-Eyed Sect. Brutally slain, pierced through the chest by the long, thick horns of a golden giant bull. This elder, having undergone 3 rebirths, was particularly unfortunate. He was directionally challenged, wandering aimlessly, unable to escape this area. Otherwise, with his capabilities, he would have long since fled to the Huang family's territory. He had become utterly disoriented here. The 2 massive horns of the golden bull were already adorned with 5 corpses, and with a fierce shake of its colossal head, all the bodies were flung away, colliding against the stone walls with a series of thuds, leaving behind pools of blood. Beneath its feet lay more bodies, already crushed beneath the immense hooves of the beast. The golden giant bull, with a coat as smooth as satin, was nearly drenched in its own blood. Upon spotting Qin Ming, it immediately exhaled flames from its nostrils and charged forward. Realizing the ferocity of this beast, Qin Ming understood he was no match and swiftly retreated into a narrow passage once more. Engaging in threats or curses against such a terrifying creature was futile. All he could do was hope for its swift departure. The feeling of being unable to control his own fate was unsettling, and Qin Ming yearned intensely to grow stronger. In this perilous place, should a smaller, mutated creature appear, his demise would be inevitable. With a thunderous crash, the golden bull's sharp horns proved more fearsome than gleaming swords, shattering the stone walls into fragments, sending large rocks tumbling and clouds of dust billowing. The flames it unleashed scorched the rocky surface, generating an intense heat wave. It was no wonder that the elder who had undergone 3 rebirths had fallen victim to it, meeting a tragic end within the passage. Qin Ming's heart raced as he retreated deeper into the tunnel. After what felt like an eternity, the golden bull finally departed, its frustration palpable upon discovering the bipedal creature without fulfilling its lethal intent. Qin Ming waited a while longer, and as the outside grew quieter, he cautiously ventured forth. Although he encountered some other aberrations, they posed less danger this time. Eventually, he squeezed through a narrow opening just wide enough for a person to pass. Once through, the path became somewhat more navigable, leading him to the final area inhabited by the mountain dwellers. With each step, he trudged through the absolute darkness. Fortuitously, he carried a sunstone, yet even with its light, he struggled for over half an hour amidst the treacherous terrain before emerging from the shadowy crevice, escaping the vast chasm and entering a dense forest. Qin Ming couldn't help but admire the seasoned hunters. Had he been tasked with finding this escape route, he undoubtedly would not have succeeded as swiftly. He reflected on the fact that the miners, initially in the gravest peril, ultimately managed to flee alive. This was, of course, linked to their instinctive self-preservation upon descending underground. Had they been pursued like those from Jinjiling and the Three-Eyed Sect, they would have had no time to seek an escape. With a long sigh of relief, Qin Ming acknowledged that, regardless of the circumstances, he had at last evaded death. The mountains were enveloped in an eerie silence, and he encountered scarcely any creatures during his journey. Slowing his pace, he contemplated the fact that many of the dangerous anomalies had ventured into the Great Rift. Suddenly, he halted. If his memory served him correctly, the lair of the White Bear and the Golden Bull was less than 10 miles from here. They were among the most formidable beings inhabiting the outer territories of the mountains. Acting with resolve, Qin Ming pivoted and sprinted towards a specific direction. When he confronted the 2 colossal beasts, he narrowly escaped disaster. Although he emerged unscathed, the encounter was fraught with peril. Had he not discovered a narrow passageway, he would have either been shredded by the bear's claws or impaled on the bull's horns. Resolute, Qin Ming decided to seize the opportunity of the giant's absence to raid their den. Chapter 47. The curtain falls under the cover of night. The forest was shrouded in darkness. The vast expanse lay still, and apart from the herbivorous creatures, it was rare to encounter any fierce beasts. Qin Ming dashed forward, and as he traversed a dense thicket, he abruptly came to a halt. He removed his armor, set aside his long-handled black gold hammer, and unearthed a gleaming set of exquisite golden armor from the snow. These are the remnants of Wang Nianzis, who has long since passed, yet remains a fugitive. In haste, Qin Ming quickly changed his attire, apprehensive that the destination he was bound for might harbor bear cubs or calves. Should they possess a high degree of sensitivity, recognizing him could spell disaster. It is common knowledge that Wang Nianzhu had slain the blood serpent and extinguished the likes of Fu Intao and Feng Yan from the mountain patrol team. Thus, it is not unusual for Qin Ming to infiltrate the lair of the amidst the chaos. After fastening Wang Nianzhu's long sword, which shimmered like a pristine spring, to his waist, he shrouded his face with a cloth. He had no choice. His strength was insufficient, necessitating a more cautious approach. Subsequently, he sprinted 8 li to a stone forest encircled by trees, where rocks were abundant, some areas nearly forming rocky hills. The stench was unbearable. Qin Ming found it intolerable, as the white giant bears residing here displayed little regard for cleanliness. As he drew near, he was met with the pungent aroma of bear feces. Deep within the stone forest lay a fiery spring, enveloped in crimson mist and glimmering with light, comparable in scale to the fiery spring of Yinteng Town, both reaching the second tier. Although the white giant bears had undergone multiple mutations and exhibited formidable prowess, they were still unqualified to venture deeper into the mountains, unable to claim the more splendid fiery springs. However, to the mountain dwellers, this was already a treasure trove. Yet this splendid location had been ravaged by the giant bear, littered with animal pelts, bones, and remains, while massive piles of bear feces were strewn about, particularly near the fiery spring. It was evident that its hibernation had been far from adequate, as it continued to hunt within the mountains. It should be an old male bear, so solitary, residing alone in such an expansive territory, thus squandering this precious land. Qin Ming searched high and low, yet the stench here was overwhelming, leaving him with little to find. Frustration washed over him. He had traveled a great distance, braving considerable risks, only to be met with the foul odor of bear droppings and nothing more. In a fit of vexation, Qin Ming contemplated setting fire to the place, deeming it a thorough cleansing. He felt the desolation was unbearable, the reality so grim it made him nauseous. This was Qin Ming's first encounter with defeat, leaving him breathless with indignation, longing for vengeance. Yet ultimately, he pinched his nose and resigned himself to leave, not wishing to linger a moment longer. Just as he turned to depart, however, his eye caught a glimmer in the hot spring. His spirits lifted instantaneously. Could this old bear truly possess the knowledge of fish husbandry? Rushing to the edge of the spring, he beheld the flicker of fish in a pool roughly 6 or 7 yards square. Yet, disappointment soon followed as he realized they were merely fry. This odorous old bear was utterly disgraceful. The fish here would likely never grow, as they would be swiftly caught and consumed by it. In the end, he seized the fry, rejecting those shorter than his finger, and collected every one that approached the length of his palm, with the 2 largest measuring 7 inches long, totaling over 20. These were a type of spiritual fish, shimmering blue with certain semi-transparent areas, capable of growing over 1 meter in length, and once matured, they would embody rich vitality and spirit. Alas, with that impatient old male bear present, the possibility of them reaching such size was utterly extinguished. Though still small, they held a certain essence, considered a potent tonic. As soon as Qin Ming ventured into the mountains, he invariably carried his leather pouch, a practical habit forged by the harshness of his environment, now proving invaluable. This was one of the reasons behind Huang Jingjuan's subtle smirk. Under the cloak of night, the undulating mountains were blanketed in expansive forests. Upon trespassing into the domain of the golden giant bull, Qin Ming was momentarily awestruck. Deep within the woods lay a secondary fire spring, its crimson, luminous liquid not accumulating in a basin, but rather nourishing a chaotic array of fiery fields. The fire spring was not scalding, its temperature falling short of human skin warmth. Yet it effectively warded off the biting chill of wind and snow. Astonishingly, the fire fields flourished with vibrant hues of greenery and vivid blossoms. The old bull truly is industrious, Qin Ming marveled. Amidst the snow-laden mountains, with snowflakes still drifting from the sky, this vibrant scene was undeniably captivating. A vine laden with fiery pears bore 2 or 3 dozen that had already ripened into a brilliant red, exuding an enticing fragrance. These fruits were known for their restorative properties. Qin Ming quickly gathered them. Subsequently, he stumbled upon a patch of low-lying plants, each barely a foot tall, yet brimming with purple berries that offered a delightful sweet and sour flavor. With such an abundance of purple sun fruits, consuming a few would swiftly rejuvenate his energy. Indeed, the old bull had sown nothing but treasures. Although this disordered fire field lacked meticulous care, the remarkable vitality of the secondary fire spring ensured that all plants thrived splendidly. Regrettably, the old bull, with its extensive herd of wild cattle residing in these mountains, left no substantial spiritual materials for others to discover, as they were likely devoured by its progeny. Disheartened, Qin Ming dared to venture into the lair of the repeatedly mutated creatures, naturally hoping to gain something and to experience a rebirth thrice. The fiery fields were abundant with fruits, some imbued with a hint of vitality, deemed a great nourishment for ordinary individuals, and several had already ripened. Amidst the frigid expanse, the sight of such delectable fruits momentarily alleviated Qin Ming's despondency, and a glimmer of light began to emerge in his eyes. Whether they were the vibrant red fruits or the golden melons, he harvested them all, filling 2 leather pouches to the brim. Was there no calf left behind? Qin Ming cast his gaze deeper into the wild buffalo territory. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. While he did not spot any calves, a young donkey caught his attention. It bore a resemblance to the steed of the old yellow weasel, yet it was merely a small donkey, and astonishingly, it too was pilfering melons. In the distance, a sound echoed as the melon fell from the donkey's mouth, startling it as it encountered the armored bipedal creature. "Oh, little donkey, do not make a sound." Qin Ming turned and fled. Though the small donkey posed little threat, its formidable backing was a concern. Should it bray here? Who could predict what monstrous entities might be drawn forth? Qin Ming conjectured that it must be a descendant of the steed belonging to the old yellow weasel. Otherwise, how could a mere donkey dare to venture here to steal melons? He dashed away at breakneck speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Amidst the chaotic fiery fields, the young donkey appeared bewildered, nearly tripping in its haste to escape, only to find that the bipedal creature had fled before it could react. He felt a pang of guilt and refrained from making a sound, meandering about like a vagabond, indulging in excesses before letting out a hearty belch, then scampering away with a flick of his tail. Much later, deep within the wild bull ridge, a large white bull emerged, a creature that had undergone 3 mutations. The old yellow bull, possessing a grand estate, naturally kept a bull to guard the homestead. The white bull had noticed the appearance of the donkey foal and, instead of chasing it away, chose to conceal itself, aware of the foal's origin and wishing not to disturb it. "Mu, has a herd of donkeys arrived?" The white bull was utterly astonished upon approaching the fire field. It also took with it a piece of jade-like iron hidden in the mountains, as all the perilous experts had gone to the Great Rift, leaving the outside eerily vacant. Wubing was taken aback. The organized reverse hunting by these aberrations left him speechless. Yang Yongqing shared his shock and trepidation. It was not just they who were at risk. Those noble elites of Qixia City were bound to suffer dire consequences as well. Upon learning that all the mountain dwellers had emerged unscathed, they were left in a state of bewilderment and amusement, lamenting the unpredictability of life. As those most likely to encounter calamity had all escaped. Throughout the day, he had ventured out numerous times, each time feeling disheartened upon seeing the gate of Qin Ming's residence still locked, fearing for his uncle's safety. For he had learned from Lu Zhe and Liang Wanqing that his uncle had been taken by the people of Jinjiling to undertake a perilous task. Although Lu Zhe had sustained severe injuries, his constitution was robust, and he was now able to step outside, supported by Liang Wanqing. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Ming arrived at their small courtyard, carrying a large bag filled with vibrant red and golden fruits. While venturing into the mountains, they occasionally stumbled upon wild fruits preserved beneath the snow from the autumn, yet none could compare to the freshness of what he had brought. "Wow, this time it's not the mountain persimmons, it's my favorite red berries. Uncle, you're incredible," exclaimed Wenrui, her cheeks flushed with joy as she devoured the fruits. Meanwhile, 2-year-old Wenhui clung to Qin Ming's neck, planting a smacking kiss on him and expressing his delight in indistinct babble. In the iron cage, a vibrant, mutated squirrel was leaping about, nearly in tears from yearning, gazing longingly and chattering incessantly. "Bow to me, and I'll give you a little red fruit," Qin Ming jested. Remarkably, the squirrel stood in its cage, repeatedly bowing. With each gesture, it emitted a chirp, seemingly counting its offerings. "Have you truly become sentient?" Qin Ming pondered, a flicker of surprise igniting within him. As the mountain-goers delayed their return, concern naturally arose. leading various families to leave a small contingent in places like Yinteng Town, realizing that something was amiss. Soon, several raptors were released into the night sky, and the remaining members began seeking assistance from Qixia City, informing them of the significant peril that had emerged. That night, experts from Qixia City set out, treating the rescue as an urgent matter. A moment's delay could cost many lives. The peculiar creatures in the mountains, wary of inciting a bloody reprisal from Qixia City, chose not to annihilate their adversaries and began their retreat under the cover of darkness before the experts from Qixia City could arrive, thereby alleviating the crisis on their own. Each family suffered losses, with varying degrees of issues arising. Chao Long, Mu Qing, Wei Jiro, and others in the vicinity of the Great Rift Valley also experienced casualties. Some families suffered a reduction of 2 to 30%, while others experienced losses reaching 40 to 50%. For instance, the Huang family endured significant setbacks, but the most tragic fates befell the Jinji Ridge and the Sanyan sect. At the entrance, they nearly faced total annihilation. In the end, only a few bloodied elders from these two families managed to escape, supporting one another as they fled. The notorious leaders of Jinji Ridge, upon hearing the details, were infuriated and nearly rushed to exact vengeance, berating their kin as worthless, inferior even to a band of mountain dwellers. The key figures of the Sanyan sect in this region were equally stunned, almost on the verge of vomiting blood. Qin Ming, it is imperative that you depart from this desolate place. You ought to seek refuge in the grand city, where you may engage with others and broaden your horizons. That realm is rich in resources and teeming with remarkable individuals and breathtaking landscapes. Indeed, the distant world is vibrant and resplendent, with magnificent cities bustling with life, where one might encounter various creatures, even divine beings taking human form, far exceeding your imagination. 5 centuries ago, the Black and White Mountains were renowned across the world, but that is no longer the case. Before parting ways, they all urged Qin Ming to leave this area at the earliest opportunity. During this time, Qin Ming also encountered Nie Rui, Shen Jieyun, and others, who greeted him warmly. At last, these individuals departed. That night, Qin Ming approached the old man Lu, carrying a bundle of fruits, fire pears, purple sun fruits, and silver melons. Where have you ventured to procure such treasures? Only creatures of significant mutation, those beyond the 4th tier, would tend to the fire fields. You truly are remarkable, old Lu exclaimed, his eyelids twitching in astonishment. Let me ponder this. That old bear is certainly out of the question, lazy and savage, utterly disheveled. The mountain lord, while extraordinarily powerful, rarely consumes vegetation. The old yellow ox is the most industrious. You haven't visited there, have you? Lu, the old man, was quite astonished. Qin Ming couldn't help but admire the elder's profound familiarity with the various terrains of the mountains. It was indeed remarkable. This very knowledge was the reason for his presence here. Qin Ming spoke. Old man, I was severely bullied by that bear and the yellow bull. They nearly ended my life in the Great Rift. When shall we venture to the place you mentioned to seek the spiritual materials? The old man cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, You managed to escape unscathed from the harassment of those highly mutated creatures? You must have seized an opportunity, encroaching upon their lair and profiting while pretending innocence. Realizing that Qin Ming's strength must have significantly increased, he pondered how else he would be so eager to find spiritual materials. A yearning for rebirth was palpable. Have you experienced a second rebirth? He inquired in a hushed tone. Yes, I've been feeling warm lately. It should be nearing completion. What about you? Qin Ming responded. Give me 2 more days, and I should be close as well, Lu replied, closing the door. He added, Be mindful. Let us keep our second rebirth a secret for now. Understood. Qin Ming nodded. The two exchanged a knowing smile. 2 days later, Qin Ming and Lu convened, engaging in extensive discussions as they prepared to enter the mountains. Chapter 48. An Unconventional Approach. The room was comfortably warm, initially dominated by Lu's discourse while Qin Ming listened attentively. Eventually, they collaborated on their research. Qin Ming felt a surge of anticipation and excitement. In such a perilous environment, he yearned for a third rebirth, wishing to avoid the harrowing experience of being hunted by colossal beasts. With greater strength, he believed that the forces of Jinjiling and the Three-Eyed Sect would no longer dare to coerce him, treating them as expendable pawns to delve underground for mining. Lu, the elder, took a sip of water and said, Once we enter the mountains, we must meticulously observe the terrain and carefully plan our escape route before taking action. Qin Ming, filled with suspicion, remarked, "I sense a lack of confidence in your words. We cannot afford any mishaps at a critical moment." Lu replied, "Caution is never misplaced, for we have much to lose. The destination we seek harbors rare and precious spiritual substances, fraught with peril. Should we fail, lives may be lost." Qin Ming, now vigilant, inquired, "Does Yinteng Town possess any dynamite? We should procure some." Lu's suggestion sparked new ideas in Qin Ming's mind, prompting him to consider other locations as well. Lu surprisingly had alternative plans. "Do share," Qin Ming urged. "In the mountains, there exists a lake in the western ravine, where a mutated tortoise lies dormant, having undergone 3 transformations. Its body is a treasure trove, with its blood rich in spiritual essence. Currently, it is hibernating. Should we manage to unearth it while it remains in a deep slumber and toss some dynamite into its burrow, I believe success is highly probable." Lu's excitement grew as he contemplated abandoning the original plan in favor of confronting the mystical tortoise. Qin Ming, however, tempered his enthusiasm, reminding him, "The tortoise's shell possesses remarkable defensive capabilities. Dynamite may not suffice to shatter it. Moreover, the lake is vast. How shall we locate it? Shall we dig until the end of time?" Lu conceded, "You make a valid point. Spiritual beings are inherently stronger than their ordinary counterparts. A tortoise that has mutated thrice would likely prove resistant to our efforts, especially given its long legs, which afford it considerable speed when agitated." Old Lu calmed himself and reflected, realizing that the spirit turtle had undergone 3 mutations over the past 2 decades, making it even more formidable now. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's expression changed, sensing something amiss. "Old man, you don't mean that the information you're providing dates back a decade or 2, do you? Rest assured, I am not that unreliable." Old Lu shook his head in denial. He then proposed an alternative plan, to use explosives to frighten away the long-armed gibbons, utilizing the tremendous sound of the explosion to scatter them and then retrieve the spiritual materials from their lair. Qin Ming regarded him with a curious gaze, wondering how these plans could be so unconventional. Old Lu expressed his genuine desire to eradicate the troublesome gibbons. Qin Ming inquired, "Have you been bullied by those monkeys? Aren't they over 20 kilometers away? That's quite far from us." Old Lu rapped his fingers on the table, stating, "It's about eliminating a menace for the sake of the people. Do you understand? In Yinteng Town, many who venture into the mountains have fallen victim to the long-armed gibbons, even being dragged away." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming immediately recognized that Old Lu must have encountered those monkeys and still harbored resentment. "I find it unreliable. What if we fail to scare them off and instead provoke their aggression, leading them to relentlessly pursue us?" "Monkeys are notorious for holding grudges," Old Lu replied. "While it may not be entirely foolproof, it remains a viable option. 30 years ago, someone created quite a stir, luring a tiger away from its den using a similar tactic. So bold, that could actually work." Qin Ming couldn't help but marvel. That mountain lord was far more formidable than the old bear and the bull of Wild Bull Ridge. Old Lu shook his head and remarked, "The mountain lord holds a grudge more fiercely. Although it wasn't as powerful then as it is now, it was exceedingly ferocious. 3 months after the incident, it stormed into Yinteng Town one fateful night and tore those 2 individuals apart. Just moments ago, Qin Ming had considered those 2 quite formidable, his thoughts becoming lively. But now he was forced to regain his composure. "I believe your alternative suggestions are unreliable. The first option remains the most suitable. Let us venture into the mountains." As the 2 stepped outside, they observed the people from Golden Rooster Ridge entering the village, their mounts, the walking chickens, leaving no room for doubt. They were the only ones. Golden Rooster Ridge still has resources? How did they manage to survive the Great Rift? Old Lu murmured. The arrival of these 2 men caused a palpable tension among the villagers, for Golden Rooster Ridge had once been a notorious bandit faction, even though they had been subdued. Their nature had not changed significantly. "We are here to assess the situation. How many newcomers does your village have? Please register them," announced a middle-aged man atop a walking chicken. A heavy silence fell over everyone. Could they be seeking revenge? After all, it was well known that nearly all the individuals from Golden Rooster Ridge and the Three-Eyed Sect who had entered the Great Rift had perished, while the mountain dwellers had all managed to escape unscathed. Sui Weping whispered, "Some of the larger villages have been under scrutiny since yesterday." Qin Ming replied, "What concern is it of ours that the people of Golden Rooster Ridge failed to escape? They find themselves in a position of strength, yet lack the survival skills of the oppressed mountain dwellers. Whom can they blame?" Old Lu remarked, "They will not reason with you. Such is the nature of the world. If you possess sufficient strength, even during weddings or funerals, the high beings from the mountains may personally attend the banquet. Conversely, if you are weak, even monkeys will bully you on the mountains. One must strive for self-improvement. He continued, the ancient creatures deep within the mountains maintain connections with the high-ranking officials of Qixia City. Do not doubt it. An old ranger I once knew spoke of it firsthand. After registering at Jinjiling, the two individuals departed without delay. I speculated that they were likely seeking to bolster their ranks. Su Yeping remarked, and the crowd concurred, recognizing the validity of his assertion. Jinjiling had suffered significant losses and was in urgent need of reinforcements. Old Lu cautioned, trouble is on the horizon. Besides seeking personnel, they will undoubtedly demand resources. The costs of recruiting and training new soldiers will be substantial. A heavy silence fell upon the people, as the notorious bandits of Jinjiling had long exerted considerable pressure on the surrounding villages, a situation that proved difficult to alter. As Qin Ming and Old Lu ventured into the mountains, they couldn't shake their discontent, lamenting the people of Jinjiling, whom they regarded as nothing more than thieves throughout the ages. I truly wish to eradicate Jinjiling, Qin Ming exclaimed. Cease your reckless words. Should someone overhear, it could spell disaster, Old Lu admonished him. By the way, old man, you mentioned that the high beings deep within the mountains have close ties with the upper echelons of Qixia City. Is that true? Old Lu replied. Someone has indeed claimed as much, though I cannot ascertain its veracity. Then why did the Great Rift incident still occur? Qin Ming gazed at the silent expanse ahead, a place where, just 3 days prior, countless lives had been lost amidst a clash with the aberrations, the valley now steeped in the scent of blood. I pondered the notion that the assault on the Great Rift might have been orchestrated with tacit agreement from both sides. Qin Ming turned to him and inquired, why do you say that? Old Lu replied, the number of aberrations in the mountains is on the rise, yet their territory remains limited. It is time to cull some. The prominent families of Qixia City have flourished significantly over the years. According to the itinerant merchants, each family possesses its own monopolistic industry. It would be inappropriate for the city lord to suppress them directly. Now, with the bloodshed at the Great Rift, it seems rather justifiable. Old Lu, you truly have a daring imagination, Qin Ming remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. In my youth, I too traversed Qixia City and became quite familiar with it. I have witnessed the world. Were it not for that formidable beast in the mountains which shattered my foundation with a single swipe, I would not have fallen into such misfortune. As the two conversed while walking, after delving 10 miles into the mountains, Old Lu cautioned, let us speak no more of those ancient creatures in the deep mountains. Here, within the heart of the mountain, lies a fire spring. Old Lu, with his profound knowledge of the mountains, noted that others would be oblivious to the conditions of this place. He had previously traversed this path and was aware that the fire spring had dimmed due to the magnetic disturbances within the mountains, which was one of the reasons he chose to act here. Within the mountain dwelled a colony of silver-headed ants, which relied heavily on the fire spring. Otherwise, their activity would drastically diminish in the frigid cold, rendering them lethargic. From the blood serpent to the spirit turtle, and then to the long-armed gibbon. Along with the silver-headed ants found here, Old Lu's chosen targets are indeed quite unconventional. However, Qin Ming must concede that this is, in fact, the most optimal choice available at present. The silver-headed ants are formidable. A single nest teems with an astounding number of them, making winter the most suitable time to confront them. Another critical reason lies in the fact that only one queen ant is permitted within the entire colony. Although there exists an abundance of spiritual matter capable of enabling other silver-headed ants to undergo 3 mutations, the queen ant forbids it. These silver-headed ants vastly surpass the black ants used by Su Yeping for brewing tea, ranging in size from that of an infant's fist to that of a chicken egg, exhibiting remarkable ferocity. Their heads are adorned with silver stripes, which is how they acquired their name. What is truly astonishing about these ants is their ability to brew honey wine. They gather various pollens, wild fruits from the mountains, and even venture forth to seize grains. With the aid of the fire spring's spiritual essence, they are able to concoct a liquid reminiscent of both wine and honey. They can repeatedly extract the essence from the honey wine, allowing it to ferment anew, purifying it time and time again, ultimately yielding a unique spiritual substance that manifests as a pale golden liquid. In certain grand cities, the honey wine brewed by the silver-headed ants commands an exorbitant price, not to mention the astonishing value of the concentrated spiritual essence derived from its repeated refinement. As Qin Ming and old Lu traversed the fissures of the mountainside. They ventured deeper, feeling a tingling sensation on their scalps. At the dimly lit fire spring, they were surrounded by the colossal ants. Anyone afflicted with a fear of densely packed creatures would undoubtedly find this scene intolerable. The silver stripes shimmered with a chilling luster, and at this moment, the ants remained utterly still. The two men silently withdrew, commencing their observation of the surrounding terrain and strategizing their escape route. In the ensuing 2 days, they tirelessly traversed the mountains, delivering the essential supplies. The success or failure hinged upon this singular endeavor. Amidst the frigid landscape, the frosty breath of the two men formed a white mist as they prepared to act. Qin Ming's mind was in turmoil, not from anxiety or fear, but from a tumult of thoughts. If they succeeded here, after 3 rebirths, the shattered memories of your would resurface. What would he behold this time? Chapter 49. A heart in turmoil. Qin Ming and old Lu busied themselves with various tasks, such as chopping wood, laying paths, and trapping beasts. Everything was meticulously prepared. The silver-headed ants, being omnivorous and possessing acute olfactory senses, were particularly responsive to enticing scents, and this was indeed evident. Qin Ming remarked that he and old Lu had purchased honey at a premium, in addition to amassing a significant supply of beast blood, which they sprinkled along their route, occasionally applying honey as they drew nearer. As Qin Ming and old Lu ventured through the crevices of the mountain, the two distinct aromas stirred the previously motionless silver-headed ants from their stupor. Some began to stir. They quickly ignited a fire. Be cautious, do not burn yourselves. The duo hurled several barrels of flammable oil towards the nest, igniting torches before hastily retreating. Boom! Flames erupted, awakening the silver-headed ants within the mountain's depths. Although many perished in the blaze, their numbers were overwhelming, densely packed together, writhing and moving, with the intricate structure of the anthill rendering many areas unreachable by fire. In an instant, the silver-headed ants were incensed, surging forth from the fissures like a tidal wave. Come forth. It would be splendid if the queen ant joins us. Old Lu bellowed, wielding his hefty machete. Hurry, they are upon us. Qin Ming tugged at him, urging him to flee upwards into the mountain. The two individuals were unperturbed by the silver-headed ants' lack of pursuit, as they had strewn a trail of honey and beast blood along their path. Moreover, these creatures were far from ordinary ants. They possessed a heightened territorial instinct and were exceedingly ferocious, retaliating fiercely against any intruders that dared to encroach upon their nests. How could some of these silver-headed ants possess the ability to fly? Before Qin Ming could cover even 100 meters, a cacophony erupted behind him. What was happening? Lu, the elder, was equally bewildered as a swarm of flying ants, each the size of a fist, surged forth, far exceeding the numbers of their grounded counterparts. Why are you asking me? Qin Ming sensed a troubling omen. This old man seemed rather unreliable. Wasn't he supposed to be well acquainted with the conditions of the mountains? How could he be unaware of the existence of flying silver-headed ants? Had his information been outdated by 5 years? Qin Ming struck down on the flying ants. Feeling their formidable resilience, an ordinary person would undoubtedly struggle to crush them. The flying ants were a dark crimson hue, their silver markings on their heads gleaming more prominently, with transparent wings that created an ominous rustling sound in the snowy air. Their mandibles resembled a pair of massive pincers, blood-red in color, and upon landing on a person, they clanged like armor, hinting at their formidable offensive power. The mere presence of this 100 or so was sufficient to devour an ordinary human in an instant. It's fine. There aren't many flying ants. This 100 or so are not enough to defeat us, Lu declared, wielding his blade while cautiously guarding his face. No sooner had he spoken than hundreds more emerged from the crevice of the mountain, their terrifying wing beats reminiscent of metal grinding against metal, instilling a profound sense of dread. Qin Ming's expression darkened. Should they continue to pour forth in their thousands, they would find themselves in a dire predicament. The two men, both possessing remarkable stamina, sprinted to the summit of a low hill in a single breath. Around them, hundreds of flying ants surged wildly, their speed undeterred by the frigid environment. It was akin to forging iron. Qin Ming struck down one after another, relentlessly smashing the ferocious insects that charged at him. Old Lu was equally unyielding. Wielding his large cleaver with precision, the sharp sound of slicing resonating in the bright light as countless ant carcasses littered the ground beneath their feet. Standing atop a low hill, they gazed down at the dark red expanse, a sight that induced dizziness, as a multitude of silver-headed ants crawled up the snowy terrain. In truth, there was no need for them to sprinkle animal blood or honey. The vengeful nature of these fierce insects was overwhelming, their acute sense of smell drawing them towards the scent of the two men. Despite the biting cold, how could their speed remain unhampered? Slightly slowed, yet still insufficient. They had to persist. The duo remained steadfast on the hill, battling the relentless flying ants while keeping a wary eye on the advancing army of silver-headed ants. Drawing ever closer. Let us set fire to a batch, to warm them up a bit and lure more silver-headed ants out of their nest, suggested one. They swung their blades and wielded their hammers, never forgetting to ignite torches, as entering the ant nest necessitated first vanquishing the army below. Be careful not to throw the torches in the wrong place, old Lu cautioned, genuinely concerned that Qin Ming might inadvertently trigger the explosives. These were byproducts of external alchemical concoctions, gradually being repurposed by people across various regions. Rest assured, many silver-headed ants perished in the flames. Yet this only incited the ferocity of the ant army, undeterred by death, surging upward like a relentless tide. The second wave of the ant army has emerged from the nest, old Lu announced. The worst-case scenario did not materialize. The swarm of flying ants was not as numerous as anticipated. Suddenly, old Lu shouted, and with a resounding crash, he was struck down by a colossal flying ant, tumbling headfirst into a snowdrift, instantly engulfed by a multitude of these insects. Qin Ming felt a jolt of alarm as he spotted a flying ant larger than a human head, its body of vivid crimson adorned with silver patterns. It was not only mutated, but had apparently undergone the transformation twice. Without hesitation, he charged forward, swinging his hammer with ferocity. But the twice-mutated flying ant evaded him with astonishing speed, diving toward old Lu buried in the snow. Qin Ming, like a bolt of lightning, pursued swiftly, aiming a powerful strike at this peculiar ant. The twice-mutated flying ant, not wishing to collide with old Lu while simultaneously being struck from behind, deftly dodged. Infuriated, it veered toward Qin Ming, attacking with relentless agility. Old Lu, cursing as he emerged from the snowbank, swung his blade at the fist-sized flying ants. How could a man of my stature be knocked down by an ant? Today, I have lost all face. Am I truly so weakened by age that I can hardly wield a sword? Huff, can you withstand this immensely powerful twice-mutated flying ant, little Qin? Old Lu's expression turned grave as he remarked, indeed, while the ant queen is a thrice-mutated creature, she is not a skilled combatant. It is imperative to cultivate these aerial warrior ants strategically. Qin Ming continued to wield his long-handled black-gold hammer, striking the flying ants multiple times, producing a sound akin to ringing metal. The creature was indeed formidable. However, it could not withstand the sheer force of Qin Ming's blows. With each impact, fissures appeared on its body, culminating in an explosive burst. It was unfortunate. 3 exceptionally powerful flying ants had appeared once again. Lu, the old man, changed his expression. At the foot of the mountain, 3 unusually large flying ants emitted a terrifying sound as they flapped their wings, soaring upward. Behind them trailed 6 slightly smaller flying ants. Yet they were still far larger than the ordinary ones. The 3 were the result of a second mutation, while the 6 were of the first. Indeed, this nest of insects proved to be quite formidable. As for the common silver-headed ants, some had already climbed to the peak. And although the main force behind them moved sluggishly, upon discovering the 2 individuals within close proximity, they continued their relentless ascent. That's enough, Qin Ming proclaimed, as he positioned himself to intercept the 3 mightiest flying ants. Hearing this, Lu quickly ignited the fuse, and with a thunderous boom, the pre-placed explosives detonated, triggering an avalanche that buried a significant number of silver-headed ants beneath the rumbling snow. They estimated that the ant army was already on the verge of freezing, and being trapped within would likely prevent them from escaping, with a high probability of perishing in the cold. You think a mere little ant can knock me down? I can't afford to lose face, Lu declared, as he blocked one of the second mutated flying ants and engaged in a fierce battle. How incredibly tough. His blade could not sever it. Lu was flustered as ordinary flying ants swarmed around him. Qin Ming exerted all his strength, with shimmering golden patterns appearing across his body. Amidst the clashing sounds, he managed to destroy 2 second mutated flying ants in succession. He then wielded his long-handled black gold hammer like a whirlwind, causing a cascade of ant corpses to fall around him with each decisive strike. Stay back, let me handle this. Lu, proud and resolute, ultimately vanquished the second mutated flying ant. After dealing with the remaining silver-headed ants that had not yet succumbed to the frost, the two breathed a collective sigh of relief. We can consider this as a preemptive measure to safeguard the populace. Should the queen ant undergo a fourth mutation, the population of silver-headed ants would surge uncontrollably, leaving devastation in its wake. Old Lu plopped down onto the snow, declaring, "Yet, it is not over. A massive swarm emerges from the fissures in the mountains," Qin Ming cautioned. Upon hearing this, Old Lu's face paled. Fortunately, this time there were no mutated flying ants, just a dense throng of ordinary silver-headed ants crawling forth. Though not as numerous as before, it is likely that after exterminating these, we will be nearing the end. Let us descend the mountain and lure them out from the ant nest, engaging them in close quarters. Even Qin Ming found himself fatigued after an entire day of ant slaughter. However, as twilight waned, a considerable number of silver-headed ants continued to emerge. Old Lu, exhausted, could scarcely lift his blade. Thankfully, this remote area deterred other creatures from encroaching upon the silver-headed ant's nest, preventing any mutated beings from lurking nearby. We shall resume our efforts tomorrow. In the past 2 days, some villagers ventured into the underground caverns of the Great Rift, emerging with exceptional weaponry, creating quite a stir and prompting more individuals to seek their fortunes there. Many of the weapons and armors were remnants left by the scions of the noble families of Qixia City, thus they are undoubtedly of superior quality. Qin Ming and Old Lu had never anticipated that since the first day they began to eradicate the silver-headed ants. They had been engaged in this endeavor for 3 consecutive days without achieving a complete extermination. I believe we are nearing the end. Reaching the ant nest should pose no significant challenge. You have a penchant for ominous predictions. Perhaps it would be prudent to refrain from such statements. On the 4th day, as the two of them walked and conversed, Qin Ming paused in astonishment upon reaching the Great Rift Valley. Rubbing his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken, he perceived a dark mist swirling within the valley, moving swiftly like a spectral serpent. "Look over there, at the Great Rift." Qin Ming gestured. "What is it?" "There's nothing there," Elder Lu responded, his face a mask of confusion. Qin Ming fell silent, feigning dizziness. His heart was tumultuous as he speculated that the absorption of the mysterious liquid had granted him the ability to perceive the abnormal dark mist. "I asked you to help me make contact with those once notable, yet now diminished factions. Have you made any progress?" Elder Lu replied, "One family has relented. I believe there is little cause for concern." "That is truly splendid," Qin Ming exclaimed with delight. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a distance, "You too? What were you just gazing at?" 2 figures emerged near the exit of the Great Rift Valley. Their formidable presence was palpable, indicating they were highly dangerous experts, causing Qin Ming's heart to sink. Elder Lu observed the golden insignia on the sleeves of the 2 individuals and whispered, "The golden patterns on their sleeves signify preliminary recognition by the Golden Thieves. They must be the leaders of Golden Rooster Ridge, the most formidable outlaws in that region." Following this, he fell silent and pulled Qin Ming forward. Qin Ming was well aware of these notorious outlaws, having heard numerous rumors about them recently. They were 4th-time newcomers, among the strongest in the local organization. What business could they have in the Great Rift Valley? Was the dark mist connected to them? Doubts swirled in his mind. "Hurry up and come here," one of the outlaws barked. "We intend to hunt in the mountains, merely passing through this place." Old Lu maintained a remarkably humble demeanor. 2 bandits, seemingly in their 40s, exuded a chilling presence. One of them seized Old Lu by the collar and hoisted him up. Despite being a newcomer, he was deemed too old to be of any use. The bandit remarked, discarding Old Lu carelessly to the side, causing him to teeter unsteadily, nearly falling to the ground. Approaching Qin Ming, he stated, "You are quite young to have been reborn. That is commendable." Subsequently, he grasped Qin Ming's collar and added, "In the coming days, there will be recruitment at Golden Rooster Ridge. Remember to sign up, understood? I have already memorized your face." The bandit's tone was matter-of-fact, devoid of any escalation in volume, yet undeniably authoritative. "Rest assured, I shall accompany him to register when the time comes," Old Lu hastily interjected, fearing Qin Ming's youthful impetuosity might provoke the bandit, which could lead to dire consequences. "At your age, are you merely a burden, consuming resources without merit?" The bandit shot a glance at him. "I meant to say I will take him to register," Old Lu clarified. The bandit nodded, simultaneously releasing Qin Ming's collar. "I was asking you a question. Are you mute? Did you hear me?" Another bandit suddenly interjected, coldly reprimanding Qin Ming. Upon nearing the ant nest, old Lu erupted in a fit of expletives, his frustration boiling over as he vented his pent-up anger. He quickly urged Qin Ming to exercise restraint, advising him to avoid impulsiveness and to prioritize signing up. You are still young, yet your prowess is already formidable. The future holds limitless possibilities. At that moment, Qin Ming interjected, proclaiming, I shall venture alone into the depths of Golden Rooster Ridge and eradicate all the bandits therein. Old Lu swiftly admonished him, silence. Such words ought not to be uttered. Contemplate this only after your 4th or 5th rebirth. Subsequently, their endeavors proceeded smoothly. Upon infiltrating the ant nest, they discovered that the formidable silver-headed ant army had indeed been nearly obliterated in the preceding 3 days. The ant queen finally made her appearance, resembling a silvery creature. Although it was a being that had undergone 3 mutations, it was not particularly adept in combat. Its most lethal asset was the luminous liquid it spewed forth, possessing astonishing penetrative power and capable of corroding armor. At their initial encounter, both Qin Ming and old Lu were unexpectedly doused by its liquid, narrowly escaping harm as the first layer of their armor was perforated, fortunately protected by an additional steel plate beneath. Following that, the battle unfolded without suspense. The most formidable of the warrior ants had already been vanquished. Bereft of the vast protection from the silver-headed ants, the ant queen was swiftly subdued by the two. We have struck it rich, old Lu exclaimed as he ventured deeper into the ant nest, his eyes gleaming upon discovering honey wine preserved in ant wax. Although much had been consumed during the winter, even the scant remaining quantity was of immense value. Qin Ming suggested, let us bury it for now. If we attempt to sell it, our status as 3rd rebirths will undoubtedly be revealed, and the bandits of Golden Rooster Ridge, unprincipled as they are, would pose a significant threat if they were to learn of our find. Old Lu comprehended the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. Soon after, they stumbled upon a pale golden spiritual substance, and both were instantly filled with astonishment and exhilaration, as it was ample enough for their needs. Upon returning home, Qin Ming gazed at the pale golden liquid within the porcelain jar, his emotions surging and his heart stirred. Recent events had left him in turmoil, yet he believed that as long as he possessed sufficient strength, all encountered troubles would prove inconsequential. He expressed gratitude to the saintly figure Qi Tian, and to the Golden Alliance leader for their support, as well as to the Silver Alliance leader, and to the 2 esteemed leaders of the Sansheng Yuan. In Chapter 50, 3 New Births, the night, though dim, still allowed the surrounding scenery to be discerned. In his chamber, Qin Ming took a deep breath, exhaling the impurities within him, severing distracting thoughts, and dispelling the restless dust from his heart. The fiery hues cast a warm glow, illuminating the windows and walls as if they were gilded. Sitting in stillness, he found himself reminiscent of a scene chronicled in ancient texts, a temple bathed in the soft golden glow of the setting sun, where deities basked in the evening light, serene and tranquil. Shortly thereafter, he poured a portion of the pale golden liquid from the porcelain jar into a white bowl. The fragrance wafted gently, for it was an essence extracted from honeyed wine, intoxicating even before consumption. It was said by wandering merchants that a single piece of daytime gold could not procure even a drop of such precious essence from an ant's nest. In the white bowl, the ethereal golden substance seemed to encapsulate the sun's rays from a bygone era, shimmering and vibrant, releasing wisps of mist that entwined with the gold. Qin Ming covered the porcelain jar and drank the half-filled bowl of ethereal matter in one go. In an instant, he experienced its wonders. His body ignited with warmth, the effects immediate and palpable, transforming him into a furnace. He sweated profusely, his body drenched, as a layer of silver light surfaced upon his skin. Subsequently, it seemed as if he morphed into silver clay, from which emerged numerous golden needles erupting from within him. Subsequently, the golden needle threaded through, dancing within the silvery clay, and even before he had completely succumbed to slumber, the golden silk jade garment began to manifest, revealing itself in a state of normalcy, unlike before. Qin Ming attentively sensed the extraordinary signs that had accompanied his initial rebirth, now undergoing a profound transformation. He was certain that this was a progression towards the illumination of celestial light. In the courtyard, he began to move, showcasing the techniques of rebirth as recorded in the silk scrolls. Every motion of his body, the synchronization of his breath, and the refinement of his spirit were all encompassed within this practice. Tirelessly, Qin Ming continued to perform the methods, feeling no weariness. A refreshing aura surged through him, and a vibrant vitality spread and expanded within his flesh and blood. Even the corners of his eyes and brows shimmered with light. He realized that the third rebirth had officially commenced, as the celestial light was being birthed within him, manifesting wondrous changes. Ancestors had aptly named this realm rebirth, for indeed, each significant enhancement of physical prowess resembled an experience akin to being reborn from the maternal womb. The emergence of celestial light within the human body was not merely a result of the superficial golden ripples upon the skin. Its essence resided deep within, with the external manifestations serving merely as facades. In that moment, it felt as though thunder had struck within Qin Ming's heart, a resounding boom reverberating as a blinding celestial light erupted from the depths of his being, cascading into his flesh and blood. Subsequently, his internal organs each awakened, some areas radiating like the dawn, resplendent in golden brilliance, infused with vigorous nascent energy, while others resembled a cascade of stars descending from the heavens, piercing through the mists. With constellations sparkling, Qin Ming's entire being radiated light. Even his dark hair appeared to be ablaze, flames dancing fervently, enveloped by an exceptionally potent force of rebirth. At this moment, even his eyes radiated a mysterious celestial luminosity. This marked the third rebirth. If sufficiently profound, such illumination would envelop him from head to toe, as the heavenly light existed everywhere and at all times. As the celestial glow gradually receded, Qin Ming grew increasingly tranquil, merging seamlessly with his surroundings. His every gesture and movement exuded an effortless elegance, devoid of any trace of artifice. The ancient manuscript offered scant descriptions of this celestial light, striving instead to convey the elevation of life's essence through succinct brushstrokes. My intuition proved correct, as long as one persevered in practicing the teachings inscribed in the manuscript. The celestial light would naturally manifest, invigorating one's spirit and vitality. Qin Ming experienced a newfound understanding. Although the manuscript made little mention of the celestial light, its emergence was inevitable, destined to be cultivated. Yet, what of the celestial energy? He furrowed his brow, recognizing that such power required diligent practice and specific methodologies. He could only hope that upon falling asleep that night, childhood memories would resurface, guiding him to the third page of the manuscript in search of answers to his own queries. Subsequently, Qin Ming commenced his combat training. After a moment's contemplation, he discarded the long-handled black gold hammer and grasped a chopping knife instead. In an instant, the blade gleamed with a chilling light, and Qin Ming sensed an energy within his flesh and blood yearning to burst forth. Could it be that the celestial energy was on the verge of manifestation? He concentrated intently, employing not only the knife but also executing various efficient combat techniques, some of which directly derived from his swordsmanship. Stirring the air with a thunderous resonance within the courtyard, time slipped away unnoticed. As the night deepened, he finally began to feel fatigue and paused. After dinner, old Lu arrived to knock at the courtyard gate. Although Qin Ming's body no longer glowed like a furnace, it still radiated a vigorous life force, the refreshing aura reminiscent of the dawn of all things. Old Lu appeared to be in a daze. Merely gazing at him evoked the illusion of witnessing ice and snow melting and the verdant buds of grass and trees emerging, a scene of flourishing vitality. You did not make any preparations and directly underwent 3 rebirths? He inquired in a hushed tone. Qin Ming nodded. After their journey through the mountains, they had come to understand each other well enough to dispense with any pretense. Old Lu was filled with envy. You possess spiritual materials in hand, yet you do not take the time to calm your mind and adjust your state. How much longer will you wait? Qin Ming questioned. Do you think anyone can simply forge ahead like you and achieve rebirth? Old Lu retorted. Presently, he felt uncertain. Despite having the essence from the ant nest, he could not guarantee that he would certainly experience 3 rebirths. The truth is, it is difficult to ascertain how far one can truly go. At the very least, the threshold of initial rebirth obstructs 9 out of 10 individuals. Some sages have estimated that even with the provision of spiritual materials, 6 or 7 out of 10 would be barred from even a single rebirth. Undoubtedly, the first rebirth does not guarantee the path to greatness. Even with spiritual materials in possession, 6 or 7 out of 10 would still be hindered during the second rebirth. The same applies to the third rebirth. Considering old Lu's advanced age, how could he possibly feel assured? Qin Ming offered words of comfort, striving to bolster his confidence. You must harbor a belief that you can traverse the entirety of the realm of rebirth. In his youth, he had ventured to Qixia City with the intention of seeking a renowned master, but that elder had been unexpectedly called away, meeting a tragic end on the desolate edges of absolute darkness. As Qin Ming listened to old Lu's ramblings, he couldn't shake the feeling that the old man seemed somewhat diminished. My venture into the mountains with you this time could be deemed relatively smooth. Yet other matters are truly difficult to articulate, fraught with twists and turns, sighed Lu Lao. Is this truly what one would call smooth? After 4 days of battling an ant nest, even flying ants that I have never seen before have evolved. Qin Ming regarded him with a peculiar gaze. How are those around you faring? I trust they have not been adversely affected? Qin Ming, inherently skeptical, merely asked out of idle curiosity. They are doing well enough. Lu Lao hesitated to respond. What do you mean by well enough? Qin Ming inquired, suspicion lacing his tone. I share your thoughts. Decisive action is warranted. Upon finishing his words, Lu Lao retrieved a porcelain jar from his pocket, unscrewed the lid, and gulped down its contents. Lu Lao declared, I feel that my recent companionship with you has been fortuitous, and I have come to bask in that fortune. He then became animated, sensing an exhilarating warmth coursing through him, as if he were igniting from within, a luminous mist beginning to rise inside him. I have truly succeeded. He longed to laugh aloud but stifled his voice. Qin Ming cautioned, do not be so superstitious. You inherently possess this potential. It is merely the self-imposed barriers of your heart that have occasionally rendered you indecisive, hesitant to take that crucial step forward. Such assertions cannot be made lightly. There are certain matters one cannot dismiss. I believe that the various misfortunes are intricately linked to the blood-stained kite I beheld in my youth. Lu Lao gestured towards the night sky. Qin Ming immediately adopted a serious demeanor, inquiring, where exactly did this occur? In my youth, I stood at the village's fiery spring. The kite must have drifted to the very center of Shuangshu village. In the dead of night, it seemed as if a golden thread and jade garment truly manifested upon Qin Ming's form. He harbored some doubts about the ancient emperor's burial customs, which often involved elaborate coffins adorned with pearls and jade, all in a fervent quest for immortality. Was there something he had heard regarding this? Qin Ming descended into a profound slumber, only to find himself in a state reminiscent of his previous experience during the latter part of the night. In that half-dreaming, half-awake state, he beheld his youthful self, still clad in tattered garments. As he glanced down, he noticed 2 toes protruding from the worn-out shoes. This time, he finally discerned the visage of the man speaking to him, albeit only catching a fleeting glimpse while he was perusing the silk scroll. Qin Ming realized that this must be a relative of his, someone who bore a resemblance to him. The man, in his 50s, had graying hair at the temples, calloused hands, and donned a tattered, patched outfit. Could this be my grandfather? Qin Ming pondered. With anticipation, he turned to the 3rd page of the scroll, revealing a plethora of densely packed small characters alongside human figures. Curiously, there was no mention of the Tianguang gene. Instead, the continuation of the new life techniques from the 2nd page swiftly transitioned to discussions of the 5 senses and instinctual intuition. He speculated that the 4th rebirth must pertain to perception. But what of the Tianguang gene? Frustration surged within him, almost propelling him to abandon this state and awaken from the dream. Fortunately, he steadied himself and pressed on, committing the contents of the 3rd page to memory. Or perhaps it was not merely memory, but rather a re-experiencing of his childhood, rekindled with the 3rd rebirth. Then, he made a new discovery. In the lower corner of the page, there was a note that mentioned the Tianguang gene. Qin Ming finished reading it with a blank expression, feeling as if he were berating himself. The first half of the annotation conveyed the essence that, while the celestial light had emerged, he was still unable to cultivate his own Tianguang gene. Subsequently, he mentioned what should be done next. Encapsulated in a single word, fusion. The latter part of the commentary was laced with mockery, stating that the techniques inscribed on the silk manuscript necessitate a master to initiate one into the craft. Despite having received thorough guidance, the persistent folly exhibited warranted a relinquishment of the manuscript. Criticize as you will, I have honed my skills independently, without any mentor to guide me. Qin Ming awakened. The heavy shroud of night had dissipated, heralding the arrival of a new day. After partaking in breakfast, he promptly proceeded to the courtyard to practice the newly uncovered techniques from the silk manuscript, seeking within himself. This was a pivotal phrase he had gleaned from the 3rd page of the manuscript. As he demonstrated the new techniques, the celestial light within him stirred once more, akin to the previous day. Ultimately, it felt as though an explosion was imminent yet unfulfilled, until a mysterious ripple manifested upon his skin, subsequently resonating with celestial energy. With a swift motion, his fingertips grazed the handle of the axe, seamlessly drawing it into his grasp. He then conducted a brief experiment. With a slight exertion of his fingers, the celestial energy erupted forth, resulting in a substantial gash upon the axe. Remarkable. At last, I have cultivated my own celestial energy. He delved deeply into the experience, continually testing and reflecting, and naturally recalled the blade manual, which also documented celestial energy techniques. During the 3 instances of rebirth, many struggled to master even a single celestial technique. Qin Ming believed his potential should not be confined to merely one, especially with the tricolored flower in his possession. Furthermore, the annotations of the silk manuscript explicitly highlighted the significance of the term fusion, serving as a clear reminder to successors to diligently practice celestial energy. Qin Ming heard commotion at the village entrance. Indeed, the people from Jinjiling had arrived, seeking to recruit new practitioners. Everything was in place, save for a fine blade. Qin Ming retrieved the piece of sheep fat jade, a mysterious material that requires no extensive refinement, merely needing to be melted into a weapon, thus simplifying the process significantly, allowing for swift completion. Chapter 51. The end of joy. To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen one's tools, Qin Ming mused. The undertaking he was about to embark upon could very well incite a tempest in this region, potentially even stirring the distant Qixia city. Hence, thorough preparation was imperative. Beyond lacking a fine blade, Qin Ming also aspired to master 1 or 2 additional techniques of the heavenly light. He already possessed a manual on swordsmanship, and with the initial persuasion of old Lu, who had connections to a once prominent but now diminished lineage, Qin Ming was likely to acquire an additional technique of heavenly light. Coupled with the tricolor blossom, this would evidently enhance his prowess, and he was determined to achieve it. Who is Qin Ming? At the village entrance, the people from Jinjiling were calling out, directly mentioning Qin Ming's name. It seemed they were indeed taking a keen interest in him. Qin Ming was somewhat taken aback, as it was evident that the 2 bandits had specifically instructed their subordinates. Old Lu hurried over, concerned that after his recent rebirth, Qin Ming's newfound confidence and arrogance might lead him to refuse the demands of Jinjiling, which could quickly result in dire consequences. Despite having been manhandled by the bandits, old Lu felt a sense of indignation, yet recognized the superiority of the current situation. He whispered, "Let us handle this for now. Rest assured, I am not so impulsive." Qin Ming replied calmly, as he approached the fire spring, agreeing under the black and white tree to join Jinjiling and allowing them to register him. "That sheep of yours is quite robust, well cared for," remarked a young man from Jinjiling, upon spotting the black goat at Yang Yongqing's home at the village entrance. Subsequently, he effortlessly extracted the robust old ram, which was nearly as tall as a person. "Brother, I've grown fond of this sheep. It cannot be taken away." Yang Yongqing hastily interjected, genuinely reluctant to part with the increasingly strong black goat, which was on the verge of mutation. "To protect your villages adjacent to the mountains. We at Jinjiling have suffered significant losses. Scarcely any golden roosters remain. This black goat is quite valuable and could serve as a mount," the young man remarked. He then cast a sidelong glance at Yang Yongqing and added, "Well, you two are a newcomer. Why not enlist at Jinjiling? After all, you are the owner of the black sheep, and riding it would be quite fitting. If it were someone else, it might not cooperate, which would undoubtedly lead to its demise for meat." Yang Yongqing's expression darkened, finding the situation absurd. Not only was he being coerced into losing his sheep, but he was also being compelled to follow it. "Our village is small. Surely, my presence suffices," Qin Ming replied. "Currently, we are short-handed. Having additional black sheep riders wouldn't hurt. Come now, I shall register you," the young man insisted, unwavering, and forcibly recorded Yang Yongqing's name. The youth from Jinjiling rode off on a golden rooster, surprisingly still a second-generation newcomer. Before departing, he informed Qin Ming and Yang Yongqing to report to Jinjiling in 5 days. "Time is of the essence. I must hurry," Qin Ming silently admonished himself. Sui Weping patted Yang Yongqing on the shoulder and said, "Try to see it positively. Although the people of Jinjiling may not be the best, once you arrive, the treatment should not be too shabby. It is precisely for this reason that not everyone harbors disdain for their recruitment. In fact, Some of the newcomers from remote villages have even volunteered, indifferent to their tarnished reputation. Did they not nearly face annihilation in the Great Rift? Yang Yongqing murmured. Old Lu replied. Everyone knows that entering the Great Rift may lead to a fierce struggle over its mysterious treasures. Hence, those who remain at Golden Rooster Ridge undoubtedly possess some connections. This batch of individuals is likely more sinister, and a mere slice of a blade would hardly strike the wrong target. Qin Ming cast a glance at him. The old man's complexion was flushed, indicating he was undergoing his third rebirth. Fortunately, the two notorious bandits from Golden Rooster Ridge were not present, or they would certainly have noticed his irregularity. Subsequently, Qin Ming visited Old Lu's home to discuss the borrowing of the secret manuals. They reluctantly agreed, yet their price might be exorbitant. Let us go together tomorrow, he suggested. As Old Lu's third rebirth was still ongoing, Qin Ming nodded, acknowledging that human rebirth is a process that would likely extend into the following day. This won't do, he cautioned. Your face is glowing red. Should a master catch sight of you, they would undoubtedly discern something amiss. Qin Ming imparted the technique of harmonious radiance, which was practical and easy to learn. Should Old Lu's condition be exposed, Qin Ming's own circumstances would also be compromised. Indeed, I have been worried about encountering those two rascals from Golden Rooster Ridge again, Old Lu remarked. He then whispered, have you cultivated the celestial light technique? It is said that the more one practices, the better. Truly renowned techniques are all a result of integration. I possess a form called serpent silk technique, taught to me by an old ranger in my early years. Take it and practice. See how it suits you. Very well. Qin Ming would naturally not refuse, as the silk book had emphasized the importance of integration. Would you like me to teach you a technique called heavenly light force? Qin Ming inquired, intending to reciprocate a gesture of goodwill. However, he reconsidered, sensing that the techniques the other practiced were not trivial. It was evident that this person was not from the area and likely possessed a noteworthy background. Thus, it would be prudent to avoid entanglements. In the realm of new students, a technique such as the silk binding force would suffice for my training. Tomorrow, I might even have the opportunity to glean insights from a local family's secret manuscript. Very well. Qin Ming nodded. It was clear that the techniques inscribed in the silk book could not be mastered by outsiders, and that particular knife manual was indeed shrouded in secrecy. With a swift motion, his fingers grazed the hammer's handle, quickly bringing it into his grasp. Remarkably, even when he used the back of his hand to touch it, the fluctuations of the heavenly light force allowed him to draw the long-handled hammer effortlessly to him, exhibiting an inherent adhesive quality. If employed in combat, a mere brush of his hand against an opponent would enable him to adhere to and tear away their flesh. Qin Ming attempted to exert force, manifesting the heavenly light force, successfully adhering to the edges of the stone millstone. Moreover, this force possessed considerable penetrating power, as his fingers glowed. Shards of stone scattered around him, with the tips of his fingers piercing into the millstone. Upon further exploration, he discovered that his version of the heavenly light force had a capacity for interaction in all directions, and its practicality was undeniably remarkable. Shortly thereafter, he commenced practicing the silk binding force taught by Old Lu. The material was concise and relatively easy to grasp, yet it held certain intricacies. When this force was unleashed, it resembled the swaying of a silk thread, emphasizing the principle of overcoming strength with ingenuity and employing the weak to vanquish the strong. This technique was likely a culmination of the insights gleaned from generations of seasoned mountain patrollers who had engaged in battles with colossal beasts, Qin Ming pondered, experiencing a moment of enlightenment. This is not an intricate technique of celestial energy, yet it proves remarkably useful in practical combat. After a thorough study, Qin Ming managed to grasp it within half a day. While he cannot claim mastery, he is certainly capable of employing it. It appears that my innate talent is not lacking. Should he encounter Huang Jingda or the elder from Jinjiling, a three-time newcomer, Qin Ming believes that without resorting to his immense strength, he could adeptly subdue both with merely the use of the silk twining technique. To his astonishment, he discovered that the silk twining technique seamlessly complements his own celestial energy, merging effortlessly with his existing skills. For the first time, he successfully integrated another technique, which brought him immense joy. Upon experimentation, he found that the fused celestial energy was indeed more potent. However, the initial practice of the silk twining technique rapidly dissipated his newly formed celestial energy, necessitating a more cautious approach. He decided to practice the techniques individually first, and after consuming the three-colored flower, he would perfect the silk twining technique before merging it with his original celestial energy. As Qin Ming rested upon the stone grinding disc in the courtyard, he prepared to delve into the techniques inscribed in the blade manuals. At that moment, a sense of fulfillment washed over him as he gazed into the night sky, his vision seemingly transcending to behold magnificent and resplendent cities rising majestically from the boundless, dark expanse of the earth. He yearned for distant journeys, hoping to acquire further celestial techniques and witness the splendor of flourishing lands, where nature and humanity coexist harmoniously. Suddenly, Qin Ming's pupils contracted, though he swiftly composed himself, maintaining an air of tranquility as if nothing had transpired. Yet within, a tempest stirred. He had glimpsed a swirling mass of black mist, akin to a spectral serpent, slithering from afar and coiling ominously above the village. Ultimately, it descended, presumably to the ground. Initially, Qin Ming was filled with immense joy, but in the end, he was confronted with such a predicament. What could it be? His heart surged with tumultuous emotions, yet he had no choice but to feign tranquility, pretending as if nothing had transpired. The others were entirely oblivious to the swirling black mist in the sky. Even the elderly Liu, who had undergone rebirth in the Great Rift, remained unaware. Qin Ming urged himself to remain calm. It was imperative that he did not exhibit any abnormalities, for his mutton-fat jade iron had yet to be forged into a weapon, rendering him unable to contend with those extraordinary entities. This ancient tome encapsulated the painstaking efforts of his predecessors, allowing Qin Ming to resonate with the lingering emotions contained within, enabling him to unveil secrets that transcended the mere pages of the book. Thus, he harbored immense anticipation for the techniques inscribed within the blade manual. Today truly is full of surprises. While perusing the section on techniques, he unexpectedly sensed two potent emotions. One was undoubtedly left by the elderly author of the blade manual, while the other emanated from the annotations of later readers. Qin Ming's heart raced. Could it be that this individual had indeed made contact? Chapter 52. It has truly arrived. Qin Ming was astonished. Did this blade manual truly exceed expectations, continuously bestowing upon him delightful surprises? The elder's swordsmanship was already remarkably astonishing, revealing to him a profound realm of sword artistry. However, as he had only just begun to grasp the initial stages of his celestial light technique, he was unable to fully manifest the might of the ultimate strike. Presently, he had yet to practice the elder's celestial light energy, yet this Tathagata technique was already responding. Soon, Qin Ming shook his head. He ought not to harbor such lofty expectations. If someone had indeed mastered the Tathagata technique, they would likely not regard this blade manual with any esteem. The formidable strength of the Qingtian and Rulai technique surpasses even that of the giant spirit technique. Belonging to the realm of legendary martial arts, it is essential to recognize that the latter's aim is divinity, a state of extreme power. As Qin Ming contemplated these thoughts, he reached a conclusion. The legendary Tianguang technique could not possibly be found within the pages of this book. His mind became wholly absorbed in the text, engaging in an immersive reading experience, resonating with the emotions it evoked. The more he concentrated, the clearer the voices and images became. He first turned his attention to the Rulai technique. A mere phrase elicited such intense emotional upheaval, revealing the profound obsession of the individual who had penned the notes long ago. Before him appeared a rugged man, his face adorned with a thick beard, carrying a broadsword, gazing up at the night sky amidst a thunderstorm with a profound sigh. Ultimately, he exclaimed, "Rulai technique, I shall master you like a nail." What was this situation? Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, nearly losing his focus and exiting the state of resonance due to the man's exclamation. After a brief moment, clarity dawned upon him. The bearded warrior, following the trail of his predecessors, had endured numerous trials and finally uncovered the hidden treasures left behind. He obtained several sheets of parchment, but as he carefully read through them, excitement surged within him until he reached the final page, almost tearing the paper in his fervor. The last line stated that this was a technique of extraordinary penetrating power, akin to that of a nail. The original owner of the parchment had earnestly informed future generations that within the Rulai technique, there undoubtedly lay the essence of the nail technique. Qin Ming found himself at a loss for words, fully empathizing with the bearded man's sentiments. In truth, any extraordinary martial art is an amalgamation of numerous techniques, ultimately converging to form the rare Tianguang technique. This is even more applicable to the legendary techniques of lore. It is evident to all that the true essence of the revered techniques is intricately inscribed upon a single sheet of paper, densely filled with various methodologies. Qin Ming could not help but reflect on the reason behind the resentment expressed by the burly man in his comments. It is likely that he too was once bewildered and burdened with a sense of bitterness, having poured immense effort into the pursuit of that very paper. Consequently, Qin Ming commenced his studies. Despite the man's harsh words, he nevertheless delved into the techniques, infused with a fervent indignation, feeling deceived. As Qin Ming resonated with his emotions, he was nearly swept away by his ire. Initially, he attempted to suppress this anger, yet he soon discovered that the more he allowed himself to feel it, the more intense the resonance became, and the clearer his insights grew. Thus, he liberated himself completely. Upon closing the book, he muttered to himself, "I shall practice you like a nail." Qin Ming then shut his eyes, allowing himself a moment of tranquility. Finally freeing himself from that emotional turmoil, he stepped into the courtyard and began to practice earnestly. His movements flowed effortlessly, devoid of any stiffness, as though he had studied for half a lifetime. The celestial energy within him coursed rapidly, emanating a sharp light from his fingertips as the nail technique gradually took shape. He resonated with the emotions of those who came before him, as if he had personally experienced their trials, insights, and reflections, which he firmly grasped, transforming them into his own sustenance. However, this did not imply that his nail technique had accumulated decades of mastery. He had merely witnessed and resonated with their insights and experiences, not acquired their strength. True practice was still required on his part. In a certain sense, this emotional resonance reaches its zenith when confronted with various techniques, such as observing the intricacies of swordplay, spear techniques, and the art of the blade, allowing for a swift and efficient mastery that can feel akin to decades of practice achieved in a single moment of enlightenment. However, the elevation of one's existence, exemplified by Qin Ming's transition from a second rebirth to a third, alongside the accumulation of his overall celestial energy, necessitates personal cultivation. In these latter realms, he cannot achieve mastery instantaneously. Nevertheless, this is sufficient. After all, some techniques are exceedingly challenging to master and comprehend fully. Qin Ming finds immense satisfaction in holding the crystallized essence of his predecessor's hard work, and upon aligning on a spiritual level, he reaps unparalleled rewards. He meticulously studies and perceives the nail technique as remarkably potent. Despite its unremarkable name, it proves invaluable in practical application. Qin Ming exerts minimal force, merely puncturing with a gentle tap of his finger, which penetrates the stone grinding wheel effortlessly. The celestial energy he harnesses from his practice of silk scrolls embodies various attributes such as adhesion, tearing, and penetration, and undoubtedly, the nail technique can be integrated seamlessly. Suddenly, Qin Ming is startled by the sound of weeping as he steps outside. He learns that the patriarch of the Li family has just passed away, news he overhears on the street. A chill runs through him as he gazes up at the night sky, estimating the location of a recent ominous black mist, which likely descended near the Li residence. A sense of dread envelopes him. What is the nature of this phenomenon? Does this world truly harbor various malevolent spirits? He is skeptical, dismissing even the so-called mountain demons as merely advanced aberrations. Yet, he cannot ignore the fact that he perceives an unseen black mist slithering towards him like a spectral serpent from the distance. Is that the ominous entity spoken of by Chao Long and Mu Qing? Something even the prominent families fear? A sense of tension gripped Qin Ming as he discreetly observed his surroundings, yet the ominous black mist remained elusive. Shuangshu village was modest, comprising merely over 40 households. Any disturbance would swiftly become common knowledge among the villagers. Sui Wubing arrived inside. Now that the external food supplies have been delivered and the mutated creatures have retreated from the mountains, hunting has become relatively safer. It seems our lives are about to improve, yet some elders have passed away during this time. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming felt a sense of unease and inquired, "Have many elders recently departed?" Sui Wubing nodded. Indeed, in the surrounding villages, there have been daily deaths among the elderly. Then, as if recalling something, he added, "There have also been a few young hunters who succumbed to injuries lately." Qin Ming frowned, suspecting a connection to the black mist. Initially, he had encountered that mist near the vast chasm strewn with weapons. His emotions were tumultuous. He could not reveal these matters to anyone. The exuberance he felt from mastering the intricate silk technique and the nail technique had been thoroughly dampened. Would that perilous and inscrutable black mist return? A profound sense of urgency surged within him. He was reluctant to entrust his fate to uncertain variables. He strode purposefully towards old Lu's residence, intending to inquire about the whereabouts of a blacksmith shop. You wish to forge a blade and engage in the labor yourself? Old Lu expressed his astonishment. Qin Ming nodded, saying, Yes, I need to find a reliable blacksmith shop. I am in urgent need of a fine sword. Old Lu shook his head and said, So many events have transpired recently, and now that hunting in the mountains has resumed, the business at the blacksmith shop is thriving. At this moment, they are undoubtedly preoccupied and unable to spare any space for you. Perhaps it would be best to come early tomorrow before they commence their work. Qin Ming pondered for a moment and finally nodded, realizing that even if he went now, they would likely be unwilling to accommodate him, especially at such an exorbitant price during these sensitive times, which would draw too much attention. He surmised that the ominous black mist had recently passed through Shuangshu village and would likely relocate for the time being. After all, it would be quite abnormal for such a small village to experience consecutive deaths. Let us depart at midnight, he suggested. This will be my first time forging a blade, and I lack experience. I am uncertain how long it will take. Why go through such trouble? You can always find someone to forge it for you, old Lu replied. He was well acquainted with the people at the blacksmith's shop, but as he was undergoing a third rebirth, it was inconvenient for him to step out and greet them. He kicked the big yellow dog and said, Get up, pup, and help me deliver a letter. He saw the elderly man once more, wielding his knife. The elder possessed a remarkable technique known as interception force, an exquisite method of celestial energy, intricately blending various conventional techniques. Upon grasping the final interception force, Qin Ming immediately recognized its formidable strength and inherent complexity. Should he attempt to study and comprehend it on his own, it would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time, as it transcended mere singular attributes and delved into profound depths. Regrettably, despite the elder's exceptional talent and extensive journey along the path of the blade, his ascension in the realm of life could not keep pace, and he was unable to acquire any renowned techniques. The fact that he could develop interception force was already a remarkable achievement. The value of this singular technique alone justified the consumption of the three-colored flower. Qin Ming has come to appreciate the value of the intercepting force. With the heavens aligned, he aspires to tear through the shroud of night. He distinctly realizes that even the sword techniques are derived from this celestial energy, with the most formidable strike embodying the essence of intercepting the heavens. Qin Ming sits in contemplation, silently digesting this realization for an extended period. Indeed, the intercepting force is extraordinary. Before long, he reveals a look of astonishment. As his celestial energy is indeed interconnected in various aspects and can seamlessly integrate with the intercepting force, it is evident that introspection alone is insufficient. Without spiritual materials, how can one rapidly elevate their life as essence merely through gradual self-cultivation? And in the absence of other techniques, how can he achieve integration? Having consumed the final spiritual material, Qin Ming feels a surge of warmth coursing through his body that night, marking the completion of his third rebirth. Faster than the previous one, he senses a transformation within himself. His strength has undoubtedly surpassed 3,000 pounds, and his speed and physical resilience have also been significantly enhanced, reflecting a notable improvement in his physical constitution. In the dead of night, Qin Ming opens his eyes and steps out of his home to meet old Lu. The blacksmith shop in Yinteng Town is exceptionally quiet at this hour. Even amidst bustling business, no one would be working late into the night. Old Lu, brimming with vitality, personally assists Qin Ming in stoking the fire to raise the furnace temperature. However, to Qin Ming's astonishment, he finds it impossible to melt the piece of mutton-fat jade iron, which only glows red in the heat. What a rare treasure this is. It must be a mysterious product from the mountains, old Lu surmises immediately. Keep fanning the flames. In the end, Qin Ming did not anticipate melting the material. Seizing the moment when the mutton-fat jade iron glowed red, he wielded the heavy hammer with fervor. Thankfully, this was underground. Otherwise, the clamor during the dead of night would have been excessive. With his formidable strength, Qin Ming found himself quite fatigued by the end, having never paused, pouring every ounce of his energy into each strike. Has my old self truly undergone 3 rebirths merely to become a blacksmith's apprentice? Lu, the elderly craftsman, could no longer bear to observe and stepped in personally. His skill surpassed that of Qin Ming's, as he was well acquainted with the smiths and had forged blades here himself. Qin Ming learned swiftly. Taking the hammer once more, he exerted himself and ultimately succeeded in crafting the blade. However, after quenching, neither could manage to sharpen it. It simply resisted all attempts at honing. Lu, unable to divert his gaze, sighed. I believe that once you reach grander places, you may have this blade reforged. Here, we truly lack the means, as the quality of the material is exceedingly remarkable. Indeed, I cannot yet ascertain what weapon I shall ultimately wield. For now, I shall make do with this. Qin Ming gazed at the blade, pristine and as white as jade, its material strikingly conspicuous. He applied a mineral coating he had prepared in advance and subsequently dried it with fire. Should he desire to strip away the coating? With the adhesive properties of his innate power, a mere flick of his hand would suffice to remove it entirely. Given the limited materials, even including the handle, the blade was shorter than an arm but sufficiently functional, and Qin Ming found it quite comfortable to handle. As for the diminutive piece of blue glimmering jade iron, Qin Ming left it untouched. Such intricately small items were not suited for forging here. Qin Ming inquired, "Isn't it a bit too early to borrow the secret manuscript from that household?" The night was as dark as ink, and even the breakfast shop in the town had yet to open. Venturing out at such an hour seemed rather inappropriate. The two of them had wandered aimlessly around the town, unable to find a place to have breakfast. Qin Ming's pupils constricted. It seemed that whatever he was concerned about would inevitably manifest, for he caught sight of that ominous black mist once more. It was indeed lurking in the town, having just emerged from a nearby house, and appeared to have noticed the two of them, swiftly approaching. Despite the inky darkness of the night, old Lu, after 3 rebirths, could discern his expression clearly, and he nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Good." The two quickly darted into an alley, altering their course. The black mist, however, shifted its direction as well, following closely behind. Qin Ming realized they had been thoroughly targeted. It was likely that in the latter half of the night, with no one else on the streets, their presence was far too conspicuous. There was another possibility. They had previously encountered the black mist at the Great Rift, suggesting this was not their first meeting, and it seemed plausible that the mist had remembered them. Yet another thought crossed his mind. Could it be that when I discovered it yesterday, the black mist had also taken note of me? Regardless of the scenario, it was highly unlikely that today would end well. The black mist appeared eager for them to enter the desolate area, silently trailing behind. As the trees lining the path became increasingly dense, the black mist could no longer restrain itself and suddenly lunged at the two. Qin Ming, having remained on guard for some time, was not caught off guard. As it drew near, he swiftly countered with a decisive strike. Chapter 53. Beyond the realm before the twilight had arrived, all was enveloped in a thick darkness. The road flanked by dense trees whose branches twisted and writhed in the howling cold wind, resembling a multitude of ghostly apparitions in a restless dance. In the profound embrace of night, Qin Ming decisively wielded his blade, akin to a flash of lightning cleaving through the darkness, instantly dispelling the earlier sense of oppression. At that moment, a dense black mist surged forth, imbued with malevolent intent, seeking to envelop the two men and engulf them in an expansive shadow. In this starless and moonless environment, others were oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet, Qin Ming perceived the reality with clarity, feeling the chilling presence of the black mist, which bore an icy bite as it drew near. With a sharp hiss, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, the short blade, coated in mineral paint, plunged into the black mist, causing the frigid air to seethe. "What is happening?" Old Lu exclaimed, his reflexes remarkably swift, as he unsheathed his hefty machete with a swift motion, following Qin Ming's lead to strike at the void. However, his large blade met the black mist and seemed to strike nothingness, failing to connect with any target. "Retreat at once," Qin Ming urged. Simultaneously, he heard a chilling scream, piercing and sorrowful, as the black mist began to condense rapidly, astonishingly morphing into a humanoid form. Old Lu, ever obedient to counsel, instantly sheathed his weapon and fled with determination. Though he could see nothing and hear nothing, instinctively he sensed the gravity of the situation, realizing that something was profoundly amiss. From within the black mist emerged a man, his outline somewhat indistinct, yet Qin Ming's keen vision allowed him to discern that he was a young man, his face etched with immense pain, and his cold gaze fixed upon Qin Ming. The short blade in Qin Ming's grasp pierced the figure's body, and the entity formed from the black mist began to bleed profusely, the crimson liquid splattering onto the ground. This scene caused Qin Ming's expression to shift dramatically. The young man opened his mouth, releasing a plume of black mist that transformed into an arrow feather of inky darkness, hurtling towards Qin Ming's brow with a chilling, sinister intent, imbued with an icy dread. Qin Ming deftly turned his head, evading the arrow that had materialized from the mist, while simultaneously shaking the jade-like iron knife made of sheep fat, causing all the mineral coatings to shatter and fall away. This entire sequence unfolded in an instant. The black mist struck silently, and Qin Ming retaliated with a swift slash. The inexplicable figure that emerged sought to eliminate him without a moment's hesitation, both parties reacting with remarkable alacrity. Qin Ming sensed an overwhelming peril, an acute awareness that death loomed near, brought forth by the unknown entity that instilled a profound sense of oppression, rendering the essence of mortality palpable. However, as he brandished his knife, a rapid transformation ensued. The frigid, oppressive mist that surged towards him began to weaken dramatically. In the enveloping darkness, the luminous blade of his knife surged forth like a roaring inferno, illuminating the woodland around him. The jade-like iron knife, having shed its coating, encountered this creature with an entirely altered demeanor. During this exchange, the young man, formed from black mist, instinctively retreated, attempting to escape the knife's advance. Yet, as the blade blazed like a consuming flame, his form twisted and trembled violently. "Stop!" he wailed in despair, struggling to revert to mist and ascend into the air, but his efforts were in vain. Qin Ming had no intention of halting. He noticed the blood of the young man pooling on the ground, dissipating with the wind like ephemeral ash, not resembling the essence of true human blood. What on earth is this entity? The young man could scarcely believe that in such a remote locale, he would encounter a mere youth hunter brandishing a jade iron knife. Overcome with disbelief, he desperately attempted to retreat, moving with the limitations of his human form, striving to break free from the grip of this resplendent blade. After forging this knife, Qin Ming had yet to wield it, entirely unaware of its properties. However, upon striking this inexplicable creature, he discovered its remarkable utility. To his astonishment, his celestial energy flowed seamlessly into the knife, a feat unattainable with any other weapon at this realm. As Qin Ming brandished the jade iron knife, a radiant light enveloped the young man, ensnaring him as if he were a wraith being incinerated. "No, stop!" the young man cried in terror, struggling violently. Yet, how could Qin Ming dare to halt? He remained oblivious to the true nature of this entity. Allowing it to escape would spell disaster for him. The young man raised his hands and opened his mouth repeatedly, attempting to unleash a dark mist to assault Qin Ming. Yet each effort was incinerated by the blade's light. His entire being was engulfed in flames. It was no longer akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, but rather like a searing blade plunged into dry grass. Igniting it, Qin Ming executed a slicing technique, the jade iron knife traversing within the young man's body, igniting chaos wherever it went. Each time the dark mist surged and the young man fought desperately to extricate himself, it transformed into entangling and binding energies, securing him firmly. It was abundantly clear that the celestial light pierced the shroud of night, descending upon the sentient mountains, nurturing mysterious treasures imbued with unfathomable power. In this moment, Qin Ming profoundly grasped and understood the words once spoken by Qiao Long, Mu Qing, and others. The jade iron knife radiated with a brilliance that utterly subdued the dark mist-shaped man. In the distance, Lu Laotu felt a chill run down his spine. He saw nothing except for the radiant glow of Qin Ming's pristine short blade, which seemed to transform into a torch. Why was it that I found myself enveloped in darkness, unable to discern anything? Upon hearing Lu's words, Qin Ming immediately recognized that the young man shrouded in black mist was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Ordinary individuals remained utterly oblivious. How could they possibly contend with such a being? The young man, engulfed in despair, felt as if he were ablaze, unable to extricate himself from his predicament. In an era devoid of sunlight, one would presume that venturing forth at this level of power would be relatively safe. How could he have encountered such peril? He was tormented beyond measure and wished fervently to evade a death of this nature. Weighing his options, he realized he would have to relinquish something. "Are you the kind of formless entity that instills dread in many noble families?" Qin Ming demanded. "I am not such a creature. I am human. Please, stop and listen to me," the young man implored. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming intensified his assault. Wielding his blade with intricate techniques, slashes both horizontal and vertical, while channeling the essence of his swordsmanship. The man cloaked in black mist felt an urge to curse. How could he be targeted even more fiercely simply for claiming to be human? Individuals like you are more terrifying than ghosts. Qin Ming retorted. I exist beyond the realms you comprehend, the young man exclaimed urgently. Panic consumed him, but he had no time to articulate his thoughts, for his body was on the verge of being consumed by the flames emanating from the jade-like blade. Qin Ming found the situation absurd, time and again. His blade penetrated the man's skull, yet he appeared unharmed, ultimately relying on the fiery blaze to bring about his demise. Bang! In the final moments, the man unexpectedly self-destructed, relinquishing his dense, shadowy form. A tattered fragment enveloped a tiny essence of his being, striving to ascend into the night sky. Yet, he was too feeble. As he attempted to activate the peculiar cloth, his speed diminished significantly. Qin Ming reacted with remarkable swiftness, cleaving it with a single stroke, causing it to fall. To his surprise, he discovered that the palm-sized fragment remained unscathed. Although it had descended, it still encased a swirling mass of black mist, eager to rise once more. Stop! I am from the beyond, the young man cried out, but it was futile. The last remnants of the shadowy mist were incinerated. The fragment drifted to the ground, and the mist-formed youth seemed as though he had never existed. Qin Ming gripped his jade-hued blade with a grave demeanor. Surmising the nature of the young man, he was likely a being from the beyond. This was not what he had envisioned. The adversary was not an elusive, inscrutable entity, but rather a tangible human, albeit in a remarkably peculiar state. Were beings from the beyond truly so formidable? A weight settled upon Qin Ming's heart. This individual possessed the ability to fly and remained unseen by ordinary people. How could he contend with such an opponent? Old Liu had once struck this individual with a hefty cleaver, as if attempting to sever the very air, yet it had proven utterly ineffective. Qin Ming stood still, his expression more serious than ever, for one of his opponents was also a being from the beyond. Earlier, he had reveled in his rapid ascent to power, believing he had achieved extraordinary feats in a short span. However, now the biting wind, laden with snowflakes, struck his face, awakening him to reality. He could not afford complacency. He needed to grow even stronger, for he was destined to confront a formidable force, shrouded in mystery. Qin Ming pondered the emergence of the Silk Book, recognizing that a few elders believed their paths bore numerous deficiencies. Together, they ventured to devise new methods, aspiring to rival the most illustrious paths. Had they succeeded? What manner of creature lurked in the shadows? To my astonishment, I felt like a blind man, unable to perceive even a specter. Elder Liu approached, brandishing a hefty cleaver. A person from beyond the realm. Qin Ming informed him of the gravity of the situation. Truly formidable. Elder Liu's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, realizing he had provoked such an individual. Qin Ming, using his jade-like iron knife, delicately lifted a fragment of cloth, channeling his celestial energy. The blade glimmered brilliantly, yet the cloth remained unresponsive. Elder Liu's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. The young Qin before him appeared somewhat unfamiliar, having forged such an extraordinary weapon and vanquished an unseen being from beyond. Nevertheless, age had granted him composure. Having guarded the Black and White Mountain for many years, he had heard tales of countless anomalies, and his thoughts quickly settled. Qin Ming meticulously examined the fragment on the blade, discerning its complexity. Metallic threads were woven within, adorned with cloud patterns, hinting at other designs. Yet the fragment was too small to reveal its true nature. Shaking his head, Qin Ming remarked, "Let us proceed to Yinteng Town, have breakfast first, and then visit the family we arranged to meet." He continued, "There is no need for hesitation. The unknown and the mysterious remain misunderstood solely due to my insufficient strength. By seeking to peruse the secret texts now, I am genuinely enhancing myself and embarking on the path ahead." Chapter 54. Secrets and True Names. Qin Ming ventured into the dense forest beside the road, employing his jade-like iron knife to excavate a deep pit, into which he buried a palm-sized piece of tattered cloth. "Are you afraid of attracting trouble?" inquired the elder Liu. Qin Ming nodded, tossing a wild rabbit he had caught into the pit as well. The young man, shrouded in black mist, exuded a chilling aura that left him with an unsettling feeling. Thus, he deemed it prudent to exercise caution with the only item he carried. The two enjoyed a steaming breakfast in Yinteng Town, meandering through the streets for half an hour before proceeding to the designated residence. The Wu family's abode was not particularly small. Yet it bore the unmistakable marks of decay. The red paint on the front door was peeling, and the brass ring had lost its luster. "Old Wu, open the door." Lu Elder rapped on the door knocker. Coming, an elderly man appeared, inviting them inside. The courtyard was spacious, but had long since lost its former grandeur. The cobblestone path was cracked in places, and a once vibrant flower garden had been converted into a vegetable patch, with withered gourd vines sprawling over the artificial hillock. The Wu family had once been affluent, but had since fallen into decline. The residence boasted 4 courtyards, yet the buildings were aged and in disrepair, exuding a sense of desolation. Were it not for this situation, they likely would not have agreed to show their ancestral secret tome to outsiders. Old Wu had undergone a rebirth of sorts, shedding the airs of a high-born gentleman and resembling an ordinary elder instead. The Wu household lacked servants, and a young boy brought forth plain tea. "Old Wu, let us not mince words. You know the purpose of our visit, so please state your price." Lu Elder stated bluntly, eager to avoid wasting time. "To be honest, my feelings are quite complicated. In the past, the Wu family thrived magnificently, with a remarkable ancestor who was a master of 5 rebirths, casting a watchful gaze over this region, not to mention our forebears. Now I find myself selling my grandfather's land. Alas, upon reflection, I am overwhelmed with guilt." Old Wu sighed, casting a glance at the spacious living room, once adorned with exquisite carvings and paintings, now marred by a damaged table, with the golden threads once embedded in the stout columns having vanished. Old Lu sipped his tea and remarked, "Old Wu, one must learn to let go, which surname has not experienced its glory. Take my Lu family. If traced back, we were once of royal lineage. Have my dragon descendants ever uttered a word?" Old Wu retorted, "What antiquated matters are you referring to? Besides, do you think we share the same Lu? Alas, I have been unable to sleep soundly these past few days. Uncle Wu, we merely wish to borrow it, and assure you it will not be disclosed." Qin Ming stated candidly, placing 5 pieces of daylight gold on the damaged table. This was a gesture of considerable sincerity, for in this remote area, a single piece of daylight gold could suffice for a family's sustenance for an entire year. "Not enough?" Old Wu shook his head. Old Lu interjected, "Old Wu, do not be unreasonable. We are merely borrowing it for 1 day, with a promise of confidentiality. Do you truly believe this is a tome of celestial wisdom?" Old Wu sighed. "In my youth, I ascended the Mingyue Tower in Qixia City, spending 2 pieces of daylight gold in a single night." Old Lu instantly chuckled. "Still reminiscing about the past? Be careful not to let your spouse hear that." Qin Ming finally comprehended why the Wu family had fallen into decline so swiftly. Old Wu seemed to have been quite extravagant in his youth, readily spending money. He remained silent and placed 2 more pieces of daylight gold on the table. Old Lu sighed. "Old Wu, recently Shao Qin and I have risked our lives to slay a number of mutated creatures, and we salvaged some damaged weapons from the Great Rift. After selling them, all our wealth is here, so please do not exploit us too ruthlessly." Old Wu remained silent, calmly seated with his tea. It was not until Qin Ming added the 15th piece of gold that Old Wu sighed. Unworthy descendants, burdened by life, are reluctantly compelled to reveal the secret tome to outsiders. He retrieved an ancient leather-bound book from his bosom and placed it on the table, his demeanor tinged with melancholy and despondency as he stepped outside. Old Wu was not deceiving anyone. This ancestral secret tome was the culmination of his forebears' diligence. Imbued with profound emotion, Qin Ming studied it earnestly. The section on the method of rebirth could not be compared to the Silk Scroll, yet it held some referential value. After a considerable time, he handed the leather book back to Old Lu and closed his eyes to absorb the insights gained. Old Lu was unceremonious, meticulously reading through the pages, comparing and validating the knowledge he had learned from the old mountain wanderer. Suddenly, he felt a revelation and looked up, his composure shattered. Qin Ming sat there with closed eyes, beams of celestial light emerging from his fingertips, exuding brilliance. Old Lu, who prided himself on his quick learning and exceptional talent, felt utterly overwhelmed. What had he just witnessed? Qin Ming had merely begun practicing and was already manifesting the celestial light energy described in the book. Old Lu stood there, stunned, realizing the vast disparity between individuals. He had almost taken a master in Qixia City. How was it that his talent now seemed inadequate? Qin Ming nodded, stating, "Indeed, the content of this book is intricate and the approach does not suit me." Old Wu's previously despondent expression has greatly improved, now graced with a smile as he approached Qin Ming, patting him on the shoulder. "This is quite normal. The ancient tome left by my ancestors is profoundly intricate. Do not think that your brief perusal could suffice. I have spent half my life studying it, and still have not fully comprehended its depths. Indeed, it is an extraordinary book. Qin Ming nodded and stepped out of the Wu family's gate. Suddenly, a sound erupted from the living room. Old Wu hurriedly strode inside, discovering that old Lu had become somewhat flustered, accidentally knocking a teacup onto the floor. The Meng gene, as recorded in the animal skin tome, possesses the capability to effortlessly shatter armor with bare hands, demonstrating an unparalleled penetrating force. Undoubtedly, it shares significant similarities with the nail gene, and I surmise that practicing both concurrently could yield a harmonious and efficient integration. The ancestors of the Wu family were renowned in this region for their unparalleled marksmanship, excelling in archery and wielding a spear, all founded upon the mastery of Meng gene. When the Tianguang gene is externalized, the arrows he shoots and the spear he thrusts become truly formidable. Moreover, the pertinent accounts in the animal skin tome have broadened Qin Ming's understanding, such as references to the efficacy of the three-colored flower. According to the text, the three-colored flower harvested from Ling Mountain is of superior quality, possessing gentle medicinal properties that can nurture and enhance the body's Tianguang, thereby augmenting the Tianguang gene. Ultimately, everything returns to the essence of Tianguang. Under normal circumstances, the Tianguang generated within the human body is tranquil and warm, capable of nourishing itself. However, once externalized, it manifests in various forms, revealing its more violent nature. The Tome of Beast Skins cautions that when merging various celestial energies, one must exercise utmost caution. Any misalignment could provoke a catastrophic explosion of internal celestial energy, leading to dire consequences. The radiant energy, a synthesis of three common techniques, is something even the ancestors of the Wu family dared not to attempt in excess. Qin Ming, lost in contemplation, realized he had not encountered such a dilemma. He believed his celestial energy possessed remarkable adaptability. The text eloquently describes how celestial light pierces the veil of night, nurturing exquisite tricolored flowers at its landing site, far surpassing the quality of those from the Spirit Mountain. However, these tricolored flowers, imbued with the potent celestial light from the outside, possess an overwhelming medicinal potency with corrosive properties that the human body cannot endure alone. They must be consumed alongside a nourishing substance to ensure safety. Of course, there are rare individuals with extraordinary endowments who may be impervious to the fierce medicinal qualities of the exquisite tricolored flowers. Qin Ming speculated that this so-called corrosion likely pertains to the spiritual essence lingering within the tricolored flowers, remnants of the celestial light that penetrated the night. During their time in the underground caverns, Huang Jingda, with a seemingly cheerful demeanor, answered questions readily, yet he deliberately withheld certain information, a habitual concealment. Qin Ming pondered that since his body could withstand the corrosive effects of celestial light without succumbing, he should also be able to endure the medicinal properties of the exquisite tricolored flowers without the need for additional nourishing substances. In the mountains, near the Great Chasm, two notorious bandits from Golden Rooster Ridge stood guard personally. Would he dare to target the young and vigorous once more? He had warned him repeatedly. The incessant deaths would inevitably attract the attention of the higher-ups in Red Sky City, leading to significant trouble. Was he truly an outsider? The atmosphere was cold and eerie, entirely unlike that of a celestial or divine being. Two bandits conversed in secret, unaware that the young man cloaked in black mist had already met his demise. Earlier, this young man had arrived bearing a token from the Golden Thief, seeking the assistance of the bandits of Golden Rooster Ridge to safeguard the area, ensuring no one could approach. They decided to wait and see. In the past, an ancient beast in the mountains had mourned at a grave, presenting an unusual sight as it rapidly mutated and ascended, causing an uproar. Subsequently, the higher-ups in Qixia City had sealed off any further information regarding this incident. Now, this outsider had returned to the original location to stir trouble. Could he be attempting to emulate that ancient beast? If that were the case, and the matter were to be revealed, it would not suffice for either of us to die 100 times. He is an outsider. Surely he would not tread the path of the aberrant? The expressions of the two bandits grew serious. They were quite reluctant to engage with that ominous young man. Could it be that a powerful outsider wished to use him as a means to test the Black and White Mountain? Unlikely. I believe he is about to depart. Judging by his hurried demeanor, he is likely just passing through while attending to some errands. Meanwhile, Qin Ming sat in quiet contemplation. He had mastered the techniques of entangling force, intercepting force, nail force, and thorn force, combined with his own peculiar technique of heavenly light force. He felt prepared to consume the three-colored flower, after which he would fully integrate all his abilities, undoubtedly leading to a significant enhancement in his strength. This scene felt oddly familiar. He gazed at the three-colored flower within the jade box, momentarily entranced. The petals, layered like willow leaves and reminiscent of blades, exuded a vast array of colorful mist, with vibrant light flowing and enveloping him. Since his third rebirth, Qin Ming not only recalled fragments of his childhood, but also found other vague and disjointed memories beginning to surface. "Abandoned," he murmured, uttering a single word and tracing it in T upon the table. At that moment, gazing at the tricolor flower, he felt as though he were witnessing familiar scenes from the past. "Chui Chongha," he wrote next, scrutinizing the characters intently. "Is this truly my name, derived from the scattered texts of outsiders? Yet, I now harbor a disdain for those from beyond." Chapter 55. Another life. All things bear the yin while embracing the yang. Harmony arises from the essence of conflict, Qin Ming mused. He then inscribed the characters for his own name, Qin Ming, onto the surface of the table. Within those fragmented, hazy recollections, Chui Chongha resonated as his identity. Taking a deep breath, the vibrant mist swirling around the tricolor flower filled the air with a rich fragrance, further intensifying the familiarity of the scene during this flickering moment of blurred memories. On the jadestone table before the youth lay a tricolor flower and a jar of potent elixir. Qin Ming pondered, who are these individuals? And who is that youth? They all appeared somewhat familiar, yet their identities eluded him. Initially, upon awakening in this remote land, he recalled his name as Qin Ming. However, with each successive rebirth, memories of the silk manuscripts and his grandfather emerged. He was also present, albeit at a distance, quietly observing the youth consume the tricolor flower and the vibrant elixir. Qin Ming watched the unfolding scene, noting how the people around, young and old, were deeply invested in the boy. The individuals present were of distinguished lineage, with some of the women adorned in exquisite headpieces, resembling flowing purple mist entwined with a vibrant, drooping peach blossom bathed in the hues of dawn. Qin Ming pondered, could this truly be the essence of a prestigious noble family, capable of achieving what ordinary folk could not? He gazed down at the three-colored flower within the jade box. Standing about a foot tall, nurtured by celestial light, a specimen of unparalleled quality. The counterpart before him was equally impressive, its quality remarkably similar. Qin Ming retrieved the three-colored flower from the jade box, delicately plucking its translucent petals, and brought them to his lips. Though he experienced discomfort, it was bearable. Soon, a fiery sensation ignited within him as the potent celestial light blossomed inside, seemingly intent on shattering his mortal vessel. He remained composed, continuing to detach the petals and consume them, persistently indulging in the flower. His entire being radiated luminescence, a collision of celestial light, one piercing through the night, descending upon the ethereal mountain, the other an innate illumination birthed from within his own body. The pain was indeed intense, yet he did not falter. After devouring the entirety of the three-colored flower, he proceeded to chew and swallow the leaves, roots, and stems. In an instant, the two forms of celestial light within him threatened to erupt. However, his flesh and blood proved remarkably resilient, suppressing the tumultuous energy. Aside from the searing pain, his vitality remained unharmed. Within his abdomen, the two celestial lights intertwined, spiraling in a relentless chase, ultimately coalescing into a singular orb, achieving a harmonious unity. With a resounding boom, the two celestial lights within him fully merged, and then erupted violently, surging through his limbs and bones, purifying his entire being anew. The totality of Qin Ming's celestial light surged, rapidly expanding in magnitude. This invigorated his flesh and spirit, as if a bolt of thunder erupted within the ocean of his heart, illuminating his body, while his internal organs and limbs resonated in harmony, causing a radiant new dawn to blossom throughout his being. Qin Ming entered the courtyard, demonstrating several forms of celestial vigor that nearly radiated from his very core, significantly surpassing his previous capabilities. Uniting, he stood there, consolidating various forms of celestial vigor. Simultaneously, scenes resurfaced before his eyes, revealing the young boy and the elegantly dressed men and women once more. Remarkable! After 3 rebirths, Chongxian had managed to merge 4 forms of celestial vigor, An astonishing feat indeed. Among them, an esteemed elder with a head of white hair and a youthful visage expressed his admiration. The young boy, named Chui Chongxian, continued to draw his name from the ancient text of the outside world. He was drenched in sweat, trembling slightly. Yet he had indeed persevered and successfully fused the 4 forms of celestial vigor. The elder remarked, though you have yet to embark upon the path of the outside world, your extraordinary performance after 3 rebirths along this route is truly remarkable. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly create significant waves. Excellent, a stern middle-aged man added. Who can say that this path cannot lead to the highest peaks? I have procured for you the invaluable Tome 6 Imperial Heart Sutras. Do not disappoint our expectations. Qin Ming observed quietly, for he was likely a mere bystander, positioned far outside the crowd. Who was he truly? Qin Ming or Chui Chongxian? Otherwise, he would not have completely forgotten, with even less clarity than the memories of his innocent childhood. At this moment, Qin Ming had successfully unified all the heavenly light techniques, experiencing an unprecedented sense of well-being. The heavenly light surged within him, invigorating both his body and spirit to such an extent that he might not even need to seek spiritual substances in the future. Rebirth could come directly to him, elevating his existence. He had amalgamated 5 distinct forms of heavenly light techniques, and among them, the cutting and blade techniques had transcended mere singularity. Qin Ming ceased to ponder further, confident that the past would soon reveal itself to him. The once nebulous scenes were becoming increasingly lucid, and renewal might soon unveil all that he sought to understand. He once again practiced with the stone grinding disc, utilizing the back of his hand to manipulate the heavenly light technique, effortlessly tearing apart and detaching coarse stone blocks the size of a palm. Apologies to the old millstone. Despite suppressing his strength over the past few days, he had nonetheless left the surface pockmarked and uneven. I seem to have truly become formidable, Qin Ming mused. Yet, he swiftly doused his own enthusiasm, recalling a perilous encounter just before twilight. Those from beyond could fly, become ethereal, and render themselves invisible. Had it not been for the Yinji Jade Sword, he would have been in grave danger. I have begun to integrate various heavenly light techniques as per the guidance of my predecessors. But can the methods inscribed on the silk scrolls truly contend with those from beyond? Qin Ming questioned, uncertain yet aware that he had no alternative but to continue strengthening himself. Where in the mountains can one find the spiritual substances capable of facilitating a 4th rebirth? Qin Ming inquired casually. Old Lu promptly waved his hand, cautioning, be wary. Beings that have undergone a 4th mutation should not be approached lightly. They possess a certain lineage and have been cataloged by the higher entities within the mountains. To harm them would surely provoke their attention. Qin Ming suddenly understood. It seemed he truly ought to depart from this place. After all, should the actions of that vaporous outsider be disclosed, even they would find themselves implicated. They had long since dispatched formidable birds to send messages, seeking counsel from their venerable elder. One of the bandits unfurled a letter, stating, the elder has instructed us to wait another day. If he does not appear by tomorrow, we shall disregard it as if nothing had transpired. His companion nodded, remarking, the elder suggested he might be a beast from beyond. How could he be an outsider yet transform into a beast? Some venture into the deep mountains and vast marshes, adjacent to desolation, and emerge as anomalies. Naturally, some beasts may choose to enter the grand city, experiencing the splendor and brilliance of humanity, and it is not beyond possibility that one might eventually become the lord of that city. Moreover, there are those who transcend the mundane, becoming beasts from beyond. All of this is quite normal. According to the elder's wisdom, in this world, nothing is truly impossible. The elder reassured the two, stating that the vaporous young man, whether or not he was a beast from beyond, could not possibly succeed in his worship. For that grave had long since sunk into the depths of the black and white mountains. Let him bow as he wishes. It is of no concern. The next day, 2 bandits from Jinjiling departed with their entourage. Before leaving, the 2 knights personally visited the nearby villages to inform the inhabitants that each household was required to pay 1 piece of knight's silver, which they would collect by mid-month. Indeed, this band of thieves intended to extort money from us. An elderly villager could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. Indeed, the villagers had long harbored an ominous premonition. When Jinji Ridge sought to recruit new members, the inhabitants of various settlements speculated that they had suffered significant losses and would undoubtedly strive to replenish their ranks, ultimately compelling the nearby villages to sustain them. However, This winter, the villagers beyond the mountains were already grappling with severe hardships, which incited widespread indignation, almost driving them to confront their oppressors directly. Hearing the commotion from outside, Qin Ming sensed it was time to arrange matters concerning those around him, for he could no longer endure the situation and was prepared to take action against Jinji Ridge. Chapter 56. The Three Absolutes. What justification do they possess in demanding our tribute of night silver? The populace was engulfed in outrage. Although provisions from the outside world were being transported by colossal beasts, they still required monetary payment. In such a dismal year, where could they possibly find funds to offer tribute to Jinji Ridge? Most critically, they were being compelled to support a band of marauders. Presently, 2 knights from Jinji Ridge had come to the villages, brazenly perched upon their steeds, carelessly demanding a month's sustenance from each household, which was utterly intolerable. These brigands exhibited a complete disregard for humanity. The collective anger was palpable. The people yearned to resist. The 2 knights merely delivered the message to the villages and had already distanced themselves from the village entrance, yet the echoes of indignation still reached their ears. The reaction of these rustic folk was exceedingly extreme. They needed to report back to their superiors to prevent the situation from escalating and provoking a reckless uprising. Indeed, the strength of the mountain stronghold had been severely diminished, and in these tumultuous times, it was imperative to be mindful of the consequences. What of the people of Qixia City? The villages beyond the mountains could not find tranquility. All were engrossed in fervent discussions regarding this matter. Some have suggested seeking the assistance of the patrol team, urging them to intervene, and it is imperative to promptly report to Qixia City during this peculiar winter. The inhabitants of Jinjiling must not be allowed to act recklessly. An elder sighed, noting that the higher-ups in Qixia City may currently lack the bandwidth to address such matters. Why? A traveling merchant brought news from that region, indicating that 2 significant organizations harbor suspicions regarding the collusion between Ling Su, the lord of Qixia City, and the higher echelons of Heibai Mountain, who previously fell victim to a deception orchestrated in the mountains. According to the merchant, the atmosphere in Qixia City has grown tense. There is no direct evidence concerning these allegations. The 2 organizations merely suspect Ling Su of harboring malevolent intentions, believing he has manipulated the situation to his advantage. Ultimately, this affair will likely fade into obscurity, but for now, the leaders of Qixia City are preoccupied with other concerns. As Qin Ming gazed into the inky blackness of the night, absorbing the discussions around him, a blinding radiance enveloped him, stirring tumultuous emotions within. Every human being possesses a spectrum of feelings and desires. Maintaining perpetual tranquility is an impossibility. After a moment, the celestial light surrounding Qin Ming dissipated. He descended into the cellar, selecting 2 6 to 7 foot long blood serpents, each having undergone a mutation. With a long-handled black gold hammer, he pounded the 2 sentient creatures into a viscous paste upon an iron plate, personally simmering them to create a pot of meat broth. Before departing, he needed to ensure that certain matters were arranged properly. Shortly thereafter, Qin Ming arrived at the adjacent courtyard. "Hello, Lu Gu. Are you feeling any better?" he inquired. "I hunted a sentient mountain beast in the mountains. Perhaps it can aid in your revival." Qin Ming, not wishing to conceal everything, informed Lu Zhe that consuming the meat broth would not only expedite his recovery, but might also facilitate a rebirth in the near future. Little Qin. Lu Zhe is an earnest individual, at a loss for words, merely nodding vigorously. Liang Wanqing's eyes brimmed with tears. She understood the significance of a new lease on life in such a dire environment, for it meant she would no longer live in fear whenever Lu Zhe ventured into the mountains. Qin Ming remarked, "Sister-in-law, you 2 may partake. There is an abundance of meat stew. Even if your body cannot be rejuvenated, it can still enhance your constitution. How fragrant." "Uncle, I too wish to indulge," when Rue, still awake, was tempted by the distinctive aroma of the blood snake, resembling a little glutton, nearly drooling. "You are still too young to eat this. It could lead to premature development. Here, Uncle has brought you the freshest wild fruits, cultivated by old Huang himself." When Rue's large eyes sparkled, albeit with a hint of confusion, "Uncle, last time you said they were fruits painstakingly grown by Uncle Niu." "Well, that's quite similar," Qin Ming chuckled. "For these fruits indeed originated from the Wild Bull Ridge." "Uncle, I want some too," murmured the drowsy Wenhui, just over 2 years old, as he stirred awake. Shortly thereafter, Qin Ming heard the squirrel chattering, bowing to him from its cage, now fixated on the meat stew made from the blood snake. The following day, Qin Ming polished his jade-like iron knife, which was strikingly brilliant. When unsheathed, it must deliver a decisive blow to any adversary who gazed upon it. After camouflaging the blade and concealing it well, he returned it to its sheath. Qin Ming then procured a long stick to serve as a spear and retrieved a bow and arrows he had previously employed. He could now be deemed a master of both spear and bow. Soon, he exhibited astonishing marksmanship in the courtyard, wielding the wooden stick like a dragon. Spiraling through the air as if destined to soar skyward, he gave a gentle shake, and the long staff split into numerous ethereal shadows, thrusting towards various directions. Dozens of delicate snowflakes, drifting down, were instantly pierced. He picked up a bow and arrow, but after a brief attempt, he desisted. Any slight exertion would either shatter the bowstring or snap the bow itself. In such circumstances, my reputation as a master of both spear and arrow is mere pretense, for I lack even a suitable weapon. Thus, Qin Ming resolved to venture into the mountains in search of appropriate arms. The Great Rift lay in profound silence. The guardians of Golden Rooster Ridge having long departed, Qin Ming entered the lifeless underground cavern, meandering through a web-like passage for quite some time. He stumbled upon remnants of shattered armor, broken weapons, and a profusion of bloodstains, along with a few severed horns and scattered bones of strange creatures. Eventually, deep within the cavern, he discovered an altar, shrouded in a chilling aura, which he shattered with a swift kick, releasing a surge of dark mist. However, as the brilliance of heaven enveloped his body, the ominous fog rapidly dissipated, evaporating entirely. What deeds have transpired here? Qin Ming surmised that the two notorious bandits were in collusion with the elusive figure capable of merging with the mist, engaging in nefarious activities. After an extensive search, he unearthed several intact weapons and managed to piece together a few sets of armor, as those that had survived unscathed were undoubtedly of exquisite quality. He selected a formidable spear and a long sword, found a sturdy bow capable of withstanding his immense strength, and gathered a collection of iron arrows, filling 6 quivers. Tonight, I shall embody the spirit of the sword sage, the spear saint, and the arrow deity, mastering the trifecta of blade, spear, and arrow. Qin Ming muttered to himself. He donned a suit of gleaming armor, equipped himself with a bow and arrows, grasped a heavy and exceptionally sharp spear, and slung a long knife adorned with phoenix engravings across his back, emerging from the subterranean cavern. To his surprise, Qin Ming discovered the presence of the old man Lu outside the Great Rift. Without attempting to conceal himself, he approached directly. Upon seeing him, Lu's expression turned grave as he remarked, "I heard you ventured into the mountains and surmised you would come here. Are you contemplating an assault on Jinji Ridge?" Since their previous expedition together, where they eradicated an ant nest, Lu had witnessed Qin Ming's extraordinary prowess, far surpassing that of his peers, which enlightened him profoundly. Furthermore, having witnessed Qin Ming swiftly mastering the skylight technique at Old Wu's residence, Lu was both astonished and aware that Qin Ming might indeed contend with the 4th generation of newborns, and he was eager to do so. Qin Ming realized that the old man was quite astute, likely having deduced numerous matters. "If you truly intend to go to Jinji Ridge, I know I cannot deter you. But do not rush into action, wait a day or two." "Why?" Lu's demeanor remained serious as he explained. "The emergence of Jinji Ridge is linked to the notorious gold thief of Ur, who, while conducting trade between 2 great regions, used that place as a refuge. Although it has fallen into disuse, should you chance upon it, it could lead to misfortune." Qin Ming inhaled the cold air laced with drifting snowflakes and replied, "Is your fate truly so peculiar? Originally, there seemed to be no issue, but your words might just tempt fate." He, of course, dismissed such notions as mere jest, placing his faith solely in his own strength. Old Lu said, "I shall first seek information. There is no need for you to be anxious over the next couple of days." Qin Ming, taken aback, nodded in agreement, finding the notion quite plausible, and decided to await Old Lu's news patiently. Meanwhile, the village was engulfed in indignation, for the people of Golden Rooster Ridge had returned. "Who do we fight for, if not for your protection?" This urgency had compelled us to recruit new members. Golden Rooster Ridge was already aware of the intense resentment brewing in the villages, and their representatives had come to ease tensions and provide necessary explanations. Not long ago, in defense of the villagers from beyond the mountains, we, from Golden Rooster Ridge, fought fiercely against the aberrant beings in the Great Rift, resulting in the annihilation of a significant number of those who sought to encroach upon the outer territories of the mountains, leaving us nearly decimated. Upon hearing this, Many villagers cast hostile glances at them. Who could deny that Golden Rooster Ridge had ventured into the mountains seeking mysterious resources for their own gain? Their misfortune had led to near destruction, yet they now claimed it was for the sake of protecting the villagers. The two leaders, displaying a semblance of understanding, announced that they would postpone the collection of the night silver until next month, allowing the villagers time to prepare. Undoubtedly, Golden Rooster Ridge's explanations were feeble and only served to exacerbate the villagers' resentment. Ultimately, their intentions were clear. They sought to exploit every household, and the protection tax could not be diminished. Many were inclined to confront them directly. The reaction of these rustic folk was exceedingly intense. In the end, the representatives of Golden Rooster Ridge departed hastily. That very day, Old Lu relayed news that there had been no unusual movements from Golden Rooster Ridge. Incredible information confirmed that only 2 notorious bandits and their confidants remained in the mountain stronghold. Additionally, 2 itinerant merchants appeared in Yinteng Town, bringing news that Qixia City was set to change its lord. Although Lingxu was not involved in any matters, he was to be reassigned to another city. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming nodded. It was indeed an opportune moment to take action. He murmured to himself that a significant organization speculated that the lord of Qixia City had conspired with the aberrants, and naturally, there was a possibility that local factions were acting as informants in collaboration. If they could not touch Lingxu, did they not dare to eradicate Jinjiling? He continued to ponder. Considering that the alliance of 2 notorious bandits with outsiders had resulted in the inexplicable demise of a man who could be vaporized, would not his peers and elders suspect Jinjiling? At this moment, twilight had faded, and Qin Ming made his way into the mountains, donning his armor and arming himself as he journeyed towards Jinjiling, situated 50 miles away. The night was dense, and the journey was considerable. Indeed, few would dare to travel alone under the cover of darkness. In truth, Qin Ming encountered an unexpected turn of events. He was suddenly attacked en route. A beast, shimmering with purple light, leapt from the forest, charging towards him. Its head resembled that of a horse, yet it was far from equine. Its gleaming white fangs glistened ominously, indicating its carnivorous nature. The creature boasted a physique akin to that of a tiger or leopard, with elongated limbs and heavy hooves. Its coat resembled flowing satin, glimmering with a misty purple hue, exuding an air of majesty. It soared into the air, its massive hooves descending towards Qin Ming's head. The purple lightning beast? Qin Ming was astonished to encounter such an aberrant. He had recently sought knowledge from Old Lu regarding the creatures of the mountains and was well aware of this species. The thunder beast is a recently emerged anomaly that has undergone 3 mutations, running like the wind and surpassing even those creatures that have mutated 4 or 5 times. It appears startled, having fled from the mountains, and upon encountering Qin Ming, it delivers a powerful kick. If he fails to evade, he would certainly face dire consequences. Qin Ming swiftly sidesteps, avoiding the massive purple hoof, and quickly approaches, making contact with its shimmering purple body. The thunder beast is taken aback. What manner of creature is this? How is it that a mere fingertip can adhere to its fur like an adhesive plaster? The adhesive quality of Qin Ming's heavenly light technique manifests effectively. Any slight contact with him renders escape impossible. First, it is his fingertip, followed by his entire palm, which secures a firm grip on the thunder beast's fur, ultimately allowing him to mount it. No need for unnecessary struggles. Just take me along, Qin Ming declares. The thunder beast, furious and notoriously difficult to tame, begins to thrash and attempt to throw him off. Qin Ming, however, does not engage in further dialogue. With a swift motion, he unsheathes his gleaming long sword and places it against the creature's neck. Should it resist, he is prepared to strike. Its luminous purple mane flutters as several strands are severed. The thunder beast's body tenses, refraining from further rebellion. It casts a glance towards the depths of the mountains before bolting away. Beneath the heavy cloak of night, Qin Ming rides atop the majestic creature, its purple mist swirling around them, as they swiftly approach Jinji Ridge. Chapter 57. A lone rider ascends Jinji Ridge, sensing something. Qin Ming gazes towards the mountains from which the thunder beast had emerged, yet he chooses not to ponder it deeply. The urgency of the journey takes precedence. Deeper within the mountains, a man in his late 30s, clad in green, stands upon a cliff, surveying the landscape. On the opposite side, majestic mountains rise, shrouded in a veil of white mist and ethereal haze that blankets much of the peaks. Within the fog, a superior being emerges, the newly appointed lord of Qixia City. Why have you come here instead of taking up your duties? I traversed this land with the intention of meeting the Mountain Lord. After galloping several miles, the thunder beast grew restless, its flowing purple fur swirling with mist, becoming increasingly unstable in its frantic pace. At times, it would abruptly decelerate, and a less seasoned rider might have found it difficult to maintain their seat, possibly even falling off. Observing the creature's unruly behavior, Qin Ming pressed down on the phoenix-patterned longsword resting on its neck, resulting in a cluster of softly glowing purple mane being severed, causing blood to seep from a gash on its neck. If you do not accompany me, then I shall ensure you follow. Qin Ming did not aim to subjugate it entirely. Moreover, he felt no remorse. The thunder beast had struck him first, and a mere mortal would have had their skull crushed under such an assault. If you do not heed my warning, then you shall embark on your journey. Qin Ming applied pressure with the sword once more, and this time the thunder beast truly seemed startled, its neck drenched in its own blood. It soon fell silent, becoming more docile, allowing their passage to proceed smoothly. With only a few more miles to the Golden Rooster Ridge, Qin Ming momentarily lost himself in thought. Even without employing his innate celestial strength, he managed to maintain a steady seat upon the back of this extraordinary creature, skillfully guiding it. Prior to this, he had never ridden any steed in the realm of Heibai Mountain, and notably, he was riding bareback, without reins to control the thunder beast. Faintly, images flickered in his mind. Outside a colossal fortress, he had once galloped on a beast far more splendid than this purple lightning creature. Shaking his head, he dismissed these thoughts, yet a certain habitual impulse led him to wield his long knife like a whip, gently tapping the beast's rear with the back of the blade. Startled, the creature leaped, fearing another strike, and took off like the wind, accelerating as if released from a bowstring, trailing a mist of violet light that sliced through the thick night. Qin Ming rode the ferocious beast through the long night. Approaching Jinji Ridge, ahead lay a luminous expanse. Even in the depths of night, Jinji Ridge remained aglow, for the nearby fire springs approached a second tier, rivaling that of Silvervine Town. The path was broad, winding upward into the mountains, flanked by dense forests, with no creatures lurking in the periphery, aware that the bandits here were formidable foes. However, Jinji Ridge felt markedly quieter than before. Their numbers had dwindled significantly while vying for the mysterious resources of the Great Rift, and many creatures had gorged themselves that day at Black and White Mountain. Now, only around 30 remained atop the mountain. Those who could stay behind to guard had some connections, and their malevolence was